On a bustling street, a woman with long golden wavy hair wearing sunglasses drove a sports car and stopped in front of a popular male model bar. Just after parking, her phone chimed with a bank transfer notification. The payment came fast. Not bad considering the effort I put in this time. She took out a cigarette, spun the lighter with a flourish, and lit it. Passers-by glanced at her men, saw a charming figure. Women admired her cool style. I want to have your baby. Yue Huayin was a top agent of a dark organization, heir to an ancient martial arts family, master of both medicine and poison, morally ambiguous. Hiring her was simple pay enough, and she would even eliminate a national president. In over a decade, she had never failed a mission, earning a legendary reputation. Unknown to others, Yue Huayin had possessed a super system since childhood, containing various supplies and a special ability. She could flash into the system anytime, her ultimate escape tool. Today, she had just assassinated the president of country M for a fee of 300 billion. Following the principle of never pass up easy money, she had taken the shot. After the mission, she decided to treat herself to some relaxation. She had seen a popular male model bar online and came to have. She opened the car door, flipped her hair in the admiring gaze of the crowd, imagining herself as a famous actress. Suddenly, people around started screaming. Yue Huayin smiled coquettishly, thinking, yes, I know I'm charming. Scream for me. A loud bang, and Yue Huayin felt engulfed in darkness. Her body was slammed by a heavy force, pain beyond her head buzzed, vision blurred, the world spun. She struggled to open her eyes, but intense pain immobilized her. She forced her eyes open, seeing chaos, people screaming, car doors opening, emergency calls blending. She realized she had been in a car accident, cursed, and lost consciousness again. Yue Huayin woke up in pain, every part of her body aching. Damn it, when I find out who did this, I'll get my revenge. Thinking of her reputation, she couldn't believe she had such a ridiculous crash. Sister, wake up, you can't die. A little boy's voice reached her ears. She wondered where the child came from. Opening her eyes, she saw a dilapidated little room, looking very old, similar to the ancient dramas she had watched. She lay on the bed, a thin little boy about 4 or 5 years old crouched beside it. Just as she was about to ask who he was, a sharp pain in her head brought a flood of unfamiliar memories. Yue Huayin, age 14. Father was the prime minister of Ziyun Kingdom. Mother was the daughter of a duke. Once a pampered young lady, but 6 years ago her father brought home a concubine and a daughter only 1 month younger than her. At that time her mother was 8 months pregnant. The shock caused premature labor and the baby was breech. Fortunately the midwife was experienced, but the mother's health deteriorated and she died a few months later. After the mother's death, the prime minister gave the household management to concubine May. Since then the original daughter had no good days. Her stepsister took her room and concubine May moved into the mother's courtyard. The original owner once confronted her father, but he replied that the empty courtyard might as well be used and told her to be more accommodating to her sister, saying they had suffered outside all these years and needed compensation. Her brother was still an infant, cared for by Zhang Mama, the mother's old servant. Concubine May knew the prime minister wouldn't involve himself in the inner courtyard, so she cut their rations, moved them to a broken hut, and gave them spoiled food. Now she understood she had died in the car crash and transmigrated. The skinny little boy was her cheap brother. The reason she was in pain was that her scheming stepsister had wanted a jade pendant left by her mother, and when she refused she was beaten. The third prince, her stepsister's lover, came, and they left. But the original owner's weak body gave out, allowing her, the imposter, to take over. After sorting out the sequence of events, Yue Huayin had to curse the treacherous couple. Her stepsister was only a month younger, meaning her scumbag father had been with someone else long ago, playing a devoted husband all along. How disgusting. Xiaobai, where is Zhang Mama? Searching the original owner's memories, this brother was called Yang Yubai, already 6 years old, but malnourished made him look 4 or 5. Sister, you've been unconscious for a long time. Zhang Mama went to ask concubine May to call a doctor. In her memory, the 2 siblings were raised by Zhang Mama. Yue Huayin knew that concubine May would never allow a doctor and would probably humiliate Zhang Mama. Yue Huayin was about to take her brother to find Zhang Mama when the broken courtyard door creaked open. Zhang Mama entered wiping tears, and upon seeing Yue Huayin awake, she rushed over. Miss, are you feeling unwell anywhere? I am useless, I couldn't get a doctor. Zhang Mama couldn't help but blame herself, and Yue Huayin sighed. That woman would never call a doctor, she would only be happy to see her die, so her stepsister could become the sole daughter of the prime minister's mansion. Zhang Mama, don't be sad. Some people just don't know their place. A concubine is not worthy of the stage. Zhang Mama and Xiao Bai couldn't believe the words coming from her. The former miss had been spoiled, then cowed after her fall. Why had her personality suddenly changed? Xiao Bai looked at his sister with bright eyes. Though he didn't understand why she had changed, he liked this new sister very much. Yue Huayin stared at the dilapidated house. Accustomed to 5-star hotels, she couldn't bear this. She decided to find a comfortable place later, but first her stomach growled loudly, demanding attention. Zhang Mama heard the growl and headed to the gate for their daily food. Xiao Bai giggled. Yue Huayin's face flushed with embarrassment. The thought of leftover scraps made her stomach turn. She wondered if her system had transmigrated with her. With the thought, the system interface appeared a massive mall, 10 empty warehouses, Chinese and Western medicines, and even AKs and explosives from past missions. Everything was exactly as before. About to enter the mall, she noticed a new door. Curious, she opened it. Outside was a field of black soil and a pond with koi fish. It felt like a hidden paradise. Sister, what are you thinking? Come eat. Xiao Bai waved his hand in front of her face. To outsiders, she seemed to be daydreaming while her mind was in the system. Snapped back to reality, she saw Zhang Mama enter with a plate. On it was a hard day's old bun. Even a dog would refuse it. She couldn't wait to meet the woman who treated them so cruelly. Zhang Mama broke the bun in half, offering it to them. Xiaobai pushed it back. Mama, I'm not hungry. You and sister eat. Look at them pushing a stale bun around. Mei and Yang Huayin are right. Let them taste this hardship. She wouldn't be Yang Huayin. Mama, no need to push. We're not eating this today. He'll save it for the dogs. Yang Huayin said, a confident smile playing on her. She went to the back of the house, retrieved a hot pot of chicken, 3 bowls of rice and side dishes from her system. Zhang Mama was... Yang Huayin leaned and lowering her voice. I met a fairy while unconscious. He felt sorry for us and will send food daily. But he demands secrecy or he'll never come back. Zhang Mama covered her mouth, then knelt. Miss, I swear. If I tell anyone, may I be struck by lightning. Yang Huayin felt awkward. She had just made up a story, no need for such a formal oath. Oh, Mama, get up. I know you won't tell. Let's eat before it gets cold. We have big things to do afterward. She helped Zhang Mama up and handed her chopsticks. Sister, this is so good. I've never tasted anything like it. Xiao Bei's cheeks were stuffed. Eat as much as you want. He'll make sure you have this every day, Yang Huayin promised. Xiao Bei nodded, his cheeks full. He'll do whatever sister says. He loved this new sister. They ate until nothing was left. Yang Huayin reclined, took the cold bun, and prepared to settle accounts. Where are you going? Zhang Mama asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mama. I'm just going to get what belongs to us. Wait here. Sister, I'm coming with you. Xiao Bei ran over like a little shadow. He would protect her this time. They left the yard. Servants sneered at them, bowing to the powerful. Now that Mei was in charge, they followed her lead. At Mai's courtyard, memories flooded back. This was her mother's former home. Scenes of warmth with her parents surfaced, filled with anger and regret. Yang Huayin stepped forward, but a basin of dirty water splashed out. Chun Hong, Mai's maid, sneered. Oh, if it isn't the beggar princess. Madam is busy. Go away. I thought it was some beggar, but it's the eldest miss. Pardon my poor eyesight. Madam is dining with the master. No time for you. Like master, like servant. The mistress is low class and her dog is even worse. Yang Huayin retorted, her voice. Chun Hong, used to being flattered, couldn't stand the insult. She raised her hand to slap Yang Huayin. Zhang Mama tried to shield her, but Yang Huayin was faster. She grabbed Chun Hong's wrist and twisted. Crack. A scream echoed through the courtyard. Mei and the Prime Minister heard the commotion. Before they could investigate, Yang Huayin walked into the room. Well, enjoying the feast, I see. Yang Youqi, do you even remember your children? They're starving in the back courtyard. The Prime Minister was startled, not recognizing her at first. Then he saw her resemblance to his late wife. He realized who she was and frowned at her disrespect. You have no manners. Where did you learn your rules? He scolded. Yang Huayin rolled her eyes at her stupid father. How did such a fool become Prime Minister? He must have used connections. Yang Huayin watched the adulterous couple, her eyes cold and sharp. She wanted to step closer to see how shameless Yang Youqi could be speaking such words without shame. Her fists clenched at her sides, the air thick with tension. Chancellor, I was raised without manners. My mother died early and my father is worse than dead. How could I learn etiquette when I couldn't even eat? Yang Huayin sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She pulled out a cold steamed bun and slammed it onto the table, the sound echoing. The Chancellor's face darkened. He hadn't managed the inner court, but he never imagined his own daughter would be treated so cruelly. Concubine, Mei feigned shock, her voice trembling. Those damned servants. Giving you such food. They'll have them sold immediately. She wiped fake tears, pretending to care. We're just about to eat. Please join us. It's my fault for being lax with the servants. You've suffered all these years, she said, reaching out to take Yang Huayin's hand. Yang Huayin slapped her hand away, staring at her with contempt. Are you putting on a play for me? She said, her voice icy. Servants may bully, but without your permission, they'd never dare. Servants may bully, but without your permission, how could they dare to shortchange the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor? Save your fake sympathy. Yang Huayin's words were sharp as knives. Concubine Mei looked deeply wounded, clutching her chest, tears streaming down. She played the innocent white lotus, her sobs filling the room. Yang Huayin watched with disgust. I treated you as my own daughter. But I've been ill and busy with Weiner and serving your father. Still, I am your elder. How dare you slander me? Mei sobbed, voice trembling. Bullshit. You are just a concubine, a high-class servant. I am the legitimate daughter. How dare you claim to treat me as your own? You're not worthy. Yang Huayin's voice rang out sharp and clear. Yang Huayin had always hated fake people. The White Lotus Act made her sick to her stomach. She spat out the words with pure venom, her face twisted in contempt. The Chancellor couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and shouted, Look at yourself. Where are your manners? Apologize to concubine Mei immediately. His face was red with anger. Yang Huayin's temper flared. No one had ever made her apologize. She glared at her father, her eyes burning with defiance. I won't apologize to a lowly servant. I came here to settle accounts. First, repay my missing monthly allowance. Second, vacate my mother's courtyard. Third, clean out my room and furnish it anew. Yang Huayin listed her demands coldly. The Chancellor slammed the table again, rising to his feet. I'm not dead yet. This household is not yours to control. Do you think the Chancellor's mansion lacks food for you? He roared. He'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your short-lived mother, he shouted, raising his hand to slap her. Yang Huayin's expression turned icy cold. He swung his hand, but Yang Huayin dodged and grabbed his throat, lifting him. His face turned purple from lack of air. Concubine Mei screamed in genuine terror. What had happened to the meek girl? How dare you speak of my mother? Who caused her early death? Don't you see her ghost at night? They'll ask one last time, will you move out of the courtyard or not? Her grip tightened. The Chancellor's face turned purple. Move? Well, move immediately. Concubine Mei cried out. Yang Huayin wasn't there to kill him. She threw him aside like a rag, and Mei rushed to check on him. Yue Huayin tossed him aside like a broken rag. Concubine Mei scrambled to him, checking his breathing. She looked up at Yue Huayin in fear. The girl's eyes were like a dead person's. The chancellor saw her eyes. They were like looking at a corpse. He believed if he didn't comply she would really kill him. Terror gripped his heart. Quick, give her the money, he rasped. Hurry, give her the silver from all these years. You and Wainer move out of the courtyard to another residence. The chancellor ordered, his voice hoarse and weak. Concubine Mei reluctantly agreed. She could only order servants to pack. Yue Huayin added, from now on all my food and clothing must be up to standard. If anything is missing I'll beat you once. Yue Huayin looked at the chancellor with pure sarcasm. He couldn't meet her eyes. He grabbed Concubine Mei and hurried away as if fleeing from a demon. Laughter echoed behind them. Wait, give me the silver first in front of the chancellor. So you can't deny it later, Yue Huayin called out. Concubine Mei's heart sank. She knew the accounts were empty. Concubine Mei panicked. She had been managing the household, but the treasury was nearly empty. Her gambling father had extorted 100 silver from her recently. Now she had barely 1000 left. The gambling father had threatened to sit at the chancellor's gate and make a scene. To save face, she had given him 1000 silver. Now the mansion's accounts held less than 100 silver. Fearing the chancellor would discover the shortage, Concubine Mei had to dig into her private savings. She took out 200 silver and handed it to Yue Huayin, her heart bleeding. Yue Huayin licked her finger and counted the 200 teal notes. She estimated 200 silver wouldn't be enough for her business in the capital. She glanced at Concubine Mei with a sly smile. Even lending money earns interest. You've withheld my money for years. How about a little interest? I'm not greedy. Just make it around 500 silver, she said sweetly, but her eyes were hard. Concubine Mei nearly fainted. 500 silver. She said it as if it were 50 sheets of toilet paper, but she dared not refuse. She gritted her teeth and went to dig out another 300 from under the bed. She handed over 300 silver, her back teeth grinding. Yue Huayin accepted cheerfully, warmly seeing them off. Concubine Mei supported the chancellor as they fled as if chased by a ghost. Servants worked quickly. Old furniture was carried out and new bedding and curtains were brought in. The courtyard was cleaned and refreshed. Yue Huayin felt a sense of satisfaction. They were only three now: Yue Huayin, her younger brother, and old Mam Zhang. She decided to live in her original courtyard. She and her brother in the east and west wings, Mam Zhang in the side room. After moving into the courtyard, Mam Zhang and Xiao Bai still couldn't believe it. How had their lives suddenly become so good? It felt like a dream. Yue Huayin smiled, knowing this was just the beginning. Xiao Bai touched the big bed and spacious room, looking at his sister with admiration. Sister, you're so amazing now. I was afraid Dad would punish you for being disrespectful today. Yue Huayin stroked Xiao Bai's head, a pang of sadness in her heart. In modern times, every child was cherished. But Xiao Bai at 6 years old could count on one hand how many times he had seen his father. Xiao Bai, do you like your father? Do you think I was too harsh on him today? Xiao Bai seemed to read her thoughts, holding her hand. I used to long for him too. I saw the butler playing with his son on a wooden horse. I wanted that too. So I sneaked to the front gate every morning when father went to court. But he always looked coldly at me. He was gentle only with Waner. Xiao Bai lowered his head, recalling the bitter memory. He had once craved family love like other children. But he had never seen his mother's face, and his father disliked him. Only his sister and old Nanny Zhang had always protected him. Xiao Bai, no matter what, I'll always be good to you and give you a better life. But if one day I have to leave here, would you come with me or stay with father? I'll go with you. I'll grow up and protect you too. Old Nanny Zhang watched the siblings' eyes stinging. The young master and Miss had finally turned a corner. She felt that Miss Yang had changed after waking up, but that didn't matter as long as they were safe. After a long day, Yue Huayin felt tired. She lay on the bed intending to rest and began organizing the memories in her mind. Her mother was the daughter of a duke, a woman of great beauty and talent, but she was deceived by the charming Yang Youqi. The duke had seen through Yang Youqi's character at a glance, but could not bear his daughter's pleas and agreed to the marriage. After the wedding, the duke disliked his son-in-law and distanced himself, though he secretly helped Yang Youqi rise to the position of chancellor. Later, her mother was immersed in love until Yang Youqi brought back concubine Mei and Yang Waner. She regretted not listening to her parents, but it was too late. She had no face to go back, and her mother fell ill after hearing of her death. What a naive fool her mother was, Yue Huayin thought. Then she remembered that her mother's dowry was vast, 10 miles of red silk. After concubine Mei took over the household, that dowry fell into her hands. Yue Huayin sneered. You enjoyed those things so much. When I make you spit them out, you'll know pain. Meanwhile, Yang Waner returned from a date with the third prince, her face glowing. She saw servants moving familiar items. Stop. Where are you taking my things? A maid tremblingly explained. Miss, it's a long story. Madam is waiting in the west courtyard. Please come with us. The maid was terrified of saying the wrong thing and facing a beating. Yang Waner didn't want to argue. She hurried to the west courtyard and saw her belongings piled there. Mom, why are we moving? The Fairy Sound courtyard is the best. Why are we here? Concubine Mei sighed and explained. Wanna let's stay here for a while. Yue Huayin has moved back to the Fairy Sound courtyard. What? That bitch. And you, mother, are you crazy? Why did you give it to her? Yang Waner's shrill voice pierced the air. Concubine Mei advised her daughter not to provoke Yue Huayin, who seemed strangely powerful. Just stay put for now. I'll get the courtyard back for you. After much persuasion, Yue Waner reluctantly agreed to stay in the west courtyard. The west courtyard was not small, but Yue Waner was used to the best. She complained about everything: the flowers planted wrong, the paintings ugly, nothing compared to the Fairy Sound courtyard. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin slept soundly in the fairy sound courtyard, feeling comfortable everywhere. After resting all afternoon, she had decided what to do next. Near dinner, she took out 2 packs of frozen wontons from her system. She boiled the wontons in the small kitchen and brought them out. Old Nanny Zhang hurried over. Miss, let me do the rough work. You're delicate. It's fine, we're family. Whoever is free can do it. You've been like a mother to us. Old Nanny Zhang was touched, but insisted on her duty. Miss, you flatter me. Enough, let's eat while it's hot. After a long day, we should rest early. Yue Huayin also brought out glasses of milk for Xiao Bai, who was too thin. Sister, these wontons are delicious. I've only seen the butler's son eat them before. Yue Huayin felt a pang of sadness. The son of the chancellor's mansion ate worse than the servants. Yang Yoshi was truly a scumbag. She silently vowed to make Xiao Bai's life better. The next day, she planned to retrieve her mother's dowry from concubine Mei. That would be the first step in her plan. Concubine Mei in her own chambers was also scheming. She couldn't let Yue Huayin get too comfortable. She summoned her trusted maid and whispered, go to the old master's study and see if there's any way to undermine that girl. Meanwhile, Yang Wanner couldn't sleep. She paced the west courtyard furious. That bitch dares to take my courtyard. I'll make her pay. I'll tell the third prince. He'll help me deal with her. The next morning, Yue Huayin woke early. She dressed simply and went to the main hall. She planned to confront her father about the household accounts and the dowry. Xiao Bai followed, holding her hand tightly. In the main hall, Yang Yoshi was having breakfast with concubine Mei and Yang Wanner. Seeing Yue Huayin approach, he frowned. What are you doing here so early? Father, I want to discuss mother's dowry. It should belong to me and Xiao Bai. Yang Yoshi slammed the table. Insolent. How dare you mention the dowry? It's managed by the household. You have no say? Concubine Mei smiled smugly. Yue Huayin's eyes turned cold. Is that so? Then I'll take it by force. She pulled out a document from her sleeve. A copy of the dowry list sealed by the Duke's seal. This is the original. I have the Duke's backing. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it to court. Yang Yoshi's face turned pale. Concubine Mei's smile froze. She quickly changed her tune. Miss Huayin, why be so serious? We were just keeping it safe for you. I'll have the servants bring everything to your courtyard today. Yue Huayin smirked. Good. That afternoon, boxes of jewelry, silk, and silver were carried into the fairy sound courtyard. Xiao Bai watched, eyes wide. Sister, we're rich. Yue Huayin laughed. This is just the beginning. We're going to build our own future. She immediately started planning. She would use the dowry as capital to open a business. With her modern knowledge, she could revolutionize the textile industry. She also planned to send Xiao Bai to the best school. News of the dowry dispute spread quickly. The Duke's mansion sent a messenger with a letter of support. Yang Yoshi was furious, but dared not act. The household dynamics had shifted. Many servants began to curry favor with Yue Huayin. Yang Wanner seethed with jealousy. She stormed into her mother's room. Mother, you promised. Now she's getting everything. Concubine Mei gritted her teeth. Don't worry. I have a plan. We'll use the third prince's influence to crush her. That night, Yue Huayin sat by the window gazing at the stars. She whispered to herself, Mother, I'll make sure your legacy is not wasted. And I'll protect Xiao Bai. No one will bully us anymore. The moonlight bathed her face in silver. Yue Huayin woke up early the next day. She decided to have sandwiches and milk for breakfast. Taking 3 portions from her system, she set the table, then went to wash up. Granny Zhang saw the breakfast and boiled 3 eggs. Granny Zhang called out, Miss Young Master, breakfast is ready. Xiao Bai washed up by himself, needing no help. Yue Huayin like that. Boys should be independent. Granny Zhang and Xiao Bai had never seen a sandwich before. It smelled good and looked beautiful. Xiao Bai asked, Sister, is this made of steamed bread? Yue Huayin laughed. This is a sandwich. It's delicious. Try it. After breakfast, she dressed up and prepared to go out. Xiao Bai, is there anything you want? They'll buy it for you. Xiao Bai said, No need, sister. Keep the silver for your own jewelry. His big eyes melted Yue Huayin's heart. They'll bring you tasty treats then. She left with Silver, stepping onto the bustling streets of the capital. Crowds flowed, shops lined the roads, goods displayed everywhere. Yue Huayin marveled at the capital's prosperity. So this is the capital. Rich people here spend freely. My business will be easier. She walked along the street inquiring prices. Everything was ridiculously expensive, like first-tier city prices. She observed the shops most doing decent business. Tired from walking, she found a tea house and ordered a pot of tea. Sipping the fragrant tea, she felt refreshed. Indeed, you get what you pay for. She leaned back, thinking about how to make money. Food is the first necessity of the people. I should open a restaurant. The capital was full of nobles who dined out often. With her modern knowledge and system, she was confident she could succeed. But opening a restaurant required lots of silver and reliable people. She only had 5,000 taels, not enough. She could squeeze money from her cheap father, but finding loyal staff was hard. 2 middle-aged men at a nearby table chatted over dishes. Did you hear? The ghost market has new goods tonight. Want to go? Sure, let's have a look. Yue Huayin eavesdropped, recalling novels about secret markets. The ghost market must have rare treasures. She approached them politely. Excuse me, gentlemen. I heard you mention the ghost market. I need to buy loyal servants for my business. Could you tell me where it is? The men exchanged glances, sized her up, then said, You can buy dead soldiers from Xuanyang there. She sells trained ones. Yue Huayin was thrilled. Dead soldiers are more reliable than bought servants. They're trained from childhood. The man continued, Don't rush, young friend. The market opens at 7 p.m. Go to the left alley outside the city gate and say Red Plum Blossom in Snow. Someone will guide you. Yue Huayin found the password ridiculous. Red Plum Blossom in Snow. Sounds like a folk song. She thanked them and left. After she was gone, the man laughed. Clearly a girl disguised as a man. Interesting. Yue Huayin was in high spirits. She went to a clothing shop to buy sets for Xiao Bai and Granny Zhang. It was unbelievable that the former prime minister's daughter wore patched clothes. May concubine had sent some flashy clothes, but they were too gaudy. She chose simple but good quality clothes. Passing a steamed bun stall, she bought fresh buns, sugar-coated hawthorns, and pastries from a shop. Although her system had desserts, she wanted to taste local snacks. Loaded with bags, Yue Huayin felt like a victorious general. She didn't enter through the main gate, but climbed over the back wall. Not that she was afraid, just avoiding trouble. Xiao Bai, Granny Zhang, and back. Have you eaten? Xiao Bai ran out. Sister, was it fun outside? Xiao Bai had never left the prime minister's compound and was curious about the outside world. Granny Zhang handed her water. Yue Huayin drank it all in one gulp. She pulled out the new clothes and treats. Xiao Bai will take you out someday. These are for you. Granny Zhang felt uneasy about the expense. Granny Zhang said, Miss, you should save for your dowry. Yue Huayin laughed. Don't worry, I've figured out how to make money. This is nothing. Once I'm rich, he'll take care of you. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled. Sister, I want to help make money too. Yue Huayin ruffled his hair. Xiao Bai exclaimed, the buns and tanghulu are delicious. I want to help earn silver for you. Yue Huayin said, you're still young. Leave it to me. They'll find a good tutor for you to study. Xiao Bai's eyes shone at the mention of studying. His peers had already started, but he could barely read until Granny Zhang taught him. Yue Huayin thought about the dead soldiers she could buy at the ghost market. Trained from childhood, they would be loyal and capable. She decided to prepare for the night trip. She needed a disguise. A man's attire would be best. She also needed silver and a weapon just in case. She changed into a dark blue robe, tied her hair up, and smeared her face with a bit of ash to look more rugged. Checking herself in the bronze mirror, she nodded. Not bad. I look like a proper young man. She slipped out of the back door as dusk fell, heading toward the city gate. She found the narrow alley beside the city gate. A few dim lanterns flickered. She took a deep breath and said, red plum blossom in snow. A shadow emerged from the darkness, a tall, silent man. He gestured for her to follow. They walked through winding passages until they reached an underground square. The ghost market was bustling with people in cloaks and masks. Stalls displayed strange artifacts, medicine bottles, and weapons. A woman in a red veil sat behind a bamboo curtain, surrounded by muscular guards. Yue Huayin guessed this was Xuanyang. She approached and bowed. Senior Xuanyang, I heard you sell dead soldiers. I need a few loyal and capable ones. Please show me what you have. Xuanyang's eyes flickered. She snapped her fingers. A row of men and women stepped forward, their eyes cold and expressionless. 3,000 taels each. Take your pick. Yue Huayin examined them. Their movements were uniform, their gazes empty, perfect for her needs. But 3,000 taels each was expensive. She had only 5,000. She bargained, Senior, I'll take two. Hey, raise 5,000. Please give me a discount. Xuanyang laughed. You're bold. Fine, 5,000 for two. Take the ones on the left. Yue Huayin paid and took the two dead soldiers, a man and a woman, both around 20. Their eyes held no emotion, but their bodies were lean and strong. Follow me from now on. Obey my orders without question. They nodded silently. She led them out of the ghost market, feeling a sense of achievement. Returning home, she hid the two dead soldiers in an empty room. She gave them simple instructions: guard the yard and protect Xiao Bai and Granny Zhang. They spoke little but understood everything. She finally had reliable helpers. Tomorrow she would start looking for a shop location to open her restaurant. The next morning, Yue Huayin ate breakfast with Xiao Bai and Granny Zhang. She told them she had hired 2 guards. Granny Zhang was relieved. Xiao Bai was excited. Sister, can I learn martial arts from them? Yue Huayin said, I'll arrange a tutor for you first. Martial arts can come later. After breakfast, she changed into a clean robe and went out again. She planned to visit several real estate agents to find a suitable storefront. The capital's business district was divided into East and West markets. The East market was more upscale, frequented by nobles. The West market was busier with commoners. She needed a medium-sized shop in a good location. She found a vacant shop near the East-West market intersection. It was 2 stories with a kitchen and a small courtyard behind. The landlord asked for 3,000 taels for a 3-year lease. Yue Huayin haggled, finally settling on 2,500. She signed the contract, feeling that her plan was truly taking shape. She returned home and called the 2 dead soldiers. From tomorrow, we start renovating the shop. You 2 will help with the labor and guard the place. We'll go to the market to buy ingredients. They nodded silently. She then went to the kitchen, took out some special spices from her system, and began experimenting with recipes. She made a batch of spicy hot pot base. The aroma filled the entire yard. Granny Zhang came in amazed. Miss, what is this? It smells so good. Yue Huayin smiled. This is hot pot. In winter it's the best. They'll make a killing. She saved some for dinner and stored the rest in sealed jars. Over the next few days, Yue Huayin was busy. She hired a carpenter to renovate the shop, bought tables and chairs, and printed menus. The dead soldiers proved useful. They could do heavy work and never complained. She also trained them in basic serving etiquette. By the end of the week, the shop was ready. She named the restaurant Fragrance Pavilion and planned a grand opening for the next day. She printed flyers and had the dead soldiers distribute them on the streets. The flyers advertised a 50% discount for the first 3 days. She also prepared a special limited-time gift of free dessert for every table. On the opening day, the shop was crowded. The hot pot's aroma attracted passers-by. Yue Huayin personally greeted guests. She wore a male attendant's robe, but her delicate features still drew attention. She didn't care. She just wanted business to succeed. By noon, all tables were full, and there was a long queue outside. The first day's revenue was over 500 taels, far exceeding her expectations. She calculated the net profit after deducting ingredients and rent. It was about 300 taels per day. If this continued, she could open a second branch in a month. She was ecstatic. That night she returned home with a heavy money bag. She gave Granny Zhang 100 taels for household expenses. Granny, we're rich now? Spend freely. Granny Zhang was happy but worrywart. Miss, don't be too ostentatious. The Prime Minister's mansion might cause trouble. Yang Huayin nodded. They'll be careful, but I won't let them bully us anymore. Xiaobai ran in holding a book. Sister, I've learned 10 characters today. Yang Huayin smiled and picked him up. That's great. Keep studying hard. When you're older, I'll hand the business to you. Xiaobai nodded seriously. The family of 3 sat together eating dinner, a sense of peace filling the room. That night, while Zhang Mama and Xiaobai slept soundly, Yang Huayin sprang up from her bed. She quickly changed her clothes and climbed over the wall of the Prime Minister's mansion. Her movements were agile and silent. She disappeared into the dark streets, a shadow in the night. On the opposite rooftop, Yue Huayin watched the nimble figure below. He turned to his guard, Chong. I heard the Prime Minister's eldest daughter was timid and weak, bullied by her stepmother and half-sister. But look at her now. The rumors must be false. Chong watched the sneaking figure below with a shrug. Master, she was indeed weak before. But recently the half-sister knocked her unconscious. After she woke, she became completely different. They say she even beat her own father. Perhaps she has lost her mind. Yue Huayin shot Chong a look of pure disdain. He was too lazy to correct such a ridiculous idea. Chong scratched his head in confusion. Why did his master seem so annoyed? He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? Was he wrong? Yue Huayin decided to find out. He lightly tapped his toes and leaped from the rooftop. He followed Yang Huayin from a distance, curious about her midnight mission. What was she planning to do? They arrived at a narrow alley near the city gate. Yang Huayin looked around cautiously. She checked left and right. Seeing no one, she whispered a strange phrase, the snow plum blossom is red and bright. She couldn't help it. She felt so embarrassed. Even for someone as thick-skinned as her, saying such a corny password made her face flush with heat. She hoped no one had heard. She waited. There was no response. With a sigh, she gritted her teeth and shouted at the top of her lungs, the snow plum blossom is red and bright. Her voice echoed through the alley. Yue Huayin almost burst out laughing. Such a ridiculous password. And she actually shouted it in the street. He shook his head. Couldn't she have just knocked on the door like a normal person? With a creak, the small side door opened. An elderly woman appeared. She wore bright red lipstick and had a large mole on her chin. She stared at Yang Huayin with a knowing look, as if she had been expecting her. Hello, Granny, Yang Huayin said with an innocent smile. I need to go to the ghost market. Could you guide me? The old woman looked her over and then nodded. Come with me. Yang Huayin was startled. The old woman's voice was soft and youthful like a young maiden's. It was completely at odds with her aged face. She couldn't help but wonder about the secret. She followed the old woman through the door. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary residence. But inside it was a hidden world. The passage opened into a bustling underground market lit by lanterns. Young lady, the old woman said, in the ghost market, don't ask unnecessary questions. Don't interfere in others' affairs. Do your business and leave quickly. She handed Yang Huayin a mask. And your disguise is terrible. It's obvious. Yang Huayin felt her confidence shatter. Was her disguise really that bad? She had spent so long in front of the mirror. She thought she looked completely masculine. But apparently it was obvious. She took the mask and put it on. Then with her characteristic boldness, she asked, Granny, I came to buy some people. I heard Snow Lady in the ghost market specializes in selling loyal warriors. Could you tell me where to find her? Ah, Snow Girl, the old woman said. She's the one you need for buying people. Go straight to the end of this street, then turn left. You'll find a red shop. That's her place. Thank you, Granny. Yang Huayin followed the directions and soon found the red shop. She pushed open the door. The shop was empty, filled with shelves and strange items. Is Snow Lady here? She asked loudly. A voice came from upstairs. Doing business, so of course I'm here. But I wonder what kind of business you're interested in, customer. The voice was sweet and seductive, startling Yang Huayin. The voice arrived before the person. It was so beautiful that Yang Huayin felt her ears were blessed. In her original world, such a voice could earn a living just by talking. She was mesmerized. Snow Lady descended the stairs gracefully. She was draped in a flowing red dress, her every move exuding elegance and charm. Yang Huayin stared in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. If Yang Huayin were a man, she would have lost her soul. Aren't you here to do business? Snow Lady asked, tilting her head. Why are you silent now? Yang Huayin finally snapped out of her daze. How embarrassing. She had seen so many famous stars in her past life. Why was she acting like a fool now? Sister, Yang Huayin said, recovering her composure. I want to buy some people from you. I need them for my business. They should all know martial arts. Snow Lady raised an eyebrow. Sister, that's a new way to address me. Sister, Yang Huayin explained, means you're a bit older than me, so I should call you elder sister. But since you're so young and beautiful, I call you little sister instead. She smiled sweetly, laying on the flattery. Snow Lady laughed heartily. You have such a sweet tongue, she said. What kind of business are you in? They'll find the right people for you. Don't worry. The ghost market has strict rules. We never reveal what our clients do. She knew it. Flattery always worked. Now she could get what she wanted. I need a bodyguard, she said, 2 maids and 2 cooks. All of them should be skilled. Easy, Snow Lady said. They'll give you our top picks. Yang Huayin felt a strange sensation. She felt like she was in a brothel. Why did buying people have a top pick? It was weird. Snow Lady clapped her hands. From upstairs, 3 men and 2 women descended. They lined up before her. Introduce yourselves, Snow Lady said. Whether you are chosen depends on your own abilities. 2 women stepped forward first. I am Lu Yun, one said. She is Zisu. Then 2 men stepped forward. I am Sunny Dao, the first said. He is Ma Sanchao. We are both talented cooks. Yue Huayin nodded in satisfaction. Snow Lady truly had good taste. The people were excellent. The last one must be the bodyguard. He stood in black, his face cold and expressionless. He looked exactly like the bodyguards in novels. The black-clad man stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am Wang Dachui, he said. My martial arts skills are adequate. I am capable of killing and arson, and I leave no evidence behind. Yue Huayin choked on her tea, spraying it everywhere. Wang Dachui. That handsome face with such a common name. She couldn't believe it. Wang Dachui looked at her in confusion. Had he said something wrong? Why did she react so strongly? It's fine, fine, Yue Huayin said, quickly wiping her mouth. I just choked on my tea. Nothing wrong. She smiled, awkwardly feeling embarrassed. Without warning, she threw her teacup at Wang Dachui. The sudden fierce attack startled Snow Lady, but she quickly regained her composure and sat down to watch the test. Everyone tensed up. Wang Dachui immediately defended himself. Soon all 6 of them joined the fight. Yue Huayin fought skillfully, growing more satisfied. The others were impressed by her abilities. Finally, she turned and stopped the fight decisively. Everyone, my apologies for the sudden test, she said. I am very satisfied with all of you. Are you willing to follow me? I am easy to get along with. My only rule is that I cannot tolerate betrayal. We are willing to follow you, master, they said in unison. We swear to serve you forever, never betraying. Good, Yue Huayin said. She turned to Snow Lady. Sister, name your price. She touched the silver notes in her pocket. Snow Lady noticed her checking the money and smiled. In my business, prices are never low, she said. These are top quality people. Normally, it would be 1000 taels. But I like you. They'll take just 2000 taels. When Snow Lady said 1000 taels, Yue Huayin clutched her chest in pain. She was about to say she would buy fewer people. But then Snow Lady said 2000 taels. Yue Huayin jumped up in joy. She hugged Snow Lady and kissed her on the cheek. I love you so much, my dear sister. Yue Huayin exclaimed, still hugging her. Her joy was infectious. Snow Lady laughed heartily, patting her on the back. The deal was done. Xuanyang was stunned by the kiss, her cheeks flushing. The 5 onlookers were equally shocked, their minds reeling. Yue Huayin was still in male disguise, and only Xuanyang knew her true gender. The 5 men, adhering to the principle of not looking at impropriety, all lowered their heads. Yue Huayin, seeing the late hour, pulled out some banknotes and pressed them into Xuanyang's hands. Little sister, I need to head back now. Come find me if you need anything, and I wish you prosperity. Oh, you little charmer. Go on home. If you ever need help, just come by any time. And so Yue Huayin spent 2,000 silver taels to acquire 5 people. She was overjoyed, but then suddenly bumped into someone. Oh, you've hurt this young master. A man in a fanged mask rubbed his shoulder. Yue Huayin's skin crawled at his high-pitched yelp. Is this guy? I'm so sorry, so sorry. It was my fault. Yue Huayin apologized immediately, ever the polite one. And how do you intend to make up for hurting me, eh? His voice made Yue Huayin's skin crawl again. It was just too effeminate. Sister, I already apologized. Besides, I didn't hit you that hard. You are so delicate, you must be well protected. Yue Huayin's mind immediately began spinning a BL drama, and she struggled to suppress the fangirl smile, threatening to spread across her face. Sister? Who's your sister? I am a man. Alright, I apologize again. See you later, old sister-in-law. Yue Huayin said, then left with her 5 companions, slapping the man's butt as she passed. The man's body stiffened. His back teeth ground together as he suppressed his rage. Very well, Yue Huayin, is it? Old sister-in-law will be seeing you again soon. Smart as Yun Huaiji was, he instantly caught Yue Huayin's insinuation that he was a homosexual. Dechang beside him was struggling to hold back his laughter, having clearly seen that woman slap his master's rear. Dechang, investigate her. I want all her information before breakfast tomorrow. Dechang, seeing there was work to be done, stopped grinning and rushed off to the intelligence network. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin led her 5 new companions, expertly scaling the walls of the Prime Minister's residence and sneaking into the courtyard. They wondered why she had to be so furtive when returning to her own home, but didn't ask. Let me introduce myself. I am Yue Huayin, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. On the surface, I'm very glamorous, but in reality, I've been living a pretty miserable life. Yue Huayin told them about her past. The 5 of them looked at her with eyes full of sympathy. She had endured so much. But not anymore. Lu Yun and Zisi, you two will be my public attendants. Protect my brother and Nanny Zhang when I'm away. Wang Dachui, you'll come with me on business. Sun Yidao and Ma Sanxiao will teach you new dishes for the restaurant. As you command. Alright, it's getting late. There are 2 empty rooms in the yard. They have bedding and all. Clean up and get some rest. After running around for half the night, Yue Huayin was exhausted. She collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, Lu Yun and Zissou naturally took on the role of maids, sweeping the yard clean and preparing breakfast. When Nanny Zhang woke up, she was stunned to see several new faces in the yard. Her first reaction was that these people were sent by concubine Mei. Zissou knocked on Yue Huayin's door, carrying a basin. Miss, time to wake up. I'm here to help you wash up. She then pushed the door open and walked in. The moment the knock sounded, Yue Huayin was already awake. It was a basic survival instinct for a former agent. She got up, washed up, and was about to find her little brother for breakfast when she saw Nanny Zhang hesitating outside. Nanny Zhang, what are you doing standing here? Have you eaten? Nanny Zhang quickly walked over, lowered her voice, and asked, Miss, why are there so many people in the yard? Did concubine Mei send them again? Her hands trembled involuntarily. She couldn't bear to go back to the old days. She herself could handle it, but she couldn't let the young master and Miss suffer like that again. Nanny, you've misunderstood. I chose them myself from outside. I thought the yard needed some servants and a few more hands would make things. Hearing this, Nanny Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing the truth, her gaze towards Lu Yun and Zissou softened considerably. She was no longer hostile. There was no breakfast from the system today. Lu Yun's cooking was excellent, and this was the first authentic ancient meal Yue Huayin had tasted since arriving in this world. Yue Huayin planned to look at shop spaces today. The restaurant had to be started immediately. She was broke and couldn't get anything done. She found the last 2,000 silver taels and was about to summon Wang Dakui to climb the wall when she heard voices outside. Your Highness, the third prince, my sister has had a rough time. Please don't be angry with her. What's this? Isn't that my scheming half-sister's voice? She had Nanny Zhang hide Xiaobai in the house so she wouldn't corrupt the child's mind when she inevitably started cursing. Tisk, what bad luck hearing dogs barking so early in the morning. Liu Yun, did you hear that? Miss, it sounds like it might be a pair, a male and a female. Lu Yun played along, her voice loud enough for those outside the yard to hear. The third prince's face darkened several shades. He quickened his pace towards the yard. Yang Weiner's lips curled into a smirk. Let's see how you stay arrogant this time, sister. Challenging me for the courtyard will cost you. Yue Huayin was lounging in a rocking chair in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping with Lu Yun and Zissou. The third prince stormed to the entrance, but the scene before him left him stunned. The young girl was barefaced, her eyes lively and breathtakingly beautiful. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Beside her, Yang Weiner suddenly seemed plain and unremarkable. Yang Weiner walked over, seeing Yue Huayin's demeanor made her seethe with hatred. But she pretended to be concerned. Sister, are you well? Mother said you were ill, so I moved to the west courtyard. I'm still a bit uncomfortable there. Listen to her. She's a master of the art of insinuation. Look at how well she plays the victim, Yue Huayin thought, amused. The third prince stood by. The words of expulsion he had prepared wouldn't come out. But with Yang Weiner beside him, he had to save face. Miss Yang, could you perhaps give up this courtyard? The mansion is large, surely there is a more suitable place for you. Yue Huayin looked at the third prince and then at her good sister. She knew exactly what game they were playing. You want to take my yard? She laughed coldly. Let's see if you have the guts to try. Yue Huayin laughed at the shameless words, looking him up and down. May I ask who you are? Why are you in my courtyard? Before the third prince, Yun Lingfeng, could speak, Yang Weiner stepped forward, saying, This is the third prince, Lingfeng's sister. It's normal you don't know him since you rarely step out. Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow. Yang Weiner had some skills bringing in royalty, but given her status, the prince was likely just playing. So the third prince thinks he can just barge into my courtyard without reason. Even in the open-minded Ziyun kingdom, it seems inappropriate for a prince to intrude like this, she challenged. Or do you think your status as a prince grants you impunity? She added, her tone laced with defiance. She continued, My mother is the current prime minister's legitimate wife, and this courtyard is hers. I've lived here while some people have overstayed their welcome. Your excuse is weak. If you're unwell, seek a doctor. This courtyard doesn't have magical healing powers. Your mother is merely a concubine. I can only call her aunt out of respect. Only my mother deserves the title of mother. After her words, Yang Weiner turned pale. Raised in luxury, being reminded of her identity in front of the prince made her feel unsteady. The third prince felt embarrassed. Although Yang Huayin's words were harsh, they were reasonable, leaving him at a loss for words. Miss Yang, I have offended you, he admitted. Since you have, you may leave now. I have no intention of debating with fools, or I need to go out, Yang Huayin replied. Just then a pleasant male voice interrupted. What a lively scene. I didn't expect to see third brother here. The third prince stiffened at the familiar voice and turned to the newcomer, saying, Ninth brother, I rarely see you around. What brings you to the prime minister's residence today? Oh, nothing much. Just passing by. I thought I'd save some silver and comfort tea. The prime minister just got back from court, so I asked him to show me around and ran into you, the ninth prince replied. The third prince rolled his eyes at the ninth prince's flimsy excuse. I saw you here earlier. What are you really discussing? The ninth prince blinked, looking eagerly at his brother. Just some casual chatting. If you like the prime minister's residence, feel free to explore. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The chancellor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everyone knew that the ninth prince was spoiled while the third prince had a more restrained. Yang Weiner gazed at the handsome ninth prince, captivated. The third prince was above average, but the ninth prince was truly exceptional. In terms of looks, the ninth prince surpassed the third prince, and considering his royal lineage, Yang Weiner felt her heart flutter and approached him sweetly. Greetings, ninth prince. I was just talking to my sister, and I hope I didn't disturb you. How about I show you around? It indeed affected my mood. You lack self-awareness if you know you disturb others, but don't leave. By the way, if you're to show hospitality, it should be Miss Huayin, not you. You should leave early, the third prince said coldly. Yang Huayin, who was quietly watching, felt a bit guilty when mentioned. She had no fantasies about the ninth prince, truly none. Yang Weiner, having faced too much humiliation today, could no longer maintain her facade and ran away with red eyes. Chancellor, hurry and comfort your daughter. She seems to have more temper than I do. Miss Yang can show me around here, the ninth prince said with a smile. Ninth prince, you're too kind. She's just a little spoiled due to her young age. How can she compare to you? The chancellor replied, trying to smooth things over. Enough flattery. Just go about your business, the chancellor said, hurriedly leaving the scene, leaving the ninth prince and Yang. Miss Yang, how have you been? Your tongue is still as sharp as ever, the ninth prince greeted. Yang Huayin raised an eyebrow, confused. I believe this is our first meeting, ninth prince. How can this be our first meeting? Miss Yang, you are a noble who forgets easily. You touched someone else's rear and ran off without taking responsibility. Yang Huayin's expression changed rapidly. She had never expected that the person she had touched that night was the ninth prince. Her hand had been too reckless. Haha, could this be fate? Fate is truly mysterious, she laughed awkwardly. Oh, why don't you tell me how it's mysterious, he replied with interest. Yue Huayin's mind raced as she tried to come up with a decent explanation. The ninth prince chuckled at her flustered expression. Were you trying to climb over the wall? Where are you going? Can I come with you? He asked curiously. Yue Huayin sighed. The two had become friends. She accepted her fate and walked with him, her noticeable presence drawing attention from passers-by. Next time you go out, can you wear a mask? She suggested. Why? He asked. So you won't be stared at so much, she replied. Last time I wore a mask, I still got touched, he retorted, causing an awkward silence. By the way, what were you planning to do today? Both had carefree personalities and were now friends. Yue Huayin sighed. I want to find a place to open a restaurant, but the options here are either unsuitable or too expensive. The chefs in the capital's restaurants are quite skilled. What do you plan to use to establish yourself here? He asked, intrigued. Yue Huayin smiled mysteriously, beckoning him to come closer. Yue Huayin approached, curiously eager to hear the girl's clever ideas. Yue Huayin whispered to his ear, I have a brilliant plan. Yue Huayin was left speechless, wondering if he had been tricked. You might as well tell me your ideas. If I find them interesting, I have a shop with Yue Huayin acted mysteriously, boasting about his wealth and influence. Yue Huayin paused, asking, is this for real, Yun? I wouldn't joke with you, young brother. Then what are we waiting for? Take me to your shop. I promise you'll profit greatly. They quickly arrived at a magnificent 3-story restaurant. Yue Huayin felt a twinge of envy. Oh, is this really just... Inside the restaurant was bustling. As they entered, the manager greeted them respectfully. Welcome, master. Are you here to check the... Prepare a private room and some tea and snacks. Yue Huayin led Yue Huayin straight to the 3rd floor where refreshments arrived. Now that you see it, can you share your thoughts? Yue Huayin felt an inexplicable trust in this girl a few years younger than him. Absolutely. Your restaurant is well-staffed and operational. Let's collaborate. You provide the venue and staff, while I provide chefs and recipes, and we split the profits. Great minds think alike. This restaurant has decent profits, but over time patrons may tire of it. I want to know about your unique recipes that can stand out in Kyoto. I have many recipes, but I can't reveal them all at once. It has to be gradual to keep customers coming back. Plus I have a secret dish, hot pot. What's hot pot? It's hard to describe quickly. I need to design a pot for it. We'll draw the plans for you later. We also need to change our service style to be more inviting. Yue Huayin grew more interested, urging her to continue. First, when customers come, they need to feel welcomed. They'll train the staff accordingly. They enjoyed their conversation. Yue Huayin felt lucky to have partnered with such a powerful ally. Being a prince, Yue Huayin could prevent any trouble in his restaurant. To seal the deal, Yue Huayin offered her the restaurant's signature dishes. The manager presented the specialty dishes, and Yue Huayin was impressed by their presentation. She tasted a piece of chicken, finding it acceptable, yet something felt off. Other dishes seemed the same. She was determined that her recipes would wow Kyoto. Prince Joe, I originally thought I had an 80 chance of success, but now I'm confident it's 100. It's getting late. I need to return to dine with my brother. He'll come back in 3 days for training. This time Yue Huayin didn't sneak back. She left openly and confidently. She would return with the same spirit. Upon entering the main gate, a servant approached her, saying the chancellor wanted to see her. Confused about her father's intentions, she fought. In the study, Yang Yochi sat in a chair gazing at Yue Huayin. Memories of her mother flooded back. They looked so alike. What's the matter? Just say it. Yue Huayin found it hard to address him as father. He was more suited to be a eunuch. Yang Yochi didn't beat around the bush. You must be familiar with Prince Joe now. Although I haven't interfered much, you are still a chancellor's daughter, and our family's honor is intertwined. Just speak directly. There's no need for all this fluff. Your sister has taken a liking to Prince Joe. You should introduce them. Yue Huayin was stunned. Truly like attracts like. How could he shamelessly say such a thing? If I remember correctly, she had a vague relationship with the 3rd prince. Now she's moving on to someone better. What do you mean? Wainer and the 3rd prince were purely platonic. He simply admired her talent, and they grew close. If she likes him, let her pursue him herself. What's it to me? After all, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. A mouse's child can dig a hole. With a mother who disrupts other families, her daughter will surely be flighty. How can you speak of your sister like that? It will ruin her future. If she dares to act, she should be prepared for what I say. You should be grateful this discussion is in the study. If you bring up nonsense like this again, I'll announce it publicly and see if you still have any dignity as chancellor. You are simply unreasonable. She is your sister. If she rises to fame, our family will benefit too. Don't you want your Thanks, but I don't need it. I'm not interested in being a gilded cage bird. If you want to sell her for glory, you might end up with nothing. A prince won't take a concubine with just a commoner's status. Also, don't think about legitimizing Mei and Yang. If that day comes, I will personally end you. Yue Huayin finished speaking and left. Yang Yochi stood there drenched in cold sweat, haunted by the image of her gripping his neck. He believed her threat was serious. Back at Xianying courtyard, Lu Yun and Zi Su welcomed her back. Sun Yidao and Ma Sanshao were acting as guards, one standing at the entrance. Miss, lunch is ready. Young master insisted on waiting for you to eat together. It's kept warm in the pot. Okay, tell Zhang Mama and Xiao Bai to join us. Xiao Bai ran out upon hearing Yue Huayin's voice. Sister, today Lu Yun made a lot of delicious food. Sister Lu Yun and Sister Zi Su are amazing. If I behave well, I can eat their meals every day. Zi Su arranged the dishes on the table. Since there weren't many people in their courtyard, Yue Huayin didn't mind the formalities and invited them to sit down to eat. Yue Huayin looked at Xiao Bai, who was still too thin despite a few days of feeding. She secretly took milk from the system and made him drink a cup every morning and evening. Sister, it's sweet. What is it? Xiao Bai asked. It's milk. It helps you grow tall. Hearing that, he gulped down the whole cup and licked his lips happily. After lunch, while Zhang Mami put Xiao Bai to sleep, Yue Huayin returned to her room. She took out paper and pen, planning dishes for her restaurant: hot pot-based lemon chicken feet and daily meals. She also grabbed seasonings like chicken essence and oyster sauce from the system. With a clear plan, Yue Huayin called Sun Yidao and Ma Sanxiao to the small kitchen. She taught them new recipes. Both were naturally talented in cooking and picked up the skills quickly after just a few tips. The yard filled with various aromas all afternoon. Lu Yun Zisu and Xiao Bai crouched at the door swallowing hard. Seeing their eager faces, Yue Huayin took a plate of sweet and sour ribs and told them to share it outside. They treated the ribs like a treasure, eating bite by bite outside. Dinner was the afternoon's creations. Many dishes, but each portion small since they were practice runs. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, spicy mouth-watering chicken, and a big pot of braised mix. The ingredients: pig trotters, duck feet, chicken claws, quail eggs, duck heads, seaweed, knots, lotus root, and gnocchi mushrooms. All came from the system's freezer. The others had never seen such a feast and were curious. Yue Huayin picked up a chicken claw, tasted it, and found it nearly perfect. For a first attempt, talent truly mattered. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, spicy mouth-watering chicken, and a big pot of braised mix. The ingredients: pig trotters, duck feet, chicken claws, quail eggs, duck heads, seaweed. Zhang Mami had never known about Wang Dakui. She was startled when he suddenly appeared. 7 or 8 people gathered around, eating happily. Finally, they all leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their stomachs. Every dish on the table was completely cleaned up, not a scrap left. To avoid indigestion, Sun Yidao took Xiao Bai to the yard to practice horse stance in the evening. Xiao Bai was thrilled and told Yue Huayin he wanted to learn martial arts. She agreed and later asked Wang Dakui to teach him too. Back in her room, Yue Huayin soaked in a hot bath. Lying in bed, she thought about the future. Since she couldn't return, she would live spectacularly in this era. The restaurant problem was temporarily solved, but it wasn't enough. She would eventually have to take her brother and leave this family. Suddenly, she remembered her maternal grandparents' family, a solid support. After her mother's death, they had been heartbroken and never visited again. She decided to take Xiao Bai to see them tomorrow. At breakfast, Yue Huayin asked Zhang Mami about her maternal grandparents' family. At the mention, Zhang Mami's eyes wet. The Duke and his wife loved your mother dearly. She was the most spoiled child in the family. But she met the wrong man, which broke their heart. Yue Huayin comforted her, then asked Xiao, "Why do you want to meet your grandpa, grandma, and uncle? Will they like me?" Xiao Bai's voice trembled, half hopeful, half afraid. His father had never liked him. Would his grandparents? Of course they will. The Duke and his wife are extremely kind to young masters and misses. Zhang Mami spoke up, eagerly remembering her days in the Duke's mansion. Xiao Bai is so cute, everyone loves him. Shall I take you to see them today? Xiao Bai nodded. After breakfast, they set off. Standing in front of the Duke's mansion, Yue Huayin was amazed. The residence was far more magnificent than the Prime Minister's mansion. A guard at the gate approached politely to ask who they were looking for. After Yue Huayin stated her identity, the guard paused, then went inside to report. The Duchess was strolling in the garden when several magpies suddenly landed on a branch, chirping noisily. Her maid Tao Yu smiled. "Old madam, the magpies are singing. A good omen for happy news." The Duchess, old and fond of auspicious words, laughed heartily. "Happy news is good. At my age, I always hope for joyful events in the family." Just then a maid hurried over. "Old madam, the gatekeeper reports that the young lady and young master have arrived." "What? Is that true? Where are they?" The Duchess's hands trembled on her cane. "They're waiting at the gate, ma'am." "Then why wait? Let them in." "No, wait. I'll go myself." The Duchess, leaning on Tao Yu, hurried toward the gate. "Old madam, slow down. The young lady won't run away." Tao Yu worried she might trip, but the Duchess kept moving. Yue Huayin stood at the gate watching an elderly figure hurry toward her. For some reason her eyes grew moist. When the Duchess saw Yue Huayin's face 9 parts similar to her daughter's, she couldn't hold back her tears. She grasped the girl's hand tightly. "Old madam, the wind is strong. Let them come inside first," Tao Yu reminded. Right, I'm getting old and muddled. Come in quickly." Tao Yu prepared tea and snacks. When they sat in the main hall, the Duke returned. He had heard from the guards. Seeing the children, his heart was filled with mixed emotions and unspeakable bitterness. Yue Huayin led her brother to bow. Einer and Xiao Bai pay respects to grandfather and grandmother. Good children, sit down. We don't stand on ceremony here." Zhang Mami knelt on the floor and kowtowed heavily 3 times. This servant pays respects to the Duke and old madam. Tears streamed down her face. Guilt and self-blame for not protecting the mistress. "Get up. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. You've taken care of Einer and the children all these years. That's a credit." The Duchess didn't yet know the hardships they had endured. "Einer, I've been an unworthy grandmother. After your mother passed, your grandfather and I were too heartbroken to face the memories. We never came to see you all these years." Yue Huayin was about to speak when she saw 2 men and 2 women enter the room. The old lady introduced them warmly, saying they were her uncle, aunt, and older cousins who had come to see her. Yue Huayin took Xiao Bai's hand and led him to bow to each relative. The uncle nodded approvingly, the aunt smiled warmly, and the cousins returned the greeting with gentle smiles. Uncle Yu Chenshu was a grand scholar, standing tall with an air of righteousness. His official robes and dignified bearing commanded respect. He looked at the children with a mix of pity and anger. Aunt Su Qingrong was gentle like water, her features delicate like a Jiangnan beauty. She wore a simple yet elegant dress, and her eyes were full of maternal warmth as she looked at Yue Huayin. Cousin Yu Mushing was a jade-like gentleman, his face handsome and refined. He served as the minister of the Court of Judicial Review, and his calm demeanor exuded intelligence and grace. Cousin Yu Ruwei resembled her mother with a gentle and elegant appearance. She stood beside Aunt Su, smiling warmly at Yue Huayin, and Xiao Bai, her eyes full of kindness. Aunt Su gently held Yue Huayin's hand, her voice full of warmth. "Good child, why haven't you visited more? Last time I saw you, you were a little girl. Now you've grown into a young lady. Yue Huayin felt a sudden warmth in her heart. The aunt's gentle touch and kind words reminded her of the mother she had lost. She blinked back tears touched by the affection. Yue Huayin sighed and replied, "It's not that I didn't want to come, but so many things happened, so many circumstances beyond my control." Her voice was low, filled with sadness. Yu snorted coldly, his voice sharp. "Does Yang Yochi have such wide control, even preventing you from visiting your maternal grandparents?" He clenched his fists, anger rising. Yue Huayin then began to recount all the hardships she and Scumbag had endured. She told how concubine Mei entered the household acting arrogantly and quickly seizing control of the family. She described how concubine Mei, after gaining power, mistreated them. They were given stale food, cold rooms, and treated worse than servants. The siblings barely survived each day. After she finished, a heavy silence fell over the room. The old lady wiped her tears, her voice choked with grief. "What a sin! How dare Yang Yochi do this? Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs." Yu roared with fury, slamming his fist on the table. "He deserves punishment. A prime minister's daughter treated worse than a servant. I will make him pay." His face was red with anger. Scumbag stepped forward, carefully taking Yu's hand. "Grandfather, don't be angry. You'll hurt yourself. Sister is very strong now. We won't go hungry anymore. When I grow up, he'll protect her too." The little boy's eyes were so determined, his voice firm despite his age. Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He patted Scumbag's shoulder, a proud smile spreading across his face. Yu praised the boy. "Good, truly the blood of our Yu family. A man should be brave and responsible." Scumbag's ears turned red. It was his first time being praised so highly. Uncle Yu Chunshu clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anger. "Yang Yochi has gone too far. He deceived my sister, and now he mistreats her children. We should go to his mansion and demand an explanation." The old lady slammed her golden thread Nanmu cane on the floor, the sound echoing. "Right? We've been silent for too long. He thinks he's someone. First he favored his concubine over his wife, then confused the family hierarchy." Aunt Su gently intervened, her voice calm and soothing. "Father-mother, as hateful as the prime minister is, it's not urgent. The children have suffered. Let them rest first. We can discuss this tomorrow." Cousin Yu Mushing agreed with a gentle smile. "Mother is right. Brother and sister must be tired. Let's have lunch and rest. We'll discuss the prime minister's mansion tomorrow." His voice was warm and reassuring. Yue Huayin looked at Yu Mushing, feeling a sudden warmth. She admired his calmness and kindness. Then she thought of the original owner. With such a strong family, how could she have lived so miserably? The old lady asked Xiao by what he wanted for lunch. He replied simply, "Anything that fills me up is fine. I'm not picky." Everyone's heart ached at his humble words. At lunch, the table was piled high with all kinds of dishes. The old lady seemed determined to make up for years of neglect. Steaming bowls and plates filled every inch of the table. Scumbag's eyes sparkled at the sight of so much food. He was a little foodie, unable to resist delicious dishes. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks, his face lighting up with joy. Cousin Yue sat beside Yue Huayin and placed a piece of water chestnut cake in her bowl. "This is sweet and delicious. You should try it, sister," she said with a gentle smile. Yue Huayin took a bite of the cake, her eyes brightening. "Delicious," she said with a smile. Yue was genuinely happy to see her cousin enjoy the treat, her smile widening. Yue Huayin felt extremely comfortable at her maternal grandparents' home. There was no scheming, no fighting. Everyone was harmonious and kind. She sighed with relief, feeling safe for the first time in years. She noticed that neither her grandfather nor her uncle had concubines. In this era, that was rare. Many wealthy families arranged chambermaids for their sons at a young age. The Yu family was different. After lunch, Yue took Yue Huayin and Scumbag to see the back garden. The old lady had loved flowers in her youth, so the entire garden was a sea of blossoms, colorful and fragrant. While the ladies enjoyed the garden, Yue, his son and grandson, sat in the hall to discuss the prime minister's mansion. They strategized how to confront Yang Yochi and demand justice for the children. Yu Mushing proposed bringing the siblings to live in the Duke's mansion for their safety. Yu agreed, but said they should first go to the prime minister's mansion tomorrow to settle the matter. The next morning, the old lady donned her official robes, looking dignified and formidable. She led Yue Huayin and Scumbag to the prime minister's mansion to demand an explanation. Yu and Yu Chunshu accompanied them. The carriage arrived at the prime minister's mansion. The gatekeeper, seeing the Duke's carriage, rushed inside to report in panic. Master, the Duke and his family are here." Yang Yochi was startled by the news. He hurried to the door, forcing a flattering smile. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have come to welcome you personally." Yu said coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "If we don't deserve such courtesy." Yang Yochi's smile faltered, sensing trouble. He began to feel uneasy, sweat beading on his forehead. Yang Yochi forced a smile and gestured inside. "Let's go inside and talk. Please come in." He was worried about gossip in the capital, hoping to avoid a public scene. Once in the hall, before Yang Yochi could even sit, the old lady launched into a stern questioning. "Yang Yochi, I ask you, how have you treated my 2 grandchildren? If you can't raise them, the Duke's mansion can." Yang Yochi broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. "I've been busy with official duties, so I neglected them a bit. But I never mistreated them. Please believe me." The old lady retorted, her voice sharp as a blade. "Not mistreated. You feasted while your own children ate cold steamed buns. Is that your idea of not mistreating them?" Yang Yochi stammered, trying to shift the blame. "I was unaware. The concubine may manage the household. She deceived me, hiding the truth. I was negligent, but not cruel." Yue Huayin watched from the side, almost applauding her grandmother's boldness. The old lady's sharp words left her father Yang Yochi completely speechless. Before he could recover, Yue Huayin dropped a new bombshell that stunned everyone in the room. Yue Huayin spoke coldly. My mother's dowry was legendary, 10 miles of red bridal gifts. By law, the dowry belongs to the woman personally and can be passed to her daughters. So where are all those items now? Her voice echoed in the silent hall. Yang Yochi blinked in confusion. He had never bothered with such trivial matters, always leaving them to his concubine Mei. According to the law, a woman's dowry remained her own property, so he didn't see why his daughter was making a fuss about it. Yang Yochi waved his hand dismissively. Everything is still in the mansion's warehouse. Yue Huayin smiled coldly. Since it's here, then trouble the prime minister to have them counted and sorted. Otherwise, if the rats drag them away, what a pity that would be. Yang Yuki's face flushed with anger, alternating between green and white. She was clearly doubting him. The household affairs are all handled by concubine Mei. If you want an inventory, summon her, he said stiffly, pointing toward the door. The servant hurried off and soon returned with concubine Mei. She had been delighted when summoned, her face flushed with pleasure. But the moment she entered the courtyard and saw the imposing guest, her smile froze and her heart began to race. Concubine Mei approached with a forced smile. My lord, you called for me. Before Yang Yochi could answer, a maid shouted, presumptuous. You haven't bowed to the Duke and Duchess. How rude. The sharp voice cut through the air. Tower, the head maid, stepped forward and reprimanded her loudly, her voice full of authority. Concubine Mei's face went white as a sheet. She was adept at small tricks in the backyard, but she had never encountered such a formal confrontation before. Concubine Mei knelt and said timidly, this humble concubine greets the Duke and Duchess. But Tower immediately corrected her. According to Ziyun law, only the wife and secondary wife may call themselves concubine. A mere concubine must say slave. After she had finished the first greeting, Tower added another pointed remark. Biting her lip, concubine Mei suppressed her shame and repeated, this slave greets the Duke and Duchess. Her voice trembled with humiliation. The Duchess didn't even tell her to stand. She looked down at her and said, the Prime Minister says you are in charge of the dowry of Einer's mother. We will inventory it today and take it back. Your services are no longer needed. Concubine Mei's heart skipped a beat. The dowry items were all exquisite treasures. She had long treated them as her own possessions and even given some away as gifts to boost her status. How could she possibly return them now? Concubine Mei turned to Yang Yochi with a desperate look. My lord. But the Duchess cut her off. The Prime Minister said the items are in your care. Why are you looking at him? Put away that cheap courtesan act. The Duchess' words stabbed into concubine Mei's chest like a sharp blade. Yang Yochi, oblivious, said, Meyer, just take out the things and let her leave with them. What are you staring at me for? He was completely clueless. Yang Yochi, completely oblivious, didn't catch concubine Mei's desperation. She was about to pass out from anger. Seeing her stall, Yue Huayin cut and coldly, concubine Mei, your hesitation makes me think you've stolen my mother's dowry. Yang Yochi turned to concubine Mei, eyes wide with shock. What she said, is it true? Concubine Mei fell to her knees, tears streaming. My lord, please listen to me. I had no choice. Her voice was desperate. A calm voice cut in a fine excuse. A concubine stealing the legal wife's dowry. If this goes to the officials, you'll be rotting in jail for the rest of your life. It was Yu Muxing speaking for the first time, his tone icy. Yu Muxing, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. Yang Huayin glanced at him surprised. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No. Please don't report me. Concubine Mei wailed, throwing herself on the ground. Concubine Mei prostrated herself on the floor, sobbing, please don't go to the authorities. I didn't steal it. I only used a small portion because I had to. The rest is still here. Her face was a mess of tears and mucus. Yang Yochi closed his eyes in despair. You have disappointed me. You lack nothing in this house. Food, clothes, everything. What desperate reason could you have to steal from the dowry? His voice was heavy with disappointment. The Duke, growing impatient, stood up and declared, we did not come here to watch this farce. We still have the original dowry list. I advise you to replace everything missing within 3 days. If not, we will report this to the authorities. With that, the Duke took Yue Huayin's hand. Einer, come with your grandfather to the Duke's mansion. This place is a den of wolves, a man-eating pit. I cannot rest easy leaving you and your brother here. His eyes were full of concern. Yue Huayin accompanied them to the gate. Grandfather, grandmother, I cannot go with you yet. After I finish handling some things here, I will come to visit you. Her voice was firm, but gentle, showing her determination. The Duchess held her hand, reluctant to let go. You have your own ideas, so I won't force you. But remember, if you need anything, come to the Duke's mansion or find Mushing at the Court of Judicial Review. She squeezed her hand tightly. Yue Huayin nodded. I understand, grandmother. She watched the carriage disappear, then led her younger brother back to their courtyard. Xiaobai, do you like our grandparents' home? She asked softly, looking down at him. I like it, Xiaobai said. Grandfather and grandmother are good. Uncle, aunt, and cousins are all nice too. Yue Huayin smiled. Then if you had to choose between here and the Duke's mansion, which would you pick? Xiaobai looked up at her with trust. He'll stay wherever sister stays. I want to be with you. Touched. Yue Huayin ruffled his hair and told him to go practice martial arts with Wang Dachui, watching him run off happily. When Yue Huayin returned to her room, she was startled to find a man inside. Yun Huaiji, clad in an ostentatious purple robe, was leaning lazily against a pillar, a smirk on his face, as if he owned the place. Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow. When did you arrive? I didn't know you had the hobby of sneaking into young ladies' rooms. Her tone was sarcastic, but he just grinned, clearly unfazed by her sharp words. Yun Huaiji, unfazed by her sarcasm, grinned. What a coincidence. I happened to pass by the Prime Minister's mansion and heard a lively drama. Why pay for a street performance when I can watch for free? And it was truly spectacular. Yue Huayin rolled her eyes. That excuse sounded oddly familiar. Stop joking. What's the real reason you came? She crossed her arms, waiting for a serious answer. He finally put on a more serious expression. Yue Huayin casually sat down, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip before answering. The special pot you designed last time has been made. When do you want to try out some new recipes? He looked at her expectantly. Yue Huayin's eyes lit up that fast. Money really greases the wheels. They'll go to the restaurant tomorrow to test the new recipes. If they're good, we can talk about when to launch. She was already planning in her mind. Yue Huayin nodded in agreement, and after finalizing the plan, he skillfully vaulted over the courtyard wall. Yue Huayin shook her head, thinking the wall was as good as decoration. He was always so dramatic. The front hall was in an uproar. After Yue Huayin's departure, Yang Yochi fumed over the missing dowry. He knew concubine Mai's family. Her father was a hopeless gambler. She must have been supporting him. Just as he was about to explode, concubine Mai collapsed. The servants quickly summoned a physician. The old doctor took her pulse repeatedly, then turned to Yang Yochi with a smile. Congratulations, my lord. The lady is with child. The news struck like a thunderbolt. Yang Yochi stood stunned. Pregnant. He was going to be a father again. The anger that had filled his heart just moments ago evaporated, completely replaced by a dazed joy. He stared at the unconscious woman, his mind blank. Concubine Mai felt a knot in her stomach upon hearing she was pregnant. She touched her belly, bewildered. Doctor, are you certain? She asked, her voice trembling. Yang Yochi, afraid of mishearing, confirmed with the doctor again. Absolutely, I've been practicing for over a decade. I can't mistake a pregnancy pulse, the doctor replied confidently. Overjoyed, Yang Yochi sent the doctor off and carefully helped concubine Mai lie down. He gently covered her with a blanket, his eyes full of tenderness. Taking advantage of the moment, concubine Mai said, "It's all my fault. My gambling-addicted father owed debts. I had to borrow from the accounts, intending to repay soon. But they came demanding payment today." She began to cry softly. Yang Yochi quickly held her shoulder and comforted her. "It's not your fault. Now that you're with child, you mustn't be too emotional." His voice was soft and reassuring. Concubine Mai shyly nestled in his arms and playfully punched his chest. "No need to be so careful. It's not my first child," she said, her cheeks flushed. Yang Weiner watched them with a dark, unreadable expression. She felt no joy. If the baby was a boy, would his status surpass hers? Jealousy churned in her heart. Yue Huayin had no time for their petty affairs. She learned of concubine Mai's pregnancy from Wang Dazui, who overheard it while strolling on the roof. The next day, Yue Huayin arrived at the restaurant as promised. In the backyard warehouse, 30 hot pot pots were neatly arranged. "How are they? If anything's wrong, the craftsman can fix it," Ninth Prince asked. "They're excellent. Even better than I expected." "Let's try them now," Yue Huayin said excitedly. She directed the servants to bring a stove and prepare the ingredients. Yue Huayin asked the waiter to bring a stove. She cleaned the pot, added spicy hot pot base, stir-fried it, then poured chicken broth into the other half. The rich aroma began to fill the air. While the pot heated up, Yue Huayin ran to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. Hot pot needed tripe, but people in this era didn't know how to cook it properly. She sliced beef and gathered vegetables. She also stir-fried a bowl of sole egg fried rice. The chef was amazed. He had never seen rice cooked like a dish. Yue Huayin grinned, realizing she had discovered another business opportunity. Through conversation, Yue Huayin learned that egg fried rice didn't exist in this era. She chuckled to herself, another golden opportunity. Though easy to imitate, the essence was hard to replicate. All dishes were ready, and the pot was boiling. Yue Huayin looked at the raw meat and vegetables on the table, unsure how to proceed. Yue Huayin handed him a dipping sauce bowl. "Let me teach you. Pick your favorite food, blanch it in the pot, then dip it in the sauce." She picked up a piece of tripe, cooked it, and placed it in Yue Huayin's bowl. "This is the spicy side. The other side is mild, so everyone can enjoy whatever they like. Try it." She smiled encouragingly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Yue Huayin bit into the tripe. An unprecedented flavor exploded on his tongue. He imitated her and picked up beef, but Yue Huayin warned, "Each ingredient has a different cooking time. Overcooked tripe gets tough, a beef gets dry. We'll need someone to teach diners." Yue Huayin nodded repeatedly. The idea was brilliant. If customers didn't know how to cook properly, the taste would suffer. That would ruin the restaurant's reputation. He was impressed by her foresight. When Yue Huayin tasted the tripe, tears almost came to her eyes. She had longed for this hot pot for so long. After a satisfying meal, she looked at Yue Huayin expectantly. "So, Ninth Prince, what do you think? You've tasted all kinds of delicacies. How does this hot pot compare?" she asked, leaning forward with curiosity. "I think it's fantastic. If I'm not mistaken, the secret is in that piece of seasoning you added earlier. As long as no one can replicate the recipe, this hot pot will be unique in the capital." "Exactly. Ninth Prince is very clever. I have some other new dishes, and the chef's son Idao and Ma Sanxiao already know how to make them. Let me tell you about the service details." "I'm all ears." Yue Huayin sat up straight, ready to absorb every detail. Yue Huayin took a deep breath and began outlining her plan. "First, we need greeters at the door, smiling to welcome every guest. All menu items should be listed on price boards for customers to order. Hot pot diners get a free pot of sour plum drink. We'll also have a cabinet with my pastries delivered regularly by Wang Dazui along with the hot pot base." Yue Huayin's eyes grew brighter with each point. These ideas were so novel. His curiosity about Yue Huayin deepened. According to intelligence, she had been timid after her mother's death, but now she had changed completely. Was it long-term strategy or something else? "Hey, are you even listening?" Yue Huayin noticed his unfocused gaze. "Of course I am. Your ideas are excellent, novel and promising." He snapped back to attention. "That's for sure. Your restaurant will be booming. How about cooperating on other projects later?" Yue Huayin winked. "Cooperate, I understand, but what is project?" Yue Huayin asked, confused. "Oh, it's so hard to talk to you. Project just means other business ventures. Would you be willing to join me? Yue Huayin rolled her eyes playfully. Do you have more ideas? Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow. Yue Huayin smiled mysteriously. Just tell me if you're willing. I promise you won't lose money. Since you put it that way, you'll definitely be in, Yue Huayin replied with a grin. Somehow Yue Huayin felt a destined bond with this woman. He couldn't explain it. Little did he know he was absolutely right. Their fates were intertwined. Thinking of her family situation, Yue Huayin pulled out a jade flute from his robe. Take this as a gift. If you ever need help, just blow this whistle. He handed it to her with a serious expression. Dechang, watching from the shadows, nearly dropped his jaw when he saw the jade flute being given away. Yue Huayin examined it. It was made of excellent jade, smooth and cool to the touch. Thanks, but I didn't bring anything today. I can't give you a return gift. Yue Huayin tucked the flute into her robe and patted it. No need. Your thank you is enough for me. After all, I'm relying on you to earn my future bride price. Then your future wife will be lucky. They'll make sure you earn a fortune. Well, I should get going. They'll train the staff over the next few days, and the new dishes will launch in 3 days, Yue Huayin said as she stood up. I'm really looking forward to it, little Yin, Yue Huayin teased. Yue Huayin shuddered, goosebumps all over. She gave him a look as if he were a pervert. Was he really a gay? Yue Huayin shook off the goosebumps and left the restaurant. She had a lot of work ahead, training the chefs, preparing ingredients, and setting up the shop. The hot pot business was about to change everything. In the Chancellor's mansion, chaos erupted shortly after Yue Huayin left. Yang Weiner suddenly fainted while walking in the yard with her mother, concubine Mei. The concubine immediately sent Chunhong to fetch a doctor. After Chunhong left, Yang Weiner got up from the ground, returned to her room, and lay on the bed. She nervously grasped her mother's hand. Mother, are you sure we won't be discovered? Don't worry, just pretend to be unconscious. When Yang Yoshi arrived, he saw his daughter lying pale on the bed and concubine Mei wiping tears beside her. What happened? How did she suddenly fall ill? Concubine Mei cried even louder upon seeing Yang Yoshi. My lord, please save Weiner. If anything happens to her, I don't want to live either. Just as she wailed, Chunhong rushed in with a doctor, panting heavily. Doctor, please save my daughter. The old doctor felt her pulse, his brow furrowing. He switched hands and felt again. Yang Yoshi couldn't help asking, Doctor, what's wrong with my daughter? Chancellor, this illness came on fiercely and is difficult to cure. The old doctor stroked his beard. Difficult? So it can be cured. No matter how expensive the medicine, we can afford it. Yang Yoshi was anxious. The herbs are easy to find, but the medicinal lead. What lead? Please speak freely. The doctor took a breath. The lead requires the heart blood of a blood-related male child. The room fell into deadly silence. The only blood-related male child was Yang Yubai. My lord, you can't just watch Weiner die. Concubine Mei began wailing again. Doctor, is there no other way? This is too cruel. Yang Yoshi couldn't bear it. I've given the only option. It's up to you, Chancellor. The doctor bowed. My lord, Weiner is my life. If she dies, I'll follow with the child in my belly. Concubine Mei rushed toward a pillar. Yang Yoshi panicked and grabbed her. What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't save her. What if you hurt the baby? In the end, Yang Yoshi ordered someone to fetch Xiao. Xiaobai was practicing martial arts with Wang the hammer in the yard. Hearing footsteps outside, Wang vanished instantly. A servant entered and said, Young master, the Chancellor wants you. Father, what does he want me for? I don't know, please come with me. Xiaobai looked at his guard Liu Yun and decided to go. Maybe his father finally remembered him. Sister Liu Yun's sister Zissou, he'll be back soon. We'll go with you. Liu Yun didn't trust the Chancellor. She wasn't as naive. Xiaobai nodded, and the three went to the west courtyard. As soon as they entered, Liu Yun felt the tense atmosphere and watched. Father, you called for me. Xiaobai looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar man, feeling excited. Come here, son. I want to discuss something with you. Xiaobai walked slowly to his side, looking up at him. Yang Yoshi patted his head. Xiaobai, I've neglected you all these years. Xiaobai's heart ached, but also leaped with joy. This was the first time his father had touched his head, spoken so gently. Finally, his father was looking at him. They'll make it up to you from now on. But today I need your help. Can you? What help, father? Your sister Weiner is sick. She needs your blood as medicine. Xiaobai felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. His heart instantly turned cold. The father he had looked up to collapsed in his mind. He shook his head and stepped back. I don't want to. Yang Yoshi didn't expect refusal. His face darkened. How can you be so selfish? It's just a little blood. If you don't save her, she'll die. Xiaobai's face was pale, staring at him in disbelief. Each word stabbed like a knife, severing the last shred of familial love. Losing patience, Yang Yoshi decided to use force. He ordered servants to hold Xiaobai down. Liu Yun and Zissou immediately stepped in front of the boy. Furious that even maids dared defy him, Yang Yoshi slammed the table. Get out of the way, or he'll sell you both. We're not slaves. You have no right. Liu Yun retorted. We only obey our mistress. We have nothing to do with your household. Liu Yun stood firm, not moving an inch. Fine. Let's see how capable you are. Yang Yoshi signaled the servants. Just as the servants were about to move, a sharp shout came from outside the courtyard. Who dares? Yang Huayin had returned from the inn, sensed trouble, and rushed over. Xiaobai saw her, and couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed into her arms, sobbing, Sister, father wants my blood for Weiner. I refused, so he tried to force me. He hadn't cried during the ordeal, but now seeing his most beloved sister, he couldn't stop. The tears carried all his disappointment and heartbreak. Yang Huayin's blood pressure soared. That bastard actually did this. Using human blood for medicine. She had never heard of such nonsense. She comforted Xiaobai and handed him to Liu Yun. She slowly approached Yang Yoshi. Each step felt like a hammer on his heart. He had always been terrified of this daughter. Yang Yoshi, how dare you? Have I been too nice lately, making you think I'm easy to bully? Her voice was cold, carrying a threat that made the whole room shudder. Yang Youqi retreated, the familiar oppressive feeling washing over him. He stammered a warning, reminding his daughter of filial duty, but his words held no conviction. Yue Huayin didn't bother with his threats. She pulled the whip from her waist and lashed out. Blood immediately stained his pristine white robes, a stark and shocking contrast. Concubine Mei shrieked and rushed to shield Yang Youqi. She hadn't anticipated Yue Huayin's brutal return, realizing it would now be impossible to take the blood they needed. Yue Huayin's voice was ice cold. She had given them chances, but they had pushed her too far. Now she was done playing nice. Yang Youqi accused her of patricide, spitting out venomous words. He argued that his son Xiao Bai only needed to give a little blood to save his sister. Yue Huayin scoffed. She was her mother's daughter, not his. His precious daughter from a concubine wasn't worth a single drop of her brother's blood. Yang Youqi laughed a cruel, bitter sound. He slandered her mother's honor, hinting that her brother Xiao Bai might not even be. Enraged, Yue Huayin's whip flew again, raining down blows until he was a bloody mess. She then wrapped the whip around his neck, tightening it slowly. Yang Youqi was terrified. He felt like he was suffocating, his lips turning blue. Concubine Mei trembled in the corner, too scared to intervene. Just as he thought he would die, Yue Huayin released him. He collapsed, coughing violently, feeling a pang of disappointment as he looked at the cowering concubine Mei. A voice, crisp and amused, cut through the tension. It was the 9th Prince Yue Huaiji, who had arrived just in time to witness the Prime Minister. Seeing the prince croak for help, Yue Huaiji asked with feigned concern why he was lying on the cold ground. Yue Huayin crossed her arms and asked the prince a question. Had he ever heard of using human blood to cure someone's illness? Yue Huaiji rubbed his chin, pretending to think. He hadn't. Was someone in her family ill? He offered to summon the imperial physician immediately. Yue Huayin thanked him and then made another request. She wanted to sever all ties with her father Yang Youqi and asked the prince to be a witness. The 9th prince was momentarily surprised, but then he nodded in understanding. Had never thought much of the prime minister's family anyway. A servant quickly prepared the legal document. Yue Huayin skimmed it and handed it to Yang Youqi. It officially ended their father-daughter relationship. Yang Yuqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally realized the 9th prince was on his daughter's side. Fine. He declared she would get no more money and would no longer be recognized as the eldest daughter of the prime minister's manor. He pressed his bloody thumbprint onto the document. Yue Huayin picked up the document, a cold smile on her lips. She scoffed as if she had ever valued that identity. Just then the imperial physician Li arrived, huffing and puffing, carrying his medicine box. He bowed to the 9th prince. Li asked who was ill. The 9th prince pointed to the room where the supposedly dying girl lay, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li headed for the patient's room, but concubine Mei blocked his way. She insisted her daughter was an unmarried girl and no man could enter her room. The physician tried to reason with her, saying doctors see no gender. He warned that if she didn't let him in, the girl might die inside without. Concubine Mei snapped at him, calling him a liar. The physician shook his head in dismay at her uncouth behavior. The 9th prince chimed in, a sly smile on his face. He asked if it was all just an act, since she was so reluctant to let the. A scream echoed from the house. Yang Weiner, the supposedly ill daughter, burst out of the room, shrieking about a snake. Seeing her full of energy, Yang Youqi was confused. He looked from her to concubine Mei, a dawning realization on his face. The 9th prince fanned the flames, noting that Miss Yang didn't seem to have a terminal illness. Yang Youqi demanded an explanation from concubine Mei. Concubine Mei's eyes darted around. She stammered that her daughter had suddenly recovered, then tried to shift the blame to the old doctor from earlier. Seizing the moment, Li grabbed Yang Weiner's wrist and took her pulse. His expression turned serious. Impossible. He declared her pulse was strong and healthy. She showed no signs of a recent illness, even a common cold. Yang Youqi trusted the emperor's physician. He turned his rage on the old doctor, blaming him for the whole fiasco and ordering him to be beaten. The old doctor panicked, desperately trying to catch concubine Mei for help, but she looked away, abandoning him. Realizing he was being used, the old doctor made a decision. He kowtowed and confessed everything, crying out that concubine Mei had orchestrated the whole scheme. Concubine Mei's face twisted with rage. She accused him of lying to save his own skin. The 9th prince's interest was piqued. He told the old doctor to explain everything, how exactly concubine Mei had instructed. Yang Weiner, knowing she had ruined everything, stood silently in the corner, her head bowed. Still, her eyes kept sneaking glances at the handsome 9th prince. Yue Huayin felt disgusted by the ambiguous, scheming look in her eyes. Yet curiosity stirred within her. Why were they staging this farce today? She suppressed her nausea and stood silently, waiting to see their true intentions. The room was tense, and everyone seemed to be hiding something. The old physician sighed, explaining that Mei's father had harassed his daughter. Mei then forced him to fake a story about Yue Huayin needing the young master's blood. Out of fear for his daughter, he reluctantly agreed. Now he begged for justice and mercy, his voice trembling with despair. Even Yue Huayin was stunned by the shocking revelation. She shook her head in disbelief. What a bizarre pair of father and daughter. One eagerly became a concubine, the other forced innocent women to be his concubines. It was absurd, yet she felt a hint of amusement at their twisted logic. Yang Youqi turned to Mei, his eyes cold. Is what he said true? Mei denied it, fiercely yelling that he was slandering her. Yang Youqi pressed further, asking for evidence. But in his heart, he already believed the physician's story. The room fell silent, waiting for an answer. Yang Youqi was already half convinced of Mei's guilt. He saw the desperation in her eyes and the truth in the physician's words. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of anger at the betrayal. He knew he must uncover the whole truth and restore justice to his household. The physician added that many vendors had seen May visiting his shop yesterday. If they doubted, they could send someone to inquire. May was pregnant and wanted to secure her child's future by eliminating the young master, the only male heir. The crowd gasped at the revelation of her ruthless scheme. The crowd erupted in shock, murmuring about Mai's cruelty. Yue Huayin stepped forward, his face cold. He told them to handle their family affairs privately, but added that he didn't know the prime minister's household allowed a concubine's family to bully the common people. His tone was sharp and authoritative. Yue Huayi's face turned icy with displeasure. He stated that he could tolerate jokes, but he would not allow the people to be toyed with. Yang Yoshi quickly bowed and apologized, admitting his negligence in managing his household allowed such treachery. He promised to rectify the situation. Yue Huayin continued, his voice sharp. Since you can't even manage your family, how can you serve the court? He'll report to the emperor and ask him to give you a leave. Fix your household first before returning. The threat was clear. Yang Yuki's face turned pale with fear. Yang Huayin admired how having high status made everything easier. She watched as Yue Huayin effortlessly intimidated her father by invoking the emperor's name. She smirked, thinking it was a useful trick. She wished she could wield such power someday, but for now she enjoyed the show. Yang Huayin reminded them that she had already stated her intention to take away her mother's entire dowry. She ordered them to have it inventoried immediately. She was tired of watching their farce and wanted to leave. Her tone was final and authoritative, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Huayin pressed hard, so May had no choice but to order the current items be brought out. Zissou checked the inventory against the list. Most items matched, but the account book for a manor showed significant discrepancies. It was clear that May had been embezzling funds. Yang Huayin pressed hard, so May had no choice but to order the current items be brought out. Zissou checked the inventory against the list. Most items matched, but the account book for a manor showed significant discrepancies. It was clear that May had been embezzling funds. Zissou reported the issue to Yang Huayin. Zissou reported that 50,000 taels of silver were missing from the manor's account. She knew the account was fraudulent. Yang Huayin raised an eyebrow and turned to May, her voice cold. Did you hear that? 50,000 taels missing. Make it up now. Mai's face turned pale at the demand. May looked desperately at Yang Yoshi for help, her eyes pleading. She really couldn't produce the silver. Yang Yoshi was shocked and demanded an explanation. 50,000 taels. How could you spend so much? He was furious at the waste and mismanagement of the household funds. Yang Yuki's annual salary was modest, and he had no savings. 50,000 taels was a staggering sum for him. He couldn't believe May had squandered so much. His anger grew with each passing moment. He demanded to know where the money had gone, his voice rising with fury. May argued that the household expenses were high and his salary was insufficient. She also needed to buy jewelry for Wainer each year, so she had to use the dowry money without permission. She claimed it was necessary, but Yang Yoshi was not convinced. He knew it was an excuse for embezzlement. Yang Huayin dismissed their excuses and insisted the 50,000 taels must be repaid today. She dragged a chair over, sat down, and crossed her legs nonchalantly. Yue Huayin copied her posture without hesitation. Da Qiang, standing behind, muttered about the copycat, making the scene both tense and amusing. Yang Yoshi, still wounded and in pain from his earlier beating, said through gritted teeth, "Even if you stay here all day, we cannot produce the silver." He was exhausted and defeated, his voice weak but firm. He knew he had no choice but to find the money somehow. Seeing Yang Huayin's aggressiveness, Yang Wainer glared at her with hatred. She stepped forward and addressed Yue Huayin, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, my stepmother has worked hard managing the household. She deserves some leniency. Please grant us a few more days." She hoped to sway him with her charm. Yue Huayin replied coldly, telling her to plead with Yang Huayin instead. He said it was May who had embezzled the money and debt must be repaid. It was a matter of justice, and he wasn't going to intervene. His tone was dismissive, leaving no room for further argument. Yue Huayin was puzzled that he was being dragged into this. Yang Wainer continued, her voice pleading. "Your Highness is right in principle, but the household really cannot afford this sum. Yang Huayin has lived here for years, yet shows no regard for family ties." She tried to appeal to emotion and pity. Yang Huayin retorted sarcastically, "Family ties? You fed us cold buns and made us live in a broken yard. If you're so good at manipulating people, you should join a pyramid scheme." She was disgusted by the hypocrisy. Her words stung Yang Wainer, who recoiled in embarrassment. Yang Wainer turned to Yue Huayin, her eyes filled with tears. She pleaded for his help, offering to serve him from now on as a token of gratitude. Her implication was clear, and she blushed, lowering her head. She hoped he would accept her offer and save them from this predicament. After saying this, Yang Wainer blushed and lowered her head. Her words were ambiguous, carrying a suggestive meaning. Yue Huayin's face turned cold. He repeated her word with disdain, "Serve." He was clearly offended by her bold and improper suggestion. Yue Huayin sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You are not worthy to serve me. I advise you to drop any improper thoughts." He made it clear that he was not interested. Yang Wainer was humiliated, her face turning pale as she realized her scheme had failed. Yang Wainer was crushed by his words. She staggered, her body trembling. She had always been proud of her beauty and was used to being admired by young masters. Never had she been so humiliated. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to maintain her composure. Yang Wainer cried out in despair, "Your Highness, I don't understand. What does Yang Huayin have that I lack?" Tears streamed down her face. She couldn't figure out why her peaceful life had suddenly been ruined by Yang Huayin's return. She was consumed by jealousy and confusion. Yang Huayin had been watching the drama with amusement, enjoying the show. But when the topic suddenly turned to her, she felt awkward. She scratched her nose and looked around, trying to avoid the attention. She didn't know how to respond to being suddenly dragged into the argument. Yue Huayin answered her seriously, his eyes unwavering. From beginning to end you are inferior to Yue Huayin inside and out. His words were a final blow, leaving no room for argument. Yang Weiner was devastated, her last hope shattered by his cold, honest response. Yang Weiner retorted angrily, "But what is so good about her? She even beat her own father. That shows how vicious she is." Yue Huayin replied without hesitation, he deserved it. If she had killed him, it would be ridding the world of a menace. Yang Weiner was stunned by his reply. Yue Huayin added that even if Yang Huayin killed him, it would be doing the world a favor. Yang Weiner collapsed to the floor, realizing she could never win his heart. Then Yang Yochi stepped in, tired of the quarrel, and announced he would pay the 50,000 taels to end the matter. Yang Yochi rubbed his temples wearily. He had lost all face today. His own daughter had thrown herself at a man, and now he had to pay a huge sum. His reputation was ruined, and he felt humiliated. He wished the day would end, and he could escape the shame. He limped to his study, opened a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, and took out a stack of banknotes. It was exactly 50,000 taels accumulated from bribes by officials seeking his help. He had been saving it for a rainy day, but now he had no choice. He handed them over reluctantly. He handed the banknotes to Yang Huayin, his voice tired. "Hey Race, 50,000 taels. We're even now? The Prime Minister's mansion has nothing to do with you anymore. Take care of yourself." He wanted to sever all ties and be done with this humiliation. Yang Huayin accepted them without a word. Yang Huayin took the stack of banknotes, licked her finger, and began counting them one by one. She was meticulous. After a moment she confirmed there were exactly 50 notes, the correct amount. She smiled with satisfaction, then tucked the money safely into her sleeve. The matter was settled. Yang Huayin wanted to leave this miserable place. She had the silver notes, so it was time to go. Seeing the courtyard piled with things, Yang Huayin nudged Yue Huayin with her elbow. "Brother Yun, can you lend me 2 people? Use them freely, Yin. Daqiang can help too." Yue Huayin waved, and Daqiang led a troop of guards to carry the goods. Daqiang himself carried bundles left and right. The dowry of Yang Huayin's mother was huge. Moving it from the Prime Minister's residence to the Duke's mansion caused a stir. Street vendors gossiped loudly. The citizens of the capital were wealthy and bored. They loved gossip and wouldn't miss this drama. Seeing their curiosity, Yang Huayin generously had Zissou spread rumors the Prime Minister doted on his concubine, abused his wife, and the eldest daughter had cut ties to seek refuge with her maternal family. Soon the rumors spread like wildfire through the capital. Indeed, never offend a woman. But in your move pleases me greatly. Yang Huayin glanced at the peacock-like Yue Huayin and leaned close to whisper, "Brother Yun, are you really a cut sleeve?" It wasn't that she was too perverted, but Yue Huayin's behavior made her wonder. He had perfect looks and voice, yet he sometimes spoke in a falsetto. Yue Huayin suddenly leaned in, their noses almost touching. "If you were a man, I could be a cut sleeve." Yang Huayin's face flushed. She stepped back awkwardly. "Say, don't get so close. Let me see if you have eye boogers. You can't be mean to me, I helped you today. Winner, call me whatever you like. Since things are settled, I'll go. See you at the tavern." The Duchess' words stabbed into concubine Mai's chest like a sharp blade. Yang Yoshi, oblivious, said, "Meyer, just take out the things and let her leave with them. What are you staring at me for?" He was completely clueless. "Fine. When I'm settled at the Duke's mansion, I'll go to the tavern and train them." Yang Huayin led Little White toward the mansion. Yue Huayin's face turned cold and noble after she left. I saw her close up. No traces of disguise. It's really Yang Huayin. But what could change a person so completely? Master, from my investigation, it is indeed the eldest Miss Yang. Perhaps the shock from the Prime Minister and the concubine changed her personality. Interesting. But it doesn't matter. Whoever she is, as long as it's her. At the Duke's mansion, the Duchess was overjoyed. A full table of dishes was prepared, all favorites of Yang Huayin and Little White. "Is everything settled at home, Ian?" "It's settled, grandmother. I'll be living here long term. I hope you won't find me annoying." "Sister, please stay. We're delighted. You'll be my companion at home," Yu Ruwei said, while serving Yang Huayin her favorite. "Thank you, cousin. I've prepared gifts for everyone. I'm sure you'll love them." Yang Huayin picked up a shrimp, peeled it, and put it in Little White's bowl. She felt relaxed and happy away from that place. After dinner, Yang Huayin told them about today's events. She didn't mention it during the meal to avoid spoiling their appetite. That Yang Yochi is a prime minister, yet he believes in such absurd things like drawing blood to cure illness. Yu Qinshu despised the man who had deceived his sister with sweet talk. But now it's fine. Xiao Bai and I have nothing to do with the Prime Minister's mansion anymore. Yang Huayin stroked Little White's head. He had been down all the way, probably disappointed in his father. Now he was visibly happier. She too felt the warmth and care of family here. "Since you've cut ties, why not change your surname to Yu?" Yu Mubai's warm voice sounded pleasant to Yang Huayin's ears every time. "Can I? Little White, are you willing?" Yang Huayin was eager to change her surname. In her modern life, she was Yu. This would make her name exactly the same as before. Little White didn't care much. Any surname was fine as long as it was the same as his sister's. "If Ian and Xiao Bai agree, I'll have your cousin handle it this afternoon." The Duke agreed. So the siblings became Yu Huayin and Yu Bai. Yu Huayin pretended to fetch some bottles and jars from her room, actually prepared in advance and stored in her system. "These are gifts I prepared for you. Everyone gets one." First, she gave the Duchess an imperial green jade bracelet from the system mall. Top quality, rare even in this era. "And this is too precious. Keep it for your dowry." "Grandmother, it's for you. I have my mother's dowry." She put the bracelet on the old lady's wrist, making her look even more dignified. Good, my Ian is a filial child." "Grandfather, this is for you." She gave the Duke a jade thumb ring. Uncle and cousin received a fine set of calligraphy tools. Aunt and cousin got skincare and makeup sets, all put into period-appropriate porcelain bottles. No matter the era, girls love beauty. Su Qingrong was especially fond of the shiny things. Sister, I've never seen these things before. I don't know how to use them. I'll teach you. It's easy. The men left to deal with business, and Yue Huayin began showing them how to apply makeup. After doing Yue Huayin's makeup, Su Qingrong couldn't take her eyes off. The era's cosmetics were poor, mostly rice powder that gave a fake white look. Yue Huayin's brand foundation was incomparable. And where did you buy these things? I've never seen them before. Yue Huayin packed her things and said to her aunt Su Qingrong, Aunt, this is a secret recipe I developed myself. Soon I'm going to open a shop selling these items. Do you think they'll attract the noble ladies in the capital? Definitely. If you sell these, the noble ladies and madams will fight over them. Which woman doesn't love beauty? With your words, I'm confident. They'll release many new products soon. You and my cousin will be the first to try them. Yue Huayin truly regarded them as family now. This warmth was something she had never felt before. In her modern life, her grandfather had been strict, always pushing her to practice martial arts without a minute's rest. By the way, Aunt Xiaobai is old enough now. Could Uncle help find a good place for him to study? No problem. When your uncle comes back tonight, he'll ask him. They chatted a while longer, then the old madam told Yue Huayin to go check the courtyard she had been assigned and see if she liked it. A maid led Yue Huayin to the courtyard. The room was lavishly decorated, a golden Nanmu dressing table, gilded lamps, and soft thick carpets. She marveled at the difference from her previous life in the Chancellor's mansion. Her thoughts drifted back to the harsh life in the Chancellor's mansion. Compared to this, the treatment here was a world apart. She felt grateful for this new beginning. As before, her brother stayed in the next room. Nanny Zhang was mainly to take care of Xiaobai. Lu Yun and Zi Su lived next to her, and a spare room was left for Wang Dechue. Over the next few days, Yue Huayin went to the restaurant every day to train the staff. She taught everything she could think of, tested them one by one, and finally opening day arrived. Early that morning, Yue Huayin and Yun Huaiji took a seat in a private room on the third floor by the window, ready to see the result. The restaurant had many regular customers. During the closure, some had grown impatient. The manager cupped his hands and said, Dear guests, we've added many new dishes. We close for a few days to train. Please forgive the inconvenience. Manager, what new dishes? These are the first of their kind in the capital. If you're interested, please come in and taste them. The manager walked inside, successfully piquing everyone's curiosity. A man decided to enter. As he reached the door, the two waiters on either side said in unison, Welcome. Please come in. The man was startled at first, then felt intrigued. Another waiter immediately came to greet him. This way, sir. He led the man to a seat and handed him a menu. Sir, here are all our dishes and prices. See what you'd like to order. The man, a regular, noticed many new items he hadn't tried. You mentioned new dishes, right? Yes, sir. Our hot pot is excellent. Since you're alone today, ordering too many dishes would be wasteful. Why not try the hot pot? All right, I'll try it. The waiter quickly brought a stove, a pot of broth, and some ingredients. Sir, once the broth boils, you can add the man was puzzled at first seeing all the raw food, but he understood after the waiter explained. When the broth boiled, the waiter used serving chopsticks to cook a slice of meat and placed it in the dipping sauce. Sir, it's ready. Please enjoy. The man picked up the meat and tasted it carefully. The spicy, numbing, and savory flavors overwhelmed him. He couldn't stop. Unable to wait for the waiter, he grabbed a slice himself and dropped it into the pot. But when he fished it out, the meat was tough and dry, completely different from before. Why is this different from the one you cooked? Sir, each ingredient requires a different cooking time. Some need less time, some more. If you boil too long, it becomes tough. By the way, with the hot pot, we offer a free pot of sour plum drink and a bowl of fried rice. The man took a sip of the sour plum drink. It was sweet and tangy, refreshing. He felt he could eat 2 more bowls of rice. Upstairs, Yue Huayin and Yun Huaiji watched the full tables with satisfaction. What do you think, Brother Yun? Not disappointing, right? Indeed, the business was decent before, but it's never been this packed. Downstairs, a chubby little boy was eating happily. A woman sat beside him, helping him cook the food, but she could barely keep up with his eating pace. Ear, slow down. No one's fighting you for it. Mom, it's so delicious. Can I have this again tonight? Normally you shouldn't, but since it's your birthday, he'll let you. Well, come again tonight. The little boy stuffed fried rice into his mouth. He felt like the happiest person in the world. How could rice be so delicious? The waiters nearby overheard that the boy was celebrating his birthday. They exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. Suddenly, the restaurant doors were closed, plunging the room into dimness. The diners looked around confused. Then they saw a group of people carrying wooden boards and a strange, pretty object approaching. The waiters carried a modern-style cake to the little boy's table. Everyone gathered around and began to sing. Goodbye to all your worries, hello to all your joys. Happy birthday, dear child. Wishing you a happy birthday, peace and joy, and a smooth life. Madam, how old is the young master? The woman, still dazed, replied, 6 years old. The waiter took out 6 candles, lit them with a flint, and said, Young master, close your eyes, make a wish, and then blow out the candles. Remember to wish in your heart. It won't come true if you say it aloud. The little boy closed his eyes and silently wished to eat delicious food every day for the rest of his life. The moment he blew out the candles, the doors opened, light flooded in, and everyone shouted, Happy birthday. Young master, now you can cut the cake. The waiter handed him a fruit knife. Cut the cake. Yes, this is called a birthday cake, specially made for birthdays. It's sweet and delicious. You can cut it into pieces and The little boy gave pieces to his parents, then hugged the rest and started eating. Mom, Dad, try it. It's so much better than... The mother took a bite and loved it too. But mindful of her image, she ate just a couple of bites and stopped watching her son with us. The little boy ate the cake on his plate, happiness radiating from every strand of his hair. The lady couldn't bear to watch, as if he hadn't been fed properly at home. Do you still have this kind of pastry in the shop? Would like to buy some to take home. The father finally spoke, noticing his wife and son. The citizens of the capital were wealthy and bored. They loved gossip and wouldn't miss this drama. Some for the family. Sir, this cake is for birthdays. It's too big to store. If you want to take some home, we have small cakes over there at that counter. The waiter pointed to a cabinet full of pastries. The little boy went to the cabinet, looking left and right. He wanted to take every single one home. The waiter sighed helplessly. Young master, maybe take a few first. These pastries only last 2 or 3 days. Even the best food can get boring. Be a smart shopper, the waiter advised kindly. The waiter worried the boy would buy the whole cabinet, but in the end the little boy only chose 5 or 6 types. The family clearly wasn't short on money. At checkout, the beautiful lady paid an extra 10 taels of silver. She was very satisfied with today's meal. Upstairs, Yue Huayin enjoyed her strawberry cake, eyes closing in bliss. Yue Huayin, today's earnings must be several times your usual days, right? He looked at her adoringly. It's all thanks to you, Yin. My restaurant is now stealing the pastry shop's business. Making money, who doesn't want more? We're targeting the high-end market, so ordinary folks can't afford it. We want step on others' toes. Now I have another business idea. Are you interested? You have other businesses? I'm starting to not understand you, Yin. What made you change so much? Yue Huayin asked genuine. Yue Huayin pretended to be calm, but inside she panicked. Was she about to be exposed? Then she thought, this body is hers as long as she denied everything, no one could prove anything. Brother Yin, it's a long story, so let's skip it. Let's talk business. Yue Huayin put away his probing look. I don't mind listening slowly. Business can wait. Yue Huayin knew she couldn't avoid it this time. She steeled herself. Find him, not the old Yue Huayin. She's dead. Him now. Niogu Lu. She trailed off awkwardly. Yue Huayin. I changed because I dreamed of an old man who taught me how to make money and told me to stop being a pushover. My sister was too cruel, and my little brother couldn't even eat. I had to stand up. After her outburst, Yue Huayin secretly peeked at Yue Huayi's expression, worried about his reaction. She bit her lip nervously. Yue Huayin didn't understand the first part, but he got the gist. She was standing up for her brother. Remembering the investigation results, his heart ached for her. Yin, I want to ask again. Now that you have the Duke's mansion as a backer, you don't need to fear Yang Yochi. I can also be your support. He said softly. Don't worry, I'll use you whenever I need. A 9-prince's thigh is too big to pass up, but I won't let you lose out. We'll do business together, win-win. You're my first real friend. Yue Huayin smiled at her. Friend, you mentioned another business. What is it? Do tell. He leaned in slightly. Yue Huayin smiled mysteriously and leaned closer. Yue Huayin was stunned. Her skin was flawless, her features bright. A faint fragrance reached him, making his heart race. Just as he was getting lost, Yue Huayin returned to her seat. So, do I smell good? Yue Huayin's ears reddened. He coughed awkwardly. Yue Huayin took out a porcelain bottle, opened it, applied some to her wrist, and waved it under his nose. Smells great, right? Do you think noble ladies in the capital can resist this? The answer is no. This is perfume. Both men and women can use it. I plan to open a shop selling perfume and cosmetics. She explained excitedly. Look at my makeup today. Isn't it natural? Not like the fake white they use. Yue Huayin looked closely. Indeed, he thought she wasn't wearing any makeup at all. These things are wonderful. How do you want to cooperate, Yin? Yue Huayin was already using the word cooperate that he had learned. You find the shop and staff. I need a few skilled hands to teach. Customers can try products for free. Makeup service costs 1 tael if they don't buy. They'll manage the shop. Profit split 70-30 for me. Whatever you say, Yin. I have no objections. Great, it's settled. Find the shop and people in the next few days. They'll prepare the goods, and we can open. On the first day, the restaurant's business was steady. Yue Huayin brought some small desserts home for her brother and aunt. At home, Scumbag ran out holding a little white puppy. Sister, look. Cousin gave me this puppy. The puppy was round like a ball, very cute, still a baby. Scumbag hugged it proudly. What a cute puppy. Have you named it? Sister, it's white. Can I call it Scumbag too? Lu Yunzisu laughed. Young master, you can't share a name with a dog. Scumbag scratched his head sheepishly, then suddenly remembered something. Sister, I have good news. He said excitedly, eyes sparkled. Oh, what good news? Today cousin said I can go to the Imperial Academy. He used his connections. I can go to school like others. Scumbag beamed. Yue Huayin was surprised. The Imperial Academy was usually for nobles. Even children of the Duke's mansion had difficulty getting in unless they were exceptionally talented and favored by tutors. Then you must listen carefully in class, Scumbag. Don't let your cousin down. Scumbag nodded and ran off to play with the puppy again. Yue Huayin watched Bai's back with satisfaction. Since arriving at the Duke's manor, Bai had become notably more cheerful. She had worried that the issues with the Prime Minister's residence might leave a psychological scar, but now those concerns faded. During dinner, Yu Chun recounted the events in court where Yang Yochi was reprimanded by the censors for favoring his concubine over his wife. The emperor, furious, punished him with a year's salary deduction. Yue Huayin curled her lips, coldly believing that soon the Prime Minister's household would face dire straits. The house had already been nearly emptied by concubine Mei, and now with a year of salary lost, Yang Yuki's good days were numbered. After Yue Huayin left yesterday, Yang Yochi exploded in anger, hurling insults at concubine Mei. He finally stormed out, bruised and furious. Concubine Mei, knowing she was in the wrong, dared not retort and could only cry while holding Yang Weiner. After returning to his room, Yang Yochi felt pain all over his body. He had no one to treat his wounds. Just as he was about to call his servant, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Master, I have brought you medicine. Chunhong stood at the door with a bottle of ointment, entering only after receiving permission. At least she has some conscience, knowing to send you medicine. Master, concubine Mei is resting in her room after being startled. I thought you needed this ointment for your wounds, she explained. You were quite thoughtful. Apply the medicine. Yang Yochi glanced at Chuanhong, who was petite and delicate. Chunhong blushed under his gaze, slowly removing his clothes. The crisscrossed whip marks on his body shocked her. After carefully applying the medicine, Chunhong stepped back. Master, the medicine is applied. I will leave now to avoid concubine Mei looking for me and punishing me, she said. Does she often punish you? Why are you so afraid of her? No, concubine Mei treats us well. Please don't misunderstand, master, she replied nervously. Though she said this, her expression was filled with fear as she left. Once outside, Chunhong's fear vanished, revealing a calculating glint in her eyes as she confidently walked towards concubine Mei's courtyard. Yang Weiner sat nearby, looking at concubine Mei with resentment. It was all because of her that their luxurious life was gone, watching as so many good things were taken away by Yue Huayin. Concubine Mei was still crying. Yang Weiner, annoyed, shouted at her, "You only know how to cry. Isn't it annoying?" Concubine Mei's crying abruptly stopped, looking at Yang Weiner in disbelief. What did you say? I said you were so annoying. If it weren't for you trying to pave the way for your baby, how would this mess have happened? It's all your fault. Concubine Mei's heart sank, realizing this was her daughter, whom she had cared for. When Chunhong entered, she saw this scene and pretended to comfort, saying, "Madam, you must take care of yourself and not be too sick." Behind closed doors, concubine Mei had everyone leave, claiming she wanted to be alone. The maids thought it was too much for her. Once everyone left, concubine Mei quietly opened the door a crack. After a moment, a man in black entered. "Meyer, I'm sorry you had to endure this today. Why did you take so long? I thought you didn't care about us anymore," she replied. Under the candlelight, they cuddled, appearing like a loving couple. The man was the housekeeper of the estate. "I just didn't want anyone to find out. Watching you today truly made my heart ache," he said as concubine Mei shyly leaned again. Meanwhile, in Yang Yochi's room, Chunhong had dressed up. Despite the autumn chill, she wore thin silk. "Master, I have brought you medicine." Chunhong looked down, her curves subtly visible, making Yang Yochi feel a rush of heat. "How old are you?" Replying to the master, "I am 25 this year." Yang Yochi traced Chunhong's face, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "You are quite charming, but unfortunately I'm not in a good state. Otherwise I would take you in to serve me," he said. Chunhong smiled slyly. "I'm willing to serve you, master." She stood, undid her clothes, and leaned onto Yang Yochi. The next morning, Yang Yochi made her his concubine, a substantial elevation for her, as such a status usually meant when concubine Mei learned the news, it felt like a thunderbolt. Despite all precautions, she never expected that Chunhong. Now that Chunhong had been made a concubine, she had her own courtyard with a group of maids attending her, exuding triumph. Concubine Mei, full of anger, sought out Chunhong. Seeing her, Chunhong smiled. "You should be careful, concubine Mei. Take care of yourself and the baby. You little wretch. I never mistreated you, and you learned to use such despicable tactics." "Despicable? Weren't you also?" "Xiao Mei, show her out. Last night the master was busy all night. I need to catch up on sleep," Chunhong flaunted openly. Concubine Mei was left outside the door, kicking it in anger and heading towards Yang Yochi's courtyard. Once there, she transformed back into a weeping figure. "Master, have you grown tired of me?" She stood at the door, swaying as if greatly affected. "It's normal for men to have multiple wives. What's there to complain about?" Yang Yochi replied, coldly, feeling that compared to Chuanhong, concubine Mei was no longer gentle or considerate. Concubine Mei felt her heart sink again. Just as she was about to perform another sob story, the steward entered, saying, "Master, tomorrow is the day for salary distribution, but there's no money left in the accounts." "What do you think? No money in the accounts? Where did the money go?" Yang Yochi exploded in anger, already annoyed by concubine Mei's cry. "Master, there was still 1,000 taels in the accounts, but Miss took it out yesterday to buy jewelry." Yang Yochi's dissatisfaction with concubine Mei deepened as the steward's management left them unable to pay even the servants. Mei concubine knew she was in the wrong and dared not speak. The steward stared at Yang Yochi, anxiously waiting for his decision. If the monthly wages couldn't be paid, the steward's entire month of work would be wasted. He needed the money desperately. "Look at what you've done with the household. What do you propose now?" Yang Yochi shouted at Mei concubine, his face red with fury. He pointed a trembling finger at her, demanding an explanation. The room fell silent. "Master, I was forced to do this. The silver wasn't just for my father. The household has many expenses." Mei concubine cried, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded for understanding, knowing her position was weak. Her voice trembled with genuine fear. Mei concubine's tears were real this time, flowing freely. Yang Yochi ordered the steward to withdraw, promising to solve the money problem. He shot a furious look at Mei concubine and strode out of the residence, his steps heavy with regret and anger. The memory of handing over the 500 tael banknote to Yue Huayin filled Yang Yochi with regret. He had never realized the family's true poverty. If he had known, he would never have parted with the money. His heart ached at the thought of their empty coffers. Walking aimlessly, Yang Yochi found himself at the duke's residence. He told the gatekeeper he wanted to see Yue Huayin. The gatekeeper, recognizing him but seeing his bedraggled state, felt no pity and merely went to report his cold demeanor, adding to Yang Yochi's humiliation. When Yue Huayin learned that Yang Yochi was at the door, a mischievous smile spread across her face. She called her maids Lu Yun and Zissou and headed to the entrance, determined not to allow him in. She was ready to have some fun at his expense. "What is it?" 3 cold words devoid of emotion. Yang Yochi replied, "Either I can pretend the past never happened. You should come back and live at home." He tried to sound conciliatory, but his tone betrayed his desperation. "You can't just decide it never happened." The letter severing ties was witnessed by the 9th prince. "Take it up with him if you dare," Yue Huayin retorted, her eyes flashing. She was not about to let him off easily, and her words were sharp as knives. Yang Yochi choked, his lips moving for a long time before he spoke. Either I won't force you to return, but the mansion can't even pay wages now. I gave you 5 taels before. Can you spare some for now? He looked pitiful, but she saw through his act. Behind Yang Yochi, Zissou rolled her eyes in disgust. Yue Huayin followed suit, her expression one of utter disbelief. They were both sick of his entitlement and couldn't believe he had the audacity to ask for money. That 5 taels was compensation your concubine embezzled from my mother's funds. Don't act like it was your gift. I have nothing to do with the Prime Minister's mansion anymore. Can't pay wages. Go ask your concubine. Not a single coin will you get from me. You, Yang Yochi sputtered. You what? Liu Yan Zissou escort him out. Yue Huayin cut him off, ignoring his purple-faced rage. She spun around and strode back inside her dismissal final. The maid stepped forward to block the door. Miss, that was so satisfying, Zissou exclaimed, bouncing along behind Yue Huayin. Her lively personality was a stark contrast to Lian's steady composure. She couldn't stop grinning, still buzzing from the confrontation. Yang Yochi spat on the ground near the gate, cursing his own foolishness. He regretted coming to beg for money and being insulted. His pride was crushed, and he vowed never to set foot here again. He trudged away, shoulders slumped. Over the next few days, Yang Yochi borrowed from several old acquaintances, managing to gather 1,000 taels. It was enough to cover the next day's wages, and with careful spending could last a while. He felt a slight relief, but knew it was only temporary. In the Duke's residence, Yue Huayin sat with Yue Huayin in her garden, listening to the story of Yang Yuki's visit. She shook her head, lamenting his shamelessness. The two cousins shared a moment of amused contempt, enjoying the afternoon tea. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something important to tell you, Yue Huayin said. What's that? Yue Huayin asked, popping a sunrose grape into her mouth. The fruit was sweet and refreshing, a gift from her system that made life so convenient. Tomorrow, the Shenyang princess consort is hosting a flower viewing banquet. All the noble women of the capital are invited. Let's attend together, Yue Huayin said. She gestured to her maid, who presented a tray to Liu Yun. The tray held a beautiful red dress. This is a new dress I had made for you. Wear it tomorrow. You haven't attended any banquets for years, and people in the capital judge others. You need to look your best, Yue Huayin advised. She wanted to ensure Yue Huayin made a strong impression. The red gown on the tray perfectly complemented Yue Huayin's bright, assertive beauty. Thank you, cousin. Come early tomorrow, and I'll use that special makeup on you. Well, go and knock them dead, Yue Huayin said, hugging her cousin's arm. Her excitement was infectious. Yue Huayin clung to Yue Huayin's arm, acting like a spoiled child. You're so gentle and kind, just like a big sister. Yue Huayin smiled. All right, I'll be counting on you. It's late now, so get some rest. They'll head back. They parted with warm smiles. Once Yue Huayin had left, Yue Huayin quickly changed into a male disguise. She put on a dark robe and tied up her hair. Zissou saw her and asked, Miss, are you sneaking off to the ghost market again? Zissou was used to her mistress' nocturnal adventures. That's right. I need to get a person from Shenyang. You two stay here and guard the yard. If Granny Zhang or anyone else comes, tell them I've already gone to bed, Yue Huayin instructed. She slipped out quietly, blending into the night. Miss, actually, to enter the ghost market, you just need to knock. There's no need to shout the password so loudly, Zissou said, embarrassed. Yue Huayin was mortified. Had she been fooled by those two men the last time? She felt foolish and vowed to get even. Reaching the familiar alley by the city gate, Yue Huayin knocked. The door opened within moments. She silently cursed the two men who had made her shout a silly password last time. She stepped inside, determined not to make a fool of herself again. She navigated the market easily and arrived at Cheonyang's shop. The shop seemed empty, so she called out, Sister Cheonyang, I've come to see you again. Her voice echoed in the quiet space, and she waited for a response. Cheonyang came down the stairs, a teasing smile on her lips. I didn't hear you shouting the secret code today. She wore a black gown with intricate gold embroidery, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. Yue Huayin's face fell. Oh, everyone was laughing at her. Zissou finally told me the truth. No password needed. I was duped by some men. Anyway, I brought you a special gift today, Yue Huayin said, changing the subject. She produced a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and held it out. Oh, could there be something I haven't encountered? Cheonyang raised an eyebrow. You've never seen this, I guarantee it, Yue Huayin said, taking out a small porcelain bottle and offering it. Cheonyang took it curiously, turning it over in her hands. Cheonyang looked at the bottle, puzzled. What's this? Sister, just open the stopper, put a little on your wrist and sniff it, Yue Huayin said eagerly. She was excited to show off her invention, a perfume made with her system. Following the instructions, Cheonyang applied a drop to her wrist. Her eyes widened with delight. The fragrance was exquisite, surpassing anything she had used before. She was immediately intrigued and looked at Yue Huayin with new respect. This is perfume. I plan to open a shop and need a female manager. Sister, do you have any recommendations? Yue Huayin asked. Cheonyang smiled mysteriously. I'm actually quite interested. How about me? Yue Huayin's eyes widened in shock. But what about your shop here? Yue Huayin asked. They'll just hire someone to manage it. The whole ghost market belongs to me after all. I have plenty of people, Cheonyang replied casually. Yue Huayin was stunned by the revelation. She had never expected such a powerful figure. In just a few moments, Yue Huayin had been shocked several times. Cheonyang was the master of the ghost market. So can you trust me to be your manager? Cheonyang asked, a playful glint in her eyes. Yue Huayin nodded, hesitantly, still processing. Of course I trust you, sister. But let's draft a contract beforehand, Yue Huayin said carefully. She admired Cheonyang's skills, but one must be prudent. Cheonyang agreed, readily appreciating the girl's caution. They shook hands on the deal. No problem. When does your shop open? Cheonyang asked. Very soon. They'll let you know beforehand, Yue Huayin replied, her mood buoyant. She hummed happily as she walked back through the ghost market feeling triumphant. But then a figure appeared behind her. "Ina, why are you in such high spirits tonight?" Yue Huayin appeared suddenly behind her. Yue Huayin reacted instinctively, swinging a leg in a sweeping kick. "When did you learn martial arts? That move is unfamiliar." "Did your dream teacher also teach you that?" he asked amused. Yue Huayin was flustered when she recognized him. She always felt that Yue Huayin could see through her. "Just a self-defense trick I figured out." "By the way, what are you doing here?" she asked, trying to change the subject and hide her nervousness. "Had just a self-defense trick I came up with." "Anyway, what are you doing here?" Yue Huayin said, trying to deflect. She felt uneasy under his penetrating gaze. Yue Huayin smiled mysteriously. "I was just passing by. But I'd love to learn more about your dream teacher sometime." Yue Huayin realized she was changing the subject, but didn't pursue it further. "I ate too much for dinner. I took the Chong out for a walk and happened to see you. Is there something good happening? You look so happy. Do you know about Xionyang from the ghost market? She's willing to come and manage the shop. This is a great opportunity for us. How is the shop search going on your end?" "Almost there. I found a suitable place and plan to finalize it tomorrow." "You're so resourceful. I'll be attending the flower viewing banquet of the Xionyang princess tomorrow. It'll be a great chance for publicity for the shop. I can't wait to see it. I'll rely on Yinin to support me." After bidding farewell to Yue Huayin went back to bed planning to have a good beauty sleep for tomorrow's big reveal. In the morning, Yue Huayin was awakened by Zissou shaking her. "Miss, wake up quickly. Aren't you supposed to attend the flower viewing banquet? If you don't hurry, we'll be late." Yue Huayin buried her head under the blanket, refusing to acknowledge Zissou. After failing to wake her, Zissou pulled the blanket off. Yue Huayin instantly woke up, glaring at Zissou. "Zissou, you have no heart." Her expression was one of disbelief. Zissou, hands on her hips, said, "My dear lady, aren't you going to shine today and dazzle everyone? You can't just go like..." Lu Yun brought over water, handing her a towel. "Miss, it's getting late. You need to wash up and change before the makeup. Look how gentle Lu Yun is, unlike you. Be careful not to end up unmarried." Yue Huayin teased Zissou while finally resigning. "Who wants to get married? Anyone who can't see my worth is blind." Yue Huayin and Lu Yun laughed, Zissou's carefree nature shining through. After spending days together, Yue Huayin had become close with the girls. She was easygoing and friendly, making it easy for them. Once Yue Huayin finished dressing, Yue Ruwei arrived wearing a pink dress that made her look even more delicate. "Cousin, you look beautiful." Seeing Yue Huayin in her red dress stunned Yue Ruwei, who despite not wearing makeup looked radiant. After both finished their makeup, the maids were mesmerized. They exchanged smiles and adjusted their clothes before stepping into the carriage. This was Yue Huayin's first ride. She had always walked before. No matter where you are, money is always good. The carriage was lined with soft animal pelts. "Cousin, why have I never heard of Shenyang? I have no memory of him from the original owner's memories. Shenyang Wang has been in his fief for many years. Recently, the emperor recalled him to the capital. The princess arranged this banquet to get acquainted with the ladies of the capital." Yue Huayin nodded, understanding this was similar to modern parties, a pretext for socializing. Soon the carriage arrived at the Shenyang Wangfu. They were not early. Many noble ladies had already gathered, chatting in small groups. As soon as they entered, they attracted everyone's attention. One was dressed in fiery red, vibrant and striking, while the other was like a fairy in flowing pink, gentle as water. People began to gossip, trying to find out who they were. "The Shenyang princess has arrived." A lavishly dressed woman entered, followed by a group of maids. "The plum blossoms in the backyard are blooming beautifully. I specially invited everyone to enjoy them. I just returned to the capital and wanted to get to know you all. Please relax and enjoy yourselves today." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yue Huayin secretly glanced at the Shenyang princess. To her surprise, this was the lady she had seen at the restaurant with the chubby child. After the guests paid their respects, they took their seats, but their eyes kept darting toward Yue Huayin and her cousin. Those should be the daughters of the duke's residence, and the cousin, right? I recognize the duke's daughter. I've seen her at banquets before. But the cousin seems different. I don't recall her as being this. Oh, isn't that the daughter of the prime minister who recently severed ties with her family? I heard the prime minister favored his concubine and was punished by the emperor. So she's the unlucky one who's been through a lot. The behind-the-scenes drama in these high families is quite something. As the two noble women debated, the crowd listened intently, casting sympathetic glances at Yue Huayin. The Shenyang princess noticed the commotion below, glancing at her maid. The maid quickly approached to report the news she had heard. After hearing the maid's report, the Shenyang princess looked at Yue Huayin, feeling a sudden dislike for the prime minister. Such a wonderful daughter, yet he didn't cherish her. Yue Huayin fell to gaze on her and looked up, meeting the Shenyang princess' eyes. The princess smiled slightly, and she returned a big smile. She felt a good impression of the princess. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, Yue Huayin spotted someone she didn't want to see. Young Wainer had also attended the banquet and was walking towards her. "Sister, father has been mentioning you a lot lately. Why can't you forgive him and come back to visit?" Yang Wainer appeared innocent, making it seem like she had suffered greatly. "I don't care about Yang Yochi anymore. Isn't your family all about love and harmony now?" Seeing the two women at odds, the noble women began whispering among themselves. They all knew Yang Wainer was the daughter of a concubine, and their looks were filled with disdain. Yang Wainer did not expect Yue Huayin to be so uncompromising in public, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sister, how can you be so heartless? Mother treated you well before. You left, but took all the silver, leaving the prime minister's residence empty. Father came to you for help, but you turned him away." Yang Wainer aimed to expose Yue Huayin as selfish and malicious, wanting everyone to see her true colors. The crowd fell silent. They were unaware of these events. The tension in the air thickened. The noble women began to gossip again, curious about this bizarre matter. Yue Huayin felt irritated, slamming her teacup onto the table with force. Yue Huayin declared, since you brought this up again, let me clarify. Your mother has been sending money to her family since she took charge, but your gambling grandfather's appetite is insatiable. Yang Weiner turned pale, thinking Yue Huayin would not fight back, but this imposing figure was truly Yue Huayin. The crowd exchanged strange glances at Yang Weiner, astonished by her thick skin. It was truly shameless. The princess of Shenyang watched this farce unfold below and felt displeased. This was her first banquet since she said, today's gathering is for flower appreciation. Don't let trivial matters disturb our joy. With a glance at Yang Weiner, her meaning was clear. She was the trivial one. The princess of Shenyang felt speechless. She had just returned and was unaware of the situation in this Yang family. Yang Weiner retreated in shame. Yue Huayin smiled and said to the princess, I apologize for spoiling your mood. I have a beauty product to gift you as an apology. The princess felt an instant liking for Yue Huayin. This was the demeanor of a true noble daughter. Yue Huayin understood she had the upper hand and presented the prepared gift box. You must have noticed that my and my cousin's makeup is different. It appears so natural and translucent. We use these products to it. How astonishing. I can't wait to try it. The princess replied, eager to experience it. Without hesitation, the princess went to wash her face. Modern cosmetics are easy to remove. Yue Huayin noticed her natural beauty, skin flawless for a 40-year-old with no wrinkles. Are you ready? The princess eager replied, I'm ready. Let's apply the makeup now. Yue Huayin started by applying lotion. The princess had dry, pale skin. She chose the right foundation and set the makeup. The princess marveled at her reflection, her skin glowing and radiant. Yue Huayin continued with eyeshadow and finally applied red lipstick. It's done, Your Highness. Take a look. The princess was astonished by her beauty. Other noble women gathered closer, amazed. Your Highness looks even more beautiful. I can't take my eyes off you. It feels like we've turned back time by years. Miss Yue, where can we buy these products? The princess, still captivated by her beauty, reminded everyone not to overwhelm Yue Huayin. The crowd thought after seeing her confront us that she looked like someone easily frightened. Yue Huayin felt delighted at her achieved effect, feigning regret. I can't help you all with this right now. Oh, it was gifted by a However, I heard she is opening a shop in Kyoto selling these products and many more. It's called Yanru. When will your friend open the shop? They asked eagerly. It should be in the next few days. Keep an eye out for a shop called Yanru, Yue Huayin replied. The noble women warmed up to Yue Huayin, inviting her to visit their homes. She politely declined, saying she had matters to. In the afternoon, after enjoying flowers with the princess, everyone gradually took their leave, but the name Yanru spread among the elite in Kyoto. Back at the estate, Yue Huayin laughed. You clever little fox. Your shop will surely do well. That's great. I'll be the envy of everyone. Yue Huayin replied with a grin. Back in the courtyard, she chatted with Xiao Bai and Zhang Mama. Today was Xiao Bai's first day at school, and he excitedly shared, I made many new friends today. They're all nice. I even met a great friend named Yunzi, who likes the snacks you gave me. Yue Huayin felt a strange connection. Yunzi was the chubby boy from the birthday party at the hot pot restaurant. I'm glad you like school. I'll bring you more snacks tomorrow and share them with your friends. If anyone bullies you, tell me, okay? Xiao Bai nodded happily. He loved his current life, with his sister, a family, school, and many friends. His sister smiled gently and said, you need to wake up early for school tomorrow, so get some rest now. Xiao Bai replied obediently. Okay, sister, I'll go wash up. He then turned and walked into the house, feeling grateful for his sister's care and looking forward to another day of school. Zhang Mama watched Xiao Bai's back and said to Yue Huayin with relief, Miss, life is getting better now. You and the young master have made it through. I've noticed he's even gained some weight. Yue Huayin replied, I will make sure you all live well. Thank you for your hard work, Mama. Zhang Mama smiled. This life is already a dream for me. You must be tired too, miss. Please rest early. Yue Huayin thought of what she planned to do later and returned to her own courtyard. Zisu saw her and asked, Miss, shall I prepare water for washing? Not yet. I have something big to do first, Yue Huayin said. Zisu and Lu Yun looked at each other curiously. Even Wang Dakui, hiding on the roof, pricked up his ears to listen. I'm going to play tricks and spread some poison, Yue Huayin said with a sly grin. Wang Dakui immediately climbed down from the roof and volunteered, Miss, I like this kind of thing. Let me do it. Yue Huayin glanced at him sideways. Letting someone else do it would take away the fun. But then she grinned mischievously and said, Dakui, since you're so eager, how about you come with me? I'll poison you, play ghost, and we'll climb the wall to escape together. Yue Huayin and Wang Dakui sneaked to the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion. One flew on the rooftops, the other ran on the ground. Yue Huayin deeply envied Qingdong. She was powerful, but couldn't fly, only relying on running. They climbed over the wall. Yue Huayin knew the way to Yang Weiner's courtyard. Lights were still burning inside, and the sound of scolding came from the room. You wretched slave! How dare you dodge? They'll beat you to death. Yang Weiner grabbed a hairpin and stabbed it into the maid's shoulder. The maid screamed in pain, her face pale, sweat dripping. She knelt and begged, Please, miss, spare me. I beg you. You dare to beg for mercy? You are just like that bitch Yue Huayin. Only good at playing pitiful. He'll kill you today. Yue Huayin heard this and thought, what's this? She couldn't vent her anger at the prince's mansion during the day, so she takes it out on a little maid at home. Enough. Look at yourself now. Can't take even a little grievance. How will you achieve great things in the future? Concubine May scolded her daughter. Yang Weiner retorted, Mother, even you're yelling at me. Concubine May rubbed her temples and softened her tone. Weiner, you can't get stuck on trivial matters. You must think of the big picture. Look at yourself now. Like a street shrew, no one would want a woman like that. But did you see how arrogant Yue Huayin was today? She's practically flying high. Yang Weiner complained. Even if she flies high, so what? She's no longer the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. You are of marriageable age now. If you become the third prince's consort, Yue Huayin will have to bow to you. Young Weiner seemed to see Yue Huayin bowing to her, a smug smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Concubine, May continued, silly girl, you can vent your anger on these maids, but don't let outsiders see it or your reputation will suffer. Men like gentle and considerate women. Yes, mother, I understand. Young Weiner lifted her head, greed shining in her eyes. That's right. The weather has been nice these past few days. Invite the third prince out for some fun. Rest early today and dress up nicely tomorrow. Concubine, May stood up to leave. Passing the maid, she said with disgust, get up and get out. Clean up the blood on the floor. Don't dirty the young lad's eyes. The maid endured the pain, wiped the blood with her sleeve, and limped out. Young Weiner spat at the maid, then ordered her servants to prepare bathwater. Yue Huayin nudged Wang Dakui with her shoulder and said jokingly, Hey Dakui, a beauty bathing. Don't you want to sneak a peek? Miss, don't think I'm that desperate, Wang Dakui replied. What's that supposed to mean? Our Dakui has high standards. So what kind of girl do you like? I can help you look around. Wang Dakui was actually quite handsome, and Young Weiner was indeed not good enough for him. The two chatted on the rooftop while enjoying the moon. Yue Huayin took out a handful of caramel-flavored sunflower seeds and taught Wang Dakui how to eat them. At first he thought it was strange, but after a few, he couldn't stop cracking seeds alongside her. The maids guarding the door looked around confused. Do you hear that strange noise? One asked. Probably a bird pecking at a tree trunk, the other replied. They dismissed it. After finishing 2 bags of seeds, Young Weiner finished her bath, and the servants withdrew. Yue Huayin waited a while longer, hearing even breathing from inside. She exchanged a glance with Wang Dakui. They jumped down into the courtyard. They'll go in first. When I come out, you can start your performance. She gently pushed open the door. Young Weiner was sleeping soundly, unaware of the danger approaching. Yue Huayin took out a bottle of dark green liquid. She unscrewed the cap and smelled it, nearly gagging. She initially planned to pour it on Young Weiner's face, but then noticed her hair scattered on the pillow and changed her mind. She set the potion aside, took out a blade from her system, and shaved Young Weiner's head clean, collecting all the hair to create the illusion of a ghostly hair loss. Then she used a cotton swab to apply the potion on her face. Satisfied, she went out to find Wang Dakui. Dude, your turn. Make the atmosphere really creepy. Wang Dakui took out a cheap wig from his pocket, which Yue Huayin had randomly grabbed from the system. He put it on along with the clown makeup she had applied earlier. Under the candlelight, it looked quite eerie. Miss, how do I look? Scary enough. Wang Dakui asked, striking a pose. Yue Huayin looked him up and down, then burst into laughter. Perfect. Let's go, time to give her a good scare. They slipped into the room. Wang Dakui hid behind the screen while Yue Huayin stood by the bed. She took a deep breath and let out a low, ghostly moan. Young Weiner stirred in her sleep, turning over uneasily. Wang Dakui began to shake the screen, making it creak. He also made a whistling sound like wind. Yue Huayin, in a deep voice, said, Young Weiner, you have been cruel to the innocent. Now I have come for your hair. Young Weiner woke up, her eyes wide with terror. She saw a ghostly figure in the dim light, a pale face with messy black hair hovering in the air. She screamed, but no sound came out. Her hand touched her head. It was smooth and bald. She fainted from fright. Yue Huayin and Wang Dakui quickly slipped out of the room, climbed over the wall, and ran all the way back home. Once safe, they collapsed on the ground, laughing hysterically at their successful prank. The next morning, the news spread like wildfire. Young Weiner of the Prime Minister's mansion had been haunted by a ghost, her head shaved and her face covered in red rashes. The whole capital was abuzz with gossip. Yue Huayin listened with a smug smile, pretending to be surprised. Xiaobai came running and excited. Sister, did you hear? The girl next door got a ghost haircut. Yue Huayin pinched his cheek. Don't be nosy. Hurry up and eat your breakfast, or you'll be late for school. Xiaobai grinned and wolfed down his food. At the Prime Minister's mansion, Young Weiner was crying and throwing a tantrum. Concubine May was furious, but she had no idea who did it. She ordered a thorough investigation, but the servants found no clues. Only a few half-eaten sunflower seed shells were found on the roof. Yue Huayin sat in the courtyard sipping tea and feeling pleased. Wang Dakui came over, still holding a handful of sunflower seeds. Miss, that was fun. When's the next mission? She laughed. Don't worry, there will be plenty more. But first, let's enjoy the peace. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, reporting, Miss, the third prince's carriage is at the gate. He says he wants to see you. Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow. Now this is interesting. She set down her teacup and stood up, a mysterious smile on her lips. She walked to the front hall where the third prince was waiting, looking impatient. He was handsome but arrogant. Seeing her, he said, Yue Huayin, I heard about what happened to your sister. Did you do it? She laughed. Your Highness, you overestimate me. I'm just a weak woman. The third prince narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing her. But he had no evidence. He snorted, You'd better behave yourself. Don't think you can get away with everything. Yue Huayin curtsied mockingly. I'll remember your Highness' advice. Is there anything else? The third prince left in a huff. Yue Huayin watched him go, a cold smile on her face. Wang Dakui appeared from behind the screen, cracking seeds. Miss, he's onto you. She shrugged. Let him be. He's just a pawn. The real game has just begun. Yue Huayin shook off her goosebumps and gave Wang Dakui a thumbs up. Big Hammer, you'd be perfect as an NPC. She often said strange things and had long stopped asking. Wang Dakui didn't understand NPC, but was used to her odd words. Yue Huayin climbed onto the roof, chose the best spot, lifted a tile, and settled in to watch the show. Wang Dakui gently pushed open the door and approached Young Weiner's bed, deliberately making some noise. She woke up groggily to see a terrifying figure with disheveled hair standing by her bed. Yue Huayin saw the timing was right. She released smoke into the room while Wang Dakui lit a candle. The eerie atmosphere became even more unsettling. Give me back my life. You were cruel and killed me. Today I will take you with me. Yang Weiner screamed in terror. Was this a vengeful spirit coming for her? Wang Dahue opened his mouth wide and lunged at Yang Weiner, grabbing her and shaking her violently. Just as he was about to perform an even scarier trick, Yang Weiner fainted. Yue Huayin clicked her tongue in disappointment. So boring. She had probably faint again when she saw her own face. Big hammer, someone's coming. Get up here. Wang Dahue stepped out of the yard, lightly tapped his foot, and leaped onto the roof. The maids had been drawn by Yang Weiner's screams. Miss, what happened? A maid stood outside the door, knocking softly and calling out gently. After no response, the maids pushed the door open, fearing something had happened. They saw Yang Weiner collapsed on the bed and gasped, covering their mouths in horror. Yang Weiner lay on the bed, her head completely bald, face covered in red bumps. The bedding beneath her was wet, emitting a quickly informed Lady May and the master. The maids rushed out, splitting up to notify the two. Lady May hurried over. When she saw Yang Weiner's condition, she nearly fainted, only recovering after fiercely pinching. What happened? She was fine just now. How did she become like this? Lady May screamed, her voice trembling with rage. The maids knelt in unison, trembling. We don't know, ma'am. She was fine when we put her to bed. Then we heard her scream and then call the doctor. Where is the master? Have you informed him? Lady Mai's voice rose in panic. A young maid ran back, panting. Lady May, I went to inform the master, but he's in Lady Chunhong's courtyard. He said he's unwell and not to disturb him. The maid's voice faded as she glanced at Lady Mai's expression. That bitch Chunhong really thinks she can become a phoenix. Lady May cursed under her breath. Just then Yang Weiner woke up, thrashing wildly. Don't take me away. I don't want to die. Lady May rushed to embrace her, but Yang Weiner pushed her away, screaming hysterically. Don't. Weiner, it's your mother. Tell me who's trying to harm you. Lady May tried to calm her daughter, voice trembling with worry. Yang Weiner's consciousness slowly returned. Seeing familiar faces, she clutched Lady May. Mother, there's a ghost. A vengeful spirit came for me. They wanted to take me away. Everyone in the room felt a chill down their spines, glancing behind them. Yang Weiner had killed many maids before. A vengeful spirit wasn't impossible. Looking at her face, they all thought her life was ruined. Lady May didn't believe in ghosts. She was certain someone had deliberately harmed her daughter. There are no ghosts in this world, just people. Tell me, what did that person look like? Did they do this to your face? Lady May pressed, trying to get answers. My face? What's wrong with my face? Yang Weiner climbed off the bed, ran to the bronze mirror, saw her reflection, and the room erupted in chaos again. The family doctor arrived, startled by Yang Weiner's face. Doctor, please see what's wrong with my daughter. Lady May pleaded. The doctor took her pulse. Lady, this young lady is merely agitated and fainted. No serious injury, but I can do nothing about her face. Quack. You can't even cure a face. What kind of doctor are you? Lady May raged, chest heaving. If Yang Weiner's face was ruined, her life was over. The doctor, not one to tolerate insults, picked up his medicine box and left. Prime Minister's residence. What vulgar manners. The maids cleaned Yang Weiner and changed the bedding. Lady May stared at her unconscious daughter, then ordered a maid go fetch the master. Even if he has to call the imperial physician, he must cure Weiner's face. The maid returned shortly. Lady May, the master said, even if she's dead, don't bother him. Lady May hurled a teacup, shattering it. That bastard is bewitched by that slut. I'll go myself. She stormed out, the maid following with a bruised forehead. At Chunhong's courtyard, flirtatious laughter drifted out. Lady Mai's eyes turned bloodshot. She kicked the door open with Yang Yochi was holding Chunhong in his arms. Startled by the noise, he frowned in displeasure upon seeing Lady May. You've become so unruly. Chunhong shot Lady May a provocative glance and deliberately leaned closer to Yang Yochi. And look at yourself. Lady, your daughter is dying, and you're here cuddling this slut. Watch your mouth. She's a lady now, same as you. Yang Yochi, she's just a bed-crawling maid. Lady May screamed, lunging to drag Chunhong off the couch. Yang Yochi blocked her, and during the scuffle, Yang Yochi shoved Lady May hard. She stumbled backward and crashed into a table. Blood. There's blood. A maid screamed, pointing at the floor. Blood pooled beneath Lady May. She curled up in pain, clutching her belly. Behind her, Chunhong smiled coldly. Now see, quick, call a doctor. Meyer, I didn't mean it. Yang Yochi panicked, seeing so much blood. The child was probably lost. He pounded his forehead in regret. The nearest doctor was the one Lady May had just offended. When summoned, he refused, claiming his skills were inadequate for the noble lattice delicate body. Back in the courtyard, Lady May lay bleeding, while Chunhong watched from the window, a satisfied smirk on her face. The servant rushed around frantically, finally dragging a doctor back. But the doctor said the child couldn't be saved and prescribed a miscarriage-inducing potion. Upon hearing this, concubine May wept bitterly, her heart torn. Yang Yochi thought she was grieving for the child and felt a pang of guilt. Meyer, this time I was careless. I truly didn't mean it. Don't be too sad. Concubine May looked at Yang Yochi, her heart completely cold. She closed her eyes and said nothing. Yue Huayin and Wang Dahue, having watched the drama and finished 2 bags of melon seeds, decided it was enough. Together they climbed back over the wall to the Duke's mansion. Luyan and Zissou saw the two return and curiously gathered around. Miss, where did you go? Tell us. I'm sleepy. Ask Dahue about it tomorrow. We have to go to the shop early. Miss is so biased. Next time you have to take me. Zissou pouted, then ran off to listen to Wang Daoi's vivid story. The next morning, Yue Huayin was woken by Luyan. Miss, the 9th prince is already waiting at the gate. Aren't you going to the shop? Still half asleep, Yue Huayin shot up from the bed. She had been oversleeping lately. After washing up, she grabbed a hamburger from her system and ate it on the way out. Yun Huaiji stood at the gate, smiling brightly as she approached. Miss, what did you sleep in? Without waiting for an answer, Yue Huayin stuffed a hamburger into his mouth. Yue Huayin took a bite, savoring it, then followed her and, "What is this? I've never tasted anything like it. Meat and vegetables, really delicious. It's called a hamburger. There are plenty more things you haven't tried." They each munched on a hamburger until they reached the shop. Yue Huayin was satisfied with the storefront, already several women waiting inside. "Greetings, boss. You're here to learn makeup." They nodded. Yue Huayin walked around the shop, adjusting a few cabinet positions, then began teaching. "Dahue the stuff." Wang Dahue dropped from the sky, a large box on his shoulder. Yue Huayin opened it and started explaining primer and foundation. Primer and foundation come in different shades. Everyone's skin tone is different, so you need to choose accordingly. Now let's try it. Yue Huayin looked for two models with different skin tones. Her eyes settled on Daqiang and Dahue, one cool-toned, one warm-toned. "Perfect. Borrow your Daqiang. Be my guest." Daqiang looked confused. Be his guest? Was he that easygoing? But under his master's authority, he had no choice. The two sat on stools. Yue Huayin began teaching them how to distinguish skin types. "Look, Daqiang's skin is oily. That's oily skin. Dahui's is dry. Different skin types need different toners, lotion." All the jars have labels with skin type and usage instructions. When serving, customers wash their face first before applying. After washing their faces with the cleanser, Daqiang felt his face clean for the first time. He said to Yue Huayin, "This stuff is really good. Even I, a man, like it. Take a jar with you when you leave." Daqiang grinned silly. Missy was really kind. After washing, apply toner and lotion like this, patting gently. Once absorbed, start with primer. Use a puff to pat it on, then concealer with a small brush. Try it. Two volunteers stepped forward and followed her instructions. Yue Huayin checked their work. The people Yue Huayin picked were indeed talented. They got it 70 right after just one explanation. "Excellent. Next I'll teach you contouring and setting. Those are simple. Then eyeshadow, which is about color matching. He'll do one demo and you'll practice on your own." Yue Huayin painted a peach tint eyeshadow on Dahue, light and natural like a flush at the eye corners. Paired with his cool face, it gave him a touched, almost romantic air. The two apprentices tried eyeshadow themselves, choosing colors boldly. Yue Huayin didn't expect much, but they surprised her. Light blue and green with glitter, elegant despite the daring colors. She sighed. Put them in modern times, they'd be makeup masters. Now eyeliner and lashes. Eyeliner is trickier, must be coordinated. For lashes, use this curler, then this brush. They'll become long and curled. Finally, lipstick is easy. Pick a color and apply. After the two completed the entire makeup look, Yue Huayin mentally gave them a 9. 9 out of 10. The remaining 0. One was to keep them from getting too proud. "Miss, how do you feel?" "Very good. Keep practicing. Teach the others too. You can practice on each other's faces. They'll check the results in 3 days. We'll practice hard and not let you down." Fighting. Since it was still early, Yue Huayin decided to check the restaurant. Yue Huayin, having nothing else to do, joined her. "Something happened at the Chancellor's mansion last night. Do you know? Something happened." "What?" "No idea." Yue Huayin was completely baffled. "They say there was a haunting. Yang Weiner's hair was shaved off, her face ruined. Her mother miscarried. The servants are saying it's the spirits of the maids they killed." "Do you believe in ghosts, Ninth Prince?" "Half and half." "What about you, Yin? I used to not believe at all, but now I believe a little." Her soul had transmigrated here. How could she not believe? If she told him, it would scare him to death. As they walked, they reached the restaurant. The place was still packed. With the cold weather, hot pot was more popular than ever. "Since we're here, how about some hot pot together? There's an empty room on the 3rd floor reserved for us. If you want to eat or bring friends, just tell the manager." "You sure think of everything, Brother Yin. Let's go. Today I'm going to down at least 2 bowls of egg fried rice." Yue Huayin grabbed Yun Hui's hand and pulled him inside. Yun Hui looked at their clasped hands, a faint smile curling his lips. He followed her inside. Yue Huayin ordered a pile of her favorite dishes, feeling a slight longing for hot pot. "Are you planning to open the shop in 3 days? With their learning pace, it's about right. Opening a day earlier means earning silver sooner." She asked, "Are you short on silver?" "Not really. The restaurant is profitable, earning a lot daily, plus that 50,000 taels from before. I'll need to visit that estate once the shop opens." "Yue Huayin, I know you have many secrets. I want pride, but will you trust me?" Yue Huayin was taken aback, unsure how the topic shifted. But she realized that in this era, having someone like Yun Hui as a support was beneficial. "I do have many untold matters. You're the first to help me, so I trust you. Though I'm weak now, it'll grow stronger, and I can help you get what you want in return." Yun Hui looked into her eyes and said, "I genuinely want to help you, expecting nothing in return. I believe you are destined for greatness, but I just wish for your well-being." Just then the dishes were ready. Yue Huayin quickly changed the topic. "Let's eat, no need to be so serious. When I need you, I will surely ask for your help." After a hearty meal, both leaned back in their chairs, belching slightly from overeating. "This afternoon I have nothing to do. Let me take you back. I'll make sure they practice diligently at the shop." "Thanks, Yun brother." Yun Hui chuckled and flicked her forehead, saying, "You in the entire Zun kingdom, aside from the princes, are the only one who dares to call me brother." Upon returning to the duke's residence, Wang Dachui brought shocking news. Today, after Yang Yochi left court feeling guilty for Mei Yinyang's miscarriage, he planned to visit her. However, as he approached, the steward attacked him with a dagger. The guards quickly subdued the steward, and after several rounds of questioning, he revealed his motive for attempting to assassinate Yang Yochi. It turned out he had been involved with Mei Yinyang for a long time, and the child in her womb was his. He was furious that the child was lost due to Yang Yuki's negligence. After learning the truth, Yang Yochi was furious. He had felt guilty, but now discovered that the child was not his. In the end, the steward was beaten half to death and thrown out, while Mei Yingyang lost her privileged status and was imprisoned in. Yue Huayin shook her head thinking this was karma. Just as she was about to sleep, she heard a servant announce that the Prime Minister was asked. Yue Huayin felt disgusted like she had eaten a fly. She couldn't be bothered to go out, and simply had the servant send him away, then applied a face mask, and took a nap. In the afternoon she planned to make peach gum and bird's nest soup as the weather had been too dry recently. Just as she was heading to the kitchen, she saw Zhang Momo running in with a worried face. "Miss, it's bad. The young master is in trouble." "What happened?" Zhang Momo cried. "I thought the young master was just playing outside when he didn't return. I went to look for him, and a little beggar stopped me giving me a letter." Yue Huayin opened the letter quickly. It stated that Xiaobai was in danger and that she needed to go alone to the alley. As Yue Huayin prepared to leave, Zhang Momo blocked her, saying, "Miss, you can't go alone. This is clearly a trap. Don't worry, I will bring Xiaobai back safe and sound." Yue Huayin reached the address in the letter calling out, "Come out." Yang Youqi came out from around the corner pulling Xiaobai, who was bound. Behind him were several burly men. "You actually came, Miss Yu. You sure have a big attitude. It's hard to see you without this method," Yang Youqi said through gritted teeth, emphasizing her surname. "If you want to die, I can help you with that." Yang Youqi laughed as if he heard a joke. "I know you have some skills now, but no matter how strong you are, you can't fight against four. I'm here to ask for that 50 taels. If you give it to me, I'll let your brother go." Yue Huayin didn't want to waste words. She threw a silver needle, striking the temples of several big men behind him. They collapsed before they realized what happened. Yang Youqi finally began to panic, feeling that Yue Huayin was somewhat eerie. She advanced step by step, resembling death itself, with a scythe. "Don't come any closer," he stammered. "Okay, I won't come any closer." Yue Huayin suddenly smiled, but her smile was chilling. Before Yang Youqi could comprehend what was happening, Yue Huayin pulled out a gun and shot him in the forehead. Yang Youqi fell to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Yue Huayin covered Xiaobai's eyes to shield him from the bloody scene. After exiting the alley, Yue Huayin untied Xiaobai. His expression was blank. Thinking she was comforting him, she gently said, "It's okay, Xiaobai. Sister is here, don't be afraid." Xiaobai, instead of crying like before, suddenly said, "Sister, I want to learn martial arts, not just the basic self-defense moves, but lethal techniques." Yue Huayin was startled, fearing Xiaobai might turn dark. Seeing her worried, Xiaobai explained, "Sister, don't worry. I won't harm innocents. I just want to be someone who punishes evil and helps those who are bullied and powerless. I believe in you. Let's go home, otherwise Zhang Momo will worry." Seeing them return safely, Zhang Momo finally sighed in relief. "It's good to be back. Are you hungry? Let's eat." They all tacitly avoided mentioning the day's events, quietly having dinner. The next day, news spread that the Prime Minister died in the alley. When officials found him, the body was already stiff. The coroner confirmed it was murder, but no clues were found, and the matter ended ambiguously. After Yang Youqi's death, the Prime Minister's residence was seized. With the main wife deceased, only 2 concubines and a daughter remained, sent to a temple to live a life of simplicity. Yue Huayin stopped concerning herself with the news. She closely observed Xiaobai's emotions over the past few days and felt relieved when she found nothing amiss. 3 days passed quickly. Yue Huayin transported a large amount of goods to the shop, with Lu Yun Zissou assisting in arranging them on the counter, waiting for the auspicious hour to open. Yun Huaiji arrived with the signboard inscribed with Yen Ryu. "I thought I was early enough, but it seems I'm the last one here," he remarked. Qianyang had dressed up exquisitely today, making her even more beautiful. "Sister Qianyang, you're here. The shop will rely on you from now on." Yue Huayin liked Qianyang from the first sight, unable to explain why. Everything was ready, they just needed to wait. As the sky gradually brightened, Yun Huaiji ordered the doors to be opened. The red silk of the sign lowered. Firecrackers sounded, attracting a crowd. Some servants originally coming to shop hurriedly rushed back to the residence upon seeing the sign Yen Ryu. At this moment, similar scenes played out across the capital. "Miss Yen Ryu has opened. Madam, Yen Ryu has opened. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the carriage." Upon hearing the news, everyone rushed to avoid missing out. Before long, the shop was surrounded by carriages. Luckily, the street was wide enough, otherwise it would have been blocked. The surrounding citizens were puzzled about what the shop sold, drawing such a grand crowd of noble women. Even Xianyang, well-versed in the world, had never seen such a scene. Several invited beauticians were squeezed into. Finally, Xianyang shouted, "Ladies, our shop is opening today. Thank you for your support, but please maintain order. We have enough products for everyone, and our beauticians are here to assist you." Upon hearing this, the crowd calmed down, carefully examining the items on the counter, occasionally asking the beauticians for advice. People came in and out until dusk fell, finally quieting the shop. Xianyang, tired, rubbed her sore waist. "It seems following you is a good choice. I thought I was here to help, but now I'm bit." Several beauticians were also exhausted, feeling they had never done so much makeup in their lives. Only Yue Huayin happily counted the money. Almost everything in the shop was sold out with pure profit after deducting rent. Yun Huaiji watched her, chuckling at her little money-loving demeanor. The shop's opening went smoothly, and Yue Huayin decided to treat them to a feast. That night, Yun Huaiji took Yue Huayin home. Sitting in the carriage, he noticed her flushed face from the hot pot, revealing a trace of. He forced himself to look away and asked, "Are you going to the estate tomorrow?" "Yes, I want to take a look. After all, it was left to me." "Then I'll accompany you tomorrow." Yue Huayin looked at him curiously. "Other princes are busy, and you're just wandering around with me. They want that position, but I don't care." "Don't you want that position? It's the highest power. High places are lonely, not everyone wants to be up there. Don't you like power, Yining?" "Of course I like it. In this era, power can decide life and death. It allows for more opportunities and is my safety net." Yun Huaiji pondered for a moment. Since she desired it, it could be arranged. The carriage soon arrived at the duke's residence. Yue Huayin skillfully jumped down. Yue Huayin waved goodbye as the carriage drove off, then called out to Da Qiang, whispering a few words. Back at the residence, Yue Huayin coincidentally met Yu Mukin at the entrance. He looked at the departing carriage and asked, "Is Yining familiar with the ninth prince?" "I suppose we're quite familiar. We're working together in business." "Where are you headed so late, cousin?" "I remembered some official duties to attend to. I'm heading to the Dali Temple." "Rest early, Yining." "All right, cousin." In the morning, Yue Huayin finally woke up on time. This time she planned to take Lu Yun Zissou along. Yun Huaiji sat in the carriage curious about what breakfast Yue Huayin would have today and whether she would share some. Yue Huayin had a roll and milk for breakfast. Seeing Yun Huaiji staring at her food, she offered him one, wondering why a prince looked like he had never eaten anything good. Yue Huayin was excited about what the estate would be like, but upon arrival, she felt a bit disillusioned. The idyllic scene she imagined was absent. The roads were muddy from the rain, and the houses were dilapidated with cold wind. She got out of the carriage and saw a small child around 3 or 4 years old cherishing a hard black bun, as if it were a treasure. Yue Huayin, not overly sentimental, felt a twinge in her heart upon seeing this. She recalled being about the same age when her grandfather took her in. The little girl looked scared at the sight of someone dressed luxuriously, trembling in place. Yue Huayin extended a sandwich to her, saying, "Eat, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." The little girl hesitated to reach out. Yue Huayin took her hand and placed the sandwich in it. Seeing they meant no harm, the girl gradually relaxed. "Can you help me find the steward of your estate?" Yue Huayin asked, gently, afraid of startling her. The little girl nodded, and after a while an elderly man approached, looking somewhat apprehensive. Yue Huayin stood at the village entrance, frustration gnawing at her. Every villager she saw scurried away as if she were a monster. Then an old man approached, cautiously squinting. "Miss, are you here to collect this year's harvest?" he asked, his voice hesitant. Yue Huayin's eyes fell on the old man's patched clothes. Here near the bustling capital, they lived like refugees. It was shocking. She felt a pang of sorrow. This was her mother's estate. It shouldn't be this way. Yue Huayin stared at him. "Are you the steward?" "Yes, miss. Everyone calls me Uncle Li." She frowned. "Then why is everyone so poor? The accounts show good harvests every year." He looked down, unable to answer. Uncle Li seemed confused. "Miss, may I ask which family you belong to?" "Forgive my old eyes." He explained that he had thought she was Yang Weiner, the mistress' daughter, which is why he was so scared. Yue Huayin lifted her chin. "I am Yue Huayin, the cousin of the duke's mansion. My mother was the duke's eldest daughter, later the prime minister's wife." Uncle Li's eyes widened in surprise. Tears streamed down Uncle Li's face. He knelt and kowtowed 3 times, his forehead hitting the ground. "I never thought I'd see you, miss. I can die without regrets." Yue Huayin quickly helped him up. Yue Huayin gently helped Uncle Li stand. "It's cold here, and you're all so thinly dressed. Let's find a warmer place. Please gather everyone in the village," she instructed, her voice kind. The only decent courtyard on the estate was still shabby. It had fewer drafts than the others, but it was far from comfortable. Yue Huayin looked around, determined to change things. When all the villagers gathered, Yue Huayin spoke. "My mother passed away early, and I was young. The estate was taken by a concubine. You have suffered all these years. I am sorry." Many wiped tears. The villagers wiped their eyes silently. They remembered the mistress' kindness. After she died, their lives became miserable. Now her daughter had returned. Hope flickered in their hearts. Yue Huayin turned to Uncle Li. "Tell me everything that happened over the years." Uncle Li stepped forward, his voice trembling as he began to recount their suffering. Uncle Li sighed. "After the mistress died, the concubine and the young miss came. They took 9/10 of the harvest, leaving us only 1/10 to feed over 100 people. We barely survive. The young miss beats us if we displease her." Yue Huayin's fists clenched. The concubine and her daughter were crueler than any capitalist. She had heard enough. "I understand. I promise you things will change. Rest today. I will treat everyone to lunch, and then we'll discuss more." The villagers murmured in disbelief. Lunch. They hadn't eaten properly in years. Yue Huayin called her maids. "Go buy rice flour, vegetables, and meat. As much as you can." The maids hurried off. Yue Huayin remembered they were all thinly dressed. She summoned Wang Dachui. "Buy cotton clothes, shoes, and fabric. Bring back as much as you can." He nodded and left quickly. The estate was not far from the capital, so the servants returned quickly. The cart was piled high with rice flour, oil, and a whole pig. The maid sat on the pig, driving the cart, looking comical. The villagers stared in disbelief. Was all this food really for them? They helped unload the cart, their eyes wide with wonder. Yue Huayin smiled. "Today we feast." Yue Huayin chose several women good at cooking. They set up large tables in the yard. The maids Liu Yun and Zissou rolled up their sleeves. Zissou expertly dismembered the whole pig with practiced ease. Zissou planned the menu: radish and bone soup, braised pork ribs, braised pork with potatoes, and dry fried green beans. She also cooked a large pot of rice. The aroma of meat soon filled the entire village. Children swallowed their saliva secretly. After a long time, the food was ready. Over a dozen tables were set in the yard. Everyone ate silently, too busy enjoying the taste of meat they had almost forgotten. Yin Huaiji and his companions ate in a separate room. Yue Huayin smiled at him. "You're easy to please, eating such simple food in this poor place." He replied, "If you can eat it, so can I. Many commoners can't even have this." Yue Huayin thought to herself that if Yin Huaiji became emperor, he would be a wise ruler who cared for the people. She felt a warmth in her heart. The meal continued, laughter and chatter filling the air. After the meal, the villagers cleaned up eagerly. Then Yue Huayin had her maids distribute the new cotton clothes, shoes, and fabric. The villagers' eyes welled up again. They had not felt such kindness in years. These clothes didn't cost much. Winter is coming. Take them and wear them. If not for yourselves, think of your children, Yue Huayin urged. Looking at their children's frostbitten feet, they accepted gratefully. Yue Huayin then added, you all know needlework, right? Take this fabric and cotton to make quilts at home. The villagers nodded, their hearts full of gratitude. This young miss was truly heaven sent. Yue Huayin looked at Uncle Li. I want to discuss something. The houses here are all thatched. If a heavy snow comes, they won't hold. I want to rebuild all of them into brick houses before winter. Uncle Li was stunned. Miss, building brick houses costs a lot of silver. We can just repair the thatch roofs, Uncle Li said hesitantly. Yue Huayin shook her head. Don't worry about the money. Safety is most important. The estate depends on you. Uncle Li nodded, tears in his eyes. This was not a dream. Their young miss had truly returned, and their suffering was finally over. He felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. As the sun began to set, Yue Huayin prepared to leave. Suddenly a woman clutched her belly and groaned in pain. My stomach. I think I'm going into labor. Panic spread among the villagers. The women quickly carried the pregnant woman, Xiao Chui, into a house. The midwife Ma Posi was called. Experienced women began boiling water. Yue Huayin felt a sense of unease and decided to stay until the baby was born. Time passed. Xiao Xui's screams grew louder and more desperate. Ma Posi was sweating inside. Xiao Xui's husband paced outside frantic. Yue Huayin waited anxiously, her heart pounding. After a long while, Xiao Xui's voice weakened. Ma Posi rushed out, panicked. It's bad. The baby is in the wrong position. Today might be a disaster. The villagers' faces turned pale. Chun Sheng, the husband of Xiao Chui, fell to his knees, his legs giving way. He begged Ma Papa desperately, please save my wife. He'll kowtow to you. Ma Papa pulled him up, sighing, Chun Sheng, it's not that I want help, I truly can't. Chun Sheng collapsed in despair, tears streaming uncontrollably. Stop crying. I have a way. Everyone stay outside and don't come in without my permission. Yue Huayin said firmly. Hearing there was hope, Chun Sheng stopped crying and clasped his hands together, praying fervently, Buddha, please protect my wife. Let her be safe. Inside, Xiao Chui was barely breathing. Yue Huayin said, I can save both you and your baby, but I'll have to cut open your abdomen to take the child out, then sew it back up. Do you consent? I'm willing. Anything to save my child. Yue Huayin wasted no time. She gave an anesthetic setup and 4 drip from her system and prepared surgical tools for the operation. Chun Sheng felt like an eternity had passed. Finally, a baby's cry rang out. He rushed to the door, but Lu Yun blocked him. Miss said no one is allowed in. Yue Huayin finished stitching Xiao Chui and emerged with the baby. Chun Sheng immediately asked, Miss, how is my wife? The baby was in a wrong position and too large. Natural birth was impossible. I cut open her abdomen, took out the baby, and sewed her up. She's just weak and needs rest. The villagers were incredulous. They had never heard of such a birth. Chun Sheng went and saw his wife was fine and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, your kindness is immense. Chun Sheng will repay you by working as a servant for life. No need for that. Just take good care of your wife. They'll come back tomorrow to check on her. Share the leftover meat and vegetables. Yue Huayin left with Yun Huaiji in the carriage. Zissou quietly slipped 10 taels of silver into Chun Sheng's hand, whispering, Miss said to give this to you. Buy some nutritious food for your wife. Chun Sheng nodded with tears, kowtowing toward the carriage. Yun Huaiji asked, Yue Huayin, you know medicine? I've never heard of. Yes, I'm very skilled. This method can also treat diseases, like cutting out cysts or diseased organs and sewing them up. You're amazing, Yin. You flatter me. They'll come with you tomorrow. They'll pick you up at your place. Great. Do you know where to buy bricks? They'll provide the money and you can arrange it. Easy. They'll have them delivered to the estate. Since the last time they opened up, Yue Huayin stopped hiding. She pulled out a bag of potato chips and started eating. Yun Huaiji stared at the strange packaging, unable to read the words. After finishing the chips, she felt a bit embarrassed for not sharing. She handed him a burger. Eat this as a midnight snack. Tomorrow morning they'll have egg tarts and pork floss cakes. You'll like them. Yun Huaiji took a bite and nearly cried with happiness. If only he could eat such delicious food every day. Dechang suddenly poked his head in. Master, can I have a bite? Get lost. Yes, sir. Yue Huayin found it amusing. When she got off the carriage, she handed Dechang a burger. He gave her a bright smile in return. After Yue Huayin entered, Dechang felt a cold stare. He reluctantly handed the burger into the carriage. Yun Huaiji, satisfied with his obedience, split it with him. Dechang took a tiny bite of his half, savoring it. Yun Huaiji felt embarrassed by his pathetic look. The next day, when Yue Huayin arrived at the estate, Xiao Chui was already much better. She brought brown sugar, red dates, and eggs, telling Chun Sheng to cook them for her. Xiao Chui thanked her profusely. Miss, the brick delivery has arrived. Master Yun asked you to come take a look. To avoid drawing attention, they called Yun Huaiji Master Yun outside. Yue Huayin walked outside and saw over a dozen carts of bricks and tiles already arrived. 3 more trips would probably be enough. The villagers gathered around looking at the bricks and tiles with hope. Their future would be brighter. Uncle Li, you know the estate best. Arrange these materials. If you need more hands, tell me, and I'll find more help. Enough. We have plenty of strong laborers. They'll help out. Could you handle it? Uncle Li gathered everyone and discussed where to start building. They unanimously decided to build Xiao Cui's house first, since she just gave birth and her baby was the most vulnerable. Decision made, everyone sprang into action. Chun Sheng moved everything out, then 2 strong men pushed down the thatched hut. Nothing was wasted, the straw would be used for firewood. Building a brick house was different from a thatched one. It needed a foundation. With many hands, the foundation pit was soon dug. Yue Huayin didn't stay to watch. She wandered around the estate with Yun Huaiji. What do you plan to do with this estate? Grow grain as usual and raise some livestock to supply the restaurant directly. That'll save on costs. With the estate matters settled, Yue Huayin returned to the mansion and started stocking new products in her shop: hand cream, body wash, shampoo. They were instantly snapped up by noble ladies. After a few busy days, Yue Huayin finally had a moment to rest. She realized she hadn't seen Yue Huayin for days. "What, miss, you're daydreaming. Are you thinking about the ninth prince?" Zissa teased. Yue Huayin snapped out of it. "Yes, I'm wondering what he's been doing these days." Zissa said, "Miss, don't you see that the ninth prince treats you differently? He's cold to everyone else, but he cares about everything concerning you. We're business partners, so of course it's different. Oh, miss, haven't you thought about it in another way?" Zissa's words lingered in Yue Huayin's mind. She couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Yue Huayi's kindness. The thought made her cheeks warm. Yue Huayin felt that Zissou was acting strangely today. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. "How should I think about this?" she asked her. Zissou held her forehead, sighing helplessly. "My lady, you'll be 15 next year, old enough to discuss marriage. Have you never thought about finding a husband you like?" Yue Huayin froze. She had never considered this. In her past life, every day was about training and missions, trusting no one. Did she want to live that way again? No, she wanted a peaceful life with someone she loved. "Zissou, if I never like anyone, will grandmother arrange a marriage for me directly?" Yue Huayin asked, her voice soft. Marriage is always about parents' wishes and matchmakers' words. Many women don't even know their husband's face before marriage. "But the Duchess loves you, she won't force you into anything," Zissou replied reassuringly. Yue Huayin seriously considered this. If she had to marry Yue Huayin was a good choice: rich, powerful, attentive, and gentle. She would observe him a bit longer. These days were rare leisure. Just as she planned to go out with Zissou and Liu Yun, she saw Yue Huayin arriving in a hurry on his carriage at the mansion gate. What happened? Why so urgent? Yue Huayin jumped off the carriage, losing his usual calm. "Inin, can you save my mother?" His voice carried a plea. "Get in the carriage first. Tell me on the way." Yue Huayin boarded directly, instructing Zissou and Liu Yun to return to the man. "Tell me what's wrong with your mother?" Yue Huayin asked as the carriage moved. These past days, mother felt a dull pain in her lower right abdomen and felt nauseous. "We thought it was just a cold, but today the pain became unbearable. The imperial physicians are helpless." Hearing these symptoms, Yue Huayin already had a diagnosis, probably appendicitis. She knew exactly what to do. "I know roughly what illness your mother has, but curing it requires surgery, cutting open the abdomen like little Cu's childbirth. I don't know if they'll accept this method." Soon they arrived at the palace. It was Yue Huayin's first time here. Truly, wealth made a difference. Even the flooring was fine marble. She marveled at the grandeur. At the Empress bedchamber, a group of imperial physicians huddled, discussing countermeasures. Inside, a man in a bright yellow dragon robe paced anxiously. "This must be the Emperor. Father, I brought Inin. She can save mother." "Really?" The Emperor looked at Yue Huayin excitedly. The physicians also glanced over, but when they saw a young girl, they looked disdainful. "Your Majesty, I can treat the Empress, but I need to perform a small surgery, cutting open a small opening in the abdomen," Yue Huayin stated calmly. The Emperor was startled, but since Yue Huayin brought her, he remained polite. "If we cut open the abdomen, can the person still live? And wouldn't the pain be unbearable?" "Your Majesty, the incision will be very small, and I will sew it back up. There will only be a tiny scar. I will apply a special anesthetic. There will be no pain during the procedure." The Emperor hesitated. A physician stepped forward. "Your Majesty, don't listen to this witch's lies. How can anyone survive after the abdomen is cut open? If you're incompetent, don't slander others. How did you even get into the imperial hospital?" Yue Huayin retorted without hesitation. Yue Huayin was also displeased with the physician's doubt. "Inin was brought by me. Are you questioning me?" The physicians immediately backed down. Just as the dispute intensified, the Empress' weak voice came from inside. "Your Majesty, let this girl treat me." "Very well. Then try. Tell me what you need, and I'll have it prepared." The Emperor relented. "A sharp dagger and needle and thread will do." Yue Huayin requested these items merely to disguise her true methods. She would use tools from her system instead. Otherwise, appearing empty-handed and conjuring tools would make her seem like a witch. Soon a maid brought the items. Yue Huayin closed the door, took out anesthetic from her system, and prepared for the surgery. "Empress, I'm going to administer the anesthetic now. You won't feel any pain during the surgery. I will definitely cure you, trust me." Yue Huayin spoke gently. After the anesthetic injection, the Empress slowly fell asleep. Yue Huayin put on a surgical headlamp and began the operation, her hands steady and precise. The Emperor waited anxiously outside the door. An hour later, the door finally opened. "How is it?" "Your Majesty, rest assured. The Empress is out of danger and will wake soon," Yue Huayin said calmly. The Emperor sighed in relief and immediately went inside to check. To be safe, he had the imperial physicians take her pulse again. After confirming the Empress was truly fine, the physicians stared curiously at the four-drip, something they had never seen in decades of practice. They were utterly amazed. Yue Huayin secretly cursed them as country bumpkins in her heart. Moments ago, they were doubting her. Now they couldn't take their eyes off her equipment. She felt amused. Soon the Empress woke up. She looked at Yue Huayin and said, "Thank you, Miss Yu. You are welcome, Your Majesty. Please don't move around for a few days. Rest for a while, and you'll recover." The Emperor was overjoyed to see the Empress awake. He praised Yue Huayin profusely. "Miss Yu has miraculous hands. Ask for any reward, ill granted. Your Majesty, you flatter me. As the mother of the nation, saving the Empress is my duty. I don't seek any reward." Yue Huayin replied modestly. "Haha, Yang Yochi, really let a pearl go to waste. You saved the Empress, that's a great merit. If I don't reward you, people will say I'm stingy. They'll think of something and send it to your mansion." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Since the Empress is fine, I'll take my leave," Yue Huayin said. "He'll see you out." Yue Huayin. The Emperor's gaze swept between them, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He turned back to see the physician still standing there and immediately put on a stern face. You may all withdraw. The Empress needs quiet rest. Your servants take leave. After the physicians left, the Emperor lifted his robe, rushed to the Empress' bedside, and winked. Ruru, did you notice something odd? The Emperor asked in a teasing tone, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The Empress rolled her eyes at him, her voice still weak. Do I need you to tell me? I have eyes, don't I? He's seeing that bastard son of yours finally smarten up, we should be able to hold a grandson soon. What do you think I should reward her with? The Emperor spoke to the Empress using I instead of we. The Empress thought for a moment and said, this child has a hard fate. She lived worse than a servant in the Chancellor's mansion. Luckily the Duke's mansion treated her well, but her current identity as the Duke's niece is not suitable. Why not grant her a status worthy of Huaiji? Yang Yochi, that coward. I only promoted him out of respect for the Duke. He actually thought he was something. Good riddance, he was an eyesore in court. That's his karma. I didn't even bother to investigate further, just let the coroner go through the motions. But Ro Rao's suggestion is good. She should be given a proper status. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin followed Yun Huaiji out of the palace. Seeing his worried expression, she grew curious. Have you been taking care of your mother these past few days? She's recovered now, so why the long face? Alas, my mother is only part of the reason. Is there something else? There's been a severe flood in Qinghe County. We've allocated a lot of silver for repairs and relief, but the situation is getting worse. Refugees are even starting to arrive in the capital. If so much silver hasn't helped, someone must be profiteering from the disaster. How can such people sleep at night? You're right, but it's hard to know the truth from afar. So father and I decided he'll go to Qinghe County in person to see where the money went. You're going to the disaster zone. When? Probably tomorrow afternoon. If you have any trouble in the capital, go to my residence and ask for Steward Joe. I'll help you. A warm current flowed through Yue Huayin's heart. No one had ever cared for her like this. Those who were kind to her before all had ulterior motives, but he asked for nothing and arranged everything for her down to the smallest detail. My business in the capital is stable for now. The shops and restaurants are all managed by reliable people. Why don't I go with you? Many hands make light work. No, the disaster zone is too dangerous. We don't know what we'll face. Just stay in the capital and wait for me to return. Don't underestimate me. My martial arts are no worse than yours, and I know medicine. After a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic. Taking me along might really help. Yun Huaiji wanted to refuse, but Yue Huayin made the final decision. It's settled. He'll go pack and come with you tomorrow. He shook his head helplessly. Fine, let her do what she wants. He would just be extra careful. Back at the Duke's mansion, Yue Huayin started packing. Lu Yun and Zissou looked confused. Miss, what are you packing? Where are you going? Li and Zissou, you go pack too. We're leaving for the disaster zone tomorrow. And to Hammer, you come along. Miss, why are we suddenly going to the disaster zone? I heard it's really bad there. Zissou asked while packing essentials. The 9th prince is going too. If we don't go, the refugees' resentment might reach the sky. Just as they finished packing, the matriarch's maid Tower came to summon Yue Huayin to the front hall. She followed and found the whole family gathered with a eunuch standing across from them. The eunuch gave her a kind smile when he saw her. Yue Huayin received the decree. Everyone knelt down. By the grace of the Emperor, Yue Huayin, niece of the Duke's mansion, intelligent and skilled, cured the Empress, is hereby granted the title of Yunnan Commandery Princess. Respect this. Long live the Emperor. Yue Huayin stepped forward to receive the decree. Thank you for your trouble, eunuch. She slipped a pouch of silver into his sleeve. The young eunuch took it without hesitation. Thank you, Yunnan Commandery Princess. Feel free to visit the palace often. The Emperor and Empress are very fond of you. Please convey my regards to them. After sending off the eunuch, the whole Duke family gathered around. You know what's going on. When did you save the Empress? Yue Huayin explained the whole story. Everyone was even more curious about where she learned medicine. She had to make up a story about a dream of an immortal. Heir is blessed by the gods. The matriarch clasped her hands and chanted Amitabha several times. Everyone was happy about Yue Huayin's new title, except Yu Muxing, who looked at her with a knowing smile, shaking his head in fondness. Yue Huayin remembered her departure tomorrow and took the opportunity to tell everyone. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm going to Qinghe County with the 9th prince tomorrow afternoon. The matriarch was startled, then anxious. Heir, do you know how dangerous that place is? You're a woman, not an official. Why suffer such hardship? Grandmother, I'm not going for personal gain. While we enjoy comfort in the capital, they are suffering in misery. Disasters are merciless, but people have feelings. I want to do my part. Well said. This is the spirit of the Duke's mansion. A woman can also achieve great things. Grandfather supports you, but you must return safe and sound. The Duke did not oppose, instead encouraging her. You old fool, why are you filling her head with such big ideas? The matriarch sighed, knowing the decision was final. Grandmother, don't worry. I'm not going alone. He'll take Liu Yun, Zissou, and a hammer. The 9th prince will bring his men too. It's a disaster zone, not a battlefield. Alright, I can't argue with you. Just remember to come back safely. I know, grandmother. Yue Muxing stepped forward and patted her head. Be careful. This trip won't be easy. I know you're just trying not to worry them. If you need help, write to me. Got a cousin. You're reliable. Who wouldn't be for their little sister? Here, a smoke bomb. If you're in danger, smash it hard on the ground and escape. Yue Huayin accepted the pouch from her cousin with a smile. Thank you, cousin. The Duchess then took her hands, her voice earnest, as she warned her to be cautious. Yu Rui stood nearby, her gaze filled with worry. That evening, Yue Huayin thought about the supplies needed for the disaster area. Food and medicine were most important. Medicine was no problem, and the system automatically replenished food. She still needed clothes and tents. After planning, Yue Huayin went to bed early, intending to go shopping at dawn. The next morning, she rose before daylight and slipped out of the mansion alone without alerting her maids Lu Yun and Zissou. At the clothing store, she bought all the cotton clothes and quilts. The owner was overjoyed. "Sir, please move these to the back door. They'll fetch a cart soon." Yes, of course." The owner immediately called the shop assistants to move everything. Yue Huayin went to rent a horse cart near. Yue Huayin rented a cart and told the driver to go to the back door of the clothing shop. She went inside for a moment, then came out. The driver assumed she hadn't found anything suitable. This repeated at several shops. Yue Huayin entered and exited empty-handed. The driver was curious, but didn't ask. Yue Huayin rented the cart to hide the fact that she was storing the clothes in her system. From the outside, it looked like the goods were loaded into the cart. In reality, everything vanished into her inventory. Yue Huayin returned to the courtyard. Lu Yun was sweeping and looked surprised to see her. "Miss, when did you leave?" I woke up early and went for a walk." "Have you packed everything?" "Well, leave after breakfast." Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, miss. The Duchess invited us to lunch to see you off." "Good. Let's bring Xiaobai along." At noon, the Duke and his family all stayed home to dine with Yue Huayin, not going to court. When Yue Huayin arrived with Xiaobai, everyone was already seated. "It seems I'm late." She smiled at the Duchess. "Not late at all. The dishes aren't ready yet." The Duchess looked at her fondly. "Greetings, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, cousin." Xiaobai bowed to everyone. "Good child, how is your studies?" "Tower, bring some pastries." The Duchess pulled Xiaobai. "Grandmother, my teacher praised me recently. I've surpassed Yunzi. Oh, my little darling, you're so clever." The room was... Soon a maid announced the meal was ready. The Duchess nodded, and the dishes were served. Eat more. The journey is long and hard. Take care of yourself." Su Qingrong's eyes showed concern. "Don't worry, aunt. I will return safe and sound." After the meal, Yue Huayin returned to her courtyard to pack her luggage. Yun Huaiji was already waiting at the gate. Yu Qinshu and Su Qingrong suddenly came over. "Don't think I'm nagging. This trip is dangerous. Be very careful. I know you have great ambitions, so I won't stop you. The disaster is getting worse. I've heard about it at court. Things are probably not as simple as they seem." Yu Qinshu's expression. "Uncle, aunt, rest assured. The 9th Prince and I have discussed the situation. I won't act recklessly." Yu Qinshu nodded, pulling out a thick stack of banknotes. "Take these. You'll need them when necessary." Yue Huayin looked at the thick stack and quickly refused. "No need, uncle. I have enough silver. Keep this for cousin's marriage." "You little rascal. Your cousin's marriage won't lack this silver. Take it as our gift." Yue Huayin couldn't refuse, so she accepted. The stack was about 10,000 taels. "Thank you, uncle and aunt. It's getting late. I must be off." As she was about to leave, a small hand tugged at her clothes. "Sister, come back soon." Xiaobai's eyes were misty. "Xiaobai, be good. He'll finish my business quickly and return. Listen to your grandparents and study well, okay?" Xiaobai nodded. "I know, sister. He'll study hard." Yue Huayin boarded the carriage. From her bag, she took out 2 macadamia nuts and tossed them to Yun Huaiji. "What's this?" "Delicious. How do you eat it?" "With your mouth." Yun Huaizi's eyes were full of curiosity. Yue Huayin took out a small iron piece and pried the hard shell open, revealing the milky kernel. She popped the kernel into his mouth. Yun Huaiji chewed, his eyes lighting up. The flavor was unlike anything he had tasted. Yue Huayin then took out almonds and pecans, which were easier to shell. Yun Huaiji began peeling them, soon eating nonstop, occasionally feeding one to her. The whole ride was filled with crunching sounds. They were already full from the snacks. Lu Yun and the others only had dry rations for lunch. The carriage traveled for a long... Yue Huayin's bottom was sore from the bumpy ride. She opened the window and saw it was almost dark. They were in the wilderness, likely to camp outdoors tonight. "Miss, it's dark. Let's rest here tonight." "Good, I need to stretch. My bones are rattling apart." Dechong and Wang Dazhuai skillfully set up tents. Lu Yun and Zissou gathered firewood nearby. Wang Dazhuai went hunting and returned with 2 rabbits and a pheasant. Lu Yun cleaned the game and put it on the fire to roast. Yue Huayin felt a sudden unease. She narrowed her eyes, alert. In her past life, this feeling usually meant trouble. She closed her eyes and sensed the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. She hoped it was just her imagination. Just then, a roasted rabbit leg was offered to her lips. "Take a bite, it's sizzling and delicious." Yue Huayin took the leg and bit down hard, hissing as the hot oil burned her mouth. Yun Huaiji burst out laughing. Yue Huayin found that after leaving the capital, Yun Huaiji seemed more real and relaxed. The night passed quietly. After a hearty meal, the group decided to rest. They had traveled all day and fatigue weighed heavily on their eyelids. The campfire crackled softly as they settled down for the night. Just as everyone relaxed, a faint rustle came from the grass. Yue Huayin, who was drowsy, suddenly snapped, her eyes open, fully alert, without any trace of sleep. Her pupils focused sharply. "It begins hunting time." Yue Huayin flipped up, a bloodthirsty smile curling her lips. Others also noticed the danger. Yun Huaiji immediately moved to shield her, standing protectively in front. The sound drew closer. A dagger gleaming with cold light thrust straight toward Yun Huaiji. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming for his chest. Yun Huaiji pulled Yue Huayin aside, dodging the attack. Suddenly, countless black-clad assassins surged from all directions, surrounding them. Even Yue Huayin was speechless. Someone really wanted him dead. These were clearly elite death warriors, a huge investment. "Zissou, protect the young lady," Lu Yun said, then formed a circle with Dechue and Dechong shielding them. Zissou looked so loyal that Yue Huayin almost laughed despite the seriousness. "We're outnumbered and outmatched. If we drag this out, we won't win. Find a chance to run," Yue Huayin whispered to the group. They nodded in agreement. The enemies couldn't wait any longer. With a shout, they launched a coordinated attack, blades flashing in the moonlight. The group braced for impact. Yue Huayin kicked up a fallen dagger spinning at midair. She caught it and drove it straight into a black-clad assassin's heart. Blood splattered as the body crumpled. Yue Huayin drew his soft sword and began a fierce fight. Though they were skilled, the enemy's endless waves exhausted them. Sweat dripped from his brow as he parried blow after blow. Yue Huayin slit an assassin's throat with her sword. "Make a gap. Prepare to retreat," she shouted, her voice cutting through the clashing steel. Yun Huaiji and Yue Huayin cleared a path. De Chong leaped onto the carriage to drive out, but an assassin cut the reins, and the frightened horse bolted into the night. Seeing the horse gone, Yun Huaiji fought, even harder, his face twisted with regret. He shouldn't have let Yue Huayin come to the disaster area, putting her in such danger. Yue Huayin cursed inwardly, but she wasn't panicked. These were all trusted people. Even revealing her system's secret wouldn't matter. A plan formed in her mind. "Liu Yun Zisa de Chui de Chong, come close to me," Yue Huayin commanded. The four quickly retreated to her side, though puzzled they obeyed. Once they formed a back-to-back circle, she threw a smoke bomb. A gift from Yu Muxing, but she had improved it with pepper powder. Thick, pungent smoke erupted. The choking smell made the assassins cough violently. Taking advantage, Yue Huayin willed her system's off-road vehicle into existence. A sleek modern SUV materialized out of thin air. She opened the door, shoved Yun Huaiji into the passenger seat, and let Liu Yun and the others into the back. She stepped on the gas stylishly. Fortunately, the road was flat and wide despite the wilderness. The assassins recovered and gave chase, but the distance grew wider. The SUV's powerful engine roared, leaving them far behind until they vanished from sight. After driving about an hour, sure the assassins couldn't catch up, Yue Huayin stopped to rest. She parked under a large tree, cutting the engine. The night was quiet. "Miss, what is this? It's amazing. So fast, several times faster than a carriage. And how did it suddenly appear?" Zissou asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Zissou sat in the car, looking around and touching everything curiously. Yue Huayin had decided to reveal the vehicle. She didn't like living in secrecy. She knew the time had come to explain. Yun Huaiji quietly watched her, not urging. His eyes held trust and patience. He simply waited for her to speak. "I know you're curious. This is an off-road vehicle, a travel tool. We can reach Qinghe County in a day and night. I have a system like a magical storage ring. It holds many things. I'm telling you because I trust you as friends." The car fell silent for a moment. Then the four spoke in unison. "We swear by heaven we will never reveal this. If we do, may we be destroyed and die without a whole corpse." Their voices were firm. Yue Huayin shivered. Such a harsh oath. Yun Huaiji smiled at her. "I won't tell either." "All right, I believe you. No need for such a heavy vow," she said, waving her hand. Yun Huaiji shook his head. "An innocent man may be guilty if he possesses a rare treasure. If others know, you'll have no peace. Don't tell anyone else." He spoke with concern. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Enough talk. Everyone must be tired. Let's eat something." Yue Huayin changed the subject, trying to lighten the mood. Zissou hesitated. "Miss, all our food was on the carriage. We have nothing now. We'll have to hunt." She looked worried, glancing at the empty hands of the group. "No need. With me you won't starve. Get off and start a fire." Yue Huayin briefly taught them how to open and close the car doors. Everyone scrambled out, curious. Liu Yun quickly started a fire. Yue Huayin took out a large pot, placed it on the fire, added broth concentrate and hot pot base, then poured in a bottle of mineral water. The aroma began to rise. "Is this the hot pot from the restaurant?" De Chong came over, smelling the familiar aroma. "Smart." Yue Huayin laughed. The others gathered around, eyes shining. "But today's ingredients are ones you've never tried." Yue Huayin added egg dumplings, beef balls, wide noodles, fatty beef, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, and more into the bubbling pot. The aroma grew stronger. They all swallowed saliva. In this wilderness, it was a rare delicacy. When everything was cooked, Yue Huayin ladled a bowl for each. They ate hot pot by the fire, savoring every bite. After eating, Yue Huayin pulled out bottles of milk to soothe the spiciness. "Let's drive a bit more before dark. Tomorrow we'll buy horses in a nearby town. We can't drive the off-road vehicle in daylight. It might scare people." Everyone now obeyed Yue Huayin. They cleaned up and got into the car skillfully. Zissou loved the car most. Everything felt perfect, even the seats were comfortable. She leaned back with a sigh of contentment. Yue Huayin turned on the car stereo, playing ancient-style music. They were mesmerized, feeling she was a fairy descending to earth. The melody filled the cabin, soothing their tired minds. When the sky turned pale, Yue Huayin braked. Ahead was a town with faint lights. Though early, it was best not to be too conspicuous. She parked behind a grove of trees. "De Chui, go to town and buy some horses. Then we'll find a place to eat before continuing." De Chui nodded and slipped out of the car, heading toward the town. "Yes, miss." De Chui's voice was muffled as he disappeared into the dawn. The rest waited in the car, ready for the next leg. Yue Huayin and her companions entered a bustling eatery, ordered light dishes, and asked the waiter about horse markets. The waiter, a talkative local, eagerly pointed down the street, describing the route in detail. The waiter boasted he had lived in town for 20 years and knew everything. He directed them to go straight, turn left into an alley, then right to reach the livestock market. The group listened attentively. After thanking the waiter, they finished their meal and rested briefly. Wang Dachui then set off alone, walking briskly toward the livestock market, determined to find good horses for their journey. Wang Dachui arrived at a large livestock market, bustling with traders selling cattle, mules, and horses. He scanned the area, observing the animals and their owners, planning his next move. Wang Dachui circled the horse traders slowly. A skinny vendor noticed him and approached eagerly. "Brother, are you looking to buy horses? My horses are strong and healthy. Come take a look." The vendor opened a horse's mouth to show its teeth. Wang Dachui glanced at it briefly, then turned and walked away without a word. The horse looked weak, not worth his money. Seeing him leave, the vendor panicked and shouted, "Hero, buy here. The price will be fair." Wang Dachui paused for a moment, but didn't turn back, his mind made up. Wang Dachui replied calmly, "Am not short of money," and walked away, leaving the vendor frustrated. He continued circling until he stopped before a teenage boy with honest eyes. Wang Dachui asked, "Boss, how much for these horses?" The boy was surprised. He was the first customer of the day to approach him directly. His eyes lit up with hope. The boy stammered, 20 taels each. "I raised them myself. They are well-fed and strong." The skinny vendor rushed over, glaring at the boy with hostility. The vendor sneered, "That kid knows nothing about horses. Don't be fooled. You'll get sick horses that die in 2 days. Wang Dachui's expression hardened, anger flickering in his eyes. The boy's face flushed red. He retorted, "My horses are not sick. I feed them fresh grass every day and take them out for exercise." His voice trembled with indignation. Wang Dachui handed the boy a 100 tael note. "He'll take all 5. Can you lead them to the eatery ahead?" The skinny vendor opened his mouth to protest, but Wang Dachui shot him a glare. "Say one more word and he'll punch you." The vendor shivered and shut his mouth, immediately intimidated by Wang Dachui's fierce look. He stepped back, not daring to interfere further. The boy quickly accepted the money, delighted. The boy took the banknote, hardly believing his luck. He pinched his arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Usually selling 1 horse in days was hard, but today he sold all 5 at once. Joy overwhelmed him. The boy nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir. Please lead the way and I'll follow with the horses." He gathered the reins and prepared to move them. Wang Dachui turned and walked back toward the eatery. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin and the others had rested enough. They agreed that today's meal was bland compared to last night's hot pot. They missed the rich flavors, but knew they needed to continue. Zissou complained, "Miss, let's not eat out anymore. It's a waste of money and tastes bad. Last night's meal was much better." Yue Huayin smiled at her maid's spoiled taste. Yue Huayin gave her a sideways glance. "We're traveling, having food to fill our stomachs is enough. Don't be picky." She stretched and turned to see Wang Dachui returning with horses and a boy outside. Wang Dachui announced, "I've bought the horses. We can continue." The boy delivered the horses and left. Wang Dachui had also bought a carriage to let the ladies rest during the journey. Zissou asked, "Miss, shall we depart now?" Yue Huayin replied, "Yes, the sooner the better." She and Yun Huaiji boarded the carriage. Wang Dachui drove while the other 3 rode horses. In the carriage, Yun Huaiji noticed her bloodshot eyes and said, "Enin, lie down and rest." "You didn't sleep last night." She replied, "I'm not sleepy yet. I'll rest when I'm tired." Yun Huaiji asked, "Do you blame me?" Yue Huayin tilted her head, puzzled. "Blame you for what?" Her innocent expression made him smile. He felt a warmth in his heart. He explained, "I've brought danger upon you. Those attackers were after me, not you. Yet you've been dragged into this." His voice was filled with guilt. He looked down, unable to meet her eyes. Yue Huayin waved dismissively. "Is that all? Don't worry, I'll protect you." Yun Huaiji's tense expression relaxed into a smile. "Then I'll rely on you from now on, Enin." She replied, "Small matter." Looking out the window, her eyelids grew heavy. Soon her breathing evened out as she fell asleep. Yun Huaiji watched her with tender eyes. Yun Huaiji gazed at her sleeping face, his expression soft with affection. He realized that she had become his weakness. He silently vowed to protect her, his heart full. Yun Huaiji opened the window and signaled to Daqiang. Daqiang rode closer and handed him a note from his pocket. The others didn't notice the exchange. Yun Huaiji read it quickly, then hid it. He asked if she was hungry, offering to send Daqiang hunting. She replied, "Where are we? No need to hunt. Save energy. He'll handle dinner." Wang Dachui stopped the carriage. He asked if she was hungry, offering to send Daqiang hunting. She replied, "Where are we? No need to hunt. Save energy. He'll handle dinner." Wang Dachui stopped the carriage. "Let's rest here and continue tomorrow." Yun Huaiji said, "We've reached Dongshan County. We'll arrive at Qinghe County by the day after tomorrow thanks to your off-road vehicle." Yue Huayin nodded, pleased with their progress. Yue Huayin jumped down, breathing the fresh wilderness air. Everyone must be hungry. Tonight we'll have fried chicken and cola. She smiled excitedly, preparing to surprise them. She summoned from her system 3 fried chickens, boneless chicken nuggets, fried rice cakes, spiral potatoes, super chicken leg burgers, and cans of cola. The feast appeared before them. Zissou ran over, drawn by the aroma. Daqiang, standing nearby, swallowed hard, trying to appear dignified. He forced his eyes away, but his stomach growled loudly. Daqiang's inner thoughts cried out, "So delicious, I want to eat." Yun Huaiji handed him a burger. "Go on, eat." Daqiang took a big bite, his eyes welling with happiness. "Thank you, master." Zissou picked up a can of cola, curious. "Miss, what is this? Can we eat it?" Yue Huayin laughed. "This is the soul, happy fat house water. Perfect with fried chicken. Let me show you how to open it." Yue Huayin hooked her finger under the tab and pulled. With a satisfying pop, the cola opened, bubbles rising. She handed it to Zissou, who took it hesitantly. Zissou took a sip, her eyes widening. After swallowing, she exclaimed, "Miss, it's like a battle in my mouth. But it's fun and delicious." She took another sip eagerly. Daqiang had already polished off his burger. He looked at Yun Huaiji with longing eyes, clearly wanting to try the battle-in-the-mouth drink. Yun Huaiji chuckled and handed him a can. Yun Huaiji deftly opened the can with one hand and handed it to Daqiang, then turned away. Yue Huayin admitted to herself that he looked handsome doing that. She watched him for a moment, appreciating the view. Zissou noticed Yue Huayin staring at Yun Huaiji and grinned mischievously. She elbowed Lu Yun and winked, hinting at something. Yue Huayin caught them and blushed slightly, pretending to be busy eating. Lu Yun didn't get her hint. "Zissou, what's wrong with your eyes? Cramping?" Zissou nearly choked on her fried chicken. She should have known better than to expect him to understand. After eating, they needed to sleep. Yue Huayin was fine, the carriage was spacious enough for her. But for the others it was a different story. Dechang and the others didn't mind. They'd just build a fire and sleep in the trees. But Yue Huayin refused to settle. She always wanted the most comfortable life no matter where she was. She pulled 2 tents from her system, figured out how to set them up, and had Dechue and the others help. Miss, you really can do anything. Even outside you eat and sleep better than at home. Life is short, so enjoy it. Yue Huayin pulled out thick mats and duvets. One underneath, one on top, and you won't be cold. Dechang quickly crawled into the tent to set it up. The soft touch of the blanket made him love it. Dechue, come try it. Dechang pulled Dechue inside. Luyan and Zissou had theirs ready too. Let's go back to the carriage to sleep. Yue Huayi's eyes flickered with a strange thought. Didn't she know about propriety between men and women? He raised an eyebrow but followed silently. If it was her, he supposed it was okay. Yue Huayin climbed into the carriage, laid down thick blankets, and put out a duvet. What are you waiting for? Go to sleep. Yue Huayi took off his boots and got into the carriage. As soon as he lay down, he noticed how different these things were. Even the imperial palace didn't have anything this comfortable. As Yue Huayin lay down beside him, the scent of her perfume filled the air. Yue Huayi's heart began to race, a strange restlessness washing over him. Yue Huayin thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, having slept all day. But as soon as her head hit the pillow, she was fast asleep. She slept soundly, but Yue Huayi couldn't sleep at all. He stared at her profile. It was the first time he had been this close to her. Unlike her daytime boldness, sleeping Yue Huayin was quiet and obedient, giving him an urge to protect her. Suddenly Yue Huayin rolled over and hugged him around the waist. His breath hitched, his heart pounding. She nuzzled against him, oblivious. He sighed, resigned to being held like this. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached Qinghe County. The road was filled with refugees, a scene of utter devastation. Families were fleeing with their belongings, some already skin and bones. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were fleeing famine, many already reduced to skin and bones. How had they survived these months? Let's go to the county magistrate's office first, Yue Huayin, she said, his lips tight. Yue Huayin knew he was angry. Months had passed, and the disaster area was still like this. That magistrate was quite something. When they arrived at the office, the guards were lounging around chatting. Go tell your magistrate someone's here to see him. Dechang couldn't help but say. The guard looked him up and down. And who are you? Our magistrate is a busy man, you can't just see him anytime. Not wanting to waste time, Yue Huayin, she pulled out his token. The guard was careless at first, but when he saw the emblem, he stumbled and ran inside to report. The magistrate was busy with his new concubine. The magistrate interrupted and his fun roared angrily. He dressed quickly and opened the door. What's so important? If it's not, you're getting a beating. Sir, someone from the capital is here. The magistrate panicked, but tried to stay calm. Just keep your mouth shut. The disaster is severe, and I've been working myself to the bone. The fat magistrate's stomach protruding waddled to the front hall. I didn't know the 9th prince was coming, please forgive me. I've been so busy with the disaster relief I've lost track of time. You are indeed a busy man, busier than my father it seems. Go look at the people outside. See the misery and complaints. Is that the result of your disaster relief? The magistrate gritted his teeth, cursing the prince in his heart, but his mouth was full of complaints. Your Highness, you don't know. These refugees are greedy. They try to cheat us. It's a blessing they have a little food to survive. They can't expect to be full every meal. The court has allocated funds many times. Where has all that silver gone? Your Highness, you don't know the cost of living. Buying grain and helping refugees took most of it. Rebuilding the dam also needs money. I even used my own salary. Yue Huayi snorted coldly and stopped arguing. He knew that without solid evidence the magistrate would never admit to anything. He didn't want to waste more time. The magistrate sneered behind his back. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. What can he do to me? If he causes trouble, I'll just get rid of him. Say he had an accident. The flood is dangerous everywhere. Yue Huayin found the magistrate's fat, ugly face disgusting. She knew he was up to no good. She tugged at Yue Huayi's sleeve, signaling him to leave. The 9th prince has come a long way. Let me be a good host. Stay for dinner. No need. You're so busy I won't disturb you. Yue Huayi's eyes were full of sarcasm as he spoke. Then he left with Yue Huayin and the others. After they left, the magistrate spat on the ground. Huh, who does he think he is? Just lucky to be born well. A brat like him dares to order me around. Sir, the 9th prince came suddenly. We had no news. Has he? Found out something. Scared of nothing. If he dares to meddle, I'll make sure he never goes back. The magistrate's face was vicious, making his already ugly face even more terrifying. Yue Huayin found an inn and booked the entire 2nd floor. It was still early, and a few people gathered in a room discussing what to do next. The situation is worse than we thought. The money sent earlier hasn't reached the disaster victims at all. Instead, he lives luxuriously. Yue Huayin leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming on the table. This county magistrate indeed has issues, but I suspect there's a bigger fish behind him. A mere magistrate wouldn't dare to be so bold without support. Yue Huayin shivered at the thought of the magistrate. You are right, but we must first settle the victims before dealing with other matters. But our food was lost to the assassins on the road. What do we do now? I have a plan. I can provide about 300 bags of rice and 400 bags of flour daily. Yue Huayin estimated the number of victims and nodded. Thank you, Yin. Miss Yu is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Dechang admired her with starry eyes. All we have to eat at the inn today, Dechang said, looking disappointed. Zissou rolled her eyes at him. Do you think we're in the wilderness? If we don't eat, the innkeeper might think you're a ghost. Dechang forced himself to cheer up and accepted the meal. Yue Huayin couldn't help but smile at his eager expression. Eat less tonight. We'll have snacks when we return to our room, she suggested. They ordered several vegetarian dishes considering the serious flood situation. The landlady, a kind-looking woman in her 40s, greeted them cheerfully. Good thing you ordered vegetarian dishes. I can't cook. Yue Huayin looked at the landlady. Isn't the magistrate helping the disaster victims? Why haven't we seen any improvement? He doesn't care at all. The landlady suddenly became agitated. He only seeks pleasure, ignoring the suffering of the people. When things got worse, he acted as if he didn't see anything. The village houses were washed away, crops flooded. Where can they find peace but in the city? But when the number of victims increased, the magistrate closed the city gates. How can the magistrate be so heartless? He's pushing them to their deaths. Lu Yun exclaimed angrily. Countless have died because of this, including young children. As a mother, it truly breaks my heart. Landlady, can I ask you for a favor? Tomorrow we want to cook porridge and buns for the victims. Can we use your kitchen? The magistrate won't open the city gates for them. We tried to help before, but the guards took our food and threatened us. Yun Hui found the situation laughable. The magistrate doesn't care and won't allow others to help. Don't worry, all victims will definitely enter the city tomorrow. Just let us use your kitchen. The landlady studied them carefully. They all seemed extraordinary, not like ordinary folks. The landlady studied them carefully. They all seemed extraordinary, not like ordinary folks. Thank you. After finishing their meal, they prepared to go upstairs. The landlady quickly cleaned up the table. Back in the room, Yue Huayin took out the rice and flour, then turned to find 5 pairs of eyes staring at her. Miss, did you forget something? We're still hungry. Zissou pouted, looking a bit wronged. What do you want to eat? Yue Huayin asked, exasperated. Yue Huayin accessed her system and saw takoyaki and pancakes. With a thought, the food appeared on the table. Eat up. Take whatever you like, De Chong exclaimed, taking a big bite of the handcake. Yue Huayin skewered a takoyaki with a bamboo stick, nostalgia washing over her. The next morning, the delicious aroma of rice woke Yue Huayin. She loved the smell of rice. Yue Huayin guessed they started cooking porridge early. It was probably around 4 in the morning. Miss, why aren't you sleeping more? We can handle this, Zissou said, looking at her on the stairs. Yue Huayin entered the kitchen and burst into laughter at the sight. In the kitchen, Yun Hui stirred the porridge with a ladle, ensuring it didn't stick. Wang Daqiang laughed heartily, wiping his face with his sleeve. But the flour only smeared more across his cheeks, making everyone burst into laughter again. Let me help too. What's left? Yue Huayin asked. Zissou beckoned her over. Miss, come make steamed buns with me. It's Yue Huayin walked over, picked up a piece of dough, and rolled it into a round ball. Perfectly smooth, she placed it in the steamer basket. Soon white fluffy buns would be ready. Miss, your hands are so skilled. The buns are perfectly round. A young girl of 16 or 17 smiled sweetly at Yue Huayin. Yue Huayin paused, then realized she must be the owner's daughter. Thank you. Yue Huayin hadn't noticed before, but now she saw her buns were indeed neater than others. She never expected a top agent like her to have a talent for making buns. When the last batch of buns was steaming, Daqiang changed clothes and went out. He held the token ready to open the city gate and let the refugees in. At the city gate, the guards were chatting idly. Daqiang frowned. The whole Qinghe County was rotten, just like its master, so open the gate. Daqiang's voice was cold. The guards glanced at him, then turned back to their chat, completely ignoring him. Daqiang snatched the keys from a guard's belt and walked toward the gate himself. The guards had never seen such arrogance. They were the ones who usually threw their weight around. Hey you, tired of living? My cousin works for the county magistrate. Kneel and call me grandpa, and he'll let it slide. Ha ha, the guard sneered. The surrounding guards gathered around, eager to see the fun. They encircled Daqiang, laughing and pointing. Daqiang walked straight toward the gate, unwilling to waste time with fools. But the guard blocked his way. Losing patience, Daqiang drew his sword and pressed it to the man's throat. Stand in my way, and you die. The guards were all bullies who cowered in fear. One wet his pants immediately. Spare me. We're just following orders. If you open the gate, the magistrate won't let you off. Daqiang shook the token in his hand. The guard saw the characters on it, his eyes bulging, then his neck went limp, and he fainted. The city gate opened. Outside, a sea of refugees crowded the road. Painful groans and children's cries tore at the heart. Yet no one dared step inside the city. Good people, you can now enter the city for shelter. At the Ningji Inn, free porridge and buns are distributed every day. The refugees were incredulous, but survival instinct pushed an old man forward hesitantly. Brother, can we really enter? Could you spare some food for my grandson? I'm old, I don't mind dying. But my grandson is only 5. The old man wiped his tears, swallowing all the bitterness in his heart. Everyone outside the city can come in, and everyone can get food. Come on in now, Daqiang urged. The old man's eyes lit up. Brother, you're a true savior. Folks were saved. The grateful old man led the way, calling for everyone to enter the city. Other guards wanted to stop them, but seeing Daqiang's gleaming sword, they shut their mouths. Everyone followed Daqiang to the Ningji Inn. Yue Huayin and the others had already prepared the porridge and buns. The smell of porridge and buns made everyone swallow hard. They hadn't had a proper meal in days. Everyone, today's porridge and buns are unlimited. Line up one by one. Elderly and children first. Those who can hold on, please wait a bit. The old man from the city gate was pushed to the front. Embarrassed, he hesitated, but seeing his grandson who hadn't eaten for days, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Here, Grandpa. 2 buns and 2 bowls of porridge for you and your grandson. Go sit at the table inside where it's warm. If you need more, come back. Enough, it's more than enough. You are true benefactors. On behalf of the villagers, let me kowtow to you. The old man knelt and thumped his head 3 times on the ground. Yue Huayin quickly stepped forward and pulled him up. Grandpa, please don't be so polite. I can't accept this. Take your grandson to eat now, others are waiting. The innkeeper and her husband kept cooking in the kitchen, replenishing supplies. Yue Huayin and the others set up several stations outside to distribute food, greatly improving efficiency. It took 2 full hours for everyone to get their food. A young man in his 20s looked embarrassed after finishing 1 bowl of porridge. Yue Huayin noticed and silently gave him another bowl and 2 buns. The young man looked at Yue Huayin. Yue Huayin said nothing, just patted his shoulder, then turned back to ladle porridge. The young man bit into the bun fiercely, swallowing it with tears. After eating, he started helping clean up. Inspired by him, everyone else began lending a hand. Yue Huayin watched them, thinking these were simple, honest villagers, mutually respectful, grateful. The more she thought, the more she loathed the county magistrate. What a bastard. With the villagers' help, things were cleaned up quickly. After eating, the worry on their faces lessened. Children stopped crying and played games in small groups. Just then someone nobody wanted to see arrived. I heard the 9th prince is distributing porridge here. I came to see if I could help. Last night, I was too busy with flood control and overslept. Seems your highness has already finished, the magistrate said, not even bothering to hide his lie. The magistrate didn't even try to pretend anymore. He made up a flimsy excuse, a smug expression on his face, as if to say, what can you do about it? Overthinking about flood control. You were probably whoring and partying all night, sleeping in some brothel. If every magistrate were like you, Xian Kingdom would be doomed. Yue Huayin couldn't stand his ugly face. The magistrate finally looked at Yue Huayin carefully. Yesterday at the county office, he had focused only on the 9th prince. Now he saw her beauty, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. The 9th prince is truly blessed. Even a bed-warming maid is such a rare beauty. He hadn't heard of the prince marrying, so he assumed she was a concubine. How dare you? A lowly official humiliating the princess. 100 lashes. Yue Huayin had never seen Yue Huayin so furious. His voice thundered through the hall, silencing everyone. Dechang immediately kicked the magistrate over, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck like a dead dog. He had wanted to punch this fat man for a long time, so his movements were rough and full of force. The magistrate never expected this was the newly appointed princess. He had kicked a metal plate. Your highness, spare me. I was careless, he begged, struggling against the guards. Seeing Yue Huayin unmoved, the magistrate's pleas turned to threats. You can't do this to me. You'll regret it. The guards paused, waiting for the prince's order. Dechang, gag him. Dechang grinned, pulling off the magistrate's shoe and stuffing the sock into his mouth. He then tied him up with a rope, even tying a neat bow for good measure. In the entire capital, no one dares threaten me so openly. What backing do you have? Is it as strong as you think? People like you are just expendable pawns, Yue Huayin sneered, delivering the final blow. The magistrate's mind raced. After a moment of realization, he stopped struggling and was dragged away, accepting his fate. The hall fell silent, the tension broken. The inn's refugee crowd was stunned. They knew the group was important, but a prince and a princess serving them porridge and bread. This was a story they'd tell for a lifetime. We pay our respects to the 9th prince and the princess. The refugees knelt in unison, bowing their heads. The simple act of gratitude filled the room with a heavy silence. Rise, all of you. No more bowing. We are here to solve the famine. From today, no one will go hungry, Yue Huayin declared before following Yue Huayin upstairs. They hadn't eaten all morning. Time is tight today. Let's have instant noodles, Yue Huayin said, placing several cups on the table. Busy all morning, they had. Miss, do we eat it like this? That's right, smart. Yue Huayin showed them how to open the packaging, add the seasoning, and pour in the hot water. It was a simple modern marvel. Miss, can we eat it now? Not yet. Close the lid and wait a few minutes. Yue Huayin chose the Sichuan pepper flavor, her absolute favorite. The spicy aromas soon filled the room. Dechang ate the most heartily, even drinking all the soup. Beating the magistrate had worked up an appetite. After lunch, they began planning where the refugees would sleep that night. Tonight we can push the tables together and lay out blankets on the floor. It's much better than being outside, Yue Huayin suggested, looking at the crowded hall, his mind already planning. Yes, why didn't I think of that? We can also light some stoves inside to keep them warm, Yue Huayin agreed, worriedly looking at the worsening weather. Snow might fall soon. Yue Huayin, an impatient person, was about to run downstairs to move the tables when she suddenly stopped, remembering something important. She turned back to the room. I bought some clothes and blankets in the capital. Let me get them first, then you can take them down to distribute. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with a cunning plan. With a thought, piles of clothes and blankets filled the room, trapping everyone against the wall. Yue Huayin squeezed out, scratching her head sheepishly. Sorry, I forgot to let you out first. Dechang helped carry the clothes. Distribute them first. The pile was so large that even Yue Huayin and Yue Huayin joined in carrying armfuls of warm clothes down to the refugees. Everyone, here are some clean cotton coats. Pick one that fits your size. Most of the refugees' clothes were still damp from the days of relentless rain, clinging coldly to their skin. Princess, these are new clothes. We're all dirty. Wearing them would be a waste. We can just dry our own by the fire, an old man said, his hands rough and calloused, respectfully declining. Yes, your highness, no need to spend so much. That's right, we'll manage with our own. The other refugees echoed, not wanting to impose on the prince's kindness any further. Yue Huayin looked at their thin clothes covered in patches. Some had holes revealing black lumpy cotton that seemed not to provide any warmth at all. His heart ached for them. The 9th prince means well. Just accept them. These clothes are bought and can't be returned, so it's best to put them to good use. Hurry up and change, we still have work to do, Yue Huayin urged gently. Hearing this, the crowd finally stopped refusing. They stepped forward, each picking out a suitable coat and pulling it over their shivering bodies. The room was filled with a quiet rustling. Wrapped in the new warm clothes, their bodies felt warm for the first time in days. With full bellies from lunch, they felt reborn, as if they had been given a second chance at life. After everyone had changed, Yue Huayin stood on a higher step and addressed them. Tonight we will stack the tables and make a floor bed with blankets. It will be a tight fit, but it will be warm. The refugees' jaws dropped. They never expected to sleep indoors, let alone with blankets. Such luxury was something they had never dared to dream of before, a miracle in their eyes. Many hands make light work. Soon the hall filled with tables was cleared and opened up. They laid down blankets one by one, side by side, creating a massive warm sleeping area. The innkeeper helped too, then went to prepare dinner. Since the refugees hadn't eaten properly, Yue Huayin asked for congee to avoid upsetting their stomachs. Rice and vegetables would come tomorrow. Just as Yue Huayin was about to help in the kitchen, a panic shout came from the crowd. Oh no, the child is burning up with fever. Her heart sank. This was exactly what she feared. A woman knelt at Yue Huayin's feet, trembling uncontrollably. Please, princess, my child is sick. Please find a doctor. I beg you. In this era, a simple cold could be a death sentence for the poor. Yue Huayin understood the stakes. In this world, medical care was expensive and scarce. A common cold could kill a poor family's child. She helped the woman up. Get up, let me see the child. She followed the woman to a corner where a little girl lay, her face flushed a deep red. Yue Huayin took out a thermometer gun and aimed it at the child's forehead. 38. 9 degrees Celsius. High fever. Hold the child. I need to give her an injection, Yue Huayin instructed, guiding the mother into a side room. She prepared a disposable syringe, the most effective way to bring down a high fever quickly. The needle pierced the child's skin. Yue Huayin expected tears and struggle, but the little girl didn't even flinch, surprising her. The child's resilience was heartbreaking. After the injection, Yue Huayin took out a piece of candy and popped it into the girl's mouth. Good kids who behave get a reward. A small smile appeared on the child's pale face. She then applied a cooling patch to the girl's forehead and handed the mother several packets of medicine. Take 1 packet 3 times a day, half an hour after meals. The mother nodded gratefully. As the mother thanked her profusely, a wave of unease washed over Yue Huayin. One case of fever could be an accident, but what if it wasn't? A sense of foreboding settled in her stomach. As feared children began falling ill with fever, severe vomiting, and diarrhea. Soon adults followed, one after another, coughing and burning up. It was a typical flu outbreak. Children with weaker immune systems caught it first, then adults in close contact quickly spread it among themselves. Worried about Yue Huayin and Lu Yun catching the flu, Yue Huayin gave them preventive medicine before the sickness could take hold. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Yue Huayin rushed among the sick while Yue Huayin helped by handing her tools and supplies. They worked until late night. Finally, everyone improved after taking medicine and fell asleep. Yue Huayin rubbed her tired eyes, and Yue Huayin handed her a warm towel. Rest your eyes. Yue Huayin pressed the warm towel to her eyes, feeling comfort. Lu Yun said, Miss, let us handle the rest. You should rest. Seeing Yue Huayin's bloodshot eyes, Lu Yun felt a pang of concern. It's fine, let's finish together, so we can all rest early, Yue Huayin replied. Yue Huayin picked up the bucket of used needles and syringes. These must not be seen by others. Meaning, do you still need these? If not, I'll burn them. No need, burn them. Yue Huayin felt tired and went to rest. Yue Huayin handled the disposal, then returned to his room. Da Qiang followed him in. Any news from over there? All set, master. Good. Keep an eye on the refugees. If anyone is disloyal, eliminate them directly. Da Qiang slipped out. Yue Huayin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He didn't want Yue Huayin to suffer any harm. Yue Huayin slept well and woke early. Today she planned to cook a good meal for the refugees, then put them all to work. Breakfast was still porridge and buns. For lunch she cooked several pots of rice, hand-torn cabbage, and twice-cooked pork. With helpers, tearing cabbage was done quickly. The innkeeper looked at the crowd and worried. There are so many people, but I don't have such big plates for serving the food. I have an idea. Yue Huayin picked up a plate, filled a bowl with rice, and inverted it onto the plate, then piled vegetables on top. This is called a rice bowl. Each person takes one, and if they need more they come back for seconds. The innkeeper beamed. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? The innkeeper happily started filling plates. Yue Huayin picked up the ladle and added vegetables. Yue Huayin watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the dignified 9th prince used to being served would be here, dishing out food for others? With yesterday's experience, everyone lined up orderly for food. Those with smaller appetites shared portions to avoid waste. The innkeeper's husband and daughter silently cleaned dishes and stoves. Unlike the chatty wife, they were quiet and hard work. When almost everyone had been served, Yue Huayin sat down in the kitchen to rest. They would eat with the leftovers, not needing special meals. A girl of about 16 walked over with a plate. 9th prince, I saw you've been busy all noon without eating. Please take this. Her cheeks flushed. Just then Lu Yun brought 2 plates. Miss, it's time to eat. She handed one to Yue Huayin and one to Yue Huayin. Yue Huayin took Lu Yun's plate. No need, eat it yourself. The girl sat down next to Yue Huayin. Then I'll keep you company while you eat and chat to relieve your boredom. Yue Huayin immediately saw through the girl's intentions. Feeling a twinge of irritation, she grabbed Lu Yun and went to sit with the innkeeper. Seeing her leave, Yue Huayin was flustered and immediately followed, leaving the girl alone. She stomped her foot in frustration. The girl named Yenner was known to be shameless. People who knew her sneered, seeing her as trying to climb the social ladder. Yenner angrily finished her meal and approached Yue Huayin again. 9th prince, you've worked hard. Let me wash your bowl. Yue Huayin slammed her cup on the table. Since you like washing dishes so much, you can wash everyone's bowls today. Yenner was stuck, neither washing nor refusing. Some women who disliked her put their bowls in front of her. Thank you, Yenner. Lu Yun and Zissou watched Yenner closely. She had no choice but to gather all the bowls and take them to the kitchen. Seeing the mountain of dishes, she felt wronged. Yue Huayin didn't care if Yenner felt wronged. She just wouldn't let herself be wronged. Yue Huayin silently followed her, afraid to speak, sensing she was angry. Why is the ninth prince following me? Someone wants to wash your bowls. Ining, don't be like that. I know I was wrong. Then what? Yue Huayin was tongue-tied, unable to figure out his mistake. He stood there awkwardly, unable to say a word. Yue Huayin burst out laughing, and her irritation melted away. They weren't officially together, so she had no right to be angry. She decided to clarify things soon. I was just kidding. Go arrange the drainage work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we return to the capital. As long as you're not. Daqiang witnessed the whole scene, his anti-smile never fading. When Yue Huayin passed him, Daqiang mimicked in a high voice. Ining, don't be angry, he. Yue Huayi's forehead veins bulged. Daqiang, do you think your life is too long? I can shorten it for you. Daqiang covered his mouth and stepped aside, acting innocent. Yue Huayin returned to the inn lobby and addressed the refugees. Everyone, your crops and houses are flooded. But we can't wait for soldiers. Let's start digging drainage ditches outside the city. Clear the water, then the mud. The rain has stopped. If we work hard, we can rebuild and celebrate the new year peacefully. The crowd was inspired. Men grabbed tools by the door and headed out. Women and children followed, carrying baskets. Hope returned to their eyes. The crowd was fired up. No one wanted to leave the place they had lived all their lives. Princess, you're right. Let's go now. Everyone grabbed hose and prepared to dig drainage channels. Now that they were well fed and warm, they were full of energy. The group arrived outside the city. Following Yue Huayin's instructions, they dug channels. Water flowed into the river. At this rate, it would drain overnight. This method is brilliant, princess. Why didn't we think of it? Your pig brain can't compare to the princess. Seeing hope, the mood lifted. People began joking. Yue Huayin watched the water level drop, exposing mud underneath. Clearing the silt would be a huge task. Yue Huayin approached and draped a cloak over her shoulders. Reinforcements should arrive tomorrow. Things will improve soon. Don't worry too much. I'm not worried. I'm just thinking, whoever is behind all this wouldn't cause such chaos just for a small bribe. Yue Huayin recalled the news from the front. His face darkened. Such petty gains wouldn't tempt them. There's a bigger conspiracy behind this. By evening, the channels were finally dug. Tomorrow they could start clearing the silt. He hoped for good weather. Back at the inn, the landlady was chopping vegetables with lightning speed. She looked up and smiled warmly. Welcome back. Wash up, dinner's almost ready. Seeing her smile melted away all their fatigue. Landlady, what delicious food are you making tonight? Just wait and see. It'll be good. Before the disaster, some well-off villagers often ate here and knew the land. Everyone skillfully served themselves, no longer needing help. They found a spot and squatted down to eat, not caring about manner. Princess, that medicine you gave me yesterday was amazing. I sweated it out overnight and felt great this morning. And the pills are so convenient. No bitter soup. Exactly. I've never seen medicine work so fast. Usually the bitter decoction takes 3 or 4 days to take effect. Yue Huayin put down his rice spoon. Those pills came from the imperial physician. Naturally they're effective. No wonder they're so good. Must be very expensive. No matter how expensive medicine is for healing, good health is what matters. Yue Huayin was approachable and the villagers chatted freely with him. Yenner's arms still ached from washing dishes until dusk, but she didn't give up. She carried her plate and sat next to Yue Huayin again. Even Liu Yu couldn't help hinting, there are many other seats, Miss Yenner. Maybe you could move over there. It's fine. I'm comfortable here. Not crowded at all. Yenner wasn't pretending to be dense, as she genuinely didn't catch the sarcasm. Yue Huayin picked up her plate and moved to another table. Eating with someone like that disgusted her. Yue Huayin saw Yue Huayin move and naturally followed along with Dahui, Daqiang, Liu Yun, and Zissou. Yenner stared at the suddenly empty table, dumbfounded. She picked up her bowl and followed. What's wrong with that table? Why Miss Yenner's servants cannot eat at the same table as their master. Why don't you find another spot? I know that. You're servants, so you can't eat with the master. But I'm a free citizen. Why can't I eat together? Yenner's sophistry left Liu Yu speechless. She truly couldn't take a hint. Yue Huayin slammed his chopsticks on the table, startling even Yue Huayin across from him. Have I been too easygoing lately? Do you not know your place? I told you to eat somewhere else. Why so much nonsense? Yenner's face flushed bright red. It was the first time Yue Huayin had lost his temper. Eyes stared at her from all sides, making her wish the ground would swallow her. Ninth Prince. Withdraw. Yenner trembled on the ground. Yue Huayin's noble aura made her feel the chasm between them. She clenched her fists, unwilling to give up. She too wanted to be above others. Yue Huayin stood up and pulled Yue Huayin upstairs. What are we doing here? From now on, we'll eat here. It's quiet. Yue Huayin picked up dishes Yue Huayin liked and placed them in her bowl. His gentleness was a stark contrast to his earlier outburst. Watching Yue Huayin eat with her cheeks puffed out, Yue Huayin felt a warm flutter in his heart. Eat slowly, no one's rushing you. Yue Huayin leaned back and stretched. These past 2 days had really exhausted her. By the way, what about the magistrate? You didn't really let Dahui beat him to death, did you? He deserves to die, but now is not the time. I told Dahui to leave him alive. He'll be useful later. Yue Huayin nodded. Seeing Yue Huayi's furrowed brow, she asked the question she had asked before. Yue Huayin, do you? This time Yue Huayin thought for a moment before replying. That position used to mean nothing to me, but now I want it. Yue Huayin's interest was piqued. What changed your mind? I never liked being bound by rules. I loved freedom. My parents were kind to me despite being royal. They never let me suffer. After you asked me last time, I thought seriously. I don't care about the throne. It would tie me down. But I care about the people, the prosperity of the Ziyun kingdom, my father's life's work, and the person I care about. Yue Huayin's heart skipped a beat. Was there someone else in his heart? I understand the first part. But who is the person you care about? Let me judge for you. In her heart, Yue Huayin told herself that if the girl was decent, she would reluctantly let them be. But she felt a dull ache. She didn't know when she had started to have feelings for Yue Huayin. In her past life, she had never been in love. In this life, she finally met someone who stirred her heart, only to find out he might already love another. Yue Huayin gazed at Yue Huayin, putting down his chopsticks. If I say the person I like is you, what would you think? Yue Huayin startled and nearly slid off her chair. Her worries vanished as she pointed at herself. Me? Yue Huayin nodded, saying, yes, it's you. At first I was just curious about you, but gradually I fell for you. Now I want you to be the most respected woman in this world. Yue Huayin stared into his eyes, which showed no sign of evasion. She smiled, feeling relieved. This was just what she wanted. But I have conditions. One life, one love. If you ever waver, I will leave, and you will never find me again. Yue Huayin grasped her hand firmly. I promise. I will never have a second heart. Please don't leave, Huayin. I'm just giving an example. Why are you so nervous? Let's eat, we have a lot to do tomorrow. Yue Huayin felt delighted. Now Yue Huayin was officially hers, and the single girl could finally enjoy a sweet romance. As they exited, Lu Yun and Zissou noticed their young miss glowing as if she had just found treasure. Is there something going on between you and the ninth prince? Zissou asked eagerly. What do you mean? You're imagining things. Just look at Lu Yun, how composed he is. Yue Huayin sighed at the quirky maid. Dechang approached Lu Yun, offering a handful of sunflower seeds. Lu Yun, these are delicious, try them. Lu Yun stepped back. Thanks, but I'm not interested in snacks. What do you think of a match between Miss Yu and my master? Dechang asked. That's up to the young miss to decide. If she feels right, then it's good. What about Zissou and Wang Dachui? Wang Dachui is a good man, someone worthy of trust. If they like each other, I'll surely bless them. What about you, Lu Yun? What about me? Lu Yun asked, puzzled. Naturally, your lifelong matters. Do you have someone you like? What do you mean? Lu Yun replied. I'm focusing on serving the young miss. That's most important to me. Lu Yun felt confused by Dechang's sudden questions, but answered politely. Yue Huayin walked with Yue Huayin, gazing at the bright moon. Tomorrow should be a good weather day. Little Yun, did you know there's a fairy and a rabbit living on the moon? Little Yun, that's what the palace eunuchs call me. Are you trying to make me a eunuch? You mean change and the jade rabbit, right? Names are just names. Just because someone calls you Little Yun doesn't mean you become a eunuch. Yue Huayin took Yue Huayin's face in her hands, rubbing it affectionately. His face felt nice, and he let her touch him. Eyes. What they didn't know was that a pair of resentful eyes were watching them from the kitchen door. It was Yenner, envious of their happiness. This should have been mine. You took what belongs to me, Yenner thought angrily. Yenner's eyes were filled with darkness, staring at Yue Huayin as if trying to bore a hole through her. It's getting cold, don't stay out for too long. Yue Huayin led Yue Huayin back to the inn while those who had been eavesdropping scrambled to act natural. As soon as they entered, Yenner approached with a basin of water. Ninth Prince, forgive me for being rude. Please soak your feet. He'll bring the water to your room. Yue Huayin didn't bother replying. Dechang blocked Yenner. Miss, my master dislikes strangers serving him. I'll take care of his needs. Dechang's words were direct, almost implying that she should stop interfering. Yue Huayin looked at the young girl, no more than a teenager, thinking how she still acted like a child. Zissou, worried Yue Huayin might get upset, hurriedly said, Miss, the hot water is ready, shall we go up? Yue Huayin nodded, curious to see how Yue Huayin would deal with this forward girl. Yue Huayin turned to Yenner. Wherever I am, I hope you won't appear. If you continue to be inappropriate, I won't hesitate to send you away. Yenner tried to say something, but Yue Huayin cut her off, going upstairs. Lu Yun glanced back at Yenner, meaning unclear. As soon as Yue Huayin woke up, she felt something was off. A familiar warmth flowed down her legs, prompting her to swiftly enter the system for a hot shower, before finding a triangular panty to place a sanitary napkin on. Most people now wore boxers, and the sanitary pads were homemade. Wealthy families used cotton stuffing while poorer ones utilized ash. Regardless, Yue Huayin felt insecure without the system's support. Bundled up warmly with a heating pad on her belly, Yue Huayin went downstairs and unexpectedly saw someone. Yu Mukin, draped in a white cloak, was speaking to Yue Huayin. He turned slightly at the corner of his eye, smiling at her. Why are you here? Yue Huayin rushed over, thrilled, bouncing on her feet like a teenage girl. She felt herself becoming more childlike since arriving in this world, realizing that being loved truly made one cuter. I asked the emperor to let me come for support. Grandfather and grandmother were worried, so I came to check on you. But aren't you the Minister of Justice? This task of bringing soldiers for support shouldn't fall on you. Yu Mukin exchanged a glance with Yue Huayin, then smiled. You're just a little girl, why ask so much? The emperor has his reasons for sending me. I heard the ninth prince praise your efforts. You did very well. Yue Huayin saw he didn't want to elaborate, so she stopped probing, saying, I only came up with an idea, or I didn't do much. It's you who brought the soldiers to help. You have a charming way with words, no wonder your grandparents care so much about you. After exchanging pleasantries, they planned to get to work. Yu Mukin quickly organized the soldiers to help clear the sludge, while villagers finished breakfast and joined in. However, there was an exception. Yenner, who didn't join to help, but instead styled her hair beautifully. Her target this time wasn't the ninth prince, but Yu Mukin. After seeing his ethereal features in the morning, she was captivated. If Yue Huayin knew her thoughts, she would have prayed for her, realizing that such a seemingly gentle person could actually be dangerous. Feeling unwell and unable to help, Yue Huayin decided to rest in her room. Before leaving, she summoned Wang Dezhu to keep. Back in her room, Yue Huayin noticed Zissou looking weak, which was unusual since she was usually chatty. Zissou, what's wrong today? Are you feeling unwell? Zissou frowned. Miss, I got my period, and I think I caught a cold. My stomach hurts. Yue Huayin checked her pulse, confirming she had caught a cold. She took out ginger tea from the system, preparing a cup for each of them. Here, drink this ginger tea to warm you up. Lian, you should drink some too. It's good for girls. Zissou took a sip and felt warm all over, exclaiming, Miss, this feels great. If you like it, drink more. I'll get you some more packets later. Oh, Zissou, let me show you something good. Zissou curiously leaned closer, asking, Miss, what is it? Yue Huayin pulled out various sizes of sanitary pads and explained how to use them, making Zissou blush with curiosity. Miss, will this really work? You have to trust me, go try it on. After changing, Zissou felt like she had discovered something new much better than her homemade pads. Miss, this is so convenient, or I'm not afraid it will fall out while walking. Just use it but silent. While they giggled in the room, Yue Huayin gazed at the door upstairs, sensing something was off. The relationship between the 9th prince and his cousin didn't seem quite right. 9th prince, what's going on with you two? Yue Huayin playfully asked. Once this is over, I'll come to propose, cousin. Yu Mukin felt goosebumps from the way he called him cousin, asking did Einer agree. Of course I wouldn't do anything underhanded. Yu Mukin found Yue Huayin irritating and wanted to punch him, but thought better of it. After all, he had known him since childhood, and I won't hold this against you for now. Once this is over, I'll settle the score back in the capital. Oh, not pretend. Yue Huayi's smugness almost made Yu Mukin kick him. I suggest you leave my sight, otherwise I might just hit you. Alright, I'll leave. Just don't spoil me. Yu Mukin picked up a teacup ready to throw it. The nearby servant rushed to stop him, saying, young master, hold it together. There are many people watching. Yue Huayin knew he wouldn't throw it and winked as he left. Yu Mukin took a deep breath to calm down. The servant sighed in relief, but was startled as Yu Mukin reached for the teacup again. Young master, stop whining, I just want a drink. The servant instantly smiled. All right, the tea has cooled. I'll get you up. After the servant left, Yu Mukin surveyed the inn. Meanwhile, Yenner found her chance and approached him gently. Young master, would you like some tea? Yu Mukin didn't think much of it, appreciating the villagers' hospitality, but he remained cautious. Thank you for your kindness, but my servant is fetching water. I won't trouble you. Yu Mushing's voice flowed like a mountain spring, making Yenner blush. Her heart pounded wildly. Indeed, master, you is much easier to deal with than the 9th prince. Sir, water is the same for everyone, why be so distant? Yenner pushed the cup forward again. Yu Mushing felt something was off. Her insistence made him suspicious. Just then his servant returned with tea. Yu Mushing took it and said to Yenner, thank you, miss, but I really don't need. The servant wondered why a girl had approached his master while he was away. But he knew his master was popular, such things happened often. Yenner slammed the cup on the table, turning her back to him. Find him just meddling. Am not wanted. She pouted like a spoiled child. Yu Mushing was baffled. He looked at his servant, who also had no idea what was happening. They just stood there dumbfounded. Yenner waited for him to comfort her, but there was no movement. She turned around to see them both frozen in place. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, but couldn't bear to leave. Can't you comfort a girl? You're such a blockhead, she exclaimed. Yu Mushing felt a headache coming on. He understood her game now, but he had no intention of playing along. He had seen this trick too many times since childhood. Miss, why should I comfort you? I stood still, you offered water. I said no, my servant got water, and I drank his. What's wrong? But what? If I offended you in any way, please tell me clearly. Even Yenner's thick skin couldn't take it. She grabbed the bowl and ran away. Yu Mushing smoothed his non-existent hair and winked smugly at his servant, who gave him a thumbs up. Yu Mushing had used this pretentious ignorance to fend off countless unwanted advances since childhood. He wasn't intimidated by a little girl. Glancing at the sky, he mounted his horse and headed to the county magistrate's mansion. The once imposing building now looked decrepit, with fallen leaves everywhere and spider webs on the door lintel. Through the back courtyard, he reached a seemingly abandoned room. Faint noises came from inside. Yu Mushing kicked the door open. A foul smell hit him, but he didn't even frown. He walked straight in. Inside, the magistrate was tied to a pillar, his back a bloody mess. Drops of blood still fell. De Chong had indeed left him barely alive. Seeing someone enter, the magistrate's survival instinct made him look up. Through blurred eyes, he tried to recognize the figure. Deputy Minister of the Great Court of Judicial Review, Yu Mushing. Do you know me? My lord, save me. Save me. Save you. Not impossible. But you must confess everything. What game is your master? Yu Mushing smoothed his sleeves and sat on a nearby chair, staring at him. I don't understand what you're saying, my lord. I really don't know. Fine, I'll leave then. We're having braised spare ribs today. Think it over, and it'll come back when you remember. Yu Mushing made as if to leave. The magistrate, locked up for 2 days, didn't want to miss this chance. My lord'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Yu Mushing immediately withdrew his step. That's right. Why didn't you do this earlier? What do you wish to know, my lord? Don't try to fish for questions. Tell me everything you know. The magistrate resignedly lowered his head. I only know that when the disaster first started, someone sent me a secret letter telling me not to intervene, to let the disaster worsen. At first I thought it was a prank. Later the emperor sent relief silver. I planned to open the city gates the next day, but that night another letter was placed in my study threatening my wife and children if I didn't comply. I hesitated, thinking 1 or 2 days wouldn't matter. But when the silver arrived, greed took over. And that's how it ended up. Yu Mushing sneered. Yang Yuan, can't you be more convincing? A selfish man like you wouldn't care about your family's safety, nor would you believe an unsigned letter. What drove you to this? My lord, I swear it's the truth. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. You're not out of options, you just haven't suffered enough. Yu Mushing's face turned cold. He signaled his servant with a glance, then closed his eyes, listening to the magistrate's pig-like. After several rounds of this, Yu Mushing finally got the answers he wanted. Stepping out of the room, even the sunlight seemed brighter. Let's go see how the 9th prince is doing. Yu Mushing and his servant arrived outside the city. The mud on the official road had been cleared. The collapsed houses gave a done already. Yun Huaiji found his white clothes glaring. Who wears white to a place like this? Not only done, but with satisfying results. Let's talk back at the inn. Yue Huayin nodded, watching the road gradually clean up. He thought of the little person at the inn and he missed him terribly. After just the rest can be handled by them. Let's head back. I just got here. Why are you in such a rush? Not introducing me to the local customs. Introduce what? Everything's flooded, can't you see? Let's go after it's rebuilt. They'll give you a proper tour then. Yue Mushing choked on his words. Then a thought struck him. He ran up to Yue Huayin and whispered, "Did a girl from the inn? Are you crazy? When was I ever harassed?" Yue Huayin retorted, pushing him away. Yue Mushing tapped Yue Huayin's back and urged him to calm down. He described a teenage girl at the inn, young and outwardly innocent, but secretly scheming beneath a fragile smile. Yun listened uneasy about that girl's intentions and the trouble such cunning could bring to the quiet lodging. Yun guessed Yu meant Yinner and asked if the girl had harassed him. Yu answered dryly that his methods ensured no one could get the better of him. His tone mixed amusement and quiet threat, implying the girl would not succeed if she tried to meddle with his affairs. Yin rolled his eyes, oddly admiring Yu's talent for refusing messy romances. They exchanged a dry laugh, recognizing the absurdity of unwanted suitors. Small and dramas felt trivial compared to the dangers beyond town walls, yet the personal skirmish revealed character and stubborn pride in both young men. They returned to the inn where Yue Huayin listened to Wang Dachui's report. Upon learning Yinner had stopped chasing Yun and now targeted Yu Mushing, she scoffed. The woman struck Yue Huayin as a rare kind of troublemaker, both ridiculous and infuriating, whose presence unsettled the household's fragile calm. A servant reproached Yue Huayin for laughing amid trouble, asking how she could smile. She straightened and answered sharply that amusement was not forbidden, and she saw no reason to hide it. Her defiant composure suggested confidence, a woman unwilling to bow to petty scandals or cheap shame. She dismissed the idea that anyone could behave so shamelessly unless they were like Yang Yochi. The mention of that name drew scoffs and eye rolls around the room. Conversation slid into teasing. The group used mockery to deflate awkward tension and reclaim the evening's lighter tone. Yang Yuki's name, though he was absent, broke the tension with a comic sting. Someone asked what they were so pleased about. Yun and Yu Mushing stood side by side in the doorway, their casual closeness sparking rumors. The room warmed to playful gossip as neighbors indulged their imaginations. Yue Huayin's fangirl heart woke at the sight of them. She fancied the pair as a couple and imagined intimate banter. She smiled indulgently at their soft tension, savoring the fragile warmth between them. For a moment, romantic daydreams crowded out the worries that brought them to the village. They claimed their chat was simple household talk. Yin asked if the inn's duties were finished. Yu admitted tasks remained, but hinted at someone who had been away for a long time and insisted on returning to check on the inn. The confession carried a private warmth that made Yin hesitate. Yu Mushing muttered sourly while Yue Huayin offered a knowing smile. Her remark suggested she already understood their private connection. The grin softened into approval, leaving Yu Mushing exposed yet oddly relieved. That silent recognition felt like permission to breathe more easily amid the bustle of the inn. Yue Huayin teased them to stop the flirting and told Yun to amuse himself for a while. She needed to speak with the ninth prince about urgent business and expected they would return to the capital within 2 days. Departure loomed, and the inn hummed with quiet expectation and preparation. After speaking, Yu Mushing entered Yun's room and asked about Yang Yuan's interrogation. Yun warned the situation was complex and implicated powerful figures in the capital. Both men fell silent, realizing their simple county inquiry brushed against a wider and more dangerous political web than they had imagined. Yu Mushing produced several scented sheets of paper from his sleeve and explained their origin. He believed they were tribute paper from the Bishan nation, rare and marked. Such items were usually reserved for royal use. Finding them here raised an unsettling question: who would use distinctive paper to implicate someone else? Yue Huayin sniffed the paper and confirmed the Bishan scent. He recalled having gifted similar sheets before. A chill ran through him. Could someone be framing them with such identifiable material? The notion of deliberate setup widened the investigation from local corruption into orchestrated deception with a dangerous signature. The letter instructed Yang Yuan to ignore the disaster, but its motive remained unclear. Why would anyone benefit from an action? What did Yang stand to gain? Yun and Yu examined the lines, trying to deduce who profited. Every theory hinted at treachery, greed, or political manipulation far beyond one county's petty schemes. Yu explained the mysterious man's method. He first sent letters Yang ignored, then visited and persuaded him personally. Faced with a salesman-like promise, Yang agreed to cooperate. The story revealed a manipulative planner who exploited local ambition and naivete, weaving small favors into a broader profitable scheme. The stranger claimed a gold mine 10 miles out had been tapped for 6 months. He proposed pocketing relief funds and using half to finance the mine, offering Yang a tenth of future yields. The scheme relied on secrecy and greed, quick riches if no one questioned the missing aid or the sudden wealth. Yun's expression hardened when he heard about the mine. Secretly extracting royal resources was a capital crime, as someone had been mining for half a year. The brazen theft shocked him. The county could face ruin if the capital learned. Stakes rose sharply as the small investigation revealed a perilous high-level crime. Yun sneered at Yang Yuan, calling him gullible and incompetent. It was obvious Yang accepted inconsistent promises and ignored red flags. Yun's contempt mixed with pity. A man so easily bought revealed the county's vulnerability. He feared such weakness invited ruin rather than protecting those in need. You noted how easily a person could lose reason when tempted. The lure of money, the promise of less work and secret profit could blind even competent men. Yang had been seduced by immediate gain and the promised mine. The pair agreed the plot preyed on greed more than on a careful strategy. Yin remained uneasy. Yu sipped tea and probed further, rephrasing the logic. He pointed out where money would realistically be spent and how recruits might be raised. He urged Yin to look beyond greed toward strategic aims. This was not only theft, but a potential force-building effort with long-term political consequences. You said ordinary people wouldn't mine and then spend gold openly. Such wealth buys soldiers and arms. He warned that someone likely intended to raise troops. The idea of a rebellion clicked into place. The thought that private mines could fund uprising transformed the case from corruption to a national security threat. Yun clenched his cup so hard it shattered, an impulsive reaction to the grim possibility. Yu clicked his tongue and lamented the ruined cup with exaggerated regret. The small domestic moment pulled them back from theory. Even amid plots and threats, petty losses and comforts kept them linked to ordinary life and its small pains. Yu urged calm and outlined a plan: prepare quietly, return to the capital, then dispatch forces to deal with the mine. They would gather evidence and call reinforcements rather than act rashly. Strategy replaced outrage. Both men set logistics, allies, and timing as the pillars of their next moves against a scheme that could topple counties. Yun closed his eyes and reviewed royal players. Only 3 other princes and himself remained relevant: 3rd, 4th, 7th, and Yun. The court's balance teetered. Any rebellion could shift alliances and topple fragile accords. He weighed loyalties, suspecting which men might profit from disorder and which would be dragged under its tide. The 7th prince had been sickly since childhood. His mother, a minor consort, died, giving birth to him. That quiet tragedy left him weak and politically fragile, a figure of pity rather than power. He was unlikely to lead any bold plot, yet court players still used him as a possible pawn in intrigue. The 4th prince had once been clever, but a past accident left him dull and vacant. The 3rd prince, in contrast, maneuvered openly, cultivating allies and making his ambitions plain. Yin noted both men were dangerous in different ways, one disabled by misfortune, the other active and obvious in his strategic moves. They decided to pack and leave the next morning. Yin, who had just arrived, grumbled at the quick turnaround, but accepted it. He left Yu mushing to ready himself and popped into Yue Huayin's room. She was in high spirits, playing and laughing as if the kingdom's problems belonged to someone else for now. Bored, Yue Huayin brought out mahjong tiles and taught everyone the rules. A few games later they were hooked and could not stop. The clicking tiles and laughter filled the room. For several rounds they surrendered worries to the simple rhythm of play, letting chance and skill decide small fortunes at the table. A curious voice asked what they were playing. Yue Huayin urged Yin to join, promising to teach him mahjong. He watched a few rounds and learned quickly, picking up the basics. Wang Dachui rose and offered his seat, while the game's momentum shifted and playful rivalries reshaped the room's mood. Yun smiled and collected the small silver winnings, slipping them into his belt pouch. Wang Dachui gave his seat, and Yun began winning round after round. Yue Huayin's earlier dominance evaporated, her face falling with mock sorrow, while the others teased her about losing her streak and pride to the newcomer's luck. Yun pocketed the coins with a soft smile as Yue Huayin's mock annoyance deepened. She fretted over small losses, and he soothed her. Then he announced it was time to stop. They would set off for the capital at dawn. The room's mood shifted from playfulness to brisk readiness as plans resumed. Yin reminded them the matter here would be handled by others. Their return to the capital was urgent. He stressed that more important business awaited. Yue Huayin nodded, missing a boy named Xiaobai and wondering if had grown. Even amid threats, small personal ties and homesick thoughts tugged at her heart. Yue Huayin's thoughts lingered on Xiaobai. She pictured his small face and wondered if he had filled out. Concern softened her edges. In private, she hoped for simple comforts: warm meals, steady hands, and someone to wait for her return. Domestic longing balanced the political burdens on her shoulders. At dawn, Wang Dachui had the carriage ready and horses hitched. There was little to pack. The return trip would be straightforward. He waited at the gate for Yue Huayin and Yun, practical and weary. His steady competence showed in small acts: tightening a strap, testing a rein, habits born of long travel. They walked out together, and the villagers gathered to send them off. Blessings rose in a chorus. 9th Prince, Princess, travel safely. Yue Huayin felt genuine warmth from the farewells. Yun absorbed the responsibility behind their smiles. Promises to rebuild the village were spoken like vows as the sun rose on departure day. The innkeeper, who had grown fond of them, shoved local preserves and dried bamboo shoots into their carriage with motherly insistence. These will keep you warm, she said, cheeks flushed. Each parcel of food felt like a tether to the village, small comforts meant to sustain them through long roads and harder tasks ahead. The innkeeper praised the 9th Prince and Princess, pressing jars and dried bamboo shoots into their hands with trembling pride. The gifts were humble but sincere: sun-dried shoots and salted tidbits to flavor soup. As the carriage creaked away, the villagers' hope and the weight of responsibility rode with them under the morning sky. The innkeeper waved off thanks, insisting the gifts were nothing special. Just my dried bamboo shoots, nothing fancy. Don't disdain them, she laughed, brushing it off. They smiled, promising to return. Dust rose as the carriage rolled away, carrying their farewells, humble supplies, and a fragile promise of rebuilding what had been broken. Yue Huayin eagerly took the dried bamboo shoots from the landlady. I love these, thank you. Daqiang stepped forward and handed a pouch of silver to the landlady, who tried to refuse. Annie, don't refuse. Our master ordered me to give you this for your hard work. They'll stay here a while longer, so we'll trouble you again. The landlady hesitated. It's nothing, just cooking a few meals for neighbors. Please take it, Annie. If I fail this task, you'll be punished. Hearing this, the landlady finally accepted the silver. Daqiang climbed onto the carriage, ready to leave. Just as he was about to depart, a man suddenly blocked the carriage, kneeling on one knee. Prince, please forgive me. Prince and princess, I meant no offense. I beg to follow you. He'll work like a horse or ox, no complaints. The man knelt firmly, head bowed low. Yue Huayin lifted the curtain and recognized the young man who had helped clean up. Your village will be rebuilt soon. Stay at the inn. No need to follow me. The man knocked his head hard again. Prince, I'm an orphan with no ties. I owe you my life. I must repay you as a servant. He was determined beyond reasoning. Yue Huayin was decisive. He signaled Daqiang, who jumped down and helped the man up. Can you ride a horse? Yes, I learned from an uncle as a child. Daqiang led out a horse and handed it to the man. Thank you, brother Daqiang. My name is Ma Yuan. He mounted skillfully and joined the team. Daqiang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed by the brotherly address. Ma Yuan quickly settled into the saddle, and the convoy set off again, leaving the village behind. Yenner among the onlookers couldn't accept their departure. Seeing Ma Yuan join them, she copied him and rushed to block the carriage. Wait, please take me too. The carriage halted again. Yue Huayin lifted the curtain, puzzled. Young master, please take me too. I have no family. They'll serve you for life. Yenner pleaded loudly. Yue Mushing felt a chill of disgust. He rubbed his arms. This woman is like a sticky plaster. Can't get rid of her. He shuddered with annoyance. Cousin, your charm is amazing. She wants to serve you forever after just one glance. Yue Huayin giggled, covering her mouth. Yue Mushing rolled his eyes. Stop laughing. Tell Daqiang or Daqui to drag her away. Annoying. Finally, Daqiang and Daqui each grabbed Yenner and carried her back into the inn. With peace restored, Yue Mushing leaned back, eyes closed, thinking about yesterday's events. The rocking carriage made him drowsy. Suddenly, all three sensed danger at once. In a split second, they grabbed Yue Huayin and rolled out of the carriage. A sword pierced through the roof, splintering wood. Miss? The guard shouted. Lu Yin Zissou drew her sword, forming a protective circle around Yue Huayin. Another attack, even more black-clad assassins than last time. Yue Huayin was furious. Yue Huayin stepped in front of her, ready to fight. But Yue Huayin stopped him. So many people don't waste energy. Let me have some fun. She smiled coldly. Yenner, come back. Don't be reckless. Yue Mushing tried to stop her. Cousin, trust me. Her firm eyes silenced him, but he kept his eyes fixed on her back. Yue Huayin directly pulled out a machine gun and sprayed bullets at the black-clad men. Before they could react, all fell dead. The attack was over in seconds. After finishing the trouble, Yue Huayin clapped her hands. Turning around, she saw Yue Mushing's shocked face. The others knew her secret, but he didn't. Get on the carriage. Let's leave this place first. Yue Mushing didn't ask immediately. Yue Huayin patted Yue Huayin's head comfortingly. You can trust him like you trust me. The carriage traveled a long distance before stopping. Yue Mushing kept his eyes closed. Yue Huayin knew he had questions and got off, leaving them alone. Yue Huayin's heart pounded. Her eyes darted nervously. Would her cousin think she was a monster? After a long silence, Yue Mushing sighed, almost imperceptibly, as if giving in. I know you have secrets. I want to ask, but never put yourself in danger again. You must protect yourself, understand? His voice was soft but firm. Cousin, I understand. It was an emergency. Seeing her nervousness, Yue Mushing's tone softened. I'm not blaming you. I'm worried. You're like Ruwei to me. They'll keep your secret just like when we were kids. Do you remember? Yue Huayin searched her memory. The original owner was too young. She shook her head. When Andy was still alive, my mother often took me to visit. While they talked, I played with you. One time you ate too much candy and hurt your teeth. Andy forbade you from eating candy for a month. But you sneaked a big handful. I caught you, and you bribed me with the candy to keep quiet. Yue Huayin's face flushed with embarrassment. Though it was the original owner's deed, not hers, Yue Huayin still felt her face burn. She changed the subject abruptly. Cousin, are you close with Yue Huayin? We've known each other since childhood. He's trustworthy. He told me about you too. But his status brings trouble. Are you afraid? Yue Huayin shook her head firmly. No. Yue Mushing pinched her cheek gently, just like when she was little. The mischievous girl had grown up. Soon he wouldn't be able to pinch her anymore. He smiled wistfully. Let's go for a walk. We've been jolting in the carriage all day. Okay. They hopped down cheerfully. Yue Huayin knew they didn't come here. Yue Huayin skipped over. Yue Huayin produced a chicken drumstick from behind his back like magic. Where did you? In this cold weather, wild chickens are rare, and even rarer to find one so plump. I grabbed it from the inn kitchen before we left. It was the last one. Back at the inn, the landlady was searching the kitchen, puzzled. She remembered leaving a chicken leg there. Had a rat stolen it? She scratched her head, confused. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin bit into the drumstick with relish. The meat was tender and juicy. She offered some to Yue Huayin, who shook his head with a smile. The group continued their journey. Yue Huayin felt a warmth in her heart. With her cousin and Yue Huayin by her side, no threat seemed too great. She smiled, looking ahead. The road stretched before them, unknown, yet full of promise. Yue Huayin touched the machine gun hidden in her sleeve. She was ready for whatever came next. After days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived in the capital. Yue Mushing and his colleague had official duties, so they escorted Yue Huayin to the Duke's mansion first. The familiar streets brought a sense of relief, but she knew rest was needed before the next challenge. The Duke and Duchess had already received news of her return. Even little Xiaobai had taken the day off from school to wait at home. As Yue Huayin entered the hall, she saw them all gathered. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, cousin Xiaobai. I'm back, she exclaimed joyfully. I'm back, Yue Huayin announced. The Duchess laughed heartily. Listen, our little monkey has returned. Since Yue Huayin had moved into the Duke's mansion, the Duchess' health had improved remarkably. She couldn't stop smiling, her eyes full of warmth and affection. Grandmother always teases me, Yue Huayin said playfully. Sister, you're finally back. Xiaobai missed you so much, Xiaobai chimed in. Let me see, have you gained weight? Have you been paying attention to your lessons? She asked, turning to her little brother with a warm smile. Don't worry, sister, I've been very good. The teacher often praises me, Xiaobai replied proudly. After spending some time at the Duke's mansion, his face had grown rounder and healthier. His cheeks were full, a sign of good care and happiness. You only worry about others, but look at yourself. You've lost weight, her aunt Su Qingrong said with deep concern. These past days must have been hard. Did you encounter any danger? She held Yue Huayin's hands, examining her carefully. Su Qingrong looked at Yue Huayin with concern. It's nothing, aunt. Think of it as a sightseeing trip. The scenery was beautiful, and the disaster has been brought under control. It should be fully resolved soon, Yue Huayin reassured her, her tone light and confident. Su Qingrong's heart settled. Good, nothing happened. Now that you're back, get some rest, she said with relief, patting Yue Huayin's hand softly. The tension in her shoulders finally eased. Yu Qinshu glanced at Yue Huayin, then lowered his head to drink tea. He said nothing, knowing the journey had not been as smooth as she claimed. Since she wanted to spare others worry, he would keep the secret for now, his eyes thoughtful. The bumpy carriage ride had tired Yue Huayin. The Duchess saw her exhaustion and told her to go rest in her room. Grateful, she headed to her courtyard, the familiar path, soothing her tired mind. Xiaobai followed her back to the courtyard. Granny Zhang was doing needlework in the yard. Yue Huayin plopped down onto the lounge chair next to her, grabbed a grape, and tossed it into her mouth with a satisfied sigh. The afternoon sun was warm. Granny Zhang looked at Yue Huayin with a loving smile. Young miss, you're already a grown young lady. Have you thought about marriage negotiations? Yue Huayin was surprised by the sudden topic. Granny, I don't want to marry so early, she replied, a bit flustered. My silly young miss, negotiating a marriage doesn't mean you have to marry immediately. You'll be coming of age next year. You can get engaged first and marry a few years later, Granny Zhang explained patiently, her eyes twinkling. Is that allowed? Yue Huayin asked, surprised. Of course. I can see that the ninth prince is fond of you. You should seize the opportunity. If he gets engaged to another girl, you'll be crying, Granny Zhang teased, a knowing smile on her face. If he chooses someone else, then he didn't care for me that much. If it's meant to be missed, so be it. I'm not unmarriageable. Don't worry too much, Granny, Yue Huayin said casually, waving her hand dismissively. Her confidence was unwavering. Granny Zhang smiled helplessly. Young miss, your temperament is exactly the same as your mother's back then. Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as if seeing the past in the present. Yue Huayin's curiosity was piqued. Granny, can you tell me what kind of person my mother was? She asked, sitting up straight, her eyes full of earnest expectation and longing. Granny Zhang recalled the past. The young mistress was adored by everyone as a child, with a personality as bold and passionate as yours. But Yue Huayin listened, growing uneasy. She had always thought her mother was weak-willed, dying from shock. But now it seemed there was more to it. Granny, do you remember the time when my mother was pregnant? Have you ever considered that her death might not have been an accident? Granny Zhang was startled, then tried hard to recall the fading memories, her brow furrowing. Now that you mention it, I do recall something. The mistress was always in good health, but gradually, she started feeling drowsy often. At that time, she had just conceived the young master, so we thought it was normal for pregnant women to be sleepy, Granny Zhang said slowly. But as time went on, her energy grew weaker. Then after concubine May entered the household, and she gave birth to the young master, she couldn't hold on, Granny Zhang said, her voice trembling. Yue Huayin's fists clenched, anger flickering in her eyes. I understand, Granny. The sun isn't good today, too much needlework hurts your eyes. Rest for a while. Yue Huayin closed her eyes, deciding to return to the Prime Minister's mansion tonight. Her mind was already planning the night's mission. At this moment in the palace, the Emperor listened to the two men's report. He rubbed his forehead with a sigh, the weight of the throne pressing down on him. The court intrigues wearied him more than any battle. Look at this. I'm not even dead yet, and these people are already scheming for my throne. I should have abdicated early and taken your mother on a leisurely trip away from this court strife, the Emperor said, his voice bitter. Yue Huaiji looked at his father with disdain. Don't try to dump your problems on me every time something happens. You sit tight on that throne. If you push me, you'll run away from home, and you'll be left alone in the palace, old man. See how you handle that, he retorted coolly. You. You're utterly unfilial. The Emperor sputtered. I learned from you, father, Yue Huaiji replied coolly. Nonsense. When did I ever teach you such twisted logic? The Emperor roared, his face red with anger. Yu Mushing sat below, watching the father-son quarrel with a calm expression, sipping tea. Young, will you be the judge? Is that any way for a son to speak to his father? The Emperor demanded, turning to him. Yu Mushing set down his teacup with an innocent smile. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. You should discuss this with my father. Ask him how he manages to resist kicking me out of the house, he said, his tone light, but mischievous. You two are birds of a feather. The Emperor snorted. Enough, old man. Let's talk business. How do we resolve this? Yue Huaiji said, his expression turning serious. The banter was over, the real discussion began. When it came to serious matters, the Emperor also became grave. The two men didn't leave the imperial study until dusk, each returning to his own residence. The palace fell silent, the weight of decisions lingering in the air. The Emperor sighed in the study, weary of the throne. We are born of the same roots, why harm each other? Meanwhile, Yue Huayin changed into black clothes, waiting for night. Lu Yin saw her, and said, be careful. She nodded, her eyes determined. As the sky darkened and night fell, Yue Huayin got up from her bed. Dachui, she called softly. Master Wang, Dachui replied, dropping silently from the rooftop. Without a word, the two moved in perfect sync. Following her out of the courtyard. They slipped through the shadows, their footsteps silent, blending into the night. The mission was about to begin. They arrived at the Prime Minister's mansion, now sealed with strips. It had lost its former glory. Yue Huayin stepped back a few paces, then easily vaulted over the wall with a few bounds. The Chue followed, closely landing without a sound. Yue Huayin first went to Yang Yuki's study. She searched through drawers and scrolls, her movements methodical. She found nothing except some letters documenting his corruption, but no clues about her mother. She then went to her former courtyard. The familiar plants and trees stirred memories. Concubine may have lived here for years. If there were any clues, they were probably long gone. Still, she had to check. With a tentative push, she opened the door. To her surprise, someone was inside. The black-clad figure, startled by the intrusion, clutched something to his chest and tried to flee. But Yue Huayin was faster. But Yue Huayin would not let him escape. She lunged forward, engaging him in combat. The Chue saw the man's skill was high, drew his short sword, and joined the fight. The room erupted into clashing sounds and swift movements. After several rounds of combat, Yue Huayin and Big Hammer were clearly at a disadvantage. In a moment of carelessness, the black-clad man grabbed Yue Huayin's neck. His grip tightened, and she sensed his deadly intent. The moonlight flickered on his cold eyes. The black-clad man indeed tightened his grip slowly. But as Yue Huayin struggled, he noticed a black mole on her earlobe. His pupils contracted sharply as if in shock and disbelief. He froze for a moment, his hand hesitating. Big Hammer seized the opportunity and struck the black-clad man in the chest with a powerful palm. The blow was strong. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and vaulted over the wall, fleeing into the night. "Miss, are you all right?" Big Hammer asked anxiously. Yue Huayin coughed and replied, "I'm fine. But this mansion has been sealed for so long. How did someone get in, especially in my mother's courtyard?" "Miss, look. There seems to be something on the ground," Big Hammer said, pointing. Yue Huayin squinted in the moonlight and saw scattered papers near the floorboard. Using the moonlight, Yue Huayin spotted several sheets of paper. She pulled out a flashlight and saw that a floorboard had been pried open, revealing a stack of envelopes. She picked up the scattered letters, and their contents overturned all her previous assumptions. The first letter read, "Qingchuang, tonight the moonlight is bright. My longing for you flows like a gentle stream. I write this letter hoping it conveys my deep feelings for you. Since we met, your tenderness, kindness, and talent have captivated me. Your smile is like a spring breeze, intoxicating my heart. The time spent with you is like a poem, enchanting me. Every time I think of you, my heart ripples with emotion. Your eyes, smile, and gentleness make me fall for you. On this quiet night, I write this letter to pour out my longing and love onto paper. Whenever I recall the time we spent together, my heart is filled with happiness. Under the moonlight, we shared our heart's joy. No matter the storms, I am willing to walk with you. Qingchuang, I know your hardship. I am useless. Wait for me, I will come to take you and our child home." These letters made Yue Huayin dizzy. Could her mother really have had an affair? Recalling Yang Yuki's words, "Your mother might not be innocent either," and her mother's years of neglect toward her and her brother, everything suddenly seemed to make sense. "Big Hammer, let's go back." Yue Huayin lay in bed, her mind in turmoil. Hadn't her mother sworn to marry only Yang Yochi? How could she have had an affair? How could she have had an affair? If she did, why was she so heartbroken when Yang Yochi brought Mei concubine home? And who was the black-clad man in the room just now? The black-clad man clearly intended to kill her, but why did he let her go? Did he come to take those letters? Could he be the lover himself? Yue Huayin felt her brain was not enough. She didn't come here to be a detective. She decided to stop thinking. Outside the city, the black-clad man leaned against a tree, clutching his chest. "That brat really hit hard," he muttered. Thinking of what he had just seen, he couldn't contain his excitement. "Is it you? Could it really be you?" He laughed and cried alternately, his expression manic. Whether in joy or sorrow, it was hard to tell. The next day, Yue Huayin slept until the sun was high. Lu Yin didn't wake her. There was nothing urgent, and after several days of exhaustion, she deserved a good rest. Yue Huayin was finally awakened by hunger. Her stomach growled several times before she slowly got up. "Miss, you're awake." The kitchen made chicken porridge. "Come eat," Lu Yin said. Yue Huayin sipped the chicken porridge, squinting in comfort. Being home was good. Food, drink, and servants, nothing to worry about. After eating, Yue Huayin decided to go out and check on Yin Ria's business. She also wanted to ask Xiwenyang some questions. The shop was bustling as usual, so she slipped in through the back door. "Boss, when did you get back?" Xiwenyang had spotted Yue Huayin at the door. After arranging for a customer, she slipped to the backyard. "Just yesterday. Business looks good, doesn't it?" Yue Huayin said. Xiwenyang nodded, then explained that many merchants from other regions wanted to partner. "Your products are unique in the world, so they're naturally hot. Many merchants from other places want to partner with us, but since you were away, I didn't give them a direct answer," Xiwenyang explained. Yue Huayin thought expanding to other regions was feasible. She only needed to supply the goods, which were limitless and required no production on her part. "We'll discuss it later when we have time. I think it's feasible, but we must be careful about our partners." Xiwenyang nodded in agreement. "Sister Xiwenyang, I want to ask you something." "Oh, what is it?" "I want to establish an organization, like an intelligence network, to build my own influence in the martial world." Xiwenyang raised an eyebrow. "A little girl, you have big ambitions. Easier said than done. First, personnel is a problem. Their strength and loyalty are also issues." "I know all that. That's why I came to you, Sister Xiwenyang. You built the ghost market all by yourself, which shows your strength is not to be underestimated." "Haha, you little flatterer. Fine, since we get along, I'll help you," Xiwenyang laughed. Yue Huayin's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Xiwenyang. What should we do next?" Yue Huayin asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "First, you need to spend a lot of silver to buy people. Shadow guards and death warriors are different. The former can gather intelligence and are generally loyal. The latter handle critical tasks with no weakness. Later, you'll train them yourself from slave markets." Yue Huayin nodded. "I understand. They'll trouble you for the initial phase. They'll select and train the rest myself. Just take the silver from the accounts." "All right, our young boss is going to do big things." When you rise to prominence, don't forget Xuanyang, she said with a smile. Sister Xuanyang, if that day comes, well, share fortune and misfortune. Not just you, but Liuyan Zissou and Big Hammer are all important to me, Yue Huayin said firmly. Yue Huayin's gaze was firm, as if making a promise. Xuanyang had been joking, but seeing her seriousness, she thought this girl might really help me one day. With such foresight at a young age, she will surely rise high. Little did Xuanyang know that in the near future Yue Huayin would become so powerful that neighboring kingdoms would tremble at her name. But that's a story for later. Yue Huayin walked home, her mind tangled in last night's mysteries. How could Zhang Mammy, her mother's personal maid, be unaware of the many letters exchanged with that man? She had never mentioned it. Could she be hiding something? The unease grew. But Zhang Mammy had never spoken of this. Why would she keep silent? Was she hiding the truth? The suspicion lingered like a shadow. Yue Huayin knew she must confront the maid. Her steps quickened as she resolved to find answers. Back at the mansion, Yue Huayin decided to visit the old madam first. She thought of other noble ladies who spent their days composing poetry while she was busier than an official. The irony made her smirk. But she had no time for self-pity. In the flower hall, the old madam and Su Qingrong were playing with a pair of parrots. Grandmother, aunt, you're both here, Yue Huayin greeted. You're always busy, girl. What brings you to see this old woman today? The old madam teased. Su Qingrong chuckled. Don't worry, mother, I'm sure she has good reason. Grandmother, I just missed you and wanted to chat, Yue Huayin said. All right, as long as you don't find an old woman boring, the old madam replied with a smile. Su Qingrong covered her mouth with a smile. Mother, stopped teasing her. She turned to Yue Huayin. What brings you here today? Surely not just for idle chat. The old madam laughed lightly. They chatted idly. Yue Huayin was wondering how to steer the conversation when the old madam sighed deeply. If only Shuang'er were still here. The words hung in the air. Yue Huayin saw her opportunity. This was perfect. Grandmother, how did my mother suddenly fall for Yang Youqi? She was no provincial girl. How could she be so captivated by his looks and insist on marrying him? Yue Huayin asked, her tone light, but eyes sharp. The old madam gazed at Yue Huayin's face, which bore a strong resemblance to her mother. She seemed to see her daughter as a child. A pang of grief struck her. She took a slow breath before speaking. We were puzzled too. Your mother was the cream of the capital's noble ladies. She had seen every prince and duke. How could she be so obsessed with a mere third-place scholar? When we asked, she only said she would marry no one else. Your grandfather and I had no choice but to agree. We never expected such a bad match. Su Qingrong also sighed. When your mother married, I was already in the family. We were close in age and got along well. When this happened, I tried to advise her. But she only said, a good match is fated, ooh, I will be happy. So my mother never liked any other man before. She only set her heart on Yang Youqi. Asked Yue Huayin, her brow furrowed. She sensed there was more beneath the surface. If your mother had loved someone else, we wouldn't have worried so much. Your grandfather thought Yang Youqi was too sycophantic, not a good match. But in the end, it was love for her daughter that became the blade that killed her. The old madam's voice trembled. Grandmother, don't be too sad. I shouldn't have brought this up. It's fine. It's been many years. We've come to accept it. Go rest, you've been busy lately. The old madam waved her hand. Even after Yue Huayin had walked far away, the old madam stared fixedly at the doorway. Her eyes held a mixture of sorrow and worry. Su Qingrong noticed and asked softly, Mother, are you worried? Renjier, the girl has grown up. Do you think she's discovered something by asking these questions today? The matter is too complicated. I don't know if it's good or bad for her to know. The old madam's voice was hesitant. Mother, we can't hide it forever. If she finds out, it must be fate. Besides, Einer's background. Su Qingrong started. Enough walls have ears, the old madam interrupted, sharply glancing around nervously. Yue Huayin left without clear answers, deciding to question Zhang Mammy. She sensed the old madam was hiding something, but couldn't pinpoint it. Hope it was just her imagination. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling as she headed to the maid's quarters. Mammy, you're sewing again. Things are different now. You should rest more, don't tire yourself out, Yue Huayin said, seeing the old maid hunched over embroidery. The maid looked up with a kind smile. Thank you for your concern, miss. You are too kind, miss. I know you care, but I can't bear to sit idle all day. Better to keep busy, the maid replied, her hands moving steadily, but eyes flickering. Yue Huayin decided to get straight to the point. She fixed her gaze on the old woman. Zhang Mammy, you were my mother's personal maid. You must know everything about her inside and out. I was fortunate to serve the lady. I was in charge of all her daily needs. She would tell me everything, the maid answered, voice trembling, head lowered. Yue Huayin noticed the tension in her voice. Then you must know about the letters she exchanged with a man. Did you know about her letters to another man? The maid's needle pricked her finger. Blood stained the handkerchief. Yue Huayin watched her steadily. She had guessed right. The maid's silence was telling. Why are you so flustered, Mammy? Afraid I've discovered something? Or are you hiding something? The maid fell to her knees. Forgive me, miss. Yue Huayin was taken aback, but quickly steadied herself. Yue Huayin helped the maid back to her seat. I'm not blaming you. I just want the truth. Was my mother's correspondence with that man before or after her marriage to Yang Youqi? There are many oddities. Tell me everything you know. Miss, you've been different since you woke up. I knew I couldn't hide this forever. The truth is your mother never loved Yang Youqi. She loved someone else. The maid's voice was low. Yue Huayin's heart pounded. Who? Someone else. But with her status, if she liked someone, she could have asked grandfather and grandmother to approve. Why did she insist on marrying Yang Youqi? Yue Huayin was confused. The maid hesitated. It was all a play. When your mother turned 15, she took me to the mountain temple to pray. There she found a wounded man being chased. She begged the head monk to hide him. After the pursuers left, she secretly brought him back to the mansion to heal. The duke feared gossip if an unmarried girl brought a man home, so they kept it secret. The man stayed to recover. Over time, your mother and he fell in love. The family was powerful and doting, so they considered letting him marry into the family. Yue Huayin found the story sensational. Could this man be some important figure? She leaned in eager to hear more. The maid's next words were crucial. But the man also had feelings for her. He said his identity was special, and he had a blood feud to settle. He couldn't set a date. Your mother was willing to wait, but then an accident happened. The maid paused. What accident? Tell me. Yue Huayin urged. Your mother became pregnant. The words exploded in Yue Huayin's mind. Pregnant. Her thoughts raced. She was not Yang Yuki's daughter after all. A mix of shock and relief flooded her. So I am not his daughter, she whispered. So she was the child of that man. She didn't know if it was fortune or misfortune. Lucky that Yang Yoshi was not her real father, but unfortunate that she had no idea who her father was. The mystery deepened. According to you, how did my mother end up marrying Yang Yoshi? Yue Huayin asked, her voice steady now. The maid took a deep breath. When the man learned of the pregnancy, he regretted the mistake. The world was harsh on women. The Duke's family was prominent. If news of an unwed pregnancy leaked, the gossip would destroy her. The maid's voice was heavy. The maid's words hung in the air. Yue Huayin felt a weight lift, but also a new burden. The truth was more complicated than she imagined. She looked at the maid. What happened then? Yue Huayin asked her old nurse Zhang about her mother's pregnancy and rushed marriage. Zhang shook her head, revealing a secret deal between the Duke and a poor scholar named Yang Yoshi. Zhang explained Yang Yoshi, a top scholar, needed connections. The Duke offered him a fake marriage to legitimize the child, and in return Yang got political support. That's how he became prime minister. Yang Yoshi initially treated Huayin's mother well, but eventually fell for her. She rejected him, still waiting for the mysterious man. Enraged, Yang turned cruel, trying to force her, but she threatened suicide. The mysterious man returned later, fathering a younger brother. Yang became more vicious. The man promised to return after avenging his enemies, but her mother died before he could. Huayin suspected her mother's death was suspicious. Huayin revealed she had sneaked into the prime minister's mansion last night to investigate. There she encountered a black-clad assassin who had hidden letters under the floorboards. She retrieved the letters before he could. Zhang gasped, realizing the assassin might be Huayin's biological father. Huayin remembered the fight. The man had grabbed her throat, but suddenly let go, allowing her guard to strike him. He must have recognized her. Huayin resolved to investigate her mother's death. If Yang was involved, she would dig up his corpse and flog it. Zhang tearfully supported her, saying her mother would be proud. Huayin lay on a rocking chair, overwhelmed by the drama. Her maid Lu Yun entered, announcing the Empress had summoned Huayin to the palace. Huayin teased the usually serious maid to smile. Lu Yun attempted a forced smile, looking ridiculous. Huayin laughed and set off. At the palace gate, a eunuch named Changde greeted them, saying the Empress felt much better after Huayin's last treatment. Huayin admired the lavish gardens, thinking how many people craved to enter this golden cage. As they walked, they heard scuffling behind a rockery. A group of eunuchs were beating a man in plain worn clothes. One shouted, "You think you're a master? A sickly thing like you could die here unnoticed." Changde felt deeply embarrassed. Why did he have to run into this mess? Eunuch Chang, what is this? He sighed. Your Highness, this should be the 7th prince. The 7th prince? How could a prince be treated like this? Yue Huayin asked, her voice filled with disbelief and pity. Fearing misunderstanding, Changde explained. Your Highness, the Empress never mistreats the princes, but the servants are snobs. The 7th prince's mother was a maid. They call him a prince, but bully him terribly. Has no one ever helped him? Yue Huayin asked, her heart aching for the prince she had never met. Your Highness, in this palace, everyone is terrified. Those servants who dare to hit a prince must have powerful backers. No one wants to offend them for the sake of a powerless prince. The deep palace was a den of tigers. Yue Huayin wanted to ignore it, but the sounds of beating from that direction grew more and more unbearable. Such delicate skin, you'd be a top courtesan in a brothel. I'm tired of beating you. Crawl between my legs, and I'll let you off, a cruel voice sneered. Laughter echoed through the garden. Ha ha ha. Crawl, crawl. The surrounding young eunuchs jeered, their voices filled with malice. The 7th prince leaned against the rockery, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was expressionless, but Yue Huayin felt as if he was about to shatter completely. Stop! Yue Huayin could no longer hold back. She stepped forward to stop them. The eunuchs only saw her as Changde was hidden behind the rockery. This young lady doesn't look like she's from the palace. I advise you to mind your own business. The leading eunuch threatened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. You are a servant who bullies your master. He is still the 7th prince. Surely you know the punishment for this is death. Yue Huayin retorted, her voice steady and cold. Where do you come from, you wild girl? Do you know who my master is? The eunuch snarled. Whoever your master is, you're just a dog. When it comes to bullying, you're a model eunuch. You little wretch. They'll teach you the rules of the palace. Hit her, the eunuch screamed. How dare you? This is the Yunla County princess. Are you tired of living? Changde rushed forward to protect her. The moment the eunuch saw Changde, he panicked. That was the Empress chief eunuch. Eunuch Chang, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was the Yunla County princess. What if I weren't the Yunla County princess? You could bully me as you please. Yue Huayin's voice was icy. I didn't realize the entire palace was run by you, eunuch. The kneeling eunuchs begged for mercy. Your Highness, please reconsider your words. We never meant that. Their voices trembled. Don't explain to me. Go explain to the Empress. Eunuch Chang, please take them away. Yue Huayin approached the 7th prince. Are you alright? Can you stand? Thank you for your help, your Highness. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Yun Yunga looked up, and Yue Huayin saw the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen, clear and pure, without a single impurity. Get up. Let's go ask the Empress for justice. Yun Yunga nodded and smiled at her. Yue Huayin felt the world spin, nearly dizzy from the charm of his smile. How could those scum bring themselves to bully him? Inside the Phoenix Palace, the eunuchs knelt trembling. The Empress looked at Changde in confusion. Changde, what is the meaning? Yue Huayin stepped forward. Your Majesty, I found these men beating the 7th prince. They insulted me and said they'd teach me the palace rules. I am terrified. Please let me leave the palace alive. Yue Huayin's words were dripping with sarcasm. The eunuchs cursed her in their hearts. Yin Yunga stood by watching this eloquent girl, a faint smile curving his lips. Outrageous. How dare you? The 7th prince is of royal blood. Which palace's eunuch are you? The Empress was furious. She had always said to treat all princes equally, and these people had been disobeying her orders. Changde stepped forward. Your Majesty, these are all servants from the virtuous consort's palace. The Empress' eyes narrowed. Good, very good. That virtuous consort thinks too highly of herself. Drag these dogs out and beat them to death as an example. Let them all see the consequences of disobeying me, the Empress decreed coldly. And the virtuous consort for failing to control her servants, she is to be confined to her palace for a month and copy the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. The Empress' judgment was swift and decisive. With a few words, the Empress decided the fate of several men. She looked gentle, but to sit on this throne required skill. This punishment stopped the bullying of the prince and warned the virtuous consort. The virtuous consort was the daughter of the Grand Preceptor and the mother of the 3rd prince. Relying on her family's power, she had become somewhat arrogant and overbearing in the palace. Mercy, Your Majesty. Mercy. We will never do it again. The eunuch's pleas were ignored. The Empress waved her hand, and they were dragged away, their screams fading into the distance. Ina, you just arrived and had to see this. Are you frightened? Please sit down. Thank you, Your Majesty. I wasn't scared, but the 7th prince has suffered greatly today. The Empress looked at Yin Yunga's disheveled state and felt a pang of pity. He was always obedient, but his lowborn mother died early, leaving him to suffer in this palace. Old 7th, are you still living in that old courtyard? Yes, mother. Alas, that place is too remote. They'll have the Interior Ministry find you a new one tomorrow. They'll also assign you some new servants. Thank you, mother. But there's no need for new servants. I am not in good health and prefer peace and quiet. The few servants in my courtyard are loyal enough. Very well then, as you wish. But you must see a doctor about those injuries right away. The Empress' concern was genuine, but she respected his wishes. These are just flesh wounds. He'll apply some medicine when I get back. There's no need to trouble the imperial physician. Mother, you summoned the county princess for a reason, so I will take my leave. You're a good child. Go back and rest. Move into the new courtyard tomorrow. I take my leave. After Yin Yunga left the Empress' side. This child is pitiful. He may be pitiful, but with your Majesty's favor, he has finally turned a corner. Yue Huayin's words were a comfort, but also a subtle acknowledgement of the Empress' power. The Empress felt completely at ease after Yue Huayin's visit. She resolved to keep a close eye on Yin Yunga and ensure he would never face mistreatment again. This promise filled her with determination. Yue Huayin bowed respectfully and asked, Your Majesty, what is the reason for calling me to the palace today? The Empress smiled warmly. No special reason. I just wanted to have a pleasant chat. I still owe you my gratitude. Yue Huayin responded with a gentle smile. It was my duty and honor to assist you, Your Majesty. Your kindness is overwhelming, but I only did what was right. There is no need for such gratitude. The Empress gazed at Yue Huayin with approval. You are truly humble, never asking for credit. Now I have another matter. Yesterday my son expressed a wish to be betrothed to you. What are your thoughts? Yue Huayin lowered her head thoughtfully. Your Majesty, I believe it would be wise to delay the betrothal. We should spend more time together first. The Empress agreed warmly. Very well. The decision is yours. Take all the time you need. They chatted for a while longer before Yue Huayin suddenly remembered she had brought gifts. The interruption from the 7th prince had caused her to forget entirely. She quickly called for her servant to bring the box forward. Your Majesty, I brought you some gifts. I almost forgot amidst our delightful conversation. Yue Huayin said, opening the box to reveal several large porcelain jars. These are brand new products from Yin Ruyu. What is this you wear? The Empress asked curiously. Your Majesty, these are new products from Yin Ruyu, perfect for the dry winter. One is for the hands, the other for the body. Instructions are clearly labeled on each jar. The Empress eagerly applied the hand cream, her eyes widening in delight as her skin instantly became smooth and soft. Yue, this is wonderful. It's so effective and smells absolutely lovely, she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. I'm glad you like them, Your Majesty. It's getting late, I should take my leave now. The Empress glanced at the darkening sky and agreed. She generously rewarded Yue Huayin with many gifts before seeing her off. Only after Yue Huayin had safely left the palace gates did a shadowy figure slowly emerge from behind a pillar. The figure lingered for a moment before silently turning and disappearing into the depths of the palace corridors. Back at the Duke's residence, Yue Huayin was greeted by Decue, who handed her a letter. She opened it to find it was from Xuanyang. The letter stated that she had already purchased some people and needed Yue Huayin to give the organization a name. Xuanyang is certainly efficient, Yue Huayin murmured with admiration. She began to ponder a suitable name. It needed to be both mysterious and imposing, a name that would command respect and sound incredibly impressive when spoken aloud. Winter nights fell early. In a dilapidated courtyard within the palace, a man in a green cloak stood at the entrance, gazing at the waning crescent moon in the sky. A cold wind rustled his cloak and his expression was unreadable in the dim light. Master, a figure in black leaped over the wall and knelt before him. Have you found anything? The man remained still. The black-clad figure rose and handed him a thick stack of papers. He took them and began to scan them quickly. Interesting, the man murmured. You may leave now. Yes, master. As the wind swept through the courtyard scattering fallen leaves into the air, he reached out and caught a single leaf, holding it between his fingers for a moment. A forgotten leaf, yet the wind and clouds can still stir it up again, he said softly. Meanwhile, Yue Huayin fell asleep while thinking of names. When Yue Huayin arrived, he found her sleeping soundly in her chair, looking peaceful and innocent. Worried she might catch a chill, Yue Huayin carefully lifted her into his arms to carry her to bed. The movement woke her. Yue Huayin instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, still half asleep, "When did you get here?" "I missed you so much," Yue Huayin whispered, his voice full of affection. "A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Why were you sleeping outside? You'll catch a cold." He carried her towards the bed, his tone gentle but scolding. "I only meant to rest for a while, but I drifted off without realizing it," Yue Huayin said. "What have you been busy with these past 2 days?" Yue Huayin placed her on the bed and added more charcoal to the brazier, ensuring the room was warm. "I've been dealing with matters in Qinghe County, so I couldn't come to see you. Are you angry?" Yue Huayin shook her head. "Of course not. Official business is important. But wasn't the disaster relief work there almost finished? Why is it still so busy?" Yue Huayin lowered his head and gently held Yue Huayin's hands. They were cold from being outside earlier. He rubbed them gently, trying to warm them with his own body, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. "This matter is not that simple. A gold mine was discovered in Qinghe County, and it has been mined for half a year. Many people are involved. It's a much bigger and more dangerous situation than I initially thought." "A gold mine? But why?" Yue Huayin began, confused. Yue Huayin finished her thought. "Why did they let the disaster worsen and send us to investigate exposing the mine? We believe the miners and those who worsened the disaster are different people. Someone deliberately made the disaster worse to force us to find the gold mine. We don't know who this person is or why they want to help us, but their intentions are still unclear, and we must be extremely cautious going forward." "So what are you going to do now, eh?" Yue Huayin asked. "I've already sent people secretly to the gold mine. We should have results soon. If we hadn't discovered this in time, the capital would have been thrown into chaos." Yue Huayin understood the gravity of the situation. "Please be very careful," she said, her voice filled with genuine concern. Yue Huayin nodded, appreciating her worry. He then turned to her with a lighter expression. "By the way, envoys from Bishan Kingdom will arrive in 2 days. The Emperor will host a banquet in the palace. You will certainly be invited. I wanted to tell you so you can be prepared." "Bishan Kingdom? Why would they come all of a sudden?" Yue Huayin asked, her curiosity piqued. Yue Huayin straightened up, his expression becoming serious again. "The Emperor doesn't know their intentions either, but they are guests, so he must receive them politely. However, Bishan Kingdom has been restless in recent years. They are ambitious. This visit is likely not a good sign. We must be on our guard and not let our guard down no matter what happens at the banquet. We'll deal with them as they come. Ziyun Kingdom is strong and prosperous now. Even if they want war, we have nothing to fear. You've worked hard these past few days. You should go home and rest early." "All right. They'll see you at the palace in 2 days." Yue Huayin gently kissed her hand before turning to leave. As soon as he stepped out the door, a loud, angry voice erupted from the courtyard, shattering the quiet night. "Yue Huayin, sneaking into my sister's room in the middle of the night. You two aren't married yet. This is completely improper and against all decency." Yue Mushing stood in the doorway, hands on his hips, looking like an angry hen. "I was just visiting her, nothing more." "Don't get so worked up," Yue Huayin replied, trying to placate him. "Nothing more. What else do you plan to do? Get out of here right now. If I ever catch you climbing over the wall again, it'll break your legs." Fine, I'm sorry. But he'll be back," Yue Huayin said with a cheeky grin. He leaped onto the wall, stuck his tongue out at Yue Mushing, and disappeared into the night. Infuriated, Yue Mushing pulled off his boot and hurled it at the empty wall. Yue Huayin shook her head with a smile and walked out of the room. "Brother, he was just checking on me. I heard you've been busy with Qinghe County. What brings you here to see me? If I don't come, that wolf cub will have carried you away. I got some high-quality fox fur a while ago. The weather is getting colder, so I had a cloak made for you, and one for Rui." Yue Mushing's anger began to subside as he spoke of the gifts. "Thank you, brother. You were so good to me," Yue Huayin said, genuinely touched. "Now you remember how good I am. I thought you had forgotten all about me, with your mind only full of that Yue Huayin," he teased, but his eyes were warm. "Of course not. How could I ever forget you?" Yue Huayin laughed. "By the way, Yue Huayin mentioned a palace banquet in 2 days. Will you be attending, brother?" Her reminder jogged his memory. "Ah, yes. The palace banquet will certainly invite the Duke's residents, so I will have to go as well. Bishan Kingdom is not to be trusted. You must be extra careful on that day. Stay close to me and don't wander off alone." The next morning, Yue Huayin brought a name she had thought of all night to find Aunt Shui. "Sister Shui, I brought you something good." "Oh, what good thing has our little boss brought me?" Aunt Shui asked. Yue Huayin produced a delicate small cake. Aunt Shui, though she looked cold, couldn't resist cute and delicious things. "Thank you, little boss. Have you thought of a name?" she asked. "I thought all night. Let's call it Shadow Pavilion." "Sounds good." Aunt Shui took another bite of the cake, her eyes closing in pure bliss. It was just too delicious. "By the way, Sister Shui, what do you know about the Bishan Kingdom?" "The Bishan Kingdom? They are wolves with ambitions." "Why do you suddenly even you know about their ambitions? What exactly did they do?" Yue Huayin pressed, her curiosity piqued. Aunt Shui sneered, walking to the table. 5 years ago, the war between Ziyun and Bishan. Bishan used every dirty trick. The 9th prince was only a teenager, but led the army, taking 10 cities. "I see. No wonder everyone is so hostile to them. Why the sudden interest in Bishan?" Aunt Shui asked. "Bishan envoys arrive tomorrow. The emperor is hosting a banquet. Yue Huayin and my cousin both warned me to be careful, so I wanted to ask you. Aunt Xuen nodded, handing her a ledger. This is the shop's profit for this period. After expenses, this is what's left. Yue Huayin glanced over the ledger. She felt like a rich woman. It wasn't as much as her previous life, but it was still quite good. The next day, Yue Huayin was dragged out of bed early to be dressed and made up. She closed her eyes, letting her maids fuss over her. Miss, open your eyes. See if you like today's jewelry. Zissou asked, admiring her work. Yue Huayin opened her eyes. The sight of so many jewels almost blinded her, but the overall look was elegant and luxurious, not gaudy. Isn't this too much? Let's keep it low-key. Miss, you're a princess now. You need the grand display, or people will mock you. Yue Huayin looked at herself in the mirror. It looked good, so she didn't want to redo it. Is cousin ready? Let's go find her. The maids helped Yue Huayin up. They were all stunned by her beauty. Miss, you could be an empress with your looks and bearing. When Yue Huayin stood up, she knew the price of beauty. The jewelry on her head weighed several pounds, making her neck feel stiff. Sister is beautiful, but never say that again. Someone might hear. Yu Rui, also beautifully dressed, looked even more radiant that day. Zissou slapped her own mouth and then clamped it shut, making everyone laugh. Let's go, cousin. Banquets mean early mornings, and I'm still sleepy. He'll nap in the carriage, Yue Huayin complained. You. Others would kill for an invitation to the palace banquet, and you are complaining, Yu Rui teased, poking her forehead. Yu Rui pulled her out. The roads to the palace were few, and many nobles were attending today. They didn't want to get stuck in traffic. Outside, Yun Huaiji stood by the carriage. Yu Rui smiled. Go on. The 9th prince has been waiting for a while. Maids helped Yu Rui into her carriage. Yue Huayin ran over to Yun Huaiji, careful not to jostle her heavy jewelry. Yun Huaiji stared at her, momentarily stunned. Yue Huayin waved a hand before his face. Daydreaming. Did you wait? Inian, you are beautiful today. I'm beautiful every day. He helped her into the carriage, his eyes still fixed on her. Stop staring. You'll burn a hole in my face. Lean on my shoulder and sleep. It's a while to the palace, and you must be tired. Yue Huayin leaned her head on his shoulder, her mind relaxing. She pitied the palace ladies who did this every day. They must have neck problems, she thought as her eyelids grew heavy. Yun Huaiji looked at the sleeping Yue Huayin, remembering that night in the carriage. A silly grin spread across his face. Amidst her drowsiness, Yue Huayin heard a commotion outside. What's happening? Miss, it seems the daughter of a minister and a Bishan envoy are having a dispute. I am the princess of Bishan, a guest from afar. You should let us pass first. A woman in exotic clothes shouted arrogantly. The woman dressed in foreign clothes stood on her carriage, looking down her nose at everyone. Her arrogance was infuriating. If you are a princess, you should know etiquette. Shouting in public is more like a village woman, the minister's daughter retorted, unyielding. You people have too many rules. In my grasslands we use our fists. Come down and fight me. The princess, even a child knows first come first served. You are late, and keep cutting in line. My father spoiled me, so I can't tolerate such rudeness, the girl replied coolly. Yue Huayin watched from the carriage window. She liked this minister's daughter. Having the guts to stand up to a foreign princess was Princess Lingli pointed her short sword at the other carriage. You are so rude. You have no respect for Bishan. As the two sides were deadlocked, the emperor's eunuch Su stepped out with a whisk. Everyone, it's getting late. Please enter the palace quick. Eunuch Su then addressed the princess. Your Highness, no weapons are allowed in the palace. Please hand them over. You. The princess was about to explode when a deep male voice came from inside her carriage. Lingli listened to eunuch. Yue Huayin had just witnessed a good show and became curious about the young lady from the Minister of Rights family. She couldn't recall ever meeting her in her memories. She was determined to see for herself what kind of extraordinary woman this was. Princess Lingli was delayed by handing over her weapons, so everyone else had entered the palace. When Yue Huayin passed by her, she clenched her fists in anger. How could there be a woman more beautiful than her in the Ziyun kingdom? Princess Lingli pointed at the retreating figure of Yue Huayin, her voice dripping with venom. Who was that woman? Eunuch Su, seasoned and loyal, followed her gesture and replied calmly. Your Highness, that is our Yunla County princess. Princess Lingli snorted contemptuously, her eyes narrowing. Just a mere county princess, what's so impressive? A delicate vase, nothing but a fragile ornament for show. She flicked her hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Princess Lingli spoke with hatred. Eunuch Zu's previously amiable face instantly turned stern. He had served the emperor since his youth and had watched the 9th prince grow up. Now it was clear to everyone that the 9th prince had special feelings for the Yunla County princess. How could he tolerate a foreign princess slandering her? The middle-aged man, clearly her uncle, pulled Princess Lingli aside and whispered sternly, Lingli, be careful what you say. This is not Bishan. You can't do whatever you want here. Lingli protested, uncle. But he cut her off. Enough. Let's go inside. The banquet is about to start. He led her forward, his face unreadable. Princess Lingli had no choice but to follow. As fate would have it, her seat was directly opposite Yue Huayin. However, Yue Huayin paid her no attention. Having woken up too early and skipped breakfast, she was now staring at a plate of pastries, swallowing her saliva. The eunuch's high-pitched voice announced the arrival of the emperor and empress. The grand doors swung open, revealing the imperial couple in full regalia. All the guests immediately rose from their seats and bowed in unison, the hall falling into respectful silence. The assembled guests knelt and shouted in unison, Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Then to the empress, Long live the empress, 10,000 years. Their voices echoed through the hall, filled with reverence. The emperor raised his hand and said magnanimously, Rise all of you. Today's banquet is to welcome the envoys from Bishan Kingdom. It is my duty as host to show hospitality. Please relax and enjoy the feast. He gestured for the guests to be at ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. The tables of Yun Huaiji and Yue Huayin were deliberately placed together. Since Yue Huayin was granted the title of county princess, it was not improper for her to sit on par with the princes. Others turned a blind eye to this arrangement. Third Prince Yun Lingfeng also noticed Yue Huayin. It had been only a short time, yet she had become a county princess. He remembered her as the neglected legitimate daughter of the prime minister's mansion. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. This Yue Huayin had some skills. If he could make her work for him. Meanwhile, Yun Weizi's behavior toward Yue Huayin was restrained, but anyone paying attention could see their unusual connection. Besides the third prince, the seventh prince and Princess Lingli were also watching the pair. The seventh prince had never attended such banquets before. Since the Empress had taken special care of him, his life had improved. Today the Empress had specifically instructed him to come. When the seventh prince laid eyes on Yue Huayin, he was captivated by her beauty. However, observing the intimate little gestures between her and Yun Huaiji, the sparkle in his eyes slowly faded. He looked down, a shadow of disappointment crossing his features. Princess Lingli's hatred for Yue Huayin grew. Yun Huaiji was the most handsome and refined man in the hall, yet he had not even glanced at her. His eyes were always on Yue Huayin, and he even peeled grapes for her. The emperor looked at the Bishan envoys and asked with a calm but probing tone, "What important matter brings you here so suddenly?" The middle-aged envoy bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the princess and I have indeed come to discuss a matter of mutual interest." "Speak freely," the emperor said. "To strengthen the bond between our two nations, our king has sent me to request a marriage alliance." At these words the hall erupted in murmurs as guests began discussing among themselves. "A marriage alliance? Our Xian kingdom has no princesses, only princes. Are they offering their princess to marry one of us? I saw that princess at the palace gate. She was arrogant and domineering. What man would want to marry a shrew like her?" Exactly. The emperor's face darkened. "A marriage alliance. If the two countries are friendly, why would we need such a thing? Though born into the royal family, they are not tools to stabilize the realm." Princess Lingli abruptly stepped forward, pointing directly at Yun Huaiji. Her voice was loud and arrogant. "This is the ninth prince, correct? Your Majesty, I have set my eyes on him. I demand that he become my consort." "Nonsense. Marriage is not something you can decide on a whim. Besides, the ninth prince already has someone in his heart. There will be no discussion of marriage alliance. If you wish to be guest, you are welcome. Let the banquet begin." Yue Huayin watched the scene with amusement, a piece of pastry in her hand. She nudged Yun Huaiji and whispered, "See Xiao Yunzi. Your charm is irresistible. She wanted you at first sight, but your father seems more worried than you are." Yun Huaiji smiled softly at Yue Huayin, his eyes full of affection. "Meaning you're teasing me again. I am not worthy of even 1/10th of your praise." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man grabbed Princess Lingli's arm and forced her back into her seat, shaking his head sternly. Yun Huaiji kept a close watch on the Bishan envoys, a faint frown on his brow. He felt there was more to this visit than met the eye. The moment the emperor declared the banquet open, maids bustled in with delicacies and dancers swirled onto the floor, their movements elegant and mesmerizing. The officials' old acquaintances raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries. Wine flowed freely and laughter filled the air. Within moments, the earlier tension melted away, replaced by a convivial atmosphere. Yue Huayin's stomach was growling with hunger. The moment the dishes were placed before her, she grabbed her chopsticks and dug in eagerly. The food might not match the restaurant's finest, but it was decent enough to satisfy her ravenous appetite. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Yun Huaiji said, gently peeling a shrimp and placing it in her bowl. He also pushed a glass of water toward her. Yue Huayin's eyes lit up. "Yes, this shrimp. Peel more, it's my favorite." She mumbled, her cheeks puffed with food. Yue Huayin chewed happily, her cheeks bulging. Finally, after polishing off the entire plate of shrimp, she set down her chopsticks and sighed contentedly. Yun Huaiji smiled and went to the side to wash his hands, his eyes soft with affection. In such formal banquets, noble women typically ate sparingly, concerned with etiquette. They would sip tea and take small bites of pastries. Yue Huayin, however, had completely cleaned a plate of shrimp, a sight that drew many startled glances. Her action attracted many stares. Yue Huayin gradually realized something was off. She looked around and saw that everyone else's tables were pristine, untouched. Then she spotted another person with a pile of shrimp shells, just like hers. Yue Huayin's gaze traveled up from the pile of shells to meet the eyes of a young woman she didn't recognize. The woman was staring back at her with equal surprise. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. "You're also a big eater. Xiao Yunzi, who is that person over there who also finished a plate of shrimp?" Yun Huaiji turned to look, then quickly turned back. "That's the daughter of the Minister of Rights. The one who argued with the princess at the palace gate." Yue Huayin understood and smiled at the young lady. The young lady smiled back. Yue Huayin then picked up a chicken leg from her plate and waved it at her. The young lady nodded vigorously. Indeed, kindred spirits understood each other instantly. Princess Lingli watched Yue Huayin's gluttonous display with contempt. "Tch, what a rustic. She's about to lick the plate clean," she said loudly enough for nearby guests to hear, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yue Huayin was not one to endure insults silently. She looked up and retorted, "Princess Lingli, do you find it improper to finish all the food on your plate?" Her voice carried across the hall, drawing attention. Yue Huayin's sharp question hung in the air, cutting through the banquet noise. Princess Lingli's face flushed, but she found no immediate retort. The guests watched with bated breath, anticipating the next move. Yue Huayin stared calmly at Lingli, but Lingli felt cold sweat soaking her clothes. She sensed this was a formidable opponent. "Unlike you, who eats like a starved animal. Your Xian kingdom loves those hypocritical rituals, right?" Lingli sneered, trying to hide her unease. Lingli forced herself to retort, though her heart quivered. Yue Huayin replied calmly, Princess, you are noble and know nothing of commoner's hardship. Do you know how precious food is? Many peasants still starve. The feast before us is something they'll never taste. I finish it to avoid waste, yet you call it rude. Yue Huayin's voice carried a sharp edge. I heard you were just made a princess. No wonder you reek of poverty. I am royalty, how can I compare to those lowly peasants? Lingli raised her chin arrogantly. Lowly peasants. Yue Huayin's eyes narrowed. The entire royal family lives on their taxes and labor. If the people of Bishan Kingdom heard you, they'd be heartbroken. That's their duty. It's always been this way. Lingli shouted, noticing the crowd's disapproving glances, her face reddening. You were just born lucky, princess. Remember to drink water and think of its source. A great nation never despises its people. Yue Huayin's voice was calm but firm. Yue Huayin had long despised Lingli's attitude. Now she found the perfect chance to speak her mind. The emperor nodded approvingly from his throne. Well said. Yunla princess embodies our great nation's spirit. The emperor stroked his sparse beard, liking his future daughter-in-law more and more. The middle-aged man beside Lingli stepped forward, bowing. Your Majesty, the princess is young and ignorant. Please, young. Yunla is even younger, yet she understands. Why doesn't the princess? The emperor refused to let it slide, suspecting ulterior motives for this marriage alliance. Your Majesty, I said nothing wrong. She's just smooth-tongued. Lingli retorted. The middle-aged man glared. Lingli, shut up. She flinched and returned to her seat. Yue Huayin observed the interaction. The man must be someone important. Lingli was arrogant, but feared him deeply. She filed that information away. The atmosphere grew tense. Yun Lingfeng stepped forward to mediate. Father, perhaps the princess misspoke. This is a banquet. Let's not harm our goodwill. Lingli glanced at Yun Lingfeng, surprised he spoke for her. But his looks were far inferior to the ninth prince. She turned away disdainfully. He wasn't worthy of her. Enough. National advisor, please take your seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The man returned to his seat. Yun Lingfeng continued. Father, since Bishan seeks alliance, perhaps we should consider it. How so? Though both nations are at peace now, an alliance would ensure Bishan's aid if another kingdom attacks us. Yun Huaiji sneered, eyes mocking. Since when did third brother become so cowardly? Or do you lack faith in our Ziyun cavalry? We don't need outsiders' help. Ninth brother jokes. I merely suggested it to father. He hasn't decided yet. Yun Lingfeng's face turned unpleasant. The emperor interjected. I share ninth son's opinion. The emperor looked at his unfamiliar son, immediately cutting off the idea. Yun Lingfeng's expression darkened. He silently retreated to his seat. Xiao Yunzi, that man, is actually the Bishan national advisor. Envoys usually don't come at such a high rank. And they brought the princess. Are they crazy? This visit is not simple. They have ulterior motives. Wait, their foxtail will show. Yun Yunga observed everyone in the hall, a knowing smile curling his lips. After the banquet, Yue Huayin passed by Yun Yunga, recognizing him as the bullied prince from that day. Seventh prince, how have you been? Anyone bother you lately? Thanks to your concern, I've been doing well lately. Good. If anyone bullies you, ask the Empress Dowager for help. I must leave. All right. After leaving the palace, Yun Huaiji handed Yue Huayin a rose. Inin for you. Wow. Where did you get this? I didn't see any in the palace. I picked it from mother's garden. If you like, you'll bring the whole pot next time. Yue Huayin quickly grabbed his arm. No. This one. All right. If you want more another day, you'll come pick them. Yue Huayin almost laughed, feeling a bit sorry for the Empress. Those flowers were precious in this era. By the way, Inin, you know seventh brother. I saw you two talking at the banquet. The other day when Empress Dowager summoned me, I saw him being bullied by eunuchs, so we got to know each other. The palace servants are getting out of hand. Seventh brother has had a hard life since childhood. We can't watch him every moment. He's still bullied behind our backs. Now that Empress Dowager supports him, and after those eunuchs were executed, no one should dare to bully him for now. Yue Huayin reassured him. They shared a carriage. Yun Huaiji insisted on seeing her to the duke's mansion. Just as Yue Huayin was about to step out, he pulled her down. A sharp arrow pierced the carriage wall. There's a note. Yue Huayin pulled out the arrow and unfolded the paper. The Bishan Kingdom plans to collude with court officials to rebel. Yun Huaiji jumped out of the carriage, but the street was empty. Inin will escort you inside, then I must return to the palace and meet. Go ahead, don't bother with me. Lu Yun and Zi Su will accompany me inside. Yue Huayin knew the urgency and hurried into the duke's mansion. The imperial study was brightly lit. Several people with injuries knelt on the floor. When Yun Huaiji arrived, Yu Mushan was already there. What happened? We found the gold mine. This time we caught everyone red-handed. These men were forced laborers. The prisoners trembled, never having seen the emperor before. Look up and answer my questions. The emperor's voice was calm, but commanding. When did you start mining at the gold mine? Your Majesty, we work day and night. I can't recall exactly. One day while cutting firewood, someone knocked me out with a cloth. When I woke, I was in the mine. You will reveal everything you know. If you hide anything, I will not spare you. Since I was captured, I have been forced to work tirelessly with no contact with the outside world. I don't even know where the mine is, but there's a person who connects with the outside. They call him Li Guanshi. The man's lips were cracked and dry blood seeping from the corners. The emperor glanced at Yu Muxing, who signaled the eunuch. A moment later, someone was brought in, and the man shrank back at the sight. That's him. He is Li Guanshi. He always beats and scolds us, whipping us if we move too slowly. Li Guanshi was terrified, realizing he was in deep trouble. Your Majesty, spare me. I don't even know what I did wrong. I was just... The emperor slammed his palm on the table. Enough. You still refuse to speak. Do you want me to send you to the Ministry of Justice for... Please don't send me to the ministry. Li Guanshi pleaded as he panicked. I've heard the ministry is a place of horrors. I'll give you one chance. I only took money to do someone else's bidding. I was never involved in the transactions at the mine. Who paid you, and for whom do you work? Yue Mushing's white attire made him look like a grim reaper in Li Guanqi's eyes. My name is Li Quan. I owe a lot of gambling debts. My cousin gave me a large sum to help him, but I was drawn into a legal mine. Who's your cousin, and where is he now? Li Guanqi's eyes darted as Yue Mushing stepped closer, pressing his foot down on his finger. I'll talk. My cousin is Steward Huang from the Grand Preceptor's estate. The Grand Preceptor's estate. The Emperor coughed in anger, gesturing for them to take everyone away. Why has the 9th prince suddenly entered the palace so late? Father, I received a secret letter while escorting someone back. It says that the country of Bishan is colluding with court officials. The Grand Preceptor's estate is the maternal family of the consort. They have grown increasingly arrogant, challenging me, and although we know who is behind this, we have no evidence. Steward Huang is from the Grand Preceptor's estate, and we cannot just— What do you suggest? Since we have Li Guanshi, they are unaware of the mining incident. I can use bait to lure them out. This plan is brilliant, 9th prince. Your Majesty, I think it's feasible. Good, then you shall arrange this matter. It's getting late, go rest. I take my leave. I take my leave. Does this position really have such allure? Brothers turn against each other, fathers against sons, endless scheming. Yue Huayin rushed to the 9th prince's residence, eager to learn about last night's events. Come in quickly. You're the future hostess of this residence. I've eaten, no need to fuss. Where is Yue Huayin? I'll take you there. The 9th prince is in the study. Thank you for leading the way. This is the master's study. Outsiders aren't allowed. Yue Huayin, open the door. Inin, why are you here? It's cold outside, come in. I came for last night's matter. Have you found anything? I'll show you a play. What play? Just wait and see. He jumped to the roof and landed at the Grand Preceptor's estate. The Grand Preceptor's estate. Is he involved? Li Guanshi sneaked around, knocking on the door. A servant opened the door and reported to Steward Huang. What brings you here at this hour? What happened? Oh cousin, what could happen? Just spend some money. Didn't I just give you a lot of money? Are you eating cash? Stepping forward, the housekeeper Huang's voice echoed as soldiers swarmed around the Grand Tutor's residence. Yue Mushing walked out slowly from the back, a determined look on his face. The housekeeper, maintaining his composure, smiled as he greeted Yue Mushing, asking, What brings you and the soldiers to surround the Grand Tutor's residence? Yue Mushing replied, You seem to have forgotten, but once you meet the Emperor you'll recall why. Arrest him. With a signal from Yue Mushing, the soldiers moved in to restrain the housekeeper, taking everyone in the Grand Tutor's residence into— Huang glared at Li Quan, realizing he had been betrayed, but this old fox wouldn't give up so easily. Yue, this is the Grand Tutor's residence. You're just a district official. How can you act so arrogantly? Yue Mushing replied mockingly, Don't get too worked up, Huang. Even if I act arrogantly, what can you do about it? He waved the Emperor's official token in front of Huang. Defeated, the housekeeper was taken away, as Li Quan looked away, unable to meet Huang's gaze. From the rooftop, Yue Huayin observed the scene, whispering, You set a trap for the housekeeper to reveal the truth. The Grand Tutor is a key figure. Why would he be captured without sufficient reason? She continued, Was the note from last night referring to the Grand Tutor? Why would he conspire with Bingshan to rebel? Yue Huayin added, The Grand Tutor is my brother's maternal grandfather. His actions aren't for himself, but for my dear brother. The illicit mining must be to support private troops. Curious, she asked, How will you handle the Grand Tutor? Yue Mushing replied, Illicit mining and treason are crimes worthy of extermination. Want to join me to watch the show in the palace? Yue Huayin nodded, eager for the spectacle, saying, As long as it's not my own trouble, I love to watch. In the imperial study, the Emperor summoned the Grand Tutor after the morning court, yet he remained silent for a long minute. The Grand Tutor pondered his recent actions, feeling he had done nothing wrong. He asked, Your Majesty, why have you summoned me today? The Emperor responded, You taught me when I was young. After all these years, I still cherish those memories. The Grand Tutor replied, Your Majesty's nostalgia is commendable. Even after all these years, your feelings remain strong, but I wonder if your heart has changed. The Emperor replied, Your heart is as evident as the heavens. You have held a high position, but still conspired to rebel. The Grand Tutor knelt. Your Majesty, I have served the throne with all my heart. I don't know where these rumors come from, but The Emperor retorted, Innocent. You still deny it. Very well, I'll help you clear your name. Just then Yue Huayin arrived with Yue Huayin and the battered housekeeper. The Grand Tutor's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the injured housekeeper. Your Highness, what has my housekeeper done to deserve? Yue Huayin sat leisurely peeling pine nuts for Yue Huayin, as if only they mattered in the room. The Grand Tutor admitted, You know what you have done. The housekeeper deserves his fate. It's time for both of you to recall your— The guards threw the bloodied housekeeper in front of the Grand Tutor. He looked up, pleading, Master, save me. The Grand Tutor demanded, Your Majesty, the 9th prince has beaten my housekeeper without reason. Can I have an explanation? The Emperor replied, You dare ask for an explanation. I want to know where the gold you mined went. The Grand Tutor's expression changed. How could the Emperor know? He stammered, Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean about the gold mine. Yue Huayin continued, If you can't remember, I'll remind you. You found gold in Qinghe County, hid it from the court, and had your housekeeper send workers to mine it. The Grand Tutor protested, This is a frame-up. Li Quan is fabricating lies to slander me. Yue Huayin responded, Don't rush. I have found letters in your house about dealings with Bingshan. You thought you hid them well. He pulled out a stack of envelopes, and the Emperor examined them, then threw one at the Grand Tutor's head. The Emperor shouted, This is your evidence. Look carefully, what do you have to say? The Grand Tutor, defeated, knelt 3 times. He pleaded, Your Majesty, I was confused. All mistakes are mine. I do not seek mercy, but a complete body. The Emperor ordered, Take the Grand Tutor to prison, confiscate his property, and execute him on a chosen day. The virtuous concubine will be sent to the cold palace. With the farce concluded, the emperor sighed. The Yue family has succeeded in capturing a traitor. I will draft an edict to reward you. You may leave, I want to be alone. As the three exited the imperial study, their faces were heavy. All were wise men, and with the Grand Tutor's downfall some would surely be unsettled. Yue Mushing said, I need to visit the Dali Sea. You both head back first. With that he walked towards the palace gates. Yue Huayin commented, the Grand Tutor at his age must not be plotting for himself. The emperor is just using him as a scapegoat. Yue Huayin retorted, your father is no fool. He knows who truly seeks rebellion is the third prince. He wouldn't be emperor otherwise. Yue Huayin shook his head, choices we make come with consequences. We must bear them ourselves. The capital was in turmoil. The Grand Tutor's family was thrown into prison awaiting execution. The national advisor and princess of Bishan Kingdom were also detained for colluding with court officials. A war between Ziyun and Bishan was now inevitable. Yun Huaiji and Yue Mushing were busy with preparations. Yue Huayin had stocked up supplies in her taverns and shops. The border war was imminent, and everyone knew it. Luyan asked, Miss, what else should we prepare? Yue Huayin closed her eyes thinking, bring as little as possible. This trip to the border will be harder than before. Miss Sister Xuanyang is here. She said you wanted to discuss something. Good, I'll be right there. Xuanyang was admiring her new nail polish that Yue Huayin had given her. Xuanyang's fingers glistened with the polish a delicate pink hue. She turned her hand, admiring the shine. Sister Zissou said you wanted to see me. Yue Huayin approached. I came to tell you something. Yesterday a strategist came to the Shadow Pavilion, wanting to join and serve you. I think he's promising, so I wanted your opinion. Xuanyang spoke seriously. If you think he's a talent, arrange a meeting tonight. The capital is tense. I might be going to the border soon with the 9th prince. He'll need you to handle things here in the capital. Xuanyang sighed. You're always running around with the 9th prince, facing danger everywhere. There are plenty of good men out there, why must you hang your hopes on one tree? Sister, do you believe in past lives? I feel like I was a killer in a previous life, training with my grandfather. I had no other family. Now I feel warmth and I think it's good. As long as you're happy. The border is dangerous. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, send word. Though the Shadow Pavilion is small, it'll bring everyone to help. Don't worry, I have my plans. I won't put myself in danger. Tell the strategist we'll meet at the tavern's private room tonight. Yue Huayin smiled confidently. Xuanyang left the mansion. A black shadow flashed at the gate. Her eyes sharpened, and she followed it to the outskirts where the man stopped and turned around. What business do you have lurking outside the Duke's mansion? The man's aura was overwhelming. Xuanyang felt a strong pressure, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. With a loyal and capable person like you by her side, I can rest easy. Xuanyang frowned. What do you mean? Who are you? The relationship will be revealed soon. Please protect her. The man vanished in a few seconds, leaving Xuanyang alone in the wilderness, puzzled. Xuanyang hurried back to the shop. The man's words suggested he was a friend, not an enemy. She decided to let it be and focus on the strategist's meeting. Back at the shop, Xuanyang sent a message to the strategist, arranging a meeting at the tavern that evening. The night ahead promised. In the private room of the tavern, Yue Huayin had been waiting for a while. She had come early, curious about this strategist who had impressed Princess. A man says he has an appointment. He's waiting outside. Let him in. Yue Huayin straightened her posture, preparing to meet the mysterious visitor. Mr. Qian entered wearing a green robe and a white jade mask. His fingers were well defined as he pushed open the door and sat opposite Yue Huayin with a calm demeanor. I am Qian, greetings to the leader. Qian, meaning prayer for peace and sunshine. A good name. You flatter me. He smiled behind the mask. Since you want to join the Shadow Pavilion, why hide your face? Your bearing suggests you're not ugly. Yue Huayin studied him, her gaze sharp but curious. Forgive me, I don't mean disrespect. My face was once handsome, but an accident left it half destroyed. I've worn a mask ever since. His voice carried a hint of sadness. I apologize. You may keep the mask, but I want to know why you chose the Shadow Pavilion. Xuanyang praised you highly. With your talent, why here? Qian smiled, gently making one feel like a spring breeze. Though it was their first meeting, Yue Huayin felt a strange familiarity, as if she had seen him before. There are many factions, many choices. The Shadow Pavilion is new and lacks talent. Building it from scratch is the best way to prove my ability. He spoke with confidence. Good, I accept. Xuanyang currently manages the Shadow Pavilion, but she's also busy with the shops. You can go to her for help. Once you make achievements, he'll put you in charge. Back at the Duke's mansion, Yue Huayin couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. She paced the garden, trying to recall where she had seen him before. It was too strange. Ining, what are you thinking about? You always seem preoccupied. Come have something to eat. Yun Huaiji placed a roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper on the table. The aroma filled the room. So fragrant. You climbed the wall again, didn't you? If brother sees you, he'll beat you up. For you, even a beating is worth it. I've been busy lately. You're not angry, are you? Why would I be angry? I know you're dealing with the rebels. When will we set out for the border? Yue Huayin asked, her tone turning serious. Yun Huaiji tore off a drumstick and handed it to Yue Huayin, pouring her tea with care. Father is still arranging things. It'll be in a few days. The trip could take months or years. They'll write you a letter every day until I return victorious. Yun Huaiji said, but Yue Huayin's expression changed. Write to me. You mean you're not taking me with you? Yue Huayin felt like she had been tricked. She put down the chicken legs, staring at it. I'm going to war. It's dangerous everywhere. And you're a lady from a noble family. You want to adapt to a camp full of men. He tried to reason. Am I afraid of danger? How do you know I can't adapt? Do you think my reputation would suffer and affect you? Yue Huayin's voice rose hurt and defiant. Of course not. You're going to the army is a righteous act. Anyone who gossips will cut out their tongue myself. Yun Huaizi's voice was firm, his eyes sincere. Then you should let me go? Zian has people I want to protect too. You know my abilities. I won't hold you back and might even help. She pleaded, her eyes earnest. The night deepened. Yue Huayin sat alone in her room, the half-eaten chicken forgotten. She stared at the candle flame, determination hardening in her heart. Yun Huai couldn't bear to refuse Yue Huayin. His own heart also yearned for her company. After a brief hesitation he agreed. He'll tell you the exact departure date once the Emperor decides, he promised. Fine. I'm already packed. Don't you dare sneak off without me. If you do, we'll follow you anyway, Yue Huayin declared, her tone firm but playful. Don't worry, Yin. I promised I'd take you. No matter how dangerous it is, I will protect you. Yun Huai said, his voice full of conviction. Yue Huayin let out a small burp and put down the chicken bone. Yun Huai pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped her hands. Are you full? He asked softly. Yes, that roast chicken was delicious. Which shop did you get it from? They'll bring you some whenever you want. I should go now, or your brother might chase me out with a broom. Yun Huai replied with a smile. Yun Huai gently embraced Yue Huayin, reluctant to leave. Don't make it look like we'll never see each other again. Go get some rest. If you're too busy, don't bother coming, she said softly. I could never neglect my Yin. He'll come see you again. He planted a kiss on her forehead, then vaulted over the wall and disappeared into the night. Miss, what would you like for breakfast? A new shop opened in the city. Oh, I heard it's quite good, her maid Zissou asked. Sitting before her bronze mirror, Yue Huayin put down her eyebrow pencil. Her mind drifted to Yun Huai's words the night before about the upcoming campaign. They'll have breakfast at grandmother's. You and Lu Yun go try that new shop. You won't be able to eat it once we leave the capital soon. I can go to grandmother's on my own. How can we do that, miss? We'll go with you to the madam's. It's no hardship to follow you. You are the best mistress, Zissou insisted, not wanting to leave her side. It's not like you'll get lost in the mansion. Just go and get some for little Bai too. He's probably tired of the food here, Yue Huayin said, dismissing her maid's protests. Zissou wanted to argue more, but Yue Huayin's face hardened. That's an order. Yes, miss. Finally alone, Yue Huayin walked to the old madam's courtyard, where she found her having breakfast. Grandmother, mind if I join you for a bite? Yue Huayin asked playfully. The old madam's face lit up with a smile. She immediately ordered Tower to prepare another serving. Why are you all alone today, child? Where are Lu Yun and Zissou? I heard there's a new breakfast shop, so I let them go try it, Yue Huayin replied, taking a seat. Then why didn't you go with them? Why come to see this old woman? The old madam asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Yue Huayin was thinking of how to gently break the news about her trip to the border. Seeing her hesitate, the old madam put down her porridge bowl. What's wrong, Iner? Do you have something on your mind? Grandmother, it's nothing. I just need to go out for a bit. Go out? Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Where do you want to go? It's about to snow, so be careful. I want to go to the border. The old madam wondered if she had heard correctly. Where did you say you want to go? She asked, stunned. Grandmother, I want to go to the border. No, I won't allow it. The old madam's voice was sharp and resolute, leaving no room for argument. Iner, I know you have feelings for the ninth prince. We're happy about that. But you keep risking your life for him. How can we ever be at ease? The old madam pleaded, her lips tight. The old madam pursed her lips tightly, her expression unyielding, showing she would not back down on this matter. Grandmother, I'm not going just for the prince. It's for the people of Ziyun. The Bishan kingdom is cruel. If they breach the city, it will be a slaughter. I can't let that happen. Also, I know about my mother. They'll find the truth after the war. You know. The old madam's voice trembled, her face pale with shock. We hid it from you, fearing you wouldn't be able to accept it. I won't stop you from investigating that. But the border is incredibly dangerous. Even brave men fear it. Let the soldiers protect the country. Why must you wade into this mess? Yue Huayin stepped forward and took the old madam's hand, her eyes full of resolve. Grandmother, my mind is made up. I will return safely. I don't know when the war will end, so please take care of little Bai for me. The old madam let out a heavy sigh. You're a headstrong girl, child. Once you've decided, no one can stop you. Since you must go with peace of mind. They'll take care of little Bai. Just make sure you come back safely. We'll likely depart in a few days. Please inform uncle and aunt for me. All right. Don't worry about things in the mansion. Yue Huayin spent the whole morning with her grandmother. The old madam wanted her to stay for lunch, but she had many things to do and excused herself first. Little Bai had heard the news and found Yue Huayin. He held out a small charm. Sister, I got you a protection charm. Wear it and you will surely return safely and victorious. Yue Huayin squeezed the charm in her hand, feeling her little brother had grown up. I'm so strong, he'll definitely come back. Listen to grandmother while I'm gone. They'll check your homework when I return, so no slacking off. Little Bai's eyes were red, but he was strong, holding back his tears. However, his clenched fists gave away his true feelings and inner turmoil. He knew his sister was doing important things. She had been busy ever since they came to the Duke's mansion. He wanted to grow up fast, become stronger, so his sister could have an easier life. Sister, when I grow up, I'll do all these things for you. You can just stay at home and play. Alright, I'll wait for you to grow up and take care of me. It's a deal. Pinky swear. Yue Huayin extended her pinky finger. Little Bai, not knowing what it meant, followed suit. She hooked his finger. Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing. Sister, 100 years is too short. It should be 1,000, 10,000 years. Silly Bai, I can't live that long. 1,000 years. I'd be an old monster. But I want to protect you forever, sister. You are the best sister in the whole world. Well then, sister will try to find some elixir of immortality. Alright, she asked, playing along with his fantasy. Brother and sister shared a smile. Since the last incident, Yue Huayin had a good idea of the path Little Bai would take. She was building an organization now to pave the way for his future. Her past life was a blur, lived in ignorance. Since heaven gave her a second chance, she would protect everyone she loved and everyone who loved her. She would guard them with all her might. Nanny Zhang came out with newly made clothes. Miss, I made these for you. Just in time for you to take. They'll take good care of you. Yue Huayin was about to look at the clothes when Lu Yun rushed in breathless. Miss, a message has arrived from the 9th Prince. Lu Yun rushed in panting. Miss, the 9th Prince sent word. Border battles started last night. They marched today. He told me so fast. Even if news of the prince's detention took days, this is clearly premeditated. They'd attack regardless. As she spoke, Zisu came out with packed belongings. A carriage waited at the gate. Moon Huayin packed the clothes. Grandma Zhang. Grandma, I don't know when he'll return. If you need help, find cousin or Xuanyang at Yanryu. Take care. Moon Huayin climbed into the carriage. Officers were clearing the streets. Yun Huaiji rode beside her carriage. Henin, sudden news. We leave the city first, the army awaits. They'll explain later. Moon Huayin nodded. De Chue drove the carriage following Yun Huaiji. A soldier reported to the Grand General. General, the army is ready outside the city. The Grand General looked at Yun Huaiji. 9th Prince, this mission is perilous. Are you sure you want to take the princess with you? General, rest assured. I will protect Henin. The Grand General said no more, leading a troop toward the city gate. The commoners watched the parade, fear spreading. War was imminent. Outside the city, everyone grew alert, speed increasing. The atmosphere was tense. Yun Huaiji handed his horse to De Chong and entered the carriage. Henin, sorry for the rush. I know it's hard. No matter. We had to go anyway. 800 Li urgent dispatch last night. Bishan Kingdom's army attacked our border in a night raid. Heavy casualties. We must reinforce immediately. Bishan is truly despicable, as everyone says. Moon Huayin felt anxious not knowing the border situation. She worried about the soldiers holding out. Reinforcement takes days. Our border troops may not hold. Send a letter with defensive tactics to minimize casualties. Moon Huayin suggested. Yun Huaiji was also worried. Henin, do you have a good idea? He leaned forward, eager to hear her plan. Hope flickered in his eye. Moon Huayin raised an eyebrow, smiled, and crooked her finger. Come closer. She whispered her dirty tricks into his ear. Yun Huaiji listened, unable to suppress a laugh. Henin, these are. For a despicable enemy, we use despicable means. What? You don't approve? Of course I approve. Henin, you are the blessing of Ziyun Kingdom. Yun Huaiji took out brush and ink. Moon Huayin wrote down all the ideas. After the ink dried, they sealed the letter and ordered a messenger to deliver it by fast horse. The letter carried hope for the border soldiers. General, we've marched a full day. Let the troops rest and regain strength for tomorrow. The Grand General looked at the sky, his battle-hardened face grim. All right, everyone rest here. A soldier ran to the rear. General orders. Rest. Soldiers gathered firewood, lit fires, and soon the smell of cooking filled the air. Yun Huaiji was supposed to eat with the army, but since Moon Huayin was with him, they had their own private meal. She pulled out a pot of sour cabbage fish. Moon Huayin revealed 2 bowls of rice. They ate in the carriage to avoid attracting attention. After eating, they would let Lu Yun and the others have their turn. After dinner, he'll take you for a walk. Several more days of travel. Staying in the carriage all day isn't good. Yun Huaiji placed a fish slice in her bowl. All right, eat while it's hot. Suddenly Yun Huaiji felt the border trip wouldn't be so dull. Moon Huayin smiled and ate her. After they finished, Moon Huayin replaced the pot with a new one. Zisu and De Chong fought over fish slices, but De Chong lost and gave all his to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was surprised, but ate the fish quietly. De Chong grinned like a fool. Zisu gritted her teeth in anger. Then De Chue pushed a bowl of fish toward her. Eat, don't be angry. Zisu's ears turned red. She bit into the fish, tender, smooth, delicious. All her anger melted away. She smiled. De Chong raised an eyebrow at De Chue, his meaning clear. De Chue looked away, ignoring him. The night camp was filled with Moon Huayin and Yun Huaiji walked into the nearby forest. Giant trees 3 men wide surrounded them. They ventured deeper into the primitive woods. Henin, there may be beasts in these deep mountains. It's getting cold. Let's go back. Moon Huayin agreed. Suddenly, they heard chaotic footsteps. Yun Huaiji grabbed Moon Huayin's waist, leaped onto a tree branch. Below, a large white beast and a small one burst out, chased by a dozen wolves. White tigers. Moon Huayin gasped. The large tiger was badly wounded near death. She pulled out a pistol attached to silencer and fired at the wolves. The wolves fell one by one. The white tiger, ready for a final fight, saw its enemies defeated. Moon Huayin jumped down from the branch with ease. The cub white tiger rubbed against Moon Huayin's hand. The mother tiger looked at her, then at its cub, a low growl of entreaty. You're quite intelligent, but your wounds are too severe. There's no saving you. The tiger seemed to understand, nudging its cub toward her with its head. The cub sensed the farewell tears in its eyes. The mother licked its head weakly, then collapsed heavily to the ground. The cub let out a mournful cry. Moon Huayin stroked the cub's head. Together with Yun Huaiji, they buried the mother tiger there. Will you come with me, or stay? The cub followed without hesitation. Yun Huaiji gathered the wolf carcasses with vines and carried them back. The soldiers gathered around to see the white tiger. Yun Huaiji threw the wolves before the soldiers. Take these away and deal with them, he ordered. The soldiers hurried to carry the carcasses, marveling at his strength. At the creek, a soldier whispered to another, the 9th Prince is incredible. He killed over a dozen wolves in no time. Those hungry mountain wolves are terrifying, but he made it look easy. Exactly. Those wolves were huge. I'd be scared to death if I encountered them. But it's not just the prince. The princess is formidable too. She tamed a giant white tiger. They're a perfect match, handsome and talented, equally matched. Enough gossip though. The 9th Prince's affairs aren't for us to discuss. Let's finish up and get back. Yun Huaiji found the general sitting by the fire, lost in thought. He sat down beside him. General, are you worried about the general sighed. Your Highness, the closer we get to the border, the colder it gets. If it snows and the roads freeze, our army's arrival will be delayed. Don't worry too much, General. Princess Yine has used some delaying tactics. I believe she can hold out until our reinforcements. The princess is truly remarkable. In my decades of warfare, I've never seen a young woman dare to go to the border. She's no ordinary lady. Yine is exceptional. I've heard of your heroic deeds since childhood, General. Fighting alongside you will be a great learning experience. The general wiped his blade, lost in memories. No need to flatter me, Your Highness. You were fighting on the battlefield at 15, forcing the Bishan Kingdom to retreat. With you, I'll defeat those scoundrels again. They talked late into the night before returning to their tents. The next morning, snow fell. Lu Yun said, Miss, we left in a hurry and didn't bring a warming pot. Wear more layers to avoid catching cold. Yue Huayin opened the carriage window. Everything was white outside. Snow slowed their progress. Yue Huayin climbed onto the carriage and handed her a leather water pouch filled with hot water. Yine, warm your hands. The snow is getting heavier. Tell the Chue to drive carefully. The wheels might slip on the thick. Yue Huayin looked at the long line of supply wagons behind them. The soldiers were marching on foot through the snow. Supplies were crucial for war. If a wagon overturned in this snow, the loss would be huge. She couldn't easily produce food for thousands in public. The wind and snow grew fiercer. Yue Huayin also stared worriedly out the window. We might need to rest. The road is flat, but the wheels are too slippery. Just as Yue Huayin prepared to give the order to halt, Yue Huayin grabbed his arm. I have an idea. She took out snow chains from her system and taught him how to use them. Wrap these around the wheels to prevent slipping. The snow might last for days. Even if it stops, the ice won't melt quickly. The border needs us. We must hurry as much as we can. Just then a messenger from the general arrived. Your Highness, the general says the snow is too thick. Should we stop and think of a solution? Yue Huayin stepped down holding the chains. Tell the general to continue. These will prevent slipping. The general, hearing the report, rode over to see the chains being installed. Your Highness, what a brilliant idea. With these, our progress will greatly improve. The credit goes to Yine. She anticipated snow and had me forge these chains in the capital. It seems bringing the princess is to our advantage. With the chains installed, the wagons moved forward steadily, wheels no longer slipping. The pace quickened. After several days of travel, they finally left Linen City. One more city, and they would be near the border. The cold weather caused Zissou to fall ill. Yue Huayin gave her medicine and let her rest in the carriage. Almost a month had passed since leaving the capital. Problems kept arising, but all were solved. Looking at the soldiers marching on foot, Yue Huayin felt their hardship for the first time. She was comfortable in the carriage, yet still tired. General, the road ahead is icy. Horses are slipping. Should we send soldiers to clear it? The general frowned. The soldiers were already exhausted. Clearing such a long road wouldn't be easy. Yue Huayin felt the carriage stop. She lifted the curtain. Liu Yun, what's happening? Lu Yun went to inquire and returned. Miss, the road is icy. The general and prince are considering sending soldiers to clear it tomorrow. Yue Huayin looked at the endless icy road. Clearing it by hand would be too slow. Then she remembered salt melts ice. In her previous life, traffic police spread salt on highways. Liu Yun called the ninth prince. I have a solution. Lu Yun ran against the wind. Your Highness, my lady asked you to come. She says she has a way to melt the ice. The general's face lit up. Yue Huayin had been full of useful ideas throughout the journey. Yue Huayin hurried to the carriage. Inside, piles of salt surrounded Yue Huayin. She handed him a bag. Yine, why give me salt? Are you hungry? She rolled her eyes. Do I eat salt when hungry? This is for melting ice. Army salt is precious, so I brought my own. Salt can melt ice. How? Yue Huayin felt silly for asking. Have them spread it on the road. It shouldn't snow tonight. It's almost dark anyway. Rest tonight. By morning the ice will be gone and we can travel. That's amazing. Yine, is there anything you don't know? Plenty. For example, how many abs do you have? We're outside, Yine. Don't be naughty. The soldiers spread salt on the icy road as instructed. The next morning the ice had indeed melted, leaving a clear path. The army resumed their march, grateful for the prince's ingenuity. After passing the last city, they finally arrived at the border. The fortress stood bleak against the snowy landscape. Sentries spotted them and signaled. The gates opened and the defenders cheered. Yue Huayin stepped out of the carriage. The cold wind bit her face. She saw the tired but hopeful faces of the soldiers. Yue Huayin came to her side. Yine, we made it. Thanks to you. It's not just me. Everyone worked hard. Now let's get inside and prepare for the real battle. She smiled, determination in her eyes. Together they walked into the fortress, ready for what lay ahead. Inside the fortress, the general convened a war council. Maps were spread on the table. The enemy has been harassing our supply lines. With your arrival, we can plan a counterattack. Yue Huayin analyzed the situation. They expect us to be weakened by the journey. But with Yin Yin's inventions, we have an advantage. I suggest a feigned retreat to lure them into a trap. Yue Huayin added, I can provide some ancient formations that slow down the enemy. Combined with the weather, we can turn the snow into our weapon. The general's eyes lit up. Excellent. With your help, victory is certain. Plans were made. That night, under the cover of snow, Yue Huayin led a small team to scout enemy positions. Yue Huayin watched him leave, her heart tight with worry. Be safe, she whispered. Hours later, he returned with vital information. The enemy camp was heavily guarded, but had a weak point in the rear. The council adjusted their plan. Dawn would bring the decisive battle. At dawn, the army moved into position. The blizzard provided cover. Yue Huayin's formations caused the enemy's horses to slip on the ice. Confusion erupted. Yue Huayin led the charge, his sword gleaming. The battle was fierce, but short. The enemy, caught off guard, surrendered. The fortress was saved. Soldiers cheered. Yue Huayin and Yue Huayin stood together watching the sunrise break through the clouds. A new day had begun. Yue Huayin's eyes curved like crescent moons as she teased. You mean if we weren't outside I could make a scene and touch you? Yue Huayi's ears flushed red as he looked at her helplessly. Enough teasing. Go sprinkle salt on the road. Tell the general it's from the capital. Yue Huayin personally carried the salt down from the wagon. Soldiers hurried to help, asking where to take it. Yue Huayin directed, sprinkle it on the road ahead. Though puzzled, the soldiers obeyed. In the carriage, Zissou peeked open an eye. Yue Huayin noticed at once. No need to sneak around if you're awake. Zissou sat up, tossing the blanket aside. Miss, you two were flirting so openly. I had to pretend to sleep. You're sharp-tongued. Seems you're fully recovered. Zissou realized she felt no more discomfort. Miss, you'd make a legendary healer in the martial world. Zissou's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yue Huayin shook her head. I just want to live a simple life, earn some money, no grand ambitions. Whatever you want, miss. The ninth prince will go along with it anyway. Zissou folded the blanket and scrambled out of the carriage. Lu Yun was riding ahead. Why aren't you resting in the carriage? Riding feels freer. In the carriage I might hear things I shouldn't. Miss might kill me. Lu Yun knew she was joking and let her ride alongside. Your Highness, what's the salt for? The general asked. Yue Huayin explained, salting the road melts the ice by tomorrow, saving us manpower. The general ordered the soldiers to sprinkle the salt. The disciplined troops worked quickly, then set up camp. Yue Huayin stepped down and patted the white tiger. She had been secretly feeding it extra, so it had grown plumper. The tiger nuzzled her hand, following her through the snow. Soldiers watched amazed. Your Highness, you're the first to keep a tiger as a pet, a soldier exclaimed. If it has cubs, I'll give you one. The soldier laughed. That's a male tiger, Your Highness. It needs a mate first. Embarrassed, Yue Huayin pointed at Yue Huayin approaching. The ninth prince said it's female. Yue Huayin, forever taking the blame, didn't expose her. Don't wander too far. It's dangerous near the border. There's nothing fun in all this snow. Has the soldiers' dinner been prepared? Yue Huayin asked. A soldier reported, not yet, Your Highness. What do you usually eat? Just steamed buns or flatbread with a side dish. Tonight, they'll cook you a proper meal. We'll reach the border tomorrow, so eat well today. The soldiers were taken aback. Your Highness, you shouldn't do such rough work. Spare me the formalities. On the battlefield, we're all comrades. Cooking a meal is nothing. Yue Huayin whispered to Liu Yun, who headed to the carriage. Yue Huayin knew she wanted to bring out good food. Yue Huayin spoke up, since the princess insists, don't refuse. They'll assist her. Find a few more helpers. The soldiers felt unreal. The princess and the ninth prince were cooking for them. Should they dare to eat? At the makeshift stove, the cook assumed they were hungry. They'll make you some noodles. A soldier pulled him aside. They're cooking for the whole army tonight. Are you mad? Eating food made by royalty. Yue Huayin reassured the cook, don't worry. Treat it like any other day. We'll need your help with so many mouths to feed. Lu Yun arrived with a large bag of ingredients wrapped in cloth to hide what was inside. Miss, the ingredients are here. Good. Have the hammer bring more rice. Yue Huayin planned sausage, potato, rice, chicken stew with mushrooms and stir-fried peppers with pork. Fresh vegetables were rare on the road. Yue Huayin cut half the sweet sausage and half the spicy one, making 2 flavors. Dahan and Daqiang helped chop the unfamiliar sausages while Lu Yun and Zissou washed rice and steamed it. Daqiang kept glancing at the other side. He nudged Dahan with his elbow. Hey, I've known for a while. You like Zissou, don't you? Dahan replied coldly. None of your business. Daqiang shrugged. Come on, we're brothers who've been through thick and thin. Don't be so cold to me. Dahan ignored him, his knife moving so fast it left after images. The pile of chopped sausages grew larger. Yue Huayin came over and scolded Daqiang. Daqiang, are you slacking off? Look how much Dahan has cut. If you keep slacking, no dinner tonight. Daqiang protested. Your Highness, you're wronging me. He started before me. They'll catch up soon, just watch. He grabbed 2 sausages determined. Yue Huayin smiled. Lu Yun was too quiet. Having someone like Daqiang around reassured her. She turned to check on the others. Lu Yun and Zissou chopped green peppers, and the meat shreds were taken to other cooks. The camp kitchen hummed with activity. Yue Huayin took out a large bag of fresh baby bok choy roots still with soil. She had planted the seeds in her system yard days ago. They grew overnight, plump and fresh. She cut off the roots with scissors and placed them in a basin. Yue Huayin knelt down and added water to wash them. Who would think the ninth prince himself would wash vegetables? Cooking is nothing. As long as Enin wants to do, it'll be with you. Their eyes met, full of determination, as if pledging an oath. Everything. Then after dinner, come to my carriage and let me touch your abs. Yue Huayin grinned, looking mischievous. She expected him to scold her for being naughty, but he gave a tiny nod. Her eyes widened like bells. She shuffled closer and whispered, really? If Enin wants to, feel free. Before she could say more, Daqiang interrupted. Your Highness, the sausages are cut, rice is ready. But how do we make the braised rice? Yue Huayin was speechless. Your timing is perfect. Yue Huayin shot a glare at Daqiang, who scratched his nose, innocently wondering what he did wrong. Bring the ingredients. It's simple. All ingredients were placed in large basins on the stove. Daqiang found a skilled cook to assist. Your Highness, just tell me what to do, I'll make it. The cook stood ready, ladle in hand. All right. Add oil to the pot. When hot, fry the potatoes and sausage cubes until fragrant. Then add vegetables and stir fry. Finally, mix everything into the rice pot and simmer a bit. The cook followed her instructions. Thick, rich aromas spread into every nose. Even the general asked, what's the cook making today? Smells good. General, today the ninth prince and Princess Yuma are cooking for us. They said good food gives strength for tomorrow's journey. The general nodded, approving. They have a kind heart. The general sniffed the air, looking forward to dinner. Around him, soldiers chatted eagerly. General, the road ahead is icy. Horses are slipping. Should we send soldiers to clear it? The general frowned. Dinner is served. The cook first served the main group, then sent a portion to the general. Soldiers lined up with bowls eager. How is it? Yue Huayin was confident. She took a big bite of rice and chicken, pure bliss. The soldiers around her nodded and, delicious. Your Highness, let me follow you from now on. Da Qiang blurted, eyes sparkling. The hand beside him gave a if you follow me, what about your master? Yue Huayin teased. Da Qiang's CPU nearly burned out. He sighed. Tonight's meal won unanimous praise. The soldiers' impression of Yue Huayin improved significantly. Laughter and chatter filled the camp. That night Yue Huayin lay in the carriage staring at the ceiling. He promised to let her touch his abs, but after dinner he vanished. Suddenly the carriage curtain lifted. Yue Huayin climbed in and lay beside her. You came, eh? Of course. Wasn't Yinyin waiting for me? His magnetic voice made her heart race. You can still back out now? Don't go back on your word later. She stared at him challenging. Yue Huayin held her gaze silent, then took her hand and placed it on his abdomen. The firm muscles tensed under her palm. The hard, solid abs felt amazing. Yue Huayin didn't stop there. She pulled his clothes open and slid her hand direct. Yue Huayin hadn't expected this. The touch on his stomach made his breathing ragged. Yinyin, that's enough, he said, his voice strong. But Yue Huayin didn't notice. Her lust grew. She traced down his abs to the line, counting. 8 perfect abs. Her fingers wandered. Her small hand roamed his abs. Yue Huayin groaned, grabbed her hand, and pinned it above her head. Yinyin, stop. You're playing with fire. You told me to touch, now you complain I'm too slow. Yue Huayin had no answer. He stared at her, chattering lips licking his own. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Are you a dog? I don't believe you dare in front of everyone. Liu Yun and Zissou are guard. That night, Liu Yun, Zissou, and Dehan set up tents around the carriage, guarding her from all angles. She felt safe. So that's why you're so sure I won't do anything. But why haven't they made a sound since I came in? His voice was low and teasing. You. Don't worry, I wouldn't hurt your people. But Da Qiang was in high spirits tonight. He dragged them all out for a long. Yun Huayi's large hand rubbed her waist, sending tingles. Her mouth went dry. Yinyin, now you know how I felt, he murmured. She tried to say something, but he leaned in and kissed her directly, silencing her words. The night deepened around them. Yue Huayin finally released Huayin as she struggled to breathe. Still want to play with fire, Yinyin? Isn't it fun? He caressed her slightly swollen lips with his thumb, his eyes filled with tenderness. The moonlight cast a soft glow on their figures. Huayin kicked him in the shin. Next time, get lost. She couldn't believe she had been teased, and by him the passive one. Rage flickered in her eyes, but a hint of embarrassment stained her cheeks. She turned away, refusing to look at him. Yinyin, don't be angry. Next time you can kiss me back, I promise I won't resist. Yue Huayin nestled in the crook of her neck, acting spoiled. His warm breath tickled her skin, and his voice was soft like a child's. Her anger melted away. Huayin's anger vanished completely. You fool, does it hurt? She asked, her voice trembling with concern. It doesn't hurt. How could you bear to really hit me? He replied, grinning. She sighed, her heart softening despite herself. Yue Huayin held Huayin in his arms, and they slept embracing until morning. Yinyin, I should return to my tent before everyone wakes up. I don't care about my reputation, but yours matters. He kissed her forehead gently, then slipped out silently. Now you care about my reputation. Why didn't you think of that when you climbed into my carriage last night? Huayin retorted, a teasing smile on her lips. He chuckled, his eyes dancing with mischief. I couldn't refuse your invitation, Yinyin. Then go now. Yue Huayin jumped down from the carriage without a sound. Huayin stared at the direction he left, her mind blank. She had already decided to be with him, but as a modern person a kiss was nothing. Yet, why did her heart race? She thought about modern relationships. Kissing was normal, even more intimate acts. But here alone with him all night, and he just kissed and left. Was he impotent? She decided she would test him someday. A mischievous grin spread across her face. General, the ice on the road ahead has completely melted. A scout rushed back breathless. The general's eyes lit up. Good. Notify all soldiers. We depart in 1/4 of an hour. He glanced at Huayin's carriage, admiration evident. The general praised Huayin's wisdom in melting the ice, quickly shortening the journey to the border. He had been skeptical of the court's rumors, but now he respected her deeply. She was more than just a pretty face. She was a strategic mind. Huayin dozed off again until Zissou woke her. Miss, time to get up. We're already moving. We should reach the border by evening. Huayin rubbed her eyes. What time is it? Noon. The 9th prince said to let you sleep in. Huayin felt like no time had passed. Where were you last night? Zissou hesitated, stammering. Huayin found it strange. Usually Zissou was outspoken. Are you hiding something from me? No. Da Qiang asked Liu Yun for a walk, and I made snowmen with Da Qiao. Huayin felt like her 2 maids were being stolen away. It gave her a bittersweet feeling, like a mother seeing her daughters grow up, even though they were older than her. She smiled softly, saying nothing. Zissou knelt, thinking she was angry. Get up, it's nothing. I never said I blamed you. Have you fed Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan was the name Huayin gave the white tiger cub. Yes, miss, I fed her a chicken this morning. Huayin nodded, satisfied. At least the cub was well cared for. Zissou brought lunch to Huayin, who ate despite the lack of fine ingredients. She knew she couldn't always rely on the system's food. Too many eyes. So she made a show of eating the camp rations, though her stomach grumbled for something better. Night fell, and the army finally reached the border. General, it seems the town's general and reinforcements have arrived. A soldier on the wall shouted down. The garrison commander Li Zoming jumped up. Really? Is the commandery princess also here? Mobilize a team to welcome them. Li Zoming had been barely holding on against the Bishan kingdom's frequent attacks. He feared he wouldn't last until reinforcements arrived. Now seeing the banners of the Imperial Army, hope surged in his chest. He rode out to meet the general. Open the gates. Let the general in. The gates groaned open. The general dismounted and clasped Li Zongming's shoulder. You've worked hard these days. Words failed them, but the gesture said everything. Let's go inside. Settle the troops first. Good. Let me introduce you. This is the 9th Prince and the Commandery Princess Yunla. Li Zongming bowed. Greetings, Your Highness Commandery Princess. The princess is truly resourceful. Without you, I might not have the face to return to the capital. General, you flatter me. As a subject of the Purple Cloud Kingdom, it was my humble duty. They entered the main tent where a stove crackled, warming Huayin's frozen hands. The heat seeped into her bones, relieving the ache of the long journey. Li Zongming poured tea. The general asked curiously, what did you mean by your words at the city gate? Li Zongming sighed. General, you don't know. The Bishan Kingdom came with overwhelming force, expecting us unprepared. We suffered heavy losses early on. But then the princess sent a letter through the 9th Prince with a strategy to delay the enemy. It greatly reduced our casualties. The general's eyes widened. What strategy? Li Zongming laughed. It was brilliant. Lay dry grass on the road, soak it with wine. When the Bishan cavalry charged, we set the grass on fire. The horses panicked, bucking and throwing their riders. We didn't lose a single soldier, and the enemy was thrown into chaos. Their losses were heavy. The general roared with laughter. Huh, what a brilliant idea. The princess has a truly unique mind. Excellent. The general repeated his praise, glancing between the 9th Prince and Huayin with a knowing smile. He had heard the rumors in the capital, and now he saw the chemistry between them. He nodded approvingly. General, you flatter me. Those are just petty tricks not worthy of real battle. True combat relies on you, the generals. Huayin replied modestly, but the general shook his head. Don't be so humble. You've helped us greatly along the road and at the border. Without your ideas, the border would have run with blood. The two generals continued discussing the war. Huayin stepped out of the tent to survey the terrain. The camp was on high ground, excellent for defense. She studied the layout, a plan forming in her mind. She decided to use cunning tactics against the Bishan Kingdom. Direct confrontation would cause heavy casualties on both sides. She wanted to minimize losses. A spark of cunning gleamed in her eyes. She would use their own strength against them. It's cold out here. What are you thinking about? Yue Huayin draped his cloak over her shoulders, taking her hands to warm them. His touch was gentle, his voice low. She leaned into him, grateful for his presence. Together they watched the stars. Him thinking about how to win this war, without sacrificing too many lives. She squeezed his hand. I have a few ideas, but I'll need your help. He smiled. Anything for you, Yinin. Just tell me what to do. He pulled her closer, their breath misting in the cold air. I just came out for a casual look. Are you discussing military matters with the two generals? Go ahead. I will find Lu Yun and Zissou. They should have set up the tent by now. Be careful as you go. It should be more comfortable to sleep in the tent tonight. Yue Huayin turned and entered the tent after watching. I wonder when I will be able to drink the crown prince's wedding wine, joked the general of the town. The cavalry general, who had been on the front line for years, asked, the crown prince's wedding? I haven't heard about the engagement. You can see that the crown prince has special feelings for the princess. It's surprising that you with your thick skull can't see it. The general of the town sighed, looking at Li Zongming. Li Zongming stared at Yue Huayin for a long time before realizing, the crown prince and the princess. They are a perfect. You don't understand anything, you thick-head fool, who only knows fighting, the general interrupted. My dream has been to fight for peace with weapons. Even if I marry, I will still guard the border. I don't want to burden the girl with fears while I'm away, Li Zongming said. Looking at the sky through the tent, Li Zongming felt a touch of loneliness. He had someone in his heart, but he didn't want to burden her. The general of the town looked at him in frustration. You young man, why think so much? As long as both parties are willing, someone will stand by you. If you think like that, won't the warriors of this world become extinct? I have fought for many years and now have a large family. You so young should not look so old. The general continued. Li Zongming chuckled. All right, enough about me. Let's discuss how to fight the next battle. The general of the town let it go, and soon the three men gathered around the map discussing tactics until late at night before returning to their tents. As they stepped out, Yue Huayin suddenly called Li Zongming. Do you have a favorite girl in your heart? Li Zongming was surprised. Before I wouldn't have known how to advise you, but now I also have someone in my heart. I advise you, perhaps it's not just one-sided affection. Don't let her down, Yue Huayin warned. Yue Huayin said no more and walked towards the tent. Li Zongming stood there pondering, was it unrequited love? Suddenly heavy snow began to fall from the sky. In no time he was covered in a layer of silver frost. Shaking off the snow, he took out a handkerchief embroidered with the character Jiao. Inside the tent the fire burned brightly. Yue Huayin lay on the bed, her feet resting on Tang Yuan, sleeping soundly. She didn't even notice when Yue Huayin entered. Yue Huayin took off his shoes and socks, washed up, then moved closer to Yue Huayin lying down beside her. Since their last embrace in the carriage, he couldn't sleep well alone. Tang Yuan glanced at him, then returned to pretending to be dead, knowing nothing. When Yue Huayin woke up in the morning, she felt trapped and couldn't move. She opened her eyes and saw Yue Huayin's unbelievably handsome face. Yue Huayin thought to herself, how could someone so perfect not have a flaw? High nose, thick eyelashes. She traced the contour of his face with her fingers from his eyes to his nose, and then to his lips. When she touched his lips, Yue Huayin grabbed her hand and kissed her fingertip. So you woke up pretending to be asleep. I wasn't awake, but your gaze was too intense to ignore. What's wrong with looking at someone so beautiful for a while? Yue Huayin pinched Yue Huayin's face, enjoying the feel. Yue Huayin held her gently, patting her back. Be good, sleep a little longer, let me hold you a bit more. Yue Huayin, still a bit sleepy, closed her eyes, letting him hold her. Tang Yuan perked up its ears when they spoke, then quietly lowered them again. In the main tent, the four of them had breakfast together. They no longer treated Yue Huayin as an ordinary girl, discussing matters openly in her presence, and she occasionally offered her opinions. Report. 2 generals, the crown prince and the princess, the kingdom of Beihai, is invading our borders again. The general of the town slammed his chopsticks on the table. Those despicable people think they can turn the tide. Look, I'll make them regret it. The general of the town declared. Li Zongmin disapprovingly glanced at the general of the town. You really think you can say such things with the princess present? The general of the town looked at him in surprise. Yue Huayin chuckled. It's fine, general. You're just being sincere, but for today's battle, we must use the right strategy. Oh, do you have any good suggestions, princess? The general of the town asked with some expectation. Today is a day of good fortune. Look at the wind outside. It's blowing toward the enemy. What does the wind blowing in that direction have to do with it? The general of the town asked. Just wait and see. Let our soldiers retreat into the city. The general of the town commanded without hesitation. The leader of the Beihai army laughed when he saw them close the city gates. Look at these cowards. They haven't even attacked yet. The deputy commander felt something was off. Commander, this might be a trap. We should be cautious. What trap? They're just scared. Brothers, attack the city and take their commander's head. The commander shouted. Yue Huayin stood on the city wall, a smile growing on her face as she watched the approaching army. The fish was about to bite the hook. Wang Dachui carried a strange object. No one knew what it was. It had a funnel, and Yue Huayin instructed people to pour in several bags of chili powder and mixed it with a packet of medicinal powder. After they stepped back, Yue Huayin pressed the switch. Chili powder sprayed far into the wind. The Bishan army foolishly charged forward, unaware of what was coming. The enemy commander saw a few figures on the wall and sneered, thinking them weak and useless. He ordered his troops to keep it. As the soldiers neared, chili powder seared their eyes. Yue Huayin had added extra ingredients, making the pain far worse. They rolled on the ground, howling, coughing violently as they inhaled more powder. See, they lost at least 100,000 troops while we didn't lose a single soldier. Yue Huayin's voice was cold. Yue Huayin watched the enemy below. She was born cold-blooded, only softening for certain people. Those who disobeyed deserved. The town guarding general watched the enemy's miserable defeat and laughed heartily. Haha, princess, you are truly, absolutely brilliant. Li Zongmin interrupted. The general shot Li Zongmin a glare. Mind your own business. Yun Huaiji only gazed at Yue Huayin with adoring eyes. No battle today. Let the soldiers rest. The Bishan army suffered heavy losses and will be wary for a while. Yue Huayin spoke calmly. The general stepped forward, looking at the carnage below. The chili burns eyes, but they'll recover soon. This trick won't delay them. You're right, general. But I added medicinal powder. In a while they'll suffer from itching and festering all over. Yue Huayin smiled. Li Zongmin felt cold sweat trickle down his back. This princess was truly ruthless. She has turned their victory into a crushing defeat. First, they'll need time to recover. Second, they'll fear we use the same trick again and spend time planning countermeasures. Yue Huayin analyzed calmly. Yun Huaiji stepped forward. The enemy army had retreated in chaos. Commander, we've been ambushed. These Central Plains people are despicable, using such dirty tricks. The once arrogant commander now covered his eyes, looking like a stray dog. Damn it. Retreat. Next time I'll crush that. The commander's filthy words made the temperature around Yun Huaiji drop to freezing. He grabbed a bow and shot an arrow straight through the commander's head. Such words deserve death 1,000 times over. The enemy fell into chaos without their commander, soldiers fleeing in all directions, even the deputy unable to rally them. Yue Huayin had absolute confidence in her medicine. Even the toughest man couldn't endure such agony. Everyone has worked hard these days. Today we celebrate and welcome the 9th prince and princess back. Li Zongmin announced, ordering a feast for the troops. Li Zongmin pulled the general off the city wall, leaving the young couple alone. He understood they needed some privacy. Yue Huayin saw he was truly angry. She took his hand and shook it gently. He's dead, so why are you still mad? I should have cut out his tongue first. She poked his cheek, forcing a smile onto his face. Don't be angry. I heard the general is making roast lamb tonight. What do you want for lunch? Let's cook something special. Yun Huaiji caught her playful hand. Let's go down first. I just don't want you to suffer any grievance. His voice was soft. She led him into the tent, not caring about others. If you have to hide your love, what's the point? She believed in being open. Since we're having roast lamb tonight, let's warm up with some grilled meat for lunch. Yue Huayin pulled out a portable electric griddle, and because of tradition, Lu Yun Zissou and the others refused to eat at the same table as the princess and prince. Yue Huayin had to give them another griddle for their own tent. Now only she and Yun Huaiji remained in the tent. It felt like a private date. The griddle sizzled as the meat began. Let me do it. Yun Huaiji picked up the tongs. No, you don't know how. Just wait and eat. Yue Huayin placed the pork belly on the hot griddle. The pork belly sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. She added some mushrooms beside it, flipping the meat occasionally. When the meat was nearly done, she tore open a packet of chili powder, poured it into a bowl, cut the meat into pieces, wrapped it in lettuce, and stuffed it into Yun Huaiji's mouth. Yun Huaiji looked at the lettuce leaf, initially thinking it was for grilling, but it was already in his mouth. He trusted her, so he chewed. Various flavors burst on his tongue. The lettuce's freshness balanced the pork's oiliness. It was delicious. He learned to wrap one for her too. He wrapped a small piece and fed it to her. She opened her mouth, accidentally licking his finger. The touch sent a shiver through him. Yun Huaiji's body stiffened. The sensation lingered on his finger. His ears turned red again. He was so easily seeing his pure reaction, she couldn't resist teasing him. They fed each other until she was full and slumped in her chair. Grilled meat was surprisingly filling. In the other tent the atmosphere was far less harmonious. The servants scrambled for meat, devouring 5 full plates of meat plus snacks. Their appetites were impressive. I'll clean the griddle and return it to the princess. Such a clever device must be precious. Lu Yun picked up the cold griddle. I'll go with her. She's not familiar with the camp, she might get lost. Daqiang quickly followed Lu Yun out. The princess tent is next door. How could anyone get lost? He's clearly up to no good. Zissou glared at Daqiang's back full of suspicion. Zissou couldn't stand Daqiang. She found him annoying in every way. The night grew quiet, and the camp settled into a peace. Wang Dachui noticed Zissou pouting and handed her a grape. Why are you angry? Daqiang may seem unreliable, but he's trustworthy and truly cares for Lu Yun. Zissou popped the grape into her mouth, still unconvinced. Lu Yun is so wonderful. Daqiang is all sweet talk. I'm afraid he'll deceive her with his smooth words. Wang Dachui smiled reassuringly. In the end, it's the young lattice call. If you don't trust me, at least believe in her sharp eye. Hearing this, Zissou's anger subsided. Dachui smiled fondly and handed her another grape. He knew she loved grapes. Her eyes always lit up when the young lady brought them out. You're so good at these little tricks. Who knows how many girls you've sweet-talked before? Zissou blushed, acting like a spoiled Miss Sissy, you wrong me. I only sweet-talk you. Dachui pretended to be hurt. They exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Inside Yue Huayin's tent, she clung to Yue Huayin, coaxing him until his face and neck turned crimson. She straddled his lap, arms around his neck. Let me kiss you, okay? Enin, you're being mischievous. It's still broad daylight. So what? I just want to kiss. What's so strange about that? Yue Huayin admitted she was deliberately teasing him. She cupped his face and leaned in slowly. Even though they had kissed before, Yue Huayin's cheeks still burned. Yue Huayin felt like she was seducing an innocent man. She lightly kissed his lips. At that moment, Lu Yun and Daqiang entered with a roasting pan, frozen in shock. Yue Huayin reacted quickly, grabbing a cloak to cover Yue Huayin. Get out! Lu Yun and Daqiang dropped the pan and fled. Yue Huayin giggled behind her hand. Yue Huayin lightly smacked her bottom. You are so disobedient. Luckily it was them. If someone else saw and spread it, I don't care, but what about your reputation? Alright, you always say that. Even if others saw, the ninth prince would handle it. And even if not, I'm not afraid. Let them talk. Yue Huayin's carefree attitude made Yue Huayin both love and exasperate. Missed the general send a message asking for the ninth prince. Lu Yun called from outside the tent. Lu Yun stood at the tent entrance, blocking the soldier. Understood, came Yue Huayin's voice from inside, making Lu Yun shiver. Would she be silenced? The tent flap lifted, and Yue Huayin walked past Liu Yun, not even glancing at her. She stood rigid, holding her breath until he was gone. In the afternoon, Yue Huayin was in the main tent discussing affairs. Outside, soldiers bustled, preparing for the evening feast, smiles on every face. The sheep were roasting over the fire. Yue Huayin looked at them and silently recited, Amit Ba. These sheep have met a tough fate. But the smell soon made her mouth water. But the savory aroma in the air made her reconsider. They were dying for the country. Ninth prince, what do you think of my proposal? Ninth prince. Ninth prince. The general noticed his distraction and called him several times. Normally the prince never lost focus. The reason was obvious. Yue Huayin snapped back, finding everyone staring. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem, the general is right. Let's do as proposed. The general and Li Zongmin exchanged glances, thinking silently, did he even hear what we said? And he agreed anyway. They shook their heads internally. Night fell, but the bonfires burned brightly. The good weather had greeted them, but now the cold returned, biting and sharp. Soldiers gathered around the flames. Miss, it's freezing outside. Wear something thicker. Luckily I brought your fox fur cloak. Lu Yun handed it over, and Yue Huayin felt instantly warm. The roast lamb must be almost ready. Let's go build a snowman. Yue Huayin pulled Lu Yun and Zissou to the thickest snow. Wang Dachui followed silently. Miss, I grabbed some small shovels. Lu Yun and I will shovel the snow. They piled it up, then asked Dachui to roll two. After the base was done, Yue Huayin decorated it. She pulled a carrot from her sleeve for a nose, found twigs for arms, added a hat and scarf, and 2 coal eyes. A chubby snowman was born. Miss, the snowman is adorable. Of course, look who made it. Miss, you just added the decorations. The rest was us, Dachui muttered under his breath. Yue Huayin gave him a sidelong look. What do you know? The decoration is the essence. Without it, would it be this pretty? Yes, Mrs. Right. Dachui stood woodenly, knowing that agreeing was safest. But he couldn't help his smart mouth. It would be his downfall. Just then a snowball flew straight at his head. He dodged but still got hit. Ha, Dachui, you idiot. Yue Huayin doubled over. Dachui pretended calm, secretly grabbing a snowball and throwing it at Yue Huayin. She expected it and dodged easily. He then started throwing wildly. A snowball hit Zissou on the head. She scowled, grabbed a snowball, and retaliated. Soon all 4 were in a chaotic snow fight, hitting anyone in sight. Enin, stop playing. Time to eat. Yue Huayin came with a warm towel, wiping her face and dirty hands gently. Yue Huayin gazed at Yue Huayin, his husbandly demeanor making her heart flutter. Liu Yun, Zissou, and Dachui stood by, feeling like third wheels, so they turned away. Why are you here? Is the roast lamb ready? Yue Huayin swallowed at the aroma. Roasted all afternoon, crispy outside, tender inside. Let's eat first, then play more. Great. Liu Yun, Zissou, Dachui, let's go. Roast lamb time. Yue Huayin skipped ahead, Yue Huayin following with a soft smile. She played, and he watched. The author, watching from above, felt this was the perfect moment to end the tale. A happy scene of laughter and love. What better way to conclude? Li Zongmin beamed with joy as he called out to the princess. He had just driven away a group of enemy scouts and felt elated. The roasted lamb smelled delicious, bought from nearby herders. Yue Huayin's mouth watered as she sniffed the aroma. The military chef's skill was truly impressive. She had already swallowed several times, eager to taste the meat. Li Zongmin raised his voice to address all the soldiers. He thanked them for their hard work and declared that the army had reached the border. Together they would defeat the enemy and claim victory. General Jinghua lifted his tea bowl, proposing a toast to everyone. He drank it all in one gulp, his face full of determination. The soldiers echoed his words: defeat the enemy. Complete victory. The soldiers' morale soared after the general's speech. They were so fired up they wanted to rush into battle immediately, imagining skewering 3 enemy soldiers at once like kebabs. The general told everyone to eat freely but to stay alert since they were at the border. Yue Huayin sliced meat from the leg and fed it to Yue Huayin, who opened her mouth lazily to be fed. Yue Huayin poured out the water from a cup and secretly replaced it with Sprite from her modern world. She ate a mouthful of lamb, then took a sip of Sprite, enjoying the perfect combination. Li Zongmin toasted the 9th prince, the princess, and the old general, apologizing for the rough conditions at the border. He said this feast was to welcome them. The old general waved him off, saying they were old friends. Li Zongmin explained that since it was the prince's first visit, he had to show hospitality. The old general said the princess was not ordinary and shouldn't be treated like the nobles in the capital. Yue Huayin nodded earnestly. Yue Huayin swallowed the lamb and said that since they were at the border, they should forget about formalities. Even her own subordinates treated her like a friend. Li Zongmin laughed and took a big bite of meat. Li Zongmin recalled the last time he fought alongside the 9th prince against the Beishan kingdom. It was a thrilling battle. After winning, they entered the capital to meet the emperor, and that was when he met her. Soon they would ride into battle together again, defeating the enemy and bringing peace to the people for years to come. Yue Huayin also remembered his time at the border before he understood the suffering of the common people. At the border, Yue Huayin witnessed the true misery of the world, barren land, people working all day for a meal, soldiers leaving their families, many never returning in one piece. He felt the weight of their suffering. The old general said the past was past. This time they would make the Beishan kingdom submit completely, so the people would no longer suffer from war. He had already retired, but volunteered to come when the court needed him. Yue Huayin watched the 3 men. She thought that a strong country needed such talents, while the parasites in the capital would eventually be exposed and crushed. She knew the goldmine incident was far from over. As the feast ended, Li Zongmin's stomach was round. He stood up to stretch, and a handkerchief fell from his chest. Yue Huayin's sharp eyes spotted it immediately and picked it up, teasing him about having a secret lover. Li Zongmin snatched the handkerchief back and carefully tucked it into his chest. Under the curious gazes of everyone, he finally admitted defeat. Maybe it's just unrequited love, he said, his voice low. Yue Huayin's eyes lit up with interest. She leaned in like a seasoned matchmaker and asked which family's daughter. Maybe I know her. How do you know it's unrequited if you never tell her? Li Zongmin thought she had a point. As a princess, she knew all the noble ladies in the capital. He hesitated and finally confessed, it's He Jiao, the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Please don't spread it around. Yue Huayin exclaimed in surprise. Minister of Rights. What a coincidence. She then recounted her encounter at the palace earlier. Li Zongmin listened with a silly grin, thinking of her innocent and adorable nature. Yue Huayin asked curiously how they had met. Li Zongmin recalled the day he and the 9th prince returned victorious to the capital. The streets were packed with people, and it took over 2 hours to travel a short distance. The 9th prince was handsome and noble, so many noble ladies wanted to see him. Li Zongmin rode beside him, blocking some views. A noble lady complained that a mere low-ranking officer didn't deserve to ride with the prince. He Jiao was there too. She stepped forward to argue, saying these soldiers were heroes defending the country. Even an unknown soldier deserved respect. She insisted they risk their lives to bring peace to everyone. The 2 women argued on the spot. Li Zongmin dismounted to mediate, but He Jiao thought he was blaming her for causing trouble. She turned and walked away, dropping the handkerchief. He picked it up and kept it ever since. Yue Huayin listened and thought the ancients were too complicated, always guessing. She asked bluntly, do you truly like her, or are you just grateful for her defending you that day? Li Zongmin said at first he didn't understand his own feelings. He thought it was just a small incident he would forget, but as time passed, his longing for her grew stronger. Then he realized his true heart. Yue Huayin asked, you managed to endure all these years without testing her feelings? Li Zongmin sighed, I'm a man rarely in the capital, almost no chance to meet. How could I test her? The feast finally ended. Li Zongmin's stomach was full, and he felt a little drowsy. The soldiers began to clean up, but the warmth of the gathering lingered in the air under the starry sky. Yue Huayin rubbed her forehead, sighing at the absurdity. He had admired her for so long, yet never understood her feelings. She offered to inquire about his feelings when back in the capital. You're a nice girl, I'd like to be friends, she said. Li Zongmin's eyes lit up. Really? You'd help? Yue Huayin smiled. It's no trouble. A good deed to match two. Li Zongmin knelt on one knee, fist in palm. Regardless of the outcome, I thank you in advance. He was deeply grateful. You have her handkerchief. Do you have a token for her? She asked. They'll give it if she feels the same, otherwise I won't mention it. Li Zongmin thought it wise. He pulled out a wolf tooth pendant. I hunted this wolf king. Please give it to her. Yue Huayin took the wolf tooth, inwardly sighing. Usually love tokens were jade, not a wolf tooth. How strange. They'll give it to her when we return. I think you two have a chance. Li Zongmin asked, how can you be so sure? She explained, a noble lattice handkerchief is never carelessly dropped. She might have left it for you on purpose. And you made her wait. Li Zongmin tapped his dull head, trying to digest her words. Could miss he truly? Don't overthink it. We'll know when we return to the capital. You're right. I'm good at fighting, but not this. Please guide me. Yue Huayin nodded, of course, of course. The general was pleased. He saw these young ones as his own children. If Li Zoming found love, he would be happy. It's late. We've eaten well. Rest early, discuss war tomorrow. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and returned to their soldiers gathered in small groups, enjoying this rare moment of joy. The camp was alive with laughter and chatter. Back in her tent, Yue Huayin found Liu Zisu and Dachui missing. She sighed, kids grow up so fast. She washed up. She noticed Yun Huaiji still sitting at the table drinking tea. Why aren't you in your tent? Drinking tea so late you want. Can't I stay here, Yin? The handsome man was so close. She had no reason to refuse. She wanted to hold him too. Then go wash up. It'll be dawn soon. It was only midnight. He returned smelling of water vapor and labus. Yue Huayin chanted in her mind, form is emptiness. Who could resist? It was all because this body was too young. Yun Huaiji pulled her close, nuzzling her neck. A million thoughts raced through her mind. She shouldn't have let him stay. Can't sleep, Yin. His breath tickled her neck. Just not tired yet. Oh, his breathing was warm against her skin. Yun Huaiji looked at her slender neck and round earlobe. Driven by impulse, he kissed her earlobe softly. She shivered and turned her head. Their lips met by accident. He pressed her head, deepening the kiss. He kissed her, biting and sucking, then his tongue parted her teeth, delving deep inside. Yue Huayin was dizzy weak, but he wasn't satisfied. His hands roamed her waist, even pinching her playfully. When she first arrived, she was a twig. Now her body was curvy and full. She had been well fed. She wrapped her arms around his neck, letting him do as he pleased. She could clearly feel his reaction beneath her waist. Suddenly she felt cold. Her thin undergarment was tossed aside. He kissed his way down her neck. She moaned softly. He stopped, but she felt the pressure at her waist grow. Not now. Wait a little longer. Yun Huaiji wanted to devour her, but reason told him no. She was still young. He had to wait. He held back, whimpering internally. He dressed her gently and pulled her into his arms. She saw the thin sweat on his forehead, knowing he was suffering. After a long hesitation, she hugged him. He groaned. Don't. They'll help you. Those 3 words made him happy and expectant. She worked hard until her hands ached. She collapsed on the bed, unable to lift her arms. He cleaned up and gently massaged her hands. Worked hard. They fell asleep in each other's arms, sleeping deeply. One was exhausted, the other was satisfied. That night, Liu Yun and Zisu also confessed their love. So when Yue Huayin returned, no one was there. They were all dating. De Chong followed Liu Yun, already planning their future. After the war, he would ask Yue Huayin for her hand. He had savings. Zisu and De Chong dreamed of traveling and helping the needy. Everyone had a place to belong. Even Li Zoming had hope. The next morning, Yun Huaiji woke up. Yue Huayin was still fast asleep, probably tired from last night. No sign of wake. He covered her with the blanket, tucking in her stray hands and feet. His movements were gentle and full of care. The snow fell heavier, coating the branches with frost. Yun Huaiji, in a short training suit, practiced sword techniques in the back mountain, a daily ritual. After the disastrous defeat, the Bishan army retreated. Prince Lingjiu raged at them. You useless wastes. Can't even defeat a few Central Plains people and lost a general. The prince continued, Father has been too lenient with you. The deputy commander knelt, clenching his teeth in anger. The prince had no real skill, only used his status to bully them. The Bishan king Ling Feng narrowed his eyes at his son. He took a deep breath and asked, Zarda, what exactly happened? Zarda was the deputy commander kneeling below. Zarda replied, Your Majesty, we attacked Ziyun as usual, but a woman appeared. I warned the commander, but he ignored me. He led the army forward and fell into her trap. We lost half our warriors. King Ling Feng seized the key point, a woman. What is her identity? Because of her the situation had changed. Zarda replied, She seems to be the woman of the 9th prince of Ziyun. The commander insulted her and was killed by the prince. The king said, The 9th prince of Ziyun is the one my daughter Lyre likes. Since he has a woman, I must kill her to make Lyre happy. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are common in battle. Zarda, I promote you to commander. Prepare the troops and take Ziyun. King Ling Feng sat high, wearing dark brown robes with mysterious patterns of bright feather in his hair, his face sharp and wild. Zarda, surprised he wasn't punished, rejoiced inwardly and resolved to achieve great merit. Prince Lingjiu shouted, Father, they are all useless, defeated by a woman, and still have the face to return. Ling Feng glanced at him coldly. Lingjiu, when will you change your rashness? You can be proud, but you must also have skill. The king asked, What does the physician say? Zarda replied, Poison. It causes intense itching, skin ulceration, and death. No cure. The king, how many warriors are left? Zarda, about a third, those who didn't touch the poison. The king closed his eyes, silent. Those who knew him understood, he was angry. After a long pause, he waved for Zarda to withdraw. Lingjiu protested, Father, how can you let him return to the battlefield? The king cut him off. Lingjiu, you need to change your recklessness. You can have pride, but you must also have skill. He flicked his sleeve and left. Lingjiu alone glared at his back, gritting his teeth. Old thing, your position will be mine sooner or later. Zarda, overjoyed by his promotion, went around comforting the wounded soldiers who were puzzled by his unusual kindness. When the news spread, a burly soldier came to flatter him. Congratulations, commander. Zarda pretended to be sad. I'm still mourning the former commander. But the king insisted, so I have to take responsibility and conquer Ziyun. The soldier rolled his eyes but smiled when Zarda looked at him. The soldier said, Commander, you are too modest. The king values you. You will surely conquer Ziyun and expand Bishan's territory. Zarda nodded approvingly and beckoned him closer. Zarda said, You make sense. I do want to conquer Ziyun, but that woman is tricky. She caused our defeat. Do you have any ideas? The soldier paused, then thought of a plan. The soldier said, "Commander, we fell for her trick because we didn't know. She only has poison powder. If all soldiers wear masks and cover their skin, she can't hurt us." Zarda clapped his shoulder. "Good idea. You'll get a minor post." Meanwhile, Yue Huayin finished his sword practice. De Chong waited nearby. "Master, the bath is ready, and the general is waiting for you in the main tent." Yue Huayin nodded and went to freshen up. Yue Huayin entered the main tent. General Zhenghua and Li Zongming were already seated. "Sorry to keep you waiting, generals." Li Zongming grinned. "We just sat down, no trouble." Yue Huayin said, "Bishan was humiliated yesterday. They will surely return in a few days. Then we must fight with real weapons. Old general, what do you suggest?" He ignored Li Zongming and sat beside the general. The old general said, "Bishan people are strong, but our army is also brave and well supplied. This battle will be a great victory." Yue Huayin nodded. "True, but Bishan is cunning. They might not play fair." The general replied, "Your Highness is right. For now we can only adapt. When they show their tails, well know their game." Li Zongming thought, "With these two my brain can rest. I can be a brute for once." Just as they were planning, a soldier rushed and sweating. "Generals, your Highness, big trouble." Yue Huayin, calm down. Speak slowly. The soldier, "This morning we found the weapons defective." The camp was thrown into chaos. The discovery of defective weapons alarmed everyone. Yue Huayin and the generals rushed to inspect the armory, their minds racing with the implications. The general commander was shocked. He picked up a sword only to find it was a fake made of painted wood. "Who dared to tamper with the weapons?" he growled. The soldiers stood frozen, the air thick with tension. A single mistake could cost them the battle. A soldier reported, "All the weapons look like fine iron, but they are light and breakable. They are actually rotten wood painted black to deceive us." The general's face darkened. This was a deliberate sabotage, a betrayal from within. The general clenched his fists, thinking desperately. The capital was far away, impossible to get new weapons in time. Just then a soldier rushed in, panic on his face. "Report." The general turned to him. Something was wrong. The soldier shouted, "General, scouts say the Bishan army is marching here." Li Zongming slammed the table. "The Bishan kingdom is despicable. This must be their doing. There's a traitor in the court." The general's face hardened. Li Zongming slammed the table, furious. "Let's solve the problem first," Yue Huayin said, frowning. The situation was indeed tricky. The army was without weapons and the enemy was approaching. Every second counted. The general rose and exited the tent. "All soldiers listen," he shouted. "Those with weapons charge in front, those without stay behind. When enemies are killed, take their weapons. No weapons. No matter. We will fight with our bare hands if needed." The general continued, his voice booming. "We are men of the Ziyun kingdom. We have courage and guts. We fear no treacherous villains. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will not retreat. We will defend our land with our flesh and blood." The general drew his sword and stood at the front of the army, his back straight. Li Zongming followed suit. Yue Huayin glanced at De Chue, a silent message in his eyes. He knew what he had to do. Yue Huayin said to De Chue, "Protect your mistress. Don't let her get hurt. If things go wrong, take her away immediately." His voice was serious. De Chue nodded silently. The fate of the kingdom rested on these orders. Yue Huayin took out a seal and gave it to De Chue. "With this seal you can get all my property. Give it to her. Tell her my country needs me, my people need me. Forgive me for not saying goodbye." He turned away, his eyes glistening. De Chue's hand trembled as he took the seal. He couldn't believe it. The ninth prince was implying he was going to die. Though the situation was dire, could his mistress accept this? His heart ached. He wanted to argue, but the words died in his throat. De Chue started, "Ninth prince." Yue Huayin cut him off. "No more words. My mind is made up." His voice was final. De Chue fell silent, knowing it was useless. The prince's resolve was unshakable. Yue Huayin strode toward the front lines. Only he knew how heavy each step was, his heart twisting with pain. He whispered, "Sorry, Yinin. I may have to break my promise." But there was no other choice. He had to protect his people. The general saw him come to the front and hurriedly advised, "Ninth prince, you are noble. You cannot do this." Yue Huayin replied, "What is nobility?" He looked at the soldiers. They were all willing to die for the kingdom. Yue Huayin continued, "These hundreds of thousands of soldiers are no different from me. They have parents waiting at home. If they die, their parents will be heartbroken. Old general, why are they here today?" He answered himself, "For the kingdom." Yue Huayin declared, "They are here for the Yun dynasty. How can I retreat?" The old general sighed, knowing his stubbornness, and stopped persuading. He could only pray for the best. Soon the Bishan army arrived like a dark cloud covering the horizon. Li Zongming looked toward the capital, touched the handkerchief in his chest, then turned around, his gaze determined. He was ready to fight. The Bishan general shouted, "Yo, cowards of the Central Plains. Didn't expect us back so soon. Today you all die here, food for our vultures." His voice was full of contempt. The Ziyun soldiers gripped their fists tighter. The general stared coldly at Zerda, wasting no words. "Kill," he roared. In an instant the battle erupted. Both armies clashed with a deafening roar. Swords clashed, shouts filled the air. The two armies clashed in a chaotic melee. The Bishan soldiers were tall and strong, but relied on brute force. De Chong stayed close to Yue Huayin, his sword never stopping. The four of them were experts who could fight 100, and for a time the battle seemed evenly matched. Zerda sneered, "I see how long you can hold out." He noticed the rear troops had no weapons. No matter how strong they are, many hands make light work. Well, wear them down with attrition. He ordered his men to press the attack. Time passed, and the Ziyun army was clearly losing ground. Most soldiers were exhausted. Inside the tent, Su paced anxiously with a bundle. Yue Huayin opened her eyes to see her pacing. She felt a sense of dread. Yue Huayin said, "Su, why are you pacing? You are making me dizzy." Zissou choked out miss, and tears streamed down her face. Yue Huayin was shocked. Something terrible must have happened. Yue Huayin was startled and asked repeatedly, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened? Did the Chue bully you?" The 4 questions made Zissou cry even harder, shaking her head. Yue Huayin grew more anxious. Seeing her like this, Yue Huayin finally became anxious. What exactly happened? Tell me. She grabbed Zissou's arm. Zissou sobbed, trying to find words. The tension in the tent rose. Outside the tent, the Chue heard Yue Huayin's voice and spoke through the curtain. "Mistress, the battle situation has changed. The Bishan army has attacked." Yue Huayin's eyes widened, and she jumped out of bed. Yue Huayin sighed in relief. So what if they attacked? The battle was inevitable. Let's fight and go home early. We have so many people we can't lose. Why are you crying? She was still unaware of the weapon problem. Zissou sobbed, "Miss, but they have no weapons." What? Yue Huayin jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and threw open the tent curtain. Her face was pale. She rushed outside. The reality hit her like a blow. Yue Huayin demanded, "What exactly is going on?" Her demeanor suddenly changed. Gone was her playful attitude. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. She was a warrior now. The Chue was startled by the change. The Chue reported, "Mistress, this morning we discovered all the weapons were defective. Right after the Bishan army attacked. The 2 generals and the 9th prince are leading the fight with no weapons. They are struggling." The Chue suddenly remembered and took out the seal. This is what the 9th prince left. He said it's all his property in the capital, and Yue Huayin didn't take it, glancing at it coldly. He said, "If something goes wrong, take me away, right?" Yue Huayin said coldly, "He has it all figured out. But I didn't allow him to die. He must live. Even the king of hell can't take him from me." Her voice was resolute. The Chue felt a shiver. Yue Huayin found a horse, mounted it, and galloped toward the battlefield. Lu Yun and Zissou were shocked, quickly found horses and followed. They knew she was determined. Along the way, Yue Huayin whipped the horse furiously. When she arrived, she saw the ground covered with corpses, both enemy and Ziyun soldiers. Her heart sank. She searched for familiar faces. She began to panic. This feeling was new to her. Even in her most dangerous missions, she had never been so frantic. She scanned the battlefield frantically. Where was Yun Huaiji? She had to find him, until she spotted a figure in the crowd. Her heart settled. Thank goodness. I'm in time. He's safe. She breathed a sigh of relief. Tears welled up in her eyes. She spurred her horse forward. Yue Huayin shouted, "Yun Huaiji," with all her might, but the noise drowned her voice. She remembered the whistle. He said if she blew it, he would come. She quickly took it out. Yue Huayin took out the whistle and blew twice. Yun Huaiji looked back, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Shock that she was here, fear that she might get hurt. He couldn't believe it. Yun Huaiji quickly dispatched the enemies around him, then ran toward Yue Huayin. His heart was pounding. He had to get to her. She was the most important person. Nothing else mattered. "Why are you here? I told Big Hammer to take you away. If I left, you'd die here alone." Time was urgent. Yue Huayin said, "Quickly find a way to separate the 2 sides. I can handle them." Ahead, the battle raged. A Bishan warrior raised his blade to strike a soldier's back. The old general saw it, lunged, and pulled the soldier aside, saving his life, but a deep gash opened on his own arm. "General!" The rescued soldier's eyes burned red. He grabbed his blade and charged at the enemy. Wounded, the old general's strength waned. Enemies closed in, sensing an opportunity. Yun Huaiji leaped to the general's side, cutting down the surrounding enemies. He then fired a signal flare into the sky, ordering a retreat. Li Zoming saw the signal. Though puzzled, he obeyed and led his soldiers back. The enemy mistook their retreat for cowardice, laughing and chasing after them. To ensure a safe retreat, Yue Huayin threw several smoke bombs at the enemy. Recalling the previous incident, they covered their mouths and noses, fleeing in fear of poison. The distance between the 2 sides widened. Yue Huayin stood beside a cannon, a cruel smile curling her lips. She hadn't wanted to introduce such devastating weapons to this era, but some people just wouldn't learn. De Chong and Li Zoming helped the wounded general over. When De Chong saw Yue Huayin, his eyes lit up. He had been ready to die protecting his master, but now the princess was here. She would surely have a plan. "Princess, what is this?" "It's called a cannon. It can blast those bastards to pieces." When the smoke cleared, Zarda saw the woman again and ground his teeth in fury. "Are you going to use those tricks again to defeat our Bishan warriors?" "It won't work today," Zarda said, pulling out a mask and putting it on. His men followed suit. "Really? Remember that. This will be your last words." Yue Huayin looked at him coldly, a dead man, still talking so much. She pressed the switch. Boom. Thunder split the sky. The enemy stood in dense formation. The first shot killed many. Yue Huayin turned the cannon and fired again. Just as she was about to finish them all, Yun Huaiji grabbed her hand. Even his usually calm, unmoved face showed cracks of shock. This thing was so powerful it could conquer the world easily. Even if we win, we can't slaughter indiscriminately. That would bring condemnation from all nations. Bishan is already defeated, who leave the rest to us. Yue Huayin thought it over. If she killed them all today, she would be universally condemned. Fine. You handle the rest. I'll take the old general back for treatment. The old general, holding his arm where blood dripped through his fingers, was stunned by what he had witnessed. This Princess Yunla had to have a remarkable background. But he understood the implications. He raised the tiger tally high. "All soldiers, listen. I have some faith in the army. Today we were saved by the princess. When we return to the capital, not a word of what happened today." "Yes." Yun Huaiji shot a grateful look at the old general, then led a squad to clean up the remnants. Yue Huayin felt warmth in her heart. She knew their intentions. They were afraid that if she revealed such a weapon in public, greedy people would covet it. Li Zoming helped the old general into the tent. Yue Huayin examined the wound. Too deep, needed stitching. She cleaned the wound with saline, disinfected it, then took out a needle and thread to stitch it. Li Zongming watched his own arm aching in sympathy, but he said nothing. The princess must have her reasons. After stitching, she applied some medicinal powder, and the bleeding finally stopped. She bandaged the wound and asked Li Zongming how many soldiers are injured. About 200 lightly wounded and around 300 seriously wounded. So many. Yue Huayin took a deep breath. There was a lot of work to do. I'll give you some medicine. Distribute it to the lightly wounded. Arrange for the seriously wounded to be brought to this tent. I'll treat them myself. You will personally treat them. In this era, social hierarchy was strict. A noble lady treating common soldiers was practically unheard of. Li Zongming was shocked. Is there a problem? Li Zongming stepped back and bowed solemnly. On behalf of all soldiers, I thank the princess. These were his brothers who had bled with him. Don't say thank you. In my view, there's only whether I'm willing to do something. If I'm willing, there's no need to thank me. The princess is truly righteous. Stop the chatter. Find someone to help me carry the medicine. Yue Huayin pretended to enter her tent to get it, but actually took it from her system. A large chest of the best medicine. General Li, please carry this. Lifting the tent flap, she revealed the chest behind her. Li Zongming had expected just a few bottles, but it was a full chest. Exactly what the army needed most. Good. I'll move it now. The seriously wounded have been arranged in the adjacent tent. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lu Yun immediately ran over with the medicine chest. She and Zissou were still in shock from what they had just seen, following behind. What scared silly? Yue Huayin found it amusing. These two maids, usually so bold, were suddenly so timid. Miss, you really scared us. Zissou still felt a lingering fear. You've been through storms before, oh, why so timid? Miss, it's not that. We don't care about our own lives, but we fear you might get hurt. We've never had a master as good as you. Lu Yun spoke seriously. Yue Huayin hadn't expected that. She put her hands on their shoulders. Don't worry. I'm not that easy to kill. After the brief rest, Yue Huayin picked up her medicine box and headed to the wounded soldier's tent. The soldiers lying there, seeing a noble lady come to treat them, were both shocked and grateful. She began checking wounds one by one, cleaning, stitching, applying medicine. Her movements were swift and professional. The soldiers' pains eased under her care. From outside the tent came the sound of soldiers returning in victory. Yun Huaiji entered, his armor stained with blood, but a smile on his face. The remnants are cleared. We've won. Good. Now we need to treat the wounded and resupply. I'll arrange for more medicine. Yue Huayin wiped her hands and began planning the next steps. The battle-hardened soldiers looked at the princess with renewed respect. She had saved their general, healed their brothers, and even brought this mysterious weapon. Many whispered Princess Yunla is truly a goddess come down to earth. Zissa chuckled. So according to you, being a scourge is a good thing. I can't say that, or everyone would want to be one. Come help me. They entered the next tent. Moans filled the air. Yue Huayin's smile faded as she solemnly bandaged the wounded. Soldiers carried in expected military doctors, but were surprised to see Princess Yunla herself tending to them. A soldier being treated blushed. Princess, am unworthy. Stop that nonsense. If you want to live, cooperate. Yue Huayin finished, and Lu Yun and Zissou nodded. The soldier covered his mouth, silent. The wounded were severe. Yue Huayin set broken legs, stitched wounds, her shoulders aching. She couldn't stop. Every second was a fight against death. She worked until late night. All wounded were treated, several undergoing surgery. Yun Huaiji led a squad, captured remaining enemies, and stealthily approached Lingfeng's tent. Father, where is Zarda? Patience will surely take Ziyun. Why trust Zarda? I trust myself, not him. Why, oi? Lingfeng smiled. Lingjiu, you need strategy. Ziyun is strong, a direct clash would be mutual destruction. Seeing his son's confusion, he explained more clearly. Our spy connected with third Prince Yun Lingfeng, an ambitious man with long resentment. We made a deal, we help him become emperor, he gives us 10 cities. He tampered with their weapons. Even their best soldiers can't fight barehanded. But why would Yun Lingfeng help us? Lingfeng felt a headache looking at his foolish son. This is using a borrowed knife. We help him, then take over. Once we enter the city, he'll have no choice. Lingjiu finally understood and grinned smugly. Yun Huaiji listened, already suspecting. Yun Lingfeng was as foolish as Lingjiu. Without Enin, Ziyun would be. He waved to De Chue, took out the medicine pouch given by Yue Huayin. De Chue headed to the kitchen. De Chong pouted, jealous that the important task wasn't given to him. He was sulking, needing his master's comfort. De Chue found cooks chatting with big chunks of mutton boiling in the pot. What's the occasion? Don't you know? Our warriors will win tonight, and the king will feast. Really? We must celebrate. Just wait. De Chue stealthily sprinkled powder into the pot and stirred with a mission accomplished. De Chue returned, nodded. Soon someone brought mutton into Lingfeng's tent. Your Majesty, fresh mutton. Leave it. Lingfeng sniffed fragrant. He carved meat with a knife, ate with pleasure. Lingjiu, sit, this cook is excellent. De Chue heard them, thinking, of course it's delicious, it's drugged. The medicine not only weakens, but also enhances flavor. They ate heartily, patted their bellies. Where did you find this cook? Strange, never heard of such talent. Maybe they've developed a new recipe. When the time came, Yun Huaiji gestured and entered the tent. Lingfeng, startled, reached for his sword, but found himself weak. Who are you? Yun Huaiji of Ziyun. Lingfeng's eyes widened. Shouldn't you be on the battlefield? Your plan with Yun Lingfeng failed. Come with us. De Chong carried Lingfeng and Lingjiu like chickens. Let me go. I'm the Prince of Bishan. Oh, you said so. De Chong let go, and Lingjiu fell flat on his face. When lifted again, blood dripped from his nose. Outside, everyone was subdued. Lingfeng wondered what went wrong. Had Yun Lingfeng not switched the weapons? Impossible. The spy confirmed the switch. He knew he was finished. Back at camp, Yue Huayin asked for Yue Huayin, wanting to see her, but Li Zongming dragged him to the old general's tent. Ninth Prince, the princess is busy treating the wounded. Don't disturb her. Him helping, not disturbing. Help. Can you set bones or stitch skin? Silently, Zongming continued, you don't know? Her medical skills are miraculous. Soldiers thought to be crippled are told they'll, and her medicine, it's divine, stops bleeding instantly. Everyone praised Yue Huayin's extraordinary medical skills. She had saved countless soldiers from disability and death. The night was long, but victory was sweet. Li Zongming chatted incessantly, while Yue Huayin ignored him, gazing at the general of the state lying on the bed. Old general, you have suffered. The ninth prince is being too formal, it's just a minor injury. Has everything been handled? Yes, everyone has been captured. I've informed the emperor about the situation here. After a few days of recuperation, we can return to the capital. The general nodded reassuringly. Yue Huayin arrived at the detention area for Ling Feng, conducting interrogations. After coming out, he noticed the lights still on in the injured soldier's tent, and couldn't help but walk over, just as Yue Huayin stepped outside, rubbing her shoulders. You've worked hard, Yining. Why aren't you resting? Is everything going smoothly? Thanks to you, everything has gone very well. Yue Huayin took a warm bath and felt sore until she lay in bed. Yue Huayin gently pressed her hand, just the right. That feels good, press a bit higher. Sorry, Yining. Yue Huayin's face was shadowed by the lamp, filled with concern. His unexpected apology puzzled Yue Huayin. What are you apologizing for? I didn't mean to leave you behind today. I'm bound by my identity. I wish to live as an ordinary person away from this chaos, but my birth deprives me of that. I'm truly scared that because of me you'll get hurt when you could have been carefree as a young lady. Yue Huayin pinched his cheek. Though she felt uneasy about this matter, her anger faded away. I understand you. I was a bit angry when you wanted to leave me behind, but I would have done the same. Yue Huayin held Yue Huayin tightly, as if she were a priceless treasure. Days passed, and Yue Huayin spent her time tending to the soldiers. Miss News just came in that we will set off back to the capital tomorrow morning. After over 2 months finally going back. I wonder if Xiaobai misses me. Every time she went on a long journey, Yue Huayin's biggest worry was Xiaobai. Missed this time, it was very fast. Normally battles take at least a year or more. No one has ever heard of a 2-month victory, not to mention the extra month spent traveling. Zissou was also very happy about going back, quickly packing her things. Lu Yan entered. Miss, the soldiers outside want to see you. See me. What's the matter? As she spoke, Yue Huayin stepped outside where all the soldiers, including the injured, were waiting. Zissou was also very happy about going back, quickly packing her. Your Highness, I thought I would be a cripple forever, but you healed my legs and gave me a new life. Yes, Your Highness, you are the best in Ziyun Kingdom. Tomorrow you will return to the capital. We specially came to thank you. We will continue to guard Ziyun Kingdom. You heroes have made invaluable contributions to the country. I merely helped a little and don't deserve your thanks. With you guarding the border, the emperor and the people can rest easy. As Yue Huayin finished speaking, tears glistened in the soldiers' eyes. Okay, everyone shouted in unison as if it. The general and his companions watched this scene from afar, moved. This moment reminded them of the previous battle with the Bishan King. No matter how reluctant they were, the time for parting came. At dawn they prepared to return to the capital. The soldiers sent them off at the city gate until the last figure disappeared in the snow. Unlike their arrival, there was now a long line of captives behind the convoy. After the victory, everyone felt lighter, and the snowy road felt easier to traverse. The journey back went smoothly, and after a month they finally arrived at the capital. Yue Huayin looked at the familiar city gate, feeling like she had been away for ages. Upon entering the city gate, the common people had already received the news and stood ready to greet them. The entire street was congested, and they could only move slowly. Li Zongming searched the crowd for a familiar figure, but was Yue Huayin rode on a tall horse, and many young ladies blushed at his handsome face. Due to the crowd, they had to find soldiers to clear a path. It was early court session time, so the general Li Zongming and Yue Huayin entered the palace just in time. Yue Huayin did not accompany them and returned to the duke's residence directly. Upon returning to the residence, she saw Yue Mushing preparing to leave. Cousin, shouldn't you be in court now? Why are you slacking up? You little ungrateful person, always running outside. I specially took leave from the emperor to pick you up, and you call me lazy. Are you sure it's to pick me up? Yue Huayin looked suspiciously at him, holding her head. We've been in the city for so long, and the common people welcomed us at the city gate. You just now went out to pick me up. Do you think I'm a cousin? I really have business to attend to. Just don't tell grandfather that I skipped court. Yue Huayin nodded knowingly and reached out her hand. What do you mean? A hush money. Yue Huayin glanced at him. Cousin, this is a bit too little. I have my own business now. I'm a boss, and this sincerity isn't enough. Fine. He'll give you everything. Yue Mushing gritted his teeth, taking out a stack of banknotes. Yue Huayin nodded with satisfaction. This is called knowing when to yield, isn't it, cousin? Yue Mushing's face darkened. He walked past her, woodenly mourning the loss of 10,000 taels of silver. His heart ached as if it had lost all feeling. Mister, you seems to be radiating cold air. Zissa shuddered as she watched Yue Mushing's retreating figure. It's cold weather, so it's normal for him to emit cold air, Yue Huayin replied casually. After being away for so long, Yue Huayin first went to the old lattice courtyard. Tower stood at the door, looking out, jumping with joy when she saw her. Old madam, the young lady is back. Everyone in the mansion had changed their address from cousin Miss to young Miss. They truly regarded her as family. The old lattice voice came from inside. Iner is back. Coming quickly. Yue Huayin hurried inside. Grandmother, I'm back. Come sit beside me. Look at your little face, you've lost weight. The old lady touched her cheek with concern, heart aching at the thought of her suffering in the borderlands. Grandmother, the border was just a bit harsh, but the food was great. We had fresh roast lamb, truly delicious. Ask Lu Yun and Zissou if you don't believe me. The old lady laughed at her chattering, and the two maids nodded in agreement. Yes, old madam, that roast lamb was the best I've ever had. All right, you little gluttons. You only talk about food, but never mention the danger. I've lived long enough to know better. Don't try to fool me. Yue Huayin gave a standard smile and hugged her grandmother's arm. Grandmother, no matter how dangerous it was, we're all back safe and sound. You have no idea how worried we were. Rui has been praying in the Buddha hall every day for your safety. Just then Rui entered with Xiaobai. I heard my sister was back today. I guess she'd come to grandmother first, and I was right. Xiaobai ran over and hugged Yue Huayin, eyes red, but stubbornly not crying. Xiaobai had changed a lot in 3 months, grown much taller. I've troubled you sister and grandmother while I was away. What nonsense. We're family, no need to be so formal. The old lady enjoyed watching the sisters bicker. Suddenly she remembered something. Einer, while you were away your sister got engaged to the eldest son of the Qingyuan Bo mansion. The wedding will be soon. After the new year you'll turn 15. How are things with the 9th prince? Engaged so soon. Do you know his character? Yue Huayin hadn't expected them to move so fast. In this era, marrying the wrong person meant a lifetime of misery. The old lady patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, we're not that kind of old-fashioned family. The eldest son of Qingyuan Bo mansion grew up with your sister. They have feelings for each other. They sent matchmakers, and we asked your sister's opinion first. She agreed, so we accepted. Yue Huayin nodded. As long as her cousin was happy, it was fine. The old lady sighed. Grandmother's sister's engagement is a good thing. Why are you sighing? Are you reluctant? It's not about her. Rui has always been worry-free. But her brother, that irresponsible one, isn't even settled yet. Grandmother, don't worry. Brother is so outstanding, many girls must have secretly taken a liking to him. With his eyes on the top of his head, who could like him? This young girl isn't good, that Li girl isn't good. We've introduced so many, none caught his eye. Yue Huayin remembered her brother Yu mushing, dressing up flashily and sneaking out, and had a guess. Grandmother, fate can't be rushed. Maybe brother already has a lady in his heart and will bring her home one day. If only. I'd be overjoyed. They chatted a while longer, then the old lady sent them back to their courtyards. Once outside, Yue Huayin grabbed Rui for gossip. Sister, have you noticed anything strange about brother lately? Rui looked puzzled. Strange? No. Think carefully. Does he often sneak out or stay out all night? Rui thought for a moment. Actually, yes. I've seen him several times. But he said he was handling official business at the Dali Temple. I didn't think much of it. Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow. Could her guess be right? Do you think he has someone outside? Rui was so startled, she covered her sister's mouth, looking around nervously. Dear sister, don't say that. If rumors spread about him having a mistress, his reputation would be ruined. Yue Huayin pried open her sister's hand. I meant, does he have a crush? Rui was taken aback. He never mentioned it. But it's possible. Xiaobai looked at them with confusion, half understanding. Rui blushed. Let's stop this. Xiaobai is here. Yue Huayin didn't mind and ruffled Xiaobai's head. Back in her own courtyard, she felt completely at ease. This was the feeling of home. Aunt Zhang am back. Aunt Zhang was busy in the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron as she came out. Miss, wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. What delicious food are you making, Aunt Zhang? I could smell it from afar. Your favorite spare ribs. Now that we have the means, I'll make sure you have plenty. Aunt Zhang smiled warmly at the siblings. Yue Huayin's nose tingled. In this small world, someone was waiting for her, remembering her favorites. Sister, let's go wash our hands first. I can't wait to dig into those ribs. Xiaobai swallowed and pulled her toward the basin. After washing up, the siblings sat at the table waiting for dinner. Little Bai asked curiously about the battlefield. Sister, what is it like? Are the generals really imposing? Yue Huayin answered honestly, not hiding the truth. The battlefield is full of danger. Enemies could come at any moment, soldiers must stay alert. Generals are indeed imposing, but they earn their rank through combat merit. Yue Huayin explained. Little Bai listened intently, eyes wide with admiration. Sister, can I become a general when I grow up? Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow, surprised by his change of ambition from martial art. Why do you want to be a general? Little Bai shook his head. Sister, the battlefield is dangerous. I don't want you to go again. When I grow up, I'll go in your place. Then you must train hard. On the battlefield, strength is everything. Without real skill, you can't even be a vanguard, let alone. I'm working hard, sister. I've been sparring with Yunzi, and he always loses. He claims it's because he's too fat. Little Bai grinned proudly. Just then Zhang Mama brought dishes from the kitchen. Time to eat. Yue Huayin picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a rib. So delicious, Zhang Mama. Your cooking keeps getting better. Miss, you're flattering me. My skills are barely passable. Little Bai swallowed the meat and said Mama's sister is telling the truth. Alright, as long as you enjoy it, eat more. After dinner, Yue Huayin claimed she wanted to go for a walk, but actually hid near the mansion gate to ambush someone. She didn't wait long before spotting the figure she was looking for. Welcome back, young master, the gatekeeper greeted politely. Yu Mushing looked around cautiously before entering. Brother, you've been quite busy with official business lately. Yue Huayin suddenly appeared beside him, making him jump. Where did you come from? Trying to scare me to death. If you haven't done anything wrong, why be scared? Or maybe your trip today wasn't for official business, but something else. Yue Huayin grinned slyly. What? What else would I be doing? It's not like I'm going to murder or set fires. Why are you a little kid so nosy? Murder and arson, no. But maybe you want to meet my future sister-in-law. Yu Mushing's eyes widened. How did this clever girl know? Don't talk nonsense. If I'm talking nonsense, why are you so flustered? I've hit the mark. Which girl is it? You're hiding her. Shoo. My dear sister, you must not tell anyone about this. We're tied, of course I want. Yue Huayin said, then stretched out her hand. Yue Mushing resignedly pulled out a stack of banknotes much thinner than before. That's all I have left. Take it or leave it. Fine for a regular customer, he'll give you a discount this time. But don't let me catch you again. Yue Mushing gritted his teeth. Next time he'd crawl through a dog hole to avoid her. Yue Huayin hummed a cheerful tune and went back inside. Meanwhile, at the morning court, General Jinghua Li Zongming and Yun Huaiji entered the hall, drawing all attention. The emperor stood up, excitedly relieved to see Yun Huaiji safe. Ministers, please rise. You've pacified the rebellion and earned great merit. I shall reward you handsomely. The generals briefly reported on the border war. General Jinghua praised Yue Huayin repeatedly. The emperor listened with joy. This Yunla Commandery princess is truly extraordinary. Your Majesty, the Yunla Commandery princess is brave and resourceful, a true example of a woman who rivals men. Excellent. Reward her. Where are the rebels of Bishan Kingdom now? Li Zongming stepped forward. Your Majesty, most prisoners are temporarily held 10 li outside the capital. The king and prince of Bishan are in the imperial prison awaiting your judgment. The emperor found him familiar. Young Li, you've guarded the border for years, still unmarried. Do you have a lady in your heart? Your Majesty, I've been stationed at the border and rarely meet women. If I ever find someone I like, I'll certainly ask for your blessing. The emperor laughed heartily. Excellent. When this blockhead finally opens his eyes, come straight to me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zongming stepped back to his. What should we do with the king and prince of Bishan? Any suggestions? The Minister of Justice stepped forward. Your Majesty, in my opinion, they should be beheaded to announce our victory. The Duke of Weigua then objected. Your Majesty, while that has merit, killing them might cast us as bloodthirsty to neighboring kings. Your Majesty, I believe we should uproot the evil to avoid future trouble. Your Majesty, enough. We'll discuss this later. Court is dismissed. After everyone left, the three followed the emperor to the study. During court, they had concealed many truths about the war. I can see you have something to hide. Tell me now. The general had only mentioned Yue Huayin's strategies. Yun Huaiji now added her healing of soldiers and the cannon. Old Nine, are you saying that thing is really that powerful? Indeed, father. This is of great importance. Please keep it secret and not let it leak out. The girl only used it to save you. I am not ungrateful. Rest assured, no rumors will spread. There is one more thing. Yun Huaiji couldn't bring himself to speak, so Li Zongming stepped forward. Your Majesty, let me say it. Before the battle with Bishan, we discovered all our soldiers' weapons had been swapped. That's why we struggled against such a weak enemy. Later, while following the 9th prince into the enemy camp, we heard them say it was an inside job conspired with the 3rd prince. The emperor's face darkened. The 3rd prince? Are you certain? We heard it with our own ears, Your Majesty. The emperor's hand trembled, a dull ache in his chest. Is this true? He asked, voice barely a whisper. The general bowed, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I would never jest about such matters. The 9th prince and his guards heard it themselves. The emperor laughed bitterly. I have raised a fine son. The general sighed, shaking his head. Your Majesty, history is full of such betrayals. Take care of your health. The emperor waved them away. Once alone, his legs gave way, and he collapsed, a stream of blood spilling from his lips. His eyes glazed over as he lay on the cold floor. Grand Eunuch Su entered and saw the emperor on the ground. His legs gave way in fear. Call the imperial physician. Quickly, he cried. The study erupted into chaos. The imperial physicians arrived, their faces grim. After examining him, they shook their heads. The empress arrived anxious. What is wrong? She demanded. The physicians gave the same diagnosis. The emperor had little time left. The empress cried out in denial. Impossible. He was healthy. You are all quacks. The chief physician explained, Your Majesty, the emperor's body has been hollowed out by years of hard work. There is no cure. The empress sank into a chair, stunned. The empress forced herself to be calm. No one speaks of this outside or face death. She ordered, her voice cold. All in the room bowed in fear. A young eunuch peeked from the corner of the room, his eyes glinting. He had heard everything. Slipping away, he moved silently through the shadows. The empress stayed by the emperor's side, tears streaming down her face. The emperor woke, weakly wiping her tears. Don't cry, ruler, he whispered. The emperor smiled weakly. I have been a good ruler, but a poor husband. I am sorry. The empress shook her head, holding his hand. You have been kind to me. The emperor sighed. If only we could be ordinary people in the next life, free from the burdens of royalty. The empress nodded, tears falling silently. The empress took the medicine bowl, stirring it carefully. She blew on a spoonful and brought it to the emperor's lips. Please drink, she coaxed gently. The emperor grimaced. Must I drink this bitter stuff? The empress smiled through her tears. It's for your health. Please cooperate. He sighed and drank. That night at the 3rd prince's mansion, the study was lit by a single dim candle. Yun Lingfeng sat in the shadows, his face sinister and cold. Knock, knock. Yun Lingfeng did not look up. Enter, he said, his voice flat. The door creaked open, revealing a shadow. The spy knelt. Master, the king of Bishan and the prince are in the dungeon. The emperor has been poisoned. Our plan is set. Yun Lingfeng's face twisted in rage. Why does everyone love Yun Huaiji? Even Ling Li rejected me. Father never saw my worth. He smashed a vase. The spy worried, Master, if the king talks we are exposed. Yun Lingfeng sneered. They want connect the weapon swap to us. As long as the king is silent, we are safe. Yun Lingfeng paced the room. They will think it's an internal betrayal. Not us. The king's silence buys us time. He stopped, a dark smile on his face. The spy asked, what should we do next? Yun Lingfeng smiled darkly. Prepare to act. We strike soon. This time, alone. Yun Lingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot. He smashed everything on his desk. Father, you forced me to this. Don't blame me. He screamed into the empty room. He laughed maniacally, a sound full of sorrow and madness. Outside the wind howled and heavy snow began to fall, covering the world in white. The next morning snow covered the ground. Miss, it's cold, but not as cold as the border, Luyin said. Let's dress. We're going to the Minister of Rights residence, Yue Huayin replied. Luyin asked curiously, Miss, why are we visiting them? Yue Huayin looked at the wolf tooth in her hand. I'm just delivering a message, she said with a mysterious smile. Yue Huayin smiled, holding the wolf tooth. It's a promise to someone. She put it in a box and prepared to leave. In the minister's residence, He Jiaojiao was listless, unable to eat. Her maid Zhuer urged her. Eat a little, miss. He Jiaojiao sighed. Does he not like me? Yesterday he was looking at other women in the inn, but not at me. Zhuer consoled, there must be a misunderstanding. He Jiaojiao pouted. He was looking at those young ladies, but he didn't even glance at me. She threw a pillow. It's so unfair. Zhuer rolled her eyes. Miss, we were on the second floor. He couldn't see us even if he had eyes on his head. He Jiaojiao paused. A maid entered. Miss, the Yunla County princess is here to see you. She's waiting in the garden. He Jiaojiao was surprised. The princess? What does she want? He Jiaojiao lit up. Oh, the one who confronted the Bishan princess. I like her spirit. Let's go, Zhuer. She hurried out, eager to meet her. Yue Huayin had already drunk half a cup of tea by the time He Jiaojiao arrived. The garden was large, so it took time. She smiled as she saw the girl approach. He Jiaojiao greeted Yue Huayin. Your Highness, what brings you here? Yue Huayin decided to be direct. I have a question for you. Yue Huayin asked, do you have feelings for General Li Zongming? He Jiaojiao was startled, her face turning pale. Do you also like him? She stammered. He Jiaojiao's face paled. Do you also like him? She stammered, fearing the worst. Yue Huayin almost choked on her tea. No, it's not like that. Yue Huayin almost spat out her tea. These two are perfect for each other, she thought, amused by the misunderstanding. I'm just a mess. She pulled out the wolf tooth. I'm just delivering a message. He cares for you. If you feel the same, he will propose. If not, pretend this never happened. Yue Huayin handed the wolf tooth to He Jiaojiao. Think about it, she said, then rose to leave. He Jiaojiao held the tooth, her heart racing. He Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Her hands trembled as she gripped the table. Princess Yunla, are you telling me the truth? Her voice wavered with hope and surprise. Yue Huayin smiled gently. I wouldn't come all this way just to joke with you. General Li has already expressed his feelings. I'm here to ask for your answer. He Jiaojiao grabbed Yue Huayin's hand excitedly. Thank you for coming, princess. Please tell General Li I will wait for him to come and propose. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Yue Huayin chuckled. Then I wish you a happy marriage in advance. He Jiaojiao, usually bold, blushed deeply and lowered her head shyly. He Jiaojiao looked up. It's getting late. Please stay for lunch, princess. She gestured toward the dining room, eager to show her. Yue Huayin glanced at the sky and stood up. No need to trouble yourself. General Li is probably waiting anxiously. He'll visit another day. She smoothed her sleeves gracefully. He Jiaojiao nodded. Then I won't keep you. Zhuer, see the princess out. Zhuer bowed and led Yue Huayin to the door. As Yue Huayin was about to leave, Zhuer called out, Princess Yunla, please wait. She took a small box from her sleeve and held it out. Yue Huayin raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhuer, silently waiting for an explanation. The box was simple yet elegant. Zhuer explained humbly, Princess, today was sudden. My mistress had no time to prepare. This is a small token of thanks. Please accept it, or she would feel discourteous. Lu Yun stepped forward and took the box, bowing slightly. I'll thank your mistress on behalf of my princess. Zhuer returned to find He Jiaojiao sitting with a silly grin. Zhuer teased her mistress. Miss, your wish came true. General Li is a loyal man after all. He Jiaojiao blushed. You little chatterbox. I must tell father the good news. He Jiaojiao dashed out without caring for manners. Zhuer sighed helplessly and chased after her. Miss, wait. Yue Huayin went directly to Li Zongming's residence. The gatekeeper recognized her and let her in without announcement, treating her with great respect. Li Zongming was polishing his sword. He looked up at her arrival. Did you hear a magpie this morning, General? He frowned. What do you mean, princess? Yue Huayin rolled her eyes. You blockhead. Magpies mean good news is coming. Li Zongming scratched his head. Please enlighten me, princess. I'm not very bright. Yue Huayin's forehead twitched. Why else would I come? Miss, he agreed. Pick a good day and propose. Don't keep her waiting. Li Zongming's eyes lit up. She really agreed. Great. They'll go to the palace and ask the emperor for a marriage decree right now. I won't let her suffer. Just then a servant ran in. General, the ninth prince is here. Before he finished, Yue Huaiji entered with a grave expression. Li Zongming, oblivious to the tension, happily told Yue Huaiji about his marriage. The ninth prince. Miss, he agreed. He'll ask for a decree. You must come to the banquet. Yue Huaiji pressed his lips together. General, please hold off on the marriage petition for now. Li Zongming was confused. Yue Huaiji turned to Yue Huayin. Yinyin, father may be dying. The imperial doctors are helpless. You are our last hope. Please come to the palace. Yue Huayin and Li Zongming were both stunned. But he was fine at morning court. How could this happen so suddenly? Li Zongming asked worriedly. Yue Huayin grabbed her cloak. Don't waste time on questions. They'll go to the palace now. She pulled Yue Huaiji onto the carriage. Their faces were grim. Inside the emperor's bedchamber, a thick medicinal smell hung in the air. The atmosphere was oppressive. The empress sat by the bed weeping. When she saw Yue Huayin, she rushed over. The empress grabbed Yue Huayin's hand. Einer, save the emperor. Please save him. Yue Huayin calmed her. Let me take his... Yue Huayin checked the emperor's eyes and gently placed her fingers on his wrist. Time passed slowly. Her expression grew heavier. The servants held their breath. Finally, Yue Huayin finished. She turned to the empress. Your Majesty, please dismiss the attendants. The empress understood and ordered everyone out. The empress trembled. Einer, tell me the truth. How is the emperor? Yue Huayin's voice was soft but firm. There is no hope. I can prescribe a medicine to extend his life by a month at most. But no more anger, or it will be only days. The Empress collapsed to the floor in despair, tears streaming down her face. Yue Huayin closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to compose himself, then helped her up. Yue Huayin comforted his mother. Mother, father loved you most. He wouldn't want to see you so sad. Please get up. If father wakes up, he'll be upset. The Empress wiped her tears with a handkerchief, but couldn't stop. Huayin, I'm fine. Seeing her out. He'll stay with your father. Walking out of the palace, Yue Huayin felt a heavy weight in her chest. A sense of powerlessness washed over her. I'm sorry I couldn't save your father. Yue Huayin turned to her gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Meaning, don't blame yourself. Life and death are natural. We did our best. The rest is up to fate. Yue Huayin nodded and returned to the duke's mansion with a heavy heart. That night, Yun Lingfeng stood outside the emperor's bedchamber, confronting the eunuchs. The eunuch bowed. Third Prince, His Majesty is unwell and not seeing visitors. Please return. Yun Lingfeng sneered. What? I can't even enter. He is my father. Yun Lingfeng raised his voice. I am his son, and I have the right to visit. Are you trying to make me unfilial? The eunuchs knelt in fear. We dare not. Yun Lingfeng pushed past them. Since you dare not get out of my way, a mere servant dares to block me. He strode into the bedchamber, fanning the air with disdain. Inside, the emperor lay weakly on the bed. Yun Lingfeng smiled mockingly. Father, your son has come to see you. The emperor opened his eyes with effort. Third son, you came so late. Truly thoughtful. Yun Lingfeng's smile turned cold. Oh father, now you know my worth. But in your heart, you'll never compare to that bastard ninth Prince Huayin. The emperor stared in disbelief. This was the son who had always shown him respect. What are you glaring at? Yun Lingfeng sneered, his eyes cold. Since childhood, you favored the ninth prince. No matter what I do, you never see it. The emperor's breathing grew rapid, tears streaming down his face. Lingfeng, I have never treated you poorly. Bullshit. Yun Lingfeng spat. You always looked down on me, thinking him inferior to the ninth prince. Are you wondering why you suddenly fell ill? Let me tell you, old man. I had poison put in your incense burner. The emperor's eyes widened in horror. You? How could you do this to me? I am your father. Enough. Yun Lingfeng roared. Don't twist the truth. It doesn't matter anymore. You won't survive tonight. From childhood, you and the ninth prince had the same food and clothes. Whatever extra you got came from the emperor's own pocket. Everyone loves him because he earned it. Enough. Stop your glib talk. Whether you mean it or not, it's over. You will die tonight. Then your beloved ninth prince will. Yun Lingfeng's insane words struck the emperor. The old man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, convulsed twice, and fell still. His breath ceased. Yun Lingfeng watched his father die right before his eyes, his expression cold and devoid of grief. He reached out to check the emperor's pulse, then nodded. Zhu teased her mistress. Miss, your wish came true. General Li is a loyal man after all. He Jiao blushed. You little chatterbox. I must tell father the good news. What is the meaning of this? The empress shouted at the trembling physicians. One knelt and said, Your Majesty, the emperor has passed away. What? Impossible. The empress rushed to the bedside, clutching the emperor's hand. It was already cold and lifeless. She wept bitterly over his body. Yun Huayin and Yun Yunga arrived to see the tragic scene. Father. Yun Huayin knelt beside the bed. Yun Yunga stood quietly, his expression unusually calm. The next morning at court, all officials stared at the empty throne. They had heard rumors about the emperor's death. Their minds raced with speculation. As everyone was lost in thought, Yun Lingfeng walked in from outside. All eyes turned to him. He slowly ascended the steps and announced, The emperor passed away last night. Murmurs erupted. Some lamented, some sighed, others wept openly. Yun Lingfeng watched them with satisfaction. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler. Before his death, father appointed me as the next crown prince. He held up a scroll claiming it was the imperial edict. Since ancient times, the heir should be the eldest or the legitimate son. Since the eldest prince died young, the legitimate ninth prince should be the successor. Yun Lingfeng's knuckles turned white. Again Yun Huayin. Even these ministers favored him. He clenched his fists, barely containing his rage. No matter what, the succession must follow father's will. This is his last wish. Do you dare to defy the imperial decree? We dare not. Yun Lingfeng smirked triumphantly. At that moment, some sycophantic officials began to flatter him, praising his talent and denigrating the ninth prince. Third prince is exceptionally talented. Being appointed crown prince is the kingdom's fortune. The ninth prince is idle and arrogant. He would ruin the country. These flattering words angered the loyal officials. Please choose your words carefully. Idle. The ninth prince defeated the Bishan kingdom at just 16. In recent years, the ninth prince has always been at the forefront of floods and droughts. He fought with his life against the Bishan invasion. Is that idleness? Li Zoming snorted coldly. He had been away for years, but knew the court's intrigues well. Many flatter when things are good and kick when they're down. You? A mere youth, what do you know? Why are you shouting at me? The flattering official turned red-faced. Li Zoming, to slander a meritorious official for flattery makes me sick. I'm a rough man, pardon my bluntness. Li Zoming's words were admirably straightforward. The Minister of Rights nodded approvingly. A good son-in-law indeed. He stepped forward. The ninth prince's contributions are clear. We shouldn't let stray cats and dogs blind us. If Yue Huayin were here, she would applaud. With a father like that, no wonder he raised such a daughter. Yun Lingfeng's face darkened. Enough. No matter what you say, father has appointed me as crown prince. The coronation will be held soon. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. I don't recall appointing you as crown prince. The emperor walked in wearing his dragon robe. His complexion was ruddy, his steps light, not sick at all. Yun Lingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He had seen him take his last breath. How could he be alive? The emperor smirked. Surprised him still alive. No. He was dead. Dead. Guards. Arrest Yun Lingfeng. Soldiers rushed and weapons drawn. The court erupted in chaos. Father, what? Your memory is poor. Did you forget what you said in my bedchamber last night? You poisoned me and forged it. Yun Lingfeng, you chose this path. Huh. But you won't live long either. The emperor touched his beard, feigning fear. Oh, the incense. Einer noticed something was off last time, so I haven't lit the incense burner in a long time. Satisfied. Impossible. Yue Huayin couldn't be that smart. The emperor stepped forward. Lingfeng, you said everyone loves the ninth prince. But have you ever thought that everything he has he earned himself? You only envy others. Yun Lingfeng's face twisted with rage and despair. He had been outsmarted at every turn. The emperor's words cut deep, exposing his own failures. The emperor sighed. Take him away. The guards seized Yun Lingfeng and dragged him out. The court fell silent. The drama. Yun Lingfeng was thrown into the prison. The iron door clanged shut. He sat in the darkness, replaying every mistake. How had it come to this? The emperor addressed the court. Let this be a lesson. A kingdom's strength lies in virtuous ministers, not scheming princes. The officials bowed in unison. Yun Lingfeng's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. You must be bluffing the court officials. Even if you stopped using the poison, you won't live long. You underestimate Einer's medical skills. I've been taking her antidote all along. Am fully recovered now, good for decades. Seize the third prince. Imperial guards rushed forward, surrounding Yun Lingfeng. Don't touch me. I am the third prince. Keep your filthy hands off. My dear father, even if you know everything now, it's too late. The palace is surrounded. At my command, they will attack. You will step down today. Third brother seems quite confident. Why don't you try? See if they can break in. Yun Huayin strode in sword, dripping blood, clothes soaked in crimson. Yu Mushing followed, equally bloodstained. Yun Lingfeng finally panicked. He pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. No response came from outside. His face drained of color. Yun Huayin crossed his arms and watched calmly. After a long silence, Yun Lingfeng's face turned ashen. How is this possible? How? Your mistake was using father's life as a stepping stone. We suspected your treachery long ago. The Prince of Bishan confessed you swapped the soldiers' weapons, nearly sending them all to their deaths. The court officials had not heard this before. Now they gasped in horror, glaring at the third prince. The Duke of the Nation stepped forward. Ninth Prince, what is the meaning of this? Yun Huayin recounted the battlefield events in detail, explaining how they suspected Yun Lingfeng and set up the deception. The ministers were shocked at the treachery. The third prince is truly ambitious. To kill his own father for power, he would be a tyrant. The ministers murmured disgust and contempt in their eyes. No, no. Father, I am your son too. Why treat me like this? Take him away. The emperor turned his back, closing his eyes. Yun Lingfeng crawled to the emperor's feet, sobbing. If you had known this day would come, why did you do it? The emperor pulled his robe free. The guards seized the prince and dragged him away. Your Majesty, have mercy. For his many crimes, the third prince is stripped of his title, reduced to a slave, and exiled to the border for hard labor, never to return. He will atone for the fallen soldiers. Long live the emperor. The ninth prince, Lord Li, and others who protected the emperor will be rewarded accordingly. Li Zongming hesitated, then stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a request. Oh, what is it? I ask you to grant me a marriage with the daughter of the Minister of Rights. The emperor was surprised, but then smiled. You have been stationed at the border for years unmarried. I felt guilty. Now I am relieved. Minister of Rights, what do you think? Your Majesty, General Li is outstanding and honorable. My daughter is fortunate. I leave it to your decision. Excellent. I will issue the decree. Prepare well, General, don't mistreat her. Li Zongming could barely contain his excitement. After court, Yu Mushing, Yun Huayin, and he walked together. One was eager to prepare betrothal gifts, the other rushed to see his cousin. Yun Huayin snorted contemptuously, as if he didn't have a wife. He went home, bathed, changed clothes, and perfumed himself. After ensuring no blood smell remained, he headed to the Duke's mansion to find Yue Huayin. He climbed over the wall into Yue Huayin's courtyard, but she wasn't there. After searching the rooftops, he found her being scolded and, you a girl too bold. I didn't restrict you like other girls, but you should restrain yourself. Don't rush into danger. What if something happens to you? How do I explain to your mother? Yue Huayin shrank her neck and smiled apologetically, trying to make herself small. But the old man's beard quivered in anger, refusing to let her off. Grandfather, please stop. I won't put myself in danger again. It was an accident. Accident? What if there's another accident? Will you throw yourself into danger again? Yue Huayin's head buzzed from the scolding. She grabbed the Duke's hand and pleaded, Grandfather, let me off. I was scared and sleepless for days. The Duke softened, knowing she was making excuses. Fine, but no more. Go rest. Thank you, Grandfather. Yue Huayin picked up her skirt and ran back to her courtyard, sighing in relief. When Yue Huayin returned to her courtyard, Yun Huayin jumped down from the roof. Holy crap. You scared me. She grabbed his ear. Don't ever appear suddenly like that. Give a warning from the roof. SSH. Inin, I understand. Yue Huayin let go of his ear, then frowned. Have you been somewhere you shouldn't? No, I just came from the palace. She circled him, sniffing. Why do you smell so perfumed from the palace? Yun Huayin wanted to cry. It was because of the fragrance he used to cover the blood. He sighed helplessly. Yue Huayin smelled the incense on Yun Huayin. He explained, I handled third brother's matter in the palace today. Afraid you dislike the blood scent, I bathed at home and perfumed my clothes. Oh, so that's why you smell so strong. I thought you found a lover outside. Yue Huayin hugged her from behind, chin resting on her. How could I dare, Yin? I never glance at other women. Hope you keep your word. How was the palace matter resolved? Yue Huayin replied. Third brother was demoted to a criminal slave and exiled to the frontier for hard labor. All his party and court were dismissed and exiled. Yue Huayin felt this was appropriate. For the proud third prince, becoming a criminal slave was worse than death. She nodded and also good news. Today in court, General Li asked the emperor to betroth him to Miss He. We'll drink to their wedding soon. Yue Huayin was delighted. Really? That's great. It must have been hard for Miss He to fall for that wooden-head general. Yue Huayin felt like a matchmaker. Yue Huayin held her face and asked seriously, Yin, you'll come of age after the new year. Would you agree to be betrothed? Caught off guard, Yue Huayin paused. They'll consider it after I come of age. It depends on your performance. Yue Huayin smiled and ruffled her hair. In the following days, Yue Huayin busied herself between the restaurant and her shop. Shadow Tower was fully handed over to Mr. Qian by Xuanyang. Master, Mr. Qian is even more capable than I imagined. In just a few months, Shadow Tower has grown considerably. Xuanyang reported with admiration. I trust your judgment, Sister Xuanyang. Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Qian. I've been away from the capital and need to discuss many matters. How coincidental. He's here today to report on Shadow Tower. He's in the room across. They'll call him over. Yue Huayin nodded, growing curious about Mr. Qian. Soon he entered dressed in blue, holding a jade flute with a faint plum blossom scent. Master, you seem thinner than a few months ago. Take care of your health. Mr. Qian's voice was gentle concern in his eyes. Yue Huayin stared at him, feeling a strange familiarity. When she realized she had been staring, she coughed awkwardly and looked away. Ahem, I've been busy lately, so being thinner is normal. Thin is healthy, ha. Yue Huayin laughed, awkwardly cringing internally. Master, prioritize your health. You don't need to worry about Shadow Tower. It'll build you the strongest martial organization. You were recommended by Sister Xuanyang, so I trust you. Your results prove your capability. It's my honor to serve you, Master. For your hard work, it'll double your year-end bonus. Mr. Qian looked puzzled. Master, what is a year-end bonus? It means extra silver for the new year to reward you. Mr. Qian chuckled softly, his voice like pearls falling on a jade plate, refreshing. Thank you, Master. It seems I chose the right person to follow. It's nothing. With your intelligence, you wouldn't lack silver anyway. After the meeting, Yue Huayin stretched in her chair. She had finally sorted everything out after days of hard work. Li and Zissou, I'm treating you today. What do you want to eat? Miss, our restaurant's food is the best. Why go elsewhere? Then let's eat at the restaurant. By the way, what's Hammer been up to? He's been missing for days. Lu Yun and Zissou could now translate her odd speech. Lu Yun chuckled. Missy's busy collecting gifts for Zissou, saving up for a betrothal gift. Zissou blushed deeply. Yue Huayin's curiosity ignited. What's going on? Are Hammer and Zissou getting married? Zissou quickly interrupted. No, miss. He's just preparing early. Preparation means it's soon. Why hide it? He'll prepare your dowry and marry you off grandly. Lu Yun and Zissou were moved to tears. Stop. No tears. Let's go eat happily. Lu Yun and Zissou wiped their eyes and followed Yue Huayin to the restaurant. Miss, it's snowing again. Eating hot food and drinking soup while watching snow is the happiest thing. In the private room, they ordered a pot of wine. Sweat beaded on their noses despite the cold. Watching the snow, Yue Huayin murmured. It's snowing almost New Year. I wish I had some candied hawthorns. Miss, what are you mumbling? Nothing, let's go back to the mansion. Opening the door, a plum blossom scent drifted by. It was Mr. Qian, what a coincidence. Are you here to eat too? He seemed surprised to see her. Master, the hot pot is famous. I thought snow was perfect for it. You know how to enjoy life. Enjoy your meal. I'm heading back. Yue Huayin turned to leave. Wait, Master. He hesitated, then pulled a candied hawthorn from his sleeve. I saw a little girl selling these downstairs. I bought one out of pity. I don't like sweets, but thought you might. He handed it to her. Yue Huayin stared at the bright red candied hawthorn, saliva gathering in her mouth. Without hesitation, she took it and bit into the crispy sugar coating the sweet and sour flavor spreading across her tongue. Thanks a lot. No need to be polite, Pavilion Master. After Yue Huayin left, Qian stood still, fingertips rubbing together where she had brushed against him, a faint smile flickering across his face. Back in the courtyard, Yue Huayin quickly hugged the hot water bottle to warm her hands. Though the carriage had a stove, the short walk to the mansion had chilled her to the bone. She let out a shiver. Miss, I'll add more charcoal to the brazier. It's freezing today. Zissou moved swiftly, adding several pieces of premium silver charcoal that burned without smoke. Soon the room grew warm and cozy. Liu Yun not idle brewed ginger soup and brought it over. Miss, have some ginger soup to dispel the cold. Yue Huayin downed the bowl in one go, now accustomed to the taste that once she disliked. Miss generally sent an invitation today. He and Miss He will marry in half a month and invites you to the banquet. He said he's too busy to visit personally. Yue Huayin chuckled. Half a month. He's eager to wed her. Half a month later, Yue Huayin dressed early. Today was Li Zongming and He Jiaojiu's wedding. Miss, how about this gold hairpin? Yue Huayin looked at her reflection, then picked up a sapphire hairpin instead. Today is Miss He's wedding day. We should dress modestly and not steal the bride's spotlight. The bride must be the most beautiful. You're very thoughtful, Miss. Lu Yun nodded approvingly after adjusting the hairpin. My dear sister, are you ready yet? My legs are sore from standing. Yu Mushing's voice came from outside. Yue Huayin went out and shot him a sideways glance. Brother, if you're so impatient with girls, I wonder how you treat your confidant. Yu Mushing stumbled, nearly falling, and quickly covered her mouth. Good sister, I was just rambling. Don't take it to heart. Please don't say anything inappropriate when you see my father. Relax, I'm not that kind of person. Yue Huayin finished speaking and directly went out to board Yun Wise's carriage. Yu Mushing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today the entire Duke's mansion turned out giving full face to the general's residence. What gift did you prepare for General Li? Yue Huayin asked Yun Huaiji chin resting on her hand. General Li is skilled in martial arts, so I'm giving him a fine sword. Perfect. I prepared a set of Yan Yu to skincare and a jeweled headpiece. Yun Huaiji choked on his tea. Do you know how many ladies would fight to death for that Yan Yu to set? It's priceless even with silver. If that's disrespectful, my sword is nothing. It's not about comparison, it's about giving what they like. Yun Huaiji just smiled and shook his head saying no more. He thought to himself, once a man has a sweetheart he loves everything about her and always thinks of her preferences. Arriving at the general's mansion, many guests had already gathered. Li Zongming, wearing a bright red wedding robe, was greeting guests. Seeing them enter, he excused himself and came over. You're finally here. Find a seat quickly. Ninth Prince, you have to help me drink later, or no one will help you at your wedding. Sure, today is your happy day? He'll drink until I'm drunk. Great, that's a promise. As they chatted, the gatekeeper announced the arrival of the Zhengui general. Bored Yun Huaiji and Yue Huayin went out to greet him together. Young Li, congratulations. Your wedding is a great joy and am delighted. Old general, thank you for your care over the years. Please take the seat of honor today. Haha, fine. The entire mansion was filled with joy. Yue Huayin watched the festivities and remembered Yun Huaizi's words about engagement. She stared at his profile, lost in thought. Entrusting herself to him seemed like a good idea. Inin, what are you thinking? Time to sit down, the ceremony will start soon. Yue Huayin snapped back to reality and found a seat. The groom and bride enter the hall. The matchmaker chanted loudly. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents nurturing grace. Third bow, husband and wife bow to each other for eternal union. Ceremony complete. Escort to the bridal chamber. All the guests applauded. Li Zongming took He Jiaojiao back to the room, then secretly pulled out a chicken leg wrapped in oil paper and handed it to her. I might be back late. I've sent the servants out. Take off your headdress, eat something, and rest. He'll try to come back early. He Jiaojiao nodded, accepting the chicken leg. Zhuer giggled. Miss, the general is so good to you. He Jiaojiao looked down at the leg, her heart sweet. Miss, let me remove some of the hairpins, they're too heavy. No need, I'll endure a bit longer. Lifting the veil myself would be improper. Zhuer smiled. Yes, miss is the most proper. Let me tear the chicken leg for you to eat. He Jiaojiao nodded and handed over the leg. Zhuer found a small bowl using chopsticks to shred the tender meat. The chicken had been braised until soft, making it easy. Miss, it's ready. Have some while I pour you hot tea. He Jiaojiao took the bowl and ate slowly under the veil. The chicken was flavorful. After finishing the whole leg, she let out a small burp. Back at the banquet, guests immediately teased Li Zongming. General, why did you take so long? Is the bride too beautiful? Today is your big day, General. You must toast 3 cups. Li Zongming resigned himself, picking up his cup and going table by table. By the time he was dead drunk, Yun Huaiji and Yu Mushing mediated and helped him escape the crowd. They helped him to the bridal chamber door. The supposedly unconscious Li Zongming suddenly opened one eye and peeked. Stop pretending. We're at the door, no one else around. Yun Huaiji was too lazy to expose him, having carried that dead weight. Li Zongming immediately stood up straight, brushing off his wrinkled robe. Thank you both. He'll repay this favor someday. He then entered the bridal chamber, closing the door behind him. Yu Mushing and Yun Huaiji exchanged amused glances. Li Zongming bowed to the two and stepped into the bridal chamber. Yu Mushing stared wide-eyed. He was faking it all along. Of course, or had be truly drunk. Tonight is his wedding night, a precious moment. Yun Huaiji looked at Yu Mushing like she was foolish, making her angrily punch the air at the door. After a fit of rage, she huffed and followed Yun Huaiji out. Back at the banquet, everyone was already tipsy. The main host had left, so the party would soon end. Yun Huaiji quickly spotted Yue Huayin among the crowd. Yue Huayin was thoroughly enjoying the feast. Every dish tasted wonderful. She had missed these flavors. The reason? The general's mansion had hired top chefs Sun Yi Dao and Ma Sanxiao for the wedding banquet. Inin, are you full? I'm so full. It's delicious. It's all thanks to your ideas. Our restaurant will make a fortune during New Year. Yue Huayin smiled, imagining piles of silver. We'll count silver until our hands cramp. Yue Huayin dreamed of a room full of coins, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Inin likes silver that much. Who doesn't? No one hates silver. I'd count it even if my hands broke. Yun Huaiji looked at her meaningfully. I may not have much, but I have plenty of silver and properties. Dozens of manors outside the capital shops in Jiangnan. How about it, Inin want them? Yue Huayin's eyes glittered with greed. Seeing her drooling expression, Yun Huaiji found it amusing. He used to think silver was useless, but now having more seemed nice. After you marry me, not only the silver, but the entire prince's mansion will be yours. And it'll be yours too. At least you have some husbandly virtues. After the banquet, Yue Huayin lay in bed counting the days until New Year. New Year meant celebration. She recalled fireworks, lanterns, spring couplets from her past life, and thought of another money-making idea. She sat up like a carp. Liu Yun ziz a big hammer. The three rushed in. I want to show you something. Do you think people would buy it? Curious, they gathered around. Yue Huayin mysteriously produced a box of fireworks. Big Hammer quickly carried the box outside. Yue Huayin took out a lighter from her system and lit the fuse. Fireworks shot into the sky, exploding into colorful blossoms. The three were stunned speechless until the box was empty. How is it? Beautiful. Beautiful, miss. What is this? It's called fireworks. New Year is coming, and I thought everyone likes lively celebrations. Fireworks add atmosphere. Liu Yun and Zissou were thrilled girls loving such beautiful things. Big Hammer said coolly, the nobles in the capital will probably like this. Yue Huayin nodded. The rich love to show off, especially during festivals. Today's display was free advertising. Now she could sell fireworks without explaining what they were. We can start selling them now. Many people are already shopping for New Year goods. Yue Huayin then brought out small handheld fireworks, handing one to each of them. They played joyfully, loath to stop. Miss, following you is like having a treasure chest. Ahem, wait, there's more. Yue Huayin took out spring couplets of various sizes. Unlike the era's handwritten ones, these had gold embossed characters and cute 3D patterns. The glittering gold powder made Lu Yun and Zissou unable to look away. Miss, we're going to be rich again. ID spent 2 months' salary on these. Seeing Zissou hugging the couplet lovingly, Yue Huayin generously said, this one is yours. Everyone in the mansion gets one. Zissou happily thanked her and put it away. After the couplets, Yue Huayin brought out many small lanterns, cute and playful, perfect for hanging on branches or flower pots. Miss, how many more good things do you have? Lu Yun and Zissou wailed, their eyes overwhelmed. This is just the beginning. Follow me, and you'll make sure you eat well and earn big. The next morning at breakfast with the old lady, the grandmother asked, Einer, I heard loud noises last night. Tao Yuan said, colorful flowers bloomed in your yard. You made them again. Hee grandmother, they're called fireworks. They're beautiful. I plan to sell them before New Year, another good income. The old lady nodded, you're a clever girl. I saw the couplets you sent too, very nice. But now that you're in the mansion, you don't need to rush to earn money. The old lady thought Yue Huayin was still afraid of the hard life she had before and felt a pang of sadness. Grandmother, the restaurant, and Yin Ryu already bring me gold every day. I'm not short of money, but silver is worth earning. The old lady laughed at her playful words. All right, do whatever you want as long as you're happy. If you need anything, tell your aunt. The Duke's mansion will always be your strongest support. Yue Huayin swallowed a wonton and nodded. She planned to find Yun Huaiji after breakfast to discuss the business. But before she could go, Yun Huaiji came to her instead. Inin, I heard you have something new to sell. He asked with a smile, entering the courtyard. Exactly. I was just about to look for you. Yue Huayin excitedly dragged him to the courtyard, pointing at the leftover fireworks. See these? I call them fireworks. They sell like hotcakes in the capital. Yun Huaiji examined the box curiously. How do they work? Light the fuse and run. Watch this. She lit one, and a brilliant flower burst in the sky. Yun Huaizi's eyes widened. Incredible. This will be the talk of the capital. He immediately began planning the sales strategy. We'll sell them in the busiest market. And they'll have the prince's mansion send invitations to all nobles for a private viewing. Yue Huayin clapped. Great idea. Let them see, then they'll fight to buy. Yun Huaiji smiled at her enthusiasm. But we need to be careful with the fireworks. They're dangerous. Don't worry, he'll have Big Hammer handle the storage and ensure safety. Yun Huaiji nodded. He'll arrange for a special shop. This will be your biggest hit yet. Yue Huayin then pulled out the spring couplets and lanterns. Look at these. They're much better than the old ones. Yun Huaiji examined the gold embossed characters and cute patterns. These are exquisite. The nobles will pay any price. We'll package them together. Fireworks, couplets, lanterns. A complete New Year set. Yue Huayin's eyes sparkled. You're a genius. That way customers buy everything at once. Yun Huaiji smiled, happy to see her so lively. Let's start production immediately. They'll have the craftsmen copy these samples. They'll get the materials from my system. We can mass produce by tomorrow. Yun Huaiji was amazed by her efficiency. You're full of surprises, Inin. Within days the news spread. The capital was abuzz with talk of the fireworks that bloom in the sky and golden couplets. Noble ladies and officials flocked to the new shop, eager to buy the New Year sets. Yue Huayin sat in the back room, counting silver with a grin. We've sold out in 3 days. We need to double production. Yun Huaiji entered holding a brochure. The royal family has placed a huge order. We're going to be even richer. She laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. Wait until the New Year's Eve. We'll set off the biggest fireworks show. Everyone will remember our brand. Yun Huaiji looked at her with admiration. You're a natural businesswoman. As the new year approached, the mansion was decorated with lanterns and couplets. The old lady smiled, seeing the family gather. Yue Huayin felt a warmth in her heart. This was the lively, happy New Year she had always wanted. On New Year's Eve, the entire capital gathered to watch the fireworks show. Yue Huayin and Yun Huaiji stood on the city wall holding hands. As the first firework exploded, the crowd cheered. Happy New Year, Inin. Happy New Year. The fireworks painted the sky in brilliant colors. This is the best New Year ever, Yue Huayin whispered. Yun Huaiji pulled her closer. Every year from now on will be even better. She leaned into him, feeling truly happy. The next morning the streets were filled with red paper scraps and laughter. Yue Huayin visited the old lady to pay respects. Grandmother, may you live 100 years. The old lady gave her a red envelope. May you and Huaiji be happy forever. Yun Huaiji arrived soon after bringing more gifts. Grandmother, this is a token of my respect. The old lady nodded approvingly. You're a good couple. Take care of each other. Yue Huayin blushed, but smiled happily. Later they visited the market. The shop was crowded with customers buying New Year goods. Our sets are selling like hotcakes, the shopkeeper reported. Yue Huayin grinned. Keep restocking. They'll provide more samples. Word of their success reached the palace. The emperor summoned them, praising the fireworks and couplets. You have brought joy to the capital. I grant you the title of imperial supplier. Yue Huayin and Yun Huaiji kneeled and thanked the emperor. Returning home, Yue Huayin felt like she was dreaming. We're official suppliers now. Yun Huaiji smiled. This is just the beginning. With your talent, we'll go even further. She looked at him, her eyes shining with determination. That night Yue Huayin lay in bed thinking about the future. The system was still full of surprises. She would bring more innovations to this world. And with Yun Huaiji by her side, nothing seemed impossible. She smiled and fell asleep peacefully. How did you get here? She asked, surprised. I saw the commotion at your mansion last night and knew it was you. With your money-loving nature you must have made a fortune. The snow is slippery, so I came to find you myself. Yue Huayin was very satisfied, and had Lu Yun serve him a cup of hot tea. Do you have any ideas? I have other good things. Zissou brought out couplets, small lanterns, and little fireworks. Yun Huaiji examined each one carefully, finding them all exquisitely made. I have a shop in the east of the city that sells all sorts of peculiar little things some brought from overseas. These items would fit perfectly there. We can just say they were shipped from elsewhere. Great. I'll have Dazui transport the goods right away. Your shop can spread the word, and we'll make a huge profit. Yue Huayin was already excited, and immediately set things in motion. 3 full carts of goods were delivered to the shop. Yun Huaiji's people began spreading the news through the streets and alleys. Hey, did you hear? That thing we saw last night is called fireworks. They're selling them at the shop in the east of the city. Really? They were so beautiful. My mistress sent me to find out what they were. Yes. I just bought a few boxes. They said there aren't many left today. If you come late they'll be gone. Oh, then I must hurry. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Go quickly. Word spread like wildfire. Soon the shop was packed with people. Shopkeeper, is it true you have those fireworks? The shopkeeper and old hand waited until their curiosity was at its peak before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, our shop has just received a shipment of new goods from overseas. Besides fireworks, we have other trinkets. Please come in and have a look. With that, the shopkeeper stepped aside. Customers rushed in, each leaving with large bundles. Within no time, all the goods Yue Huayin had brought were sold out, along with many other items in the shop. Shopkeeper, give me 2 more of those big fireworks. I'm sorry, sir. Today's fireworks, couplets, and lanterns are all sold out. Sold out? How could they sell out so fast? I've been waiting in line forever. Calm down, sir. We'll have another shipment tomorrow. Please come early. The servant had no choice but to leave dejectedly. The shopkeeper deliberately raised his voice so that everyone outside could hear. They all made a mental note to come earlier tomorrow. Yue Huayin sat in the courtyard listening to Dazui report how wildly popular the goods were. Tomorrow send 6 carts. Couplets and such only sell during the new year. If we don't make money now, we'll have to wait until next year. The next day the shop was even more crowded than before. All goods were snapped up in a frenzy even more intense than the first. The reason was that many servants and maids had bought items the day before and their masters wanted to see them for themselves. Some doubted whether they were genuine. So last night fireworks were set off everywhere, creating a much more spectacular sight than Yue Huayin's single box. As a result, everyone rushed to buy today. Some maids, eager to please their mistresses, even braved the cold to line up at the shop door in the middle of the night. As Yue Huayin had predicted, she earned 200,000 taels of silver just from selling these items before the new year. In a private room of the restaurant, a large round table was filled with all her subordinates since she arrived in this world. Today is New Year's Eve. Thank you all for your help this year. Let's continue to work hard and welcome the new year. I propose a toast to you. Yue Huayin raised her teacup using tea instead of wine and downed it in one gulp. Miss, you have taken care of us this year and given us a rare good life. This toast is for you. Liu Yun, Zissou, Dazui's son, Yi Dao, and Ma Sanqi all rose together. They truly admired their mistress who had given them a normal life. It's mutual. You treat me well, so I treat you well. Liu Yun and Zissou serve me day and night. Dazui worked hard when we went to the border. Son Yi Dao and Ma Sanqi have created huge profits for the restaurant. You all know that better than I do. Hearing these words, several people were deeply moved. They had only done their duty, yet the mistress remembered every single thing. Our young boss is young but ambitious. Xuanyang wishes you a brilliant future. Thank you, Sister Xuanyang. I also want to thank you for finding me such good helpers and for coming to help in my shop yourself. Yue Huayin poured herself another cup, raised it to Qian, and said, Master Qian, you are resourceful and have made great contributions to the Dark Shadow Tower. This toast is for you. The Tower Master has the ability to make people follow her wholeheartedly. Qian will never let you down. This is our first new year together. Happy New Year, everyone. May you all get rich. Yue Huayin put down her teacup and began to taste the dishes. These were made by the apprentices of Sun Yi Dao and Ma Sanqi, and the taste was almost indistinguishable from theirs. Don't just sit there, eat up. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Today there was no distinction between master and servant. They were more like family and friends sharing a reunion dinner. Qian watched Yue Huayin's cheeks bulging with food and barely suppressed a smile. So this is how adorable she is in private. After the meal, Yue Huayin brought out the gifts she had prepared for them. Here, these are your New Year gifts. Everyone gets the same, no favor. Liu Yun and Zissou helped distribute them. Sun Yi Dao opened his bag and found a 10th Santail banknote, a pair of couplets, and a bag of beautiful candies. Miss, this is too generous. Sun Yi Dao tried to refuse, but Yue Huayin interrupted him. This is nothing to me now. Don't refuse. I also plan to return your indenture papers. From now on you are free citizens. You can marry and save your own money for a wife. Qian's hand holding the cup paused. Without the indenture papers, these people would no longer be bound to her. Did she trust them that much? But it didn't matter. If anyone dared to betray her, he would personally settle the matter. Yue Huayin took out a small box containing their contracts of sale. Take yours back. Their hands trembled as they exchanged glances, then knelt before Yue Huayin. Master, we will follow you forever. If we betray you, may our souls scatter and die a miserable death. Spit, spit, spit. Don't say such unlucky words during New Year. Even if you want to live your own lives later, just tell me. Get up. Yue Huayin, once an assassin, understood the longing for freedom. Thank you, master. It's late. Go home. I must return to the mansion for the reunion dinner. Propping her chin, Yue Huayin regretted eating too much. Back at the manor, the feast was almost ready. The hall bustled with laughter. Ina, you're back. The snow is so heavy, why didn't you come earlier? Come warm yourself. Su Qingrong stuffed a hand warmer into Yue Huayin's hands, pulling her inside. Einer, come quickly. Grandmother has a gift for you. Tower handed the old lady a box. She opened it, revealing a flawless warm jade, priceless and rare. Thank you, grandmother. Don't thank me. Your grandfather and uncles have gifts too. Look later. Let's eat first. Okay. Where's Xiaobai? Yue Huayin smiled. He got his clothes wet playing in the snow. Nurse Zhang took him to change. Just then Xiaobai ran over. Sister, you're back. Yes, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll take you to set off fireworks. Yage. Xiaobai jumped for joy. His personality had become much more cheerful, now no longer as cautious as before. Seeing the delicious dishes on the table, Yue Huayin frowned. Why was there so much good food again? She had already eaten too much early. Yu Muxing sitting beside her deliberately teased. Ah, this dish is so tasty. Father hired a new chef. And this one tender and flavorful. Mushing really dotes on Einer even more than on Ruwei. The old lady watched the siblings with a gratified smile. Yue Huayin forced a bitter smile and secretly glared at Yu Mushing. He just grinned back unrepentant. After dinner, fireworks began. At first only a few families, then everyone joined in the sky, exploding with brilliant color. Sister, it's so beautiful. Xiaobai looked up in awe. This is nothing. I saved the real good stuff. Big Hammer, bring it. Big Hammer carried a huge box of fireworks, many times larger than the ones sold. Xiaobai's mouth dropped open. Sister, how long will this one last? If our mansion shoots, it must be the best. Zisu lighted. The firework soared, blooming into dazzling colors, obviously more expensive than the ones sold. Mother, look, these fireworks are truly beautiful. Good, let's have a lively celebration tonight. The old lady laughed heartily. Xiaobai, come play with sparklers. Yue Huayin handed out small sparklers to Yu Ruwei and Yu Mushing. They lit them and waved them in the air. Yu Ruwei was hesitant at first, but soon got into it. Big Hammer, Zisu, take some for yourselves. I'll stay up until midnight to welcome the new year. Later, feeling unsatisfied, Yue Huayin brought out Gatling fireworks. Each person shouldered one and fired in unison. As midnight approached, the elders had gone to rest. Only Yue Huayin, Xiaobai, and Yu Mushing remained tired but happy. It's almost midnight. Let's make dumplings together. By the time we finish cooking, it'll be time to eat. The others nodded. This was the liveliest new year they had ever had. In previous years, it was just a formality. Now everything felt different and warm. The kitchen staff brought minced meat. When an old woman started to roll dough, Yue Huayin took the rolling pin. I'll do this myself. The old woman stepped back, watching Yue Huayin skillfully roll a perfect wrapper before leaving. I didn't know you had this skill, Einer. Of course, I have many talents. After rolling all the wrappers, Yue Huayin taught them several fancy folding styles for dumplings. At first, their dumplings were crooked, but gradually, they became decent. Xiaobai used his chubby little hands to pick up a wrapper and imitate the others. While they weren't paying attention, Yue Huayin slipped copper coins into the last few dumplings. Done. Time to boil them. Everyone felt a sense of achievement. The dumplings were cooked and served. Yu Mushing eagerly grabbed a bowl, scooped one up, barely blew on it, and stuffed it into it. Ouch! Yu Mushing suddenly covered his mouth. Yu Ruwei worriedly asked, did you burn yourself? Are you okay? Yu Mushing pulled a copper coin out of his mouth, confused. Why is there a coin inside? Yue Huayin burst out laughing. Cousin, congratulations. You won. Won what? Only 3 of the dumplings have coins. You got the first one, so you're the luckiest. I see. Let me check if there's another one in my bowl. Suddenly the sound of crackling firecrackers came from outside. Midnight. Miss Daqiang is here. Zisu looked at the out-of breath Daqiang speechlessly. The 9th prince's mansion wasn't that far. Why was he so exhausted? Daqiang, why aren't you at the mansion for New Year's Eve? I am here on my master's orders to deliver a New Year gift. Daqiang hadn't even caught his breath. He had been outside the city when his master ordered him to deliver the gift exactly at midnight. He didn't know what had done wrong to be treated so harshly. Thank your master for me. He's thoughtful. Here, take these dumplings we made back to him.